Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if psychopath Harry Potter was the protector of Hurcruxx? Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry Potter, Hospital Wing, Hogwarts 1993. Harry Potter awakens to the world in a blur and with a pounding headache. He groans a bit as he tries to sit up before a wave of vertigo hits him, before he lays back down while his stomach flopped around. He knows where he is by the smell of potions and sterile bedsheets. But for the life of him, he could not remember how he got here. His last clear memory was heading through the vault, like door into the Chamber of Secrets and seeing Ginny on the floor ahead of him. And then, nothing. He had woken up in the hospital wing with no memories of what had happened, and a headache to end all headaches. As Harry lies on his bed, trying not to puke up his guts up as it feels like something was squirming in his guts as well as his head, he hears the door open to the wing and quiet voices begin to talk. As I told you, Lucius, the board saw fit to reinstate me after the young Miss Weasley was taken. Some even claimed that you had threatened them. The wizened and elderly voice of the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, says. That doesn't answer my other questions, Dumbledore. The voice of Lucius Malfoy rings sharply throughout the hospital wing. Was the culprit behind these attacks caught or not? Mr. Malfoy says as Harry hears the loud crack of a cane striking stone that says a wave of pain through Harry's head and, in turn, makes his stomach roll with nausea. I would advise you, Lucius, to keep your voice down while in the hospital wing, Dumbledore says in a low but hard voice. But to answer your questions, no, the culprit has escaped again, it seems, but thankfully no one had to lose their life this time around. Dumbledore says softly. So, you know who did it then? Mr. Malfoy asks. Well, out with it. To whom do we have to punish for the transgressions? He asks swiftly with an edge of excitement in his voice. The same person who was behind it 50 years ago, the headmaster says, in a matter-of-fact tone of voice. The Dark Lady Voldemort. Don't be preposterous, Dumbledore. Mr. Malfoy snaps angrily before Harry hears the door to the end of the hall open and quickly tries to hide under his covers. The Dark Lady is dead. Which one of the brats did it? I'll make sure everyone knows what happens to those who try to attack the young wizards and witches in these sacred halls. Mr. Malfoy says more forcefully to the headmaster. But the headmaster doesn't answer him. Do not play the fool with me, old Dash, but as Malfoy's voice grows louder, so does the footsteps coming from the end of the hall, before all sound from the elder Malfoy is cut off. Ah, Poppy, I do believe you remember Mr. Malfoy from when he was younger, says the voice of the headmaster. I believe I do, Albus, the voice of the stern matron of the hospital wing says. And it seems to me he still didn't learn his. Listen, last time he was in here, Madame Pomfrey says, in a low, angry voice. Harry hears the door before something heavy hits the opposite outside the wing, before the door closes. Maybe they will teach the ass not to yell in my wing when children are asleep, Madame Pomfrey says before muttering under her breath. Something made the headmaster chuckle. He'll be asking for your resignation for that. Poppy, on behalf of the board, of course, he hears Dumbledore say in a quiet voice. Good, Madame Pomfrey says. I'll tell him to blow it out of his AR dash, she begins to say, but it was at this time Harry's stomach decides that it was far better off being empty and forces his body to do just that all over the floor. It took another half hour and a few potions before Madame Pomfrey even allowed the headmaster within 10 feet of Harry, let alone ask him any of the questions that were dancing in his eyes that Harry could see. You have a few minutes before I get back with another round of potions for Mr. Potter, Albus. You will make your questions short, Madame Pomfrey tells the headmaster, who just nods politely to the mistress of the domain he stands in. He's running a fever. I need to get a cooling draft from Sirius. If he starts becoming delirious, don't be surprised, and use the freezing spell on him. It means his temperature is spiking, Madame Pomfrey says quickly before turning to leave. Do you have any idea what is causing this, Poppy? The headmaster asks at the retreating form of the school nurse, who stops and turns back to Dumbledore, lips pressed in a thin line. "No," Madame Pomfrey says with a shake of her head. His body is reacting as if it was trying to fight off something like a cold or the flu, but he doesn't have any of the symptoms of either of them. "But other than that, I have no clue what's going on with the boy," she says before she continues onto her office, as the headmaster conjures up a chair with a wave of his wand before taking a seat and slipping. Harry's glasses back on his face. "Harry," the headmaster says, "I need to know what happened in the Chamber of Secrets when you went down there." He says this in a calm but serious voice, and Harry can barely keep his eyes open as he looks into the eyes of the headmaster, even sweating from every pore on his boy. Harry shivers like he was outside of Hogwarts in the dead of winter naked. "I don't remember, sir," Harry tells him, and the headmaster frowns deeply. Harry ends up bedridden for the remainder of the week, his temperature spiking and dipping at random intervals. He was in and out of consciousness for a while. He remembers Ron and his parents sitting next to him, then Ginny late one night, the Quidditch team, a girl with blue eyes and brown hair, then Hermione and Ron. Then before long, his fever finally went away, and he woke up one morning with no headache, no pain, no fever, and he didn't feel nauseous anymore. Madame Pomfrey was flummoxed by it, but after running numerous tests and scans, she found him over his sickness, but kept him for a few more days just to be safe. In that time, he had learned a few things. After Harry hadn't come back in an hour, Ron had climbed back up the pipe to find that the headmaster had returned with the Auror forces and had led them back to the entrance that was still open. They pulled Lockhart out of the bottom of the pipe before breaching the chamber, only to find a dead basilisk, and Ginny and him unconscious. Both Harry and Ginny had no memory of what happened, but Ginny was missing. Whole chunks of the year, which combined with a few magical scans had found that Ginny was being controlled by someone for a good portion of the year. All they got were more questions than answers in the end. Dumbledore had announced to the school the threat was over, and that the end-of-year exam for first, second, third, fourth, and sixth years was canceled. Along with that, all victims would be receiving a private tutor over the holidays to help them catch up with their year. Harry hadn't tried to ask the headmaster to stay somewhere else this year. He already knew the answer. He had told Harry that he had talked with the Dursleys and that what had happened last year wouldn't happen again. Harry personally doubted it. The Dursleys would never stop until he left for good, just 5 more years. The rest of the year passed in a flash of classes and headaches for Harry. It seemed like several times a day, always when Harry was alone or about to go to sleep, he would get the worst headaches or migraines or whatever you would call them. They hurt to the point of passing out, but never tipping over that edge. To the point of his stomach would twist, but he could never throw up. It wasn't fun, but they thankfully never lasted longer than 5 minutes. And he refused to go back to Madame Pomfrey on the basis of not wanting to piss the stern matron off any more than he normally did with his visits. And before Harry knew it, he was on the train back to London, back to the Dursleys. Harry was quiet on the ride back to London. He always was, but unlike before, Hermione and Ron would look at him with concern every hour or so, because now they both knew how the Dursleys treated him. Ron had seen when he had come and broken out last summer, and Hermione had confronted him about halfway through October. She had begged him to go to McGonagall or Dumbledore, but Harry had told her he wouldn't. Telling anyone about what happens in number 4 Privet Drive has never helped. He had done it twice before, once when he was 7 and again when he was 9. He would never make that mistake again because, in the end, no one would help him. He had lost hope of ever escaping the Dursleys. He had bought into everything they had said about him once upon a time. Until, "You're a wizard, Mr. Potter," the woman in the navy and cranberry coat tells him, a smirk on her lips and mischief in her hazel eyes, as she hands him an envelope sealed with a purple wax insignia with a large H on it. Until that night in the hut, when she had first showed up, Harry would shake the memories of Olivia Twist from his mind as the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station. He didn't need to think of her right before going off to stay with the Dursleys. Nothing connected to Olivia Twist could ever be happy to Harry ever again. It was tainted by the truth of who she was all along. "Come on, Dodger. I'm not all that bad," Professor Twist had said with a smirk, standing in front of the mirror looking for the red stone that now rested in Harry's pocket. Number 4 Privet Drive, 12:30 a.m. Screams. They echoed throughout Privet Drive. They were always screaming at him. When he was younger, he never knew why. Freak. Worthless. Waste of space. You're just like your parents. Useless. Now Harry knew why. He knew why they hated him. He knew they would never love him, and he wished he could go back to being ignorant to it all again. It was easier then. Was that back top boy? Vernon roared as he raised an open hand to smack the small, thin, and frail boy who had asked why he had to do all the chores. Harry hated this house. Harry hated the cupboard he found himself in. He hated the people who lived in the house, and he hated how safe he felt in the cupboard. His aunt rapped sharply on the cupboard door, her shrill voice shrieking at him. Up! Get up, freak! It's time for you to cook breakfast, and I don't want a single thing burnt, she yells at him while his stomach growls from not being fed the day before. Harry wanted nothing more than to leave, to get any from them, from the heavy hands and sharp words. I'm sorry, Harry, the headmaster says, but you must go back to renew your mother's protection. He said it with sad eyes and a straight face. He had once had hoped that anyone would take him away from here, but no one ever did. What do you say, Dodger? Professor Twist says as she kneels a few feet away in front of Harry, one hand extended. Me, you. And that stone in your pocket can leave tonight, and you'll never have to go back. Her smile reaches her eyes as she looks into his. I promise. He had rejected her offer, and in the end, destroyed the body she was possessing, burning his own palms in the process. The scars couldn't be removed or healed by Madame Pomfrey. Cursed scars. She had called them, like the one on his forehead, and both from her. Thump! 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 My oh my! This is what you dream of, a voice says. It was a low and soft female voice, vastly different from the high-pitched shrieking of his Aunt Petunia. How pathetic! It says before letting out a low chuckle, and the thumps on the steps above Harry continue down the stairs and into the hall. Though I do find it amusing that the old goat hasn't stopped with the whole sending children back to places they would rather not be shtick he does. The voice says as Harry shivers from inside the cupboard. It's not London during the Blitz with all the screaming masses, but still, it's the point that matters, I suppose. The voice says as the footsteps stop right outside the cupboard door. And look at this, the door isn't even locked, you're just too scared to leave it. The voice says before laughing loudly at Harry as he hears the cupboard door opening. The cupboard door cracks open, letting in a line of light into the dark cupboard. Emerald green eyes shine in the dark. They belong to a child of 8 or 9, but look the size of a 6-year-old. The boy in the cupboard, wrapped in a dark leather jacket like it was armor against the horrors that lay beyond the door, flinches back when he sees a blue eye peek through the crack of the door. Well, hello, Harry Potter, the voice says in a sing-song voice. Out of all the places I thought you would dream of, I admit a cupboard under the stairs wasn't even on the list. The voice says before it chuckles and pulls the cupboard door open to reveal a girl kneeling before it. She was pretty with long dark black hair like ink that fell like a sheet on her back, skin as pale as the light of the full moon, and intelligent piercing blue eyes set above sharp cheekbones. Her full plump red lips bend in a smirk showing off perfectly straight and white teeth that lay like knives just beneath them. She was dressed in robes that seemed a size or two too big that swallowed her up in the black silk-like material, under which she wore a Hogwarts uniform that seemed to be in an older style with a green and silver bow tie instead of the standard tie. Come on out, Harry Potter, she tells him, though it sounded more like an order to him. We have such things to discuss, you and I. She says it with a smile, but still the boy doesn't move, only shivers at the thought of what waits for him outside of his cupboard. Harry, the girl says in a stern voice edging on eager violence. I don't like asking twice. She warns him, but the small child only curls up further into a ball, wanting her to go away and for the screaming to stop. Fine, the girl says, the hard way it is. With a grin never leaving her face, she moves as swiftly and as fast as a striking serpent. She shoots into the cupboard under the stairs, grabbing at the boy. He tries to kick and crawl away to fight her off, but her grip is too strong as her hands latch around his thin legs before she drags him out of his cupboard, swinging and tossing him with as much force as she could muster into the sitting room. As the boy hits and ground and rolls, he's no longer a boy, but a young preteen on the verge of manhood. I said, I dislike asking twice, Harry Potter, and we have much to speak of, she growls softly out as she advances on the young man. Who are you? The young man says as he crawls back on his arms away from the girl stalking towards him. The girl chuckles. If I was any other girl, I'd be wounded that a pretty boy like you didn't remember little old me. The girl says with a pout and playful tone, her robes flaring out behind her as she stalks up to the boy, her long legs covering more ground than he could crawl. But luckily for you, not remembering is exactly what I wanted, she says with a cruel smile as she stands over the young man. As he tries to stand up, she lashes out, kicking him in the chest and pushing him back down to the ground. The scene flickers around the boy. The sitting room is replaced by a stone chamber. He could smell the stagnant water, feel the damp floor beneath him, and the girl standing over him with his own wand pointed at his head. Before the next moment it's gone, and the wandless girl tilts her head. Now, Harry, no need to get up just yet. You may as well remain comfortable for our long night of talking, the girl says, looking down at the boy she has pinned with her foot. But alas, I do believe. Introductions are in order. Well, reintroductions, that is, the girl says with a coy smile before lifting her hand, and in an elegant script, writes out what Harry assumes to be her name. I am Tamsin Marvolo Riddle. It burned in bright green witchlight, and Harry feels as if he had heard that name before. As my lovely little witchlight says, Harry, my name is Tamsin, she says as she bends over at her waist to look more closely at Harry. And I must say, it's an absolute pleasure meeting you again. Tamsin's smile is all teeth as she finishes. Again? Harry stammers out before trying to push himself up, only for the girl to step down harder. Come on, pretty boy, do keep up, Tamsin says with a mocking smile. We've met once before, even if you don't quite recall it, she says as she looks down on Harry. Where? And how did you get into the Dursleys' house? Harry asks, flinching at the pain of her heel, keeping him pinned. Tamsin tilts her head, her eyes narrow, but her smile never leaves her face. We met in the Chamber of Secrets, and how I got past the blood ward wrapped around the house is quite simple, pretty boy. Her smile grows bigger as Harry's eyes widen. I rode in on my very own Harry-shaped Trojan horse, she says as she steps off Harry and turns around to walk away as her robe swings out and floats behind her as she walks before turning back around to look at Harry, stopping next to her name burning in witchlight. We meet in the chamber because you came to stop me, because I am the heir of Slytherin, but I think you would know me by another name, Tamsin says before waving her hand over the burning witch light, and the letters begin to rearrange themselves, and to Harry's growing horror, he knew what it was going to say before it was even done. I am Lady Voldemort? No, Harry says, pushing himself away from the girl. You can't be her, he says through gritted teeth as he climbs back to his feet as the interior of number 4 Privet Drive begins to flicker and change. First into the defense classroom with Harry standing a few feet away from Olivia Twist, smiling up at her. Then to the catacombs beneath the school as he and the same teacher was standing in front of the mirror that shows one their deepest desire. But Harry wasn't smiling there, he looked to be crying, and the tainted memories begin to play in his mind again. Come on, Dodger, Professor Twist says after she had found Harry wandering around in the third-floor corridor by accident. If you don't want to eat at the feast, that's fine. We can have dinner in my office and talk about things not related to Halloween. She smiles down fondly at the boy. No, Dodger, she tells him before walking up behind him and adjusting his arm. Like this, with your elbow out, gives you a better range of movement for casting your next spell, Professor Twist says, showing him by moving his arm in a circle. I'm sorry, Dodger. Prof. No, Voldemort says, a mournful tone to her voice. But I can't let anyone stand in my way, not even you, as the woman who killed his parents aims her wand at him. Interesting, Tamsin says in a whisper. We were fond of you, she states as she takes a few steps forward as Harry shakes his head. No, he says, he denies. This is some stupid dream, nightmare. All I need to do is wake up, Harry says as he shuts his eyes, willing himself to open his eyes outside the dream. And he feels himself about to break the surface of his dream to escape this nightmare. Just before someone wraps their hands around his throat and slams him against a stone wall that wasn't there a moment ago. None of that now, pretty boy, Tamsin says in a whisper, as Harry's eyes shoot open to see her malicious smile, her eyes bright with a joy as she chokes him. You're here with me now, and I want answers. I didn't sacrifice my basilisk to switch vessels just so you could leave whenever you want. I didn't spend the last weeks in silence to avoid the old goat, just to have you think you can tune me out. She turns and throws Harry to the cold, damp ground in the underground chamber, as Harry coughs and wheezes on the ground, trying to draw in the air that he was denied. She flips him over. She sits down on his chest before Harry starts to fight back, trying to get her off him, struggling, flailing, and punching. But all she does is laugh in that cold, high-pitched tone before she can grab his arms and pin them to the ground with a growl. "It seems the pretty kitty has claws," she says with a smile. "As much as I do like it when people struggle in futility against me, I'm afraid we don't have time for that," she says as she scoots up to put her knees on Harry's arms. In an odd moment, Harry feels something coming from himself, but wasn't himself as so odd feeling that causes his stomach to tighten and an odd sensation to spread between his legs as Tamsin looks down on him with a poisonous glee. She was enjoying having him under her. "What the duck do you want?" Harry yells out in fear, anger, and desperation. "As I said, pretty kitty," answers. Tamsin says with a smile. "How did you survive us that night? Does it have to do with the protection that's wrapped around you? Why did we train you? Why were we fond of you?" she asks in rapid succession. "I have so many things to ask, and you're going to tell me everything you know?" she says as sits on his chest. "Or we get to have some fun," she says, not ever nothing hiding the glee in her voice as she brings her hands back around Harry's throat and begins to squeeze as her eyes flicker between blue and scarlet. "So, purr for me, pretty kitty, and tell me all your secrets." He had a piece of Voldemort in his head, or at least that's what she called herself, a shard of the greater whole. And he had one in his head before she had even shown up. When he had gotten into the chamber, she was already there, waiting for him, apparently. After he had owned a dairy she was originally in, she had realized what he was. Her original plan was to use Ginny and restore herself to full power before fleeing. But after meeting him and hearing everything Ginny had told her about him, her plan had evolved. She switched vessels from the dairy to him and was going to do some magical technique called subsumation to eat his soul and take him over, but to her never-ending complaining about it, he was protected. She couldn't hurt him in any permanent way. She couldn't even get to the other shard of Voldemort in his head, because it was also wrapped up in the protection of his mother's sacrifice. She wanted answers to her questions, but Harry didn't have any unless Tamsin asked about Professor Twist. And then she learned just how stubborn Harry could be. "Just show me, damn it," Tamsin screamed in his face. Harry could feel her nails digging into his cheeks, but still, his eyes remained firmly shut. Tamsin screams in frustration before tossing him aside like rubbish. He slams against the end table in the Dursleys' sitting room. "Why can't you be a good little kitty and obey me?" she growls out. Harry picks himself off the floor, shaking from head to toe. He could feel her rage bleeding into him. "You've never owned a cat before, have you?" Harry says spitefully as he picks himself up off the ground. "They don't listen very well, so I'm not showing you any ack." Harry's words are quickly cut off by Tamsin as swiftly kicks him in the ribs. "You should keep in mind, my pretty kitty," Tamsin says with a hiss, "that I may not be able to harm you permanently, but I can control what you feel in here, and I can make your dreams very, very unpleasant," she says as she looks down at him with anger burning in her guts. Harry was able to get a duck you out before she went back to kicking him. The upside to having a teenage dark lady in his subconscious was that his nightmares of being back in the cupboard had stopped. The downside was Tamsin wasn't the best thing to have controlling his dreams. Harry had heard about how Voldemort liked to torture people, and a reason why she was so feared was because of how good she was at it. But Tamsin lacked the decades of experience her older counterpart had, but what she lacked in experience, she more than made up for it in creativity and enthusiasm. "Ruin, little kitty, ruin," came Tamsin's mocking tone from behind him as she chased him throughout Hogwarts. As Harry ran, she would saunter at a slow pace not too far behind Harry as his heart beat rapidly in his ears. He takes the corner down the Charms Hall, hoping to make it to the grand stairway to get out of Hogwarts and away from Tamsin. But she waits around the corner for him. The smile on her face could almost be described as loving. "There's my pretty kitty, Harry. Come here, boy, it's time to play," Tamsin says mockingly as she stalks slowly towards him, the smile never leaving her face. Harry skids to a stop and turns around to run back down the hall, but before he could even finish turning, he feels Tamsin grab a fistful of his hair and drags him back to her. Now, my pretty kitty," Tamsin whispers into his ear as she drags Harry back. "Where do you think you're going?" Harry could hear the sadistic glee at what was to come. "Come now, my pretty kitty. Do we really need to continue to do this?" Tamsin asks, her smile never leaving her blood-spotted face. "All you have to do is tell me what I want to know, to let me in to listen to me when I tell you to do something," she says as she paces back and forth in front of Harry's desk, her hands behind her back and the hammer bobbing up and down as she walks. They were in a recreation of the defense against the dark arts classroom, Tamsin's favorite spot to torment and torture him in his dreams. She liked to replay the bits of his memories she had seen a professor twist for him, as she does for some sick reason. Harry was currently sitting at his old desk in the class, right at the front, because he wanted to be a good student for once for the teacher who had saved him from the Dursleys. But unlike last time, his teeth were clenched shut in pain. Tamsin had nailed his arms to the desktop from his elbow to his wrist, for nails in each arm. F duck YU. Harry growls out as he glares at the girl, who could be no older than 15. Bam! The hammer strikes one of the nails and Harry screams out. And for once, hopes he wakes the Dursleys from their slumber, so they can wake him up from this. Such a foul mouth my pretty little kitty has, Tamsin says before pressing the bloody hammer to his lips. Harry could practically taste the copper flavor of his own blood. Maybe I should break your jaw to teach you not to curse in a woman's presence, she says. Her smile was bloodthirsty, but in the end pulls the hammer from his lips. Tamsin continues to smile down at him, her eyes flickering between blue and scarlet. Harry could feel her enjoyment from this. She was having the time of her life torturing him. Well, pretty kitty, are we going to be a good pet yet? Tamsin asks. I promise if you be a good boy and do everything I tell you to do, you'll get some treats, possibly even rewards, she says, and her words are like fine silk or ambrosia honey as she sits on the edge of the desk and pulling Harry's head back by his hair to make him look her in the eyes. See coming FR from S.A. Shard that Gigi got herself stuck with a half-thought-out P-plan. Harry points out and watches Tamsin's face twist into anger and rage as he points out her failure. I think I'm G-good, Harry says as he smiles a bloody smile up to her as Tamsin lets out a scream and brings the hammer down on his head once, twice, thrice. Harry Potter wakes from his sleep with a gasp before he feels his arms spasm in phantom pain from where Tamsin hammered in the nails in his arms. A headache troubling where she had struck with the hammer, and her own anger boiling in the back of his mind like a hot buzzing. Soon the pain faded, as did the headache, but the anger remained. Knock, knock, knock up. I said up, boy. I have a list of chores for you to do today after you cook breakfast, so up. Aunt Petunia says on the other side of the door before she starts to unlock the door from the other side. It was only the third day of his summer vacation. Between the Dursleys during the day and Tamsin when he was asleep, Harry didn't know how he was going to survive the summer. He was worked and treated like Dottie during the day by the Dursleys, the constant yelling, the belittling, the name-calling. And at night Tamsin was there with new and creative ways to torture him, with all the sadistic glee a 15-year-old psychopath could have on someone. He tried to write to Ron and Hermione, to Dumbledore even, but every time he tried it felt like something was gripping his hand, stopping him, as he felt amusement in the back of his mind and a sense of glee about stopping him. After the third attempt on the fifth day, Harry realized he was alone in this. He would have to wait it out until he got back to Hogwarts to get help. Harry tried to stay awake next. He had gotten to 2 days of no sleep before his chores started to get sloppy, and Aunt Petunia started to throw things at him again, and Uncle Vernon started smacking him for messing anything up. Then the waking nightmares started, flashes of Tamsin in number 4 smiling at him, lounging at him, grabbing him. He had knocked over a vase because of her, and Aunt Petunia was livid with him. He didn't eat for 2 days after that and wasn't even allowed to leave his room to use the restroom. On the morning of the 4th day, when Aunt Petunia rapped on his door to wake him up, he was still awake from pure stubborn willpower, sitting in the chair at his desk, watching Tamsin pace in front of him like some hungry tiger in a cage, just waiting. She would flicker in and out of existence like a phantom or a ghost, but the smile never left her face. Harry stands and takes a single step before he collapses. He was exhausted, mentally, emotionally, and physically, but still he fought against closing his eyes. He didn't want to sleep because she was waiting for him. He doesn't remember how long he lay on the ground fighting to keep his eyes open, but he does remember hearing his aunt snapping at him from beyond the door before coming into the room a few minutes later to find him on the floor. Though Harry could not see her feet, he sees her walk to him, passing right through Tamsin to check on him. She presses her fingers to his neck before sighing and leaving the room, and soon enough Harry fails to fight off sleep any longer. They were back in the defense classroom. Harry was back in his seat with Tamsin sitting next to him, and Professor Twist was walking back and forth in front of the blackboard, giving a lecture on the difference between hexes, jinxes, and curses. Oddly enough, Tamsin was quiet for a long while watching the memory play out, Every now and then Professor Twist would stop and ask a question to the class of faceless students that they found themselves in. More often than not, she would ask Harry the question, and when he gave the correct answer, she would smile softly at him. "Why do you let them treat you like that?" Tamsin asked softly, not looking away from the front of the class. "Who?" Harry asks, looking over at her. She had a thoughtful look on her face as she watched the scene in front of her play out. "Who else?" Tamsin says with a roll of her eyes. "The Muggles. They treat you like some kind of slave, a lapdog they barely put up with. Like a freak," she says, finally looking away from the front of the class, just in time to see Harry flinch from the word. "They're my family," Harry mutters weakly in the Dursley's defense, looking down at the desktop. "Family isn't all that it's cracked up to be, pretty kitty," Tamsin says in a flat tone, very different from her normal manic voice. "Well, they're all I have left thanks to you," Harry spits at her. Tamsin makes a noise halfway between a snort and agreeing with him before she stands up and walks around to the front of his desk, looking down at him with probing eyes. "I can teach you how to hurt them back," Tamsin says in a whisper. "I can show you how to control them. Make them do what you want them to do." Her cruel smile is back again. "They'll never hurt you again, I promise," she says. "No," Harry says without hesitation, looking Tamsin in the eyes. She tilts her head in a confused way, shock and questions blooming in her eyes as she looks down at him. "Why not?" Tamsin asks. "It's what they deserve, Harry. They hurt you. So you hurt them until they learn not to hurt you again," she says, shaking her head, seemingly confused why Harry didn't get what she sees as a pretty basic concept. "I don't want to hurt them. I don't want revenge," Harry says as he looks down at the desktop. "I just want them to leave me alone," he whispers. "It isn't vengeance, Harry," Tamsin says, but still Harry doesn't look up. "It's retribution." Harry feels a delicate hand lift his chin up to look Tamsin back in the eye. "And retribution is the justice we take for ourselves because no one is going to give it to us, Harry," she says, and Harry can't help but to look into her eyes and reflect it back into his. He sees a deep pain in them. The same look Harry sees in the mirror when he looks into his own eyes. Her words were like steel, like an undeniable truth about the world that he himself hadn't figured out, and on some level, he knew she was right. He would never get justice for the childhood robbed from him. Not from the Dursleys, not from Voldemort, not from anyone unless he took it for himself. But still, Harry pulls his head her hold, looking away from the memory of Professor Twist and from Tamsin. "No," he says softly, "I don't want to be like that. I just want to get away from them. I want to be left alone," Harry tells Tamsin, to which she sighs. "And there is where we have our current problem, my pretty kitty," Tamsin says, her mocking tone returning in full. "You're no longer alone anymore, and I will not let you continue to make these foolish choices, for the very least my sake," she says as she reaches behind her back and pulling out a long, thin blade before stabbing it into the table. "But just like there are more than one way to skin a pretty kitty," she says softly before leaning in to whisper into his ear as Harry shivers in fear, "there are quite a few ways to make you listen to me." And just like that, Tamsin's cruel smile had returned to her face. Tamsin did indeed learn a few new ways to skin her pretty kitty, but still, Harry refused to listen to her. Harry had fallen into a routine. He would stay awake for 2 days before falling asleep for a short time to avoid the crazy girl now, wreaking havoc in his dreams. Was it working? Yes. Was it working well? No. Harry had never felt worse in his life. With so little to eat during the summer combined with the stress that Tamsin caused him and how little sleep he had gotten, Harry was surprised he lasted the month without a burst of accidental magic. But that had ended when Aunt Marge and her dog Ripper had come to stay for 2 weeks. He had gotten the news a few days before his birthday. Not that the Dursleys had cared much about that, and if he wanted his permission slip signed by either his aunt or uncle, he was to be on his best behavior. Despite it all, Tamsin, the Dursley, Aunt Marge, and her stupid dog, Harry had almost gotten through those 2 weeks without a single incident. Until the night before Marge was to leave. Uncle Vernon had brought out his good brandy, and Marge was deep into her cups before she started on Harry. Or more specifically, Harry's parents as he was washing the dishes in the same room. "If there is something wrong with the bitch, there will be something wrong with the pup," Marge said, face flushed red from the 4 tall glasses of brandy that she had consumed. "Isn't that right, boy?" the overblown land whale asked. Harry had tried to ignore her and continue washing the dishes while gritting his teeth. until she jabbed him hard in the side with her cane, making him drop the cup he was washing. It shatters in the sink, causing Harry's breath to come out short and shallow as his hands start to shake. In panic or anger, Harry couldn't tell. He could feel Tamsin's curiosity peak in the back of his mind as she started to pay attention to what was happening beyond Harry's mind. Marge scuffs. "Not look what you've done, boy," she snipes at him. "Have some respect for things that don't belong to you," Marge says before whacking the back of Harry's knee, making him buckle. "Little ill-bred brat, no offense meant to you, Petunia, but that sister of yours was nothing more than a waste of skin. Her and that junkie of a husbandash," Marge begins to say, but Harry had heard enough. He heard enough of that growing up with the Dursleys, and he wasn't going to let anyone else talk about his parents like that. "Shut up," Harry yells, his anger, rage, and stress fueling his magic as he clenches his eyes shut. He hears the shattering of glass as he stands back up, gripping the edge of the sink. He tries to force the anger away, trying with all his might to bury it, but he can't. He could feel Tamsin's eagerness at it, dragging it back up when he tries to force it away. "Marge!" Uncle Vernon shouts in shock. "Are you okay?" he asks before Harry could feel his eyes on his back. "You, boy, to your room now," he hollers at Harry. "Nothing to worry about, Vernon. I've always had a firm grip," Marge says, dismissing Uncle Vernon's concern and contradicting herself in the same breath. Harry nods before taking a deep breath before he opens his eyes, and in the reflection of the window above the sink, he sees not his own reflection looking back at him, but Tamsin's with an eager smile of promised violence. Her eyes shine and shift between her piercing blue and bloody scarlet. Harry turns to leave, to go hide in his room till Marge is gone, but the swift knock to his shin by Marge's cane stops him. "Not so fast, boy," Marge says, watching as Harry stumbles from the hit. "Do you think I just forgot about your little comment?" she says to Harry, stopping him. Harry looks over to Uncle Vernon in desperation. "Boy room now?" Uncle Vernon snaps at Harry, but Marge was having none of it. "No, Vernon," Marge says to him before looking at Harry. "If the little bastard wants to say something, let him try to defend a drunk and a junkie," she says with a glare at Harry. "They weren't drunks or junkies," Harry mumbles out, his temper getting harder and harder to control as he grinds his teeth. "Nasty little liar," Marge hisses at him before she whacks him again with her cane, causing Harry to flinch. "They no good worthless. Drunks and junkies just like you're going to be. They went and got themselves killed like fools," Marge tells him, hitting Harry 2 more times, her words hurting more than the weak strikes from the cane. "And good riddance to bad rubbish. It's just a shame you didn't go with them and save decent folks like your aunt and uncle for Puddin' Dash." But Marge stops as Harry glared at her. He was breathing hard, trying to hold back his emotions, but he couldn't. Harry hated her. Harry hated this house, hated the people inside it, hated growing up here. All he wanted was to be left alone, and they wouldn't even do that for him. So as Marge continued to yell at him, the red her face got, the more she wheezed, and the more Harry could feel Tamsin purr in enjoyment. Marge grabbed at her chest, and Harry could feel his magic twist at her heart. He wanted her to shut up, to stop talking, to stop lying about his mom and dad. He wanted her to stop, so Harry was going to make her. "Do it, little kitty. Show them all you have claws," Tamsin whispers in the back of his mind. "And show them all you can use them," she says as Harry feels claws dig deep into his chest. "Stop it," Uncle Vernon shouts, red in the face too. "Stop it right now." But Harry doesn't listen to focus on the task to make Marge shut up as his uncle marches up to him and strikes him across the face. Harry falls to the floor in a heap, the right side of his face stinging in pain after his uncle slapped him across the face. Harry could taste blood in his mouth and Tamsin's angry hiss in his mind as Marge collapses in her seat, the wood straining before snapping and breaking under her, falling flat on her back as Harry blinks the stars from his eyes, realizing what he almost had done. "Marge!" Uncle Vernon yells as he rushes over to check on her, and Harry scrambles to his feet, panic settling over him. He had to leave. He had to get out of here. The ministry would surely show up soon to snap his wand. Uncle Vernon was going to kill him. Harry moves to the door to the kitchen, throwing as the cupboard door bursts open and his trunk slides out. Harry quickly throws it open, heart beating quickly in his chest as he hears Uncle Vernon screams, "Boy!" echoing behind him, And just as the door bursts up, Harry finds his wand and spins around, pointing it at Uncle Vernon. "Stop!" Harry yells as he aims his wand right between Vernon's eyes. Don't you come near me!" Harry yells as Uncle Vernon pales. "You can't do magic outside of your school, freak," Vernon hisses softly. "They'll lock you up for what you almost did to Marge," he says as he slowly moves forward. Harry's hand starts to shake, and he closes his trunk. "I don't care," Harry tells him with a sneer. I'm leaving. You can't stop me," Harry says as he grabs the handle of his and begins to drag it to the door. "Fine," Vernon says as he stops, his face still a bit pale. "Leave go. Never wanted you here anyway, freak, but we both know you'll be back," he tells Harry with a sneer of his own. "And when you do come back, me in the cupboard will be waiting for you, boy," he tells Harry menacingly as he finally takes a step back as Harry shakes at the thought of going back into the dark of the cupboard. But it would not stop his flight from a house that held no love for him. Harry's flight from the house was not without its troubles, from the trunk he had to drag, to the black hound that had chased him, to the panicked Blur that was riding on the night bus. By the time he had stepped off the bus, Harry was exhausted, but with Tamsin scratching at the back of his mind in eagerness. He really didn't want to sleep because of that. But the talk with Minister Fudge had been a bit of a relief. He wasn't being charged with any crime, and his wand wasn't going to be snapped. "Accidents do happen, after all, Mr. Potter," is what he said before extracting a promise from Harry to not go into Muggle London, which Harry eagerly agreed to. It probably had something to do with Sirius Black, the mass-murdering madman that had escaped the wizard prison of Azkaban a few days ago. Harry was currently sitting in one of the chairs in the room he was shown to after the minister had left. He could feel Tamsin's excitement for him falling asleep, so she could get her hands on him again. But he was stubbornly staying awake, forcing his eyes open to deny her every second he could. He would eventually fall asleep, of course, but still, it felt good denying Tamsin whatever she wanted for as long as he could. But after today, he just wanted to rest, to sleep without the nightmares or Tamsin invading his dreams to pull him apart inch by inch. Just for tonight, he wanted peace. Harry would wake up in bed in his little room above the Leaky Cauldron, the streams of morning light coming through his windows. He felt rested and relaxed, like his night was filled by the horrors of the cupboard or the ones created of Tamsin, the first full night's sleep he had gotten in weeks. Harry sighs as he rolls over to his side, facing the door into the room. He closes his eyes, and memories from what felt like lifetimes ago roll through his head. "Tom, room for two if you got it, for me and the kid," Olivia Twist says with a smile at the old innkeeper. "Sure thing, Professor Twist. Dumbledore having you rounding up the Muggleborns this year?" Tom asks as he pulls out an old book, glancing at Harry, unable to see Harry's scar due to the top hat the boy was wearing, which he had conjured for him to wear, and a warning not to take it off no matter what. "Something like that, Tom," Olivia says with a chuckle, "but found this one in an orphanage, sadly," she says with a frown and looks at Harry before winking. "Name for my books?" Tom asks as he picks up an old feather quill to write with. "Olivia Twist and Jack Dawkins," the woman says before reaching into her pockets to pull out a small stack of coins and sliding them over to the man. The man simply nodded and wrote them down, the names, without a second thought. Olivia just turned to Harry with a smile and a wink. "Come on, Dodger," she said as she climbed the stairs off to the side. "Sleep, breakfast, and in the morning we shop for a magic school," she had said with an infectious laugh. That was the first time she had called him that Dodger, her nickname for him, the Artful Dodger, to her Oliver Twist. Hermione had explained it all at the end of the year, the story of Oliver Twist by Charles Carradines, the nickname she had given him because she knew in the end, if it came down to him and her, he would betray her. And he refused to give her the stone in the end. Even after all her promises, after all the time they spent together in the defense classroom, all the private tutoring sessions she had given him, the dueling training, the books she had given him that were buried out of sight and out of mind in his trunk. Harry still couldn't give the woman who had killed his parents the stone. "Come on, Dodger me, you. And that stone can leave tonight, and you'll never have to go back again." Harry hears ringing in his head, and in his darkest moments, he wished he had gone with her. "You really should have." The voice of Tamsin whispers right next to Harry's ear as his eyes snap open as he tries to leap out of the bed. But she's still just too quick, just too strong as his arms wrap around Harry and pulls him back to the bed. Now, she says as she wrestles to grab Harry's wrists. "Don't be so fussy, pretty kitty," She grunts out as she wraps her long legs around his own, clutching tightly as she finally grabs his wrists and pulling them down. As she snakes her arms around his chest, as if she was hugging him from behind, her larger body draped over his own, holding him in place. "There we go," she whispers in a huff. "No need to fight me so much, pretty kitty. I'm not going to hurt you," she says with a purr into his ear. Harry tries a bit more to throw her off of him, but it's in vain. He was too small, too thin, and too weak to get her off of him. Experience says otherwise. Harry grumbles as Tamsin holds him tightly against herself. She chuckles into his ear softly, a ghost of humor in her tone as she speaks. "Well, you do have a point there, pretty kitty, but on that I've been thinking," Tamsin says with an exaggerated sigh. "I have been ever so heavy-handed with you, haven't I?" she asks. "All stick and no carrot, as they say." Tamsin giggles into his ear. "And that's just mean of me. I've shown you how cruel I can be, how I can hurt you. In so many, many ways," she says in such a loving way that causes Harry to shiver, no liking what she was building up to, but unable to stop her. "But how about I show you how good I can make you feel?" she whispers huskily into his ear. With one arm still restraining him, her other starts to creep down his stomach to the hem of his trousers. Harry begins to thrash wildly again. "No, stop. What are you doing?" he yells, trying to break out of her hold. "Sha pretty kitty," she whispers into his ear as she puts her full weight on him. "Don't fight me too much as I do enjoy it. But you need to hold still so I can give you a proper belly rub." Her voice is full of glee as she forces her hand down Harry's pants, making the boy cry out, begging her to stop as she answers him with an innocent giggle. "Are you ready for your carrot, kitty?" she whispers into his ear, and Harry could do nothing to stop her while he was wrapped in the coils of the serpent. All done. And yes, she raped Harry at the end of this. Yeah, this Tamsin is completely ducked. I had read somewhere that the dairy was intended to be a weapon, which I do not believe in the least bit, because why would Voldemort risk one of his keystones to immortality like that? But if we take the diary is a weapon idea and apply it to a sociopath, we have something fun to play with. Now Tamsin is the piece of Voldemort's soul that got stuck with all the trauma that would come from being stuck in the Blitz that hit London during World War II, and what she had to do to survive it along with all the psychopathic tendencies that stem from it. She's a completely ducked 16-year-old in this who's all about power and control over their victims. Her victim being Harry. Why did I write this? Because I wanted to write something dark that's not going to have a happy ending. This will only have 3 chapters. But I am mainly working on my main story of the Heir of the Hunt, so don't expect the next chapter up for a little while. This story was, of course, inspired by Departure from the Diary by Tendrilumbra. Go read that, because it's less dark and far better written. King saxcuL out. In the Shadow of a Serpent. Welcome back to In the Coils of the Serpent, where we go over all of the 3rd year in flashes of what I see important to this ducked-up relationship between Tamsin and Harry. On with the show. Harry Potter. Harry felt anger and shame in equal measure with barely an undercurrent of what Tamsin called pleasure. He felt angry because he was once again powerless under her. He could feel Tamsin squeeze his wrists harder, almost to the point where it hurt, as she pins them above his head, and how she was sitting on his pelvis and thighs undulating away with small gasps escaping from her lips. Harry felt shame because of what she was doing to him. He felt dirty, he felt used, he felt like a thing for her amusement and pleasure every time he would try and close his eyes to it. Try and imagine something else, someone else, she would strike him or start to choke him to make him look back into those blue eyes as they flashed crimson. More and more as she climbed her mountain, as she put it. Harry felt dirty and disgusted with himself every time he woke from those dreams. He could feel Tamsin's high from how she had used him buzzing in the back of his mind, and he could feel her sick enjoyment when he had finished himself off. He would try to think of anyone else, in any other way, but Tamsin would always be at the forefront of his mind because she was the only person who he had ever done things like that with. Pleasure, because it did feel good. Harry felt good during. Did that mean he enjoyed it? Did that mean he liked it? He would always finish with thoughts of what she did during those times in his head, and it always made him feel dirty and nauseated. He would scrub himself raw over the first few weeks, dreams or not, real or not. He didn't like the way she would do any of it, but he still didn't know. He would finish from time to time, in the dreams before Tamsin could. It would wake him in the middle of the night, and when he would fall asleep again and fall back into Tamsin's care, she would torture him for finishing before her. and she was never playful about it. She was always worse than normal to train him, she said, to show what happens to the pet that wouldn't listen to its master. Harry hated her, and it burned in his stomach every day because he couldn't fight her back. He would try every time, and every time he lost. Harry's eyes were squeezed shut, trying to imagine he was anywhere but here, with her. At this point, he honestly preferred the torture to her using him like this. He could feel her start to grind on him, her breaths coming out in short gasps as she tilts her head back, enjoying every moment she had him under her, trapped and unable to do anything but wait for her to be done with him. After what seemed like an eternity, her small gasps turn into loud moans as she leans down to rest on Harry's chest as she ground faster, and Harry writhed in uncomfortable pain as Tamsin puts her whole weight onto him to hold him still. Almost there, Tamsin says breathlessly as she releases his wrist just to wrap her hands around his throat to choke the life from him as she continues to use him. "Just a little more, pretty kitty," she says as Harry cracks his eyes open to see the look of pure ecstasy on her face as she continues to hurt him and use him, moaning and shuddering at the look of pain on Harry's face before she crosses over her peak. Harry could feel her squeeze him, her thighs clenching with her whole body as she lets out one last moan and shudder before falling forward on top of him, her breaths coming out ragged and winded as she removes her hands from around his throat and moving them to the side of Harry's head. Such a good, pretty kitty," she murmurs like a drunk before moving to kiss him on the cheek, but Harry jerks his head to the side, which was the wrong thing to do apparently, as Tamsin grabs his chin, digging her sharp nails into his cheeks and forcing him to face her angry face before forcing his jaw apart before forcing Harry to kiss her, forcing her tongue down his throat in a rough, sloppy kiss. Harry's stomach rolled in disgust and tries to push Tamsin off of him, but can't as she dominated his tongue with her own for several long, disgusting minutes before pulling back, with long strands of saliva connecting their mouths as she looks down at him with manic glee as she wipes her mouth clean. Harry spits in her face, and her eyes flash scarlet before as quick as a serpent. Her hand wraps around his throat before pulling out a blade from somewhere behind her and driving it down into his eye, over and over again as Harry wakes screaming, his eye and scar throbbing in pain as he feels Tamsin anger and twisted enjoyment beating in the back of his mind. He curls into a ball and waits for the pain to go away, thanking whatever Wixen created the silencing charm so the rest of his dorm wouldn't hear his sobs. It was the first offense against the dark arts class of the new school year with a new teacher, Professor Lupin. He seemed to know what he was doing, at least if chasing the Dementor from the train was any indication. Harry still didn't know what he had passed out, or where the screaming and explosions came from before he did. All Harry knew was that he was tried. He hadn't slept in 2 days because he could feel Tamsin getting angrier and angrier in the back of his mind, waiting for him to return to his dreams so she could continue her fun with him. Ron and Hermione had been giving him concerned looks every now and then. He had tried to tell them to ask for help, but he couldn't. Every time he tried, it felt like a hand was gripping his throat, and he couldn't get the words out. Harry had no idea how Tamsin was doing it, but he had no way to stop her, so he had, in turn, stopped trying. They were taking on a Boggart today. He had missed most of Professor Lupin's speech about it, and had only caught the tail end of it with the spell and how to repel it. Harry didn't think he had any humor left to make something funny enough to laugh at, but he was going to try. He was standing in line with his head down, looking at his feet, ignoring any of the reflective surfaces where he could see Tamsin looking at him with hungry scarlet eyes. He knew he had to sleep soon, and so did she, and Harry wasn't looking forward to it. As Seamus steps away from his choking banshee with a chuckle, Harry steps forward looking up at the ghostly woman. He could see Professor Lupin out of the corner of his eye, his back, facing the line as he was trying to calm down a Hufflepuff who had failed in banishing the Boggart that took the form of a clown covered in blood, talking about how they all floated down there, or whatever that meant. Harry watches the Boggart look at him, waiting for it to twist into the form of the Dementor or of Tamsin, but to Harry's horror it took neither. It had turned into her. She looked just like the last time Harry had seen her before delving into the catacombs below the school. Her short-cut blonde hair that stopped just before her ears, her nose bending slightly as it's been broken a few times in her life. Her hazel eyes that sparkled with mirth and mischief set in her face, with dark bags under them with a sickly complexion to her skin. She had the same crooked smile she always had on her face whenever she saw him, dressed in the navy and cranberry high-collar coat that clashed horribly with the green and gold vest under it with her black blouse and slacks, and much to Harry's increasing horror, she spoke. "Hello, Dodger," she says in the same deep musical voice with a thick New York accent. "Miss me?" she asks as she tilts her head and raises a brow, as if it was only yesterday they had seen each other for her private lessons before taking a step forward, her shiny Oxford shoes clicking on the stone floor as Harry feels his hands begin to shake. "What's wrong, Dodger?" she asks. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Her tone shifts from one of mirth to a mocking one, but not like the one she had used on him to tease him when she had beat him in duels, no. Harry could hear Tamsin's malicious glee in it. The classroom had gone quiet, and the laughter and talking of Harry's year mates had all but died away when they had noticed Professor Olivia Twist back in the classroom. They watched with shocked faces as the form of their old professor advances on her once favorite student. Harry freezes, his pupils dilate, and he could feel the buzz of Tamsin's amusement in the back of his mind as Professor Twist walks up to him, smiling at him with a twisted interpretation of Tamsin's own smirk. "Have you realized it yet, Dodger? How you should have taken my offer and left with me?" she asks, her voice like silk ready to tighten around his throat. "Far too late for regret, I'm afraid," she tells him as she stops in front of him, within arm's reach, and to Harry she was 10 feet tall, looming over him, a manic glee blooming in her eyes as they turn scarlet. "But it's not too late for another belly rub," she says with Tamsin's tone of eager violence echoing around the room. "What do you say? My pretty little kitty." As she says the words Harry had heard spill from Tamsin's lips more times than he cares to remember coming from her, he begins to shake in earnest and could do nothing but look on with horrified detachment as she reaches out for him, to take him, to hurt him as Tamsin does. Professor Lupin steps between Harry and the form of Professor Twist before she could even touch Harry. The form whirls and twists into a silver orb before Professor Lupin banishes it back into the wardrobe. But by the time he turned around to check to see if Harry was okay, the door to the classroom had slammed open and Harry had run away. Homework is 6 inches on Boggarts, how to deal with them, where they hide, and what advice you would give to a friend on how to make theirs funnier. Lupin tells his class after Harry had left the room. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, a moment of your time, please." He calls out to 2 of his students who were almost leaving. The class had a dead sprint. They both look at each other before turning to the open door, and then looking at the professor. Lupin sighs before correcting himself. "To be honest, I probably only really need one of you," he tells them, letting the 2 of them choose who would stay. "Go," Hermione tells Ron, "and check the dash," but before she could even finish, the redhead speaks up. "The cupboard on the 5th floor, I know," Ron says before quickly running out of the room to hunt down his other best friend. Hermione turns back to the professor and walks over to where he was leaning on his desk at the front of the room, trying her best not to look annoyed that the man had stopped her from finding Harry. "Yes, Professor?" she asks quickly, wanting to get this out of the way. "You're friends with Harry, correct?" Lupin asks, to which the girl stiffly nods. "Then perhaps you can tell me who the woman was?" he asks, raising a brow at her. Hermione opens her mouth before closing it, looking conflicted with her lips pressed into a thin line before she sighs. "I'm surprised that you didn't already know about her. Or well, perhaps I shouldn't be. The woman was our first-year defense instructor, Olivia Twist," she tells Lupin, who nods his head. "The headmaster informed me about her, said that she was here for 3 years but tragically died over a year ago." Lupin says, "But what I want to know is why is she Harry's Boggart?" he asked with a troubled look. He had a suspicion, but he didn't wish to say it out loud to the girl in front of him. Hermione avoids the professor's eyes with a sad look on her face. That I'm not surprised about," she says, fidgeting with the strap of her book bag. "They were close," she says in a whisper. "Very close." Harry had called her his first friend. Not his first friend in the wizarding world, but his first friend, she says as she looks up into the eyes of the professor, trying to tell him something with her eyes. She had a nickname for him that she called him all the time. Even in class, he was never Harry or Mr. Potter, she called him Dodger. Like from Dash, Hermione says, about to explain Muggle literature to an unknown wizard before Lupin cuts her off. "Oliver Twist, the artful Dodger," Lupin says with a nod of his head. Hermione nods back. She used to conjure oversized top hats on him whenever she passed him in the halls or when he did exceptionally well in class, she says with a small but fond smile on her lips. She called on him more than any other student in class, and he was always so eager to answer and make her proud. She even gave him private lessons twice a week in dueling and advanced magic. I'm pretty sure that Harry knows a lot more spells and how to use them than anyone in our year, possibly the next year as well, Hermione says with a proud look in her eye. Hold on, Miss Ganger, go back a bit and tell me about these private lessons, Lupin says, holding up his hand to slow the speed of her words. Did Harry ever return from them? Upset, anger, maybe even a bit withdrawn? He asks, a pit of dread and worry forming in his stomach. Hermione looks at him confused for a moment before the implications of what he was asking hit her, and her eyes widen. No, nothing like that. I'm sure she didn't touch Harry like that, she says, her face dropping a bit in disgust. He always came back smiling, happy if not a bit beat up and tired from all the dueling practice. She says quickly, I don't know why his Boggart would act like that, she sighs out. But why would his Boggart be her at all if he had such a good relationship with her? Lupin asks as Hermione looks away, feeling uncomfortable saying it out loud without Harry's consent, but she still looks back at Professor Lupin and speaks. Because Olivia Twist was she must not be named in disguise, the girl says, and Lupin's face drops in horror and shock. Harry was back in the defense against the dark arts classroom, sitting at the front of a class of faceless students as he watches Professor Twist walking back and forth, giving a lecture on the basics of self-defense in a duel. And what is the effect of the tongue-tying curse, and why is it useful in a duel? Professor Twist asks as she turns back to the class, but only looking at Harry. Dodger? What can you tell us? She asks with a smirk, and Harry smiles back fondly. It was a memory from his 3rd month at Hogwarts. He had already started his private lessons with her, before he discovered who she really was, the monster that lurked only under the skin-thin mask of Olivia Twist. But it was still a happy memory to Harry, much to the feeling of betrayal that burned in his gut. Much like its name, it ties the tongue of the one affected it to a knot. If you use it in a duel, you can stop someone who doesn't know non-verbal magic from casting spells, or to stop your best mate from saying something stupid, Harry says with a sad grin as he hears Hermione's giggles to his left. Very good, Dodger. Take 5 points for Gryffindor, Professor Twist says with a smile before turning back to the blackboard and writing out Harry's answer and the spell's incantation. Harry sighs, knowing the pleasant dream was going to end sooner rather than later when Tamsin finally showed up, but trying to enjoy it nonetheless. The tap, 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 coming from the front of the class draws Harry's attention, confusing him for he doesn't remember Professor Twist doing that. You know, Dodger, I think you deserve more than just 5 points for answering that question, Olivia says as she turns back to the confused Harry, who couldn't help but to feel a pit of dread form in his stomach. What do you say, Dodger? Does the pretty kitty want a reward? Professor Twist says as Harry's breathing becomes short as she walks up to him while she talks, her soft smirk twisting into the cruel grin of Tamsin. Harry closes his eyes and shakes his head. He can't help the shaking that comes over him. Tamsin, please, Harry says. He had never begged Tamsin to stop, never asked her for anything, never given in because he was just damn stubborn for his own good. But this came close. Please what, my pretty kitty? Tamsin says, and Harry hears the desk creak as she leans on it, and feels her breath on his face as she leans in close, her tone high with excitement and want. She wants to hear him beg. Not like this, Harry says firmly. Not with her face, he tells Tamsin. Oh, but why not, pretty kitty? The voice of Professor Twist asks. I thought it was a fantasy of all young boys to sleep with an older woman or a teacher, Tamsin asks, giggling her mad laugh in a voice Harry never wanted to hear like that. He feels Olivia's gloved hand caress his cheek, and he shudders before answering. Not mine and not with her, Harry says through clenched teeth as Olivia's hand travels past his ear gently, betraying the true nature of the cruel soul who wore her face, just before Tamsin grabs a fistful of his hair, yanking it back roughly. Then beg, Tamsin hisses in Olivia's voice into his ear. Beg me to duck you wearing my normal face and be a good pet for once, and I won't, she says, offering him a deal, but Harry knows she doesn't care or would actually do what she said. She would just laugh at him before doing it, and more for her own sick entertainment. So Harry answers back in the only way he could think of and punches her in the nose. She cut off his eyelids with a rusty pair of scissors just to make sure he would watch everything that she did wearing Olivia's face. Did you know? Lupin asks, a hair away from anger as he paces in front of the headmaster's desk. Did you know it was her at all? He asks, a bit more forcefully as Dumbledore sighs. No, Albus says. I had no clue that Olivia was taken over by Voldemort until the end of the school year in 91. He says with a calm look on his face, but the twinkle in his eyes is gone. And you didn't ask why she was spending so much time with Harry? Lupin asks, stopping in front of the headmaster's desk with an irritated look on his face. Why did a teacher repeatedly ask a younger student back in her office? Did you even investigate it? He asked the older man. Remus, Dumbledore spoke with heat in his voice. I may allow many things in this school to go on that would be questionable to others, but do not, for 1 second, think I would allow any harm come to the young children we have the honor and privilege to teach if I can help it, Albus Dumbledore says with a steely look, stopping Remus' anger cold. The werewolf sighs. I'm sorry, Albus, he says dejectedly. It was her, Remus says before he takes a seat, leaning back and feeling as old as the man sitting across from him. It's fine, Remus, Dumbledore says with a sigh of his own. Voldemort is a monster, but she was never that type of monster, he says with a shake of his head. I was as surprised as you were. When I first met Olivia, here in this very office, she had told me she was forced into retirement and was wanting to teach, to pass on her skills. I had warned her of the curse, but she accepted anyway, saying she was already doomed to a short life. Dumbledore tells Remus, as far as I knew, she was cursed while she was an Auror, a slow, withering curse of unknown origin. But still I hired her. I do not know when she had crossed paths with the shade of Voldemort. I was just surprised she had survived a year. Dumbledore admits, you didn't think that was suspicious? Remus asks. Of course I did, the headmaster says with a nod. And so did Severus. We both kept an eye on her for the following year, but other than the withering curse getting worse, she was not acting out of the ordinary, he says with a shrug. I had theorized that the curse on the position had passed her over because it somehow knew she wouldn't last a full 7 years. She had earned my trust by them, the trust of the majority of the staff, and the love of the students she had taught. So I had asked her to do a personal favor for me, Dumbledore says with a sigh as a sad look crosses over his face. And that was possibly my greatest mistake, he says quietly. What did you ask her to do? Remus asks. I had her deliver Harry's acceptance letter to him, Dumbledore says with a shake of his head as Remus sucks a breath in through his teeth. Harry's aunt wasn't answering back, and I had started to worry. She had accepted almost immediately when I had asked her. If I had known then, I would have sent Hagrid instead, he says with a sigh. She didn't do anything? Didn't try anything? Lupin asks. No, Dumbledore shakes his head. It would have been too suspicious for her to do so, but what she had done over the year was far worse. Teaching him, being kind to him, she even went so far as to buy him Christmas gifts, Dumbledore says as he leans back in his chair. To this day, I can't even fathom why she had done it, why she had gone out of her way to be kind to Harry, he says before he pauses and strokes his beard. Maybe she was trying to manipulate him in some way? Lupin offers, but Dumbledore slowly shakes his head. No, I don't believe so, the headmaster says slowly. There are many ways she could have done that without being so overly involved with the boy. Also the point that in the end, it would accomplish nothing for her plans of trying to steal the stone, he says looking over to Remus. But I fear that she had damaged Harry far more than she had planned, he says sadly. What do you mean by that? Remus asks, leaning forward in his seat. Dumbledore is quiet for a moment, his eyes distant and sad. Over the school year they had grown close. I had thought that who I believed was Olivia had found someone to pass along all she knew to, a pupil or an apprentice. She spoke fondly of the boy, of his growing skill and control. She doted on the boy, buying him books and gifts. She had pride in her voice when she spoke about him mastering a new spell. I do not doubt Harry looked up to her, that he saw her more than just his professor, but when Harry had awoken after his confrontation with Voldemort down in the catacombs, and I had asked him what had happened down there between the two of them, all the boy did was look at his hands and refuse to say a word. To this day, I still have no idea what she had offered him to cause the boy so much pain turning it down, Dumbledore says. What makes you think she offered him anything? Lupin asks. Because, Albus says, no one who does the right thing in the face of temptation is ever happy about it in the end, Albus says in a voice so full of his own pain. The Dementors had come, and Harry had fallen. In the winter storm, with the buzz of Tamsin's anxiety, fear, and horror in the back of his mind, Harry was enjoying the game, knowing how he flew scared her, that he could turn the tables on the shade in his mind to cause her distress and fear as she normally did him. As Harry and Cedric both raced for the snitch in the sheets of rain, the Dementors had descended upon them, turning the rain into ice and his breath into mist as the screaming started again. "Lily! It's her! Take Harry and run! Boom! Please, please, not Harry! Take me instead! Please, not Harry! Crash! Bang! Boom! Boom! Ah! Step aside, Lily! You need not die tonight. Just step aside. They'll be here. They'll be here soon, Tam. You'll see. Please, Tam. Please don't. You're bleeding out, Tom. They won't make it in time. I won't ask a third time, Lily. Boom. 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 I won't let you touch him. I'm sorry, Tom, but you're not going to make it. And I don't plan on dying here. Tam. Tam's a no. Please, no. Ah. Goodbye, Harry. We're in luck. I was able to find another Boggart, Lupin says with a smile to the 3 students in front of him as he sits on a chest that rattles underneath him. Now, the Patronus charm is a very advanced piece of magic, so don't be discouraged if none of you get it your first try. Okay, he says with a smile. We understand, Professor, Hestia and Floricaro say as Harry just nods quietly. Good. Now before we begin, I just want to thank you too for helping Harry out with this and letting us use your Boggarts to do this, the professor says as he stands up. Yeah, thanks, Harry says, trailing off, sounding as tired as he felt and looked. It's no problem, one of the Slytherin twins says. Harry couldn't tell which one. None whatsoever, the other says. Before then, both smile as one. Professor Lupin asked him to stay behind after Hestia and Flora had left, each carrying a large bar of their favorite chocolates gifted to them by the professor. After they had left, he had sat Harry down with some tea and had made small talk with him, asking how he was. I'm fine. How are his classes going? They're fine. How is he sleeping? Fine. Before long, Harry just falls quiet, and Professor Lupin sighs before finally getting to why he had asked him to stay behind. You may not be aware of this, Harry, Professor Lupin says, but the headmaster implemented a policy some years ago when it comes to the defense against the dark arts professors. In the last few months of the school year, we are to write up a summary for each year and what we have taught up to the 6th year. So that was the next professor has something to work off of instead of going in blind and possibly teach them something they already knew, he explains before taking a sip of tea. Okay, Harry says, sounding confused about why the professor was telling him this. When I first got hired, I went to the notes from the professor before me, but sadly, he had not made any sort of lesson plan or notes for each of the years, so I had to go back to your first-year teacher's notes, Lupin says as he watches Harry freeze while reaching for his cuppa. His pupils dilate as he begins to shake a bit. Lupin frowns at Harry's reaction, because he now knew it wasn't out of fear, but how much pain the memory of Olivia Twist brought for Harry. Lupin gives Harry a moment to collect himself, and when he sees Harry take a deep breath and pick up his tea to take a sip, he continues. She had made extensive notes on each one of your year mates, their weaknesses, their strengths, what they could improve upon, Professor Lupin says, but when I got your name, other than your grades, there weren't any notes, no comments, no criticism, nothing. Why do you think that is? He asks Harry, and the young man just looks at his cup of tea and shrugs. Come now, Harry, the professor tries, hopefully getting the boy to talk. From what Miss Granger and the headmaster told me, you were both very close, he says, hoping that his natural tone and carefully chosen words, ones that didn't sound like he was judging him, would help the boy open up about it. Harry is quiet for a long while before speaking. I don't know, she was probably planning on killing me like she tried to do. No need for notes when the student is dead, Harry says hollowly. I don't think that's it at all, Lupin says before reaching into his inner robe pocket. Lady Voldemort was not someone to commit herself to one plan of action and would plan contingency if her first plan had failed. It is one of the reasons she became such a force to reckon with, he says as he pulls out a simple envelope from his inner pocket. It was made of parchment and the back of it unsealed. Lupin places it face down at the table they were sitting at before sliding it over to Harry. I had found that in between her notes on one of the Patil twins and yours. Lupin pauses for a moment as Harry looks at the envelope, his eyes full of pain and suspicion. It's addressed to Dodger, and I think we both know who that is, he says, watching. Harry's eyes took on a look of ambivalence to them as he looks at the envelope. Have you? Harry says softly before trailing off. Have I read it? Professor Lupin asks, and Harry nods. No, I haven't, other than making sure it wasn't cursed or jinxed with anything nasty that could hurt. I haven't touched it, the professor says as he watches Harry slowly reach out and flip over the envelope over to see the perfectly neat cursive spelling out. Professor Twist's preferred nickname for Harry. You can take it if you want, and do with as you please, read it, burn it, keep it in the bottom of your trunk to never look at it again until it's nothing more than a distant memory, Professor Lupin tells Harry as he leans back in his chair. But if you want to talk about it, I'll be here, Harry, whenever you need a shoulder to lean on, he says with a soft smile to the boy as he watches Harry reach back over and picks up the letter and slipping it into his pocket. May I go? Harry asks, without looking up at his professor, and with a sigh, Lupin nods before Harry stands and walks out of the room, without once looking back. It was later the same night, after all the other students had gone to sleep in Gryffindor Tower, did Harry open the letter, reading the words written on the parchment, letting the memories of the last time he had seen Olivia Twist flood his mind. You, Harry says, voice thick with shock and confusion at who stood in front of the mirror, his favorite teacher, dressed in the same cranberry and navy coat she always wore. Harry hears her soft curse from under her breath as Professor Twist turns to him. Dodger, Professor Twist says with a disappointed sigh. You are aware that it is currently past curfew, correct? She asks him with an easy smile and soft, sad eyes. But you, Professor Snape, Harry says confused, trying to think why she would be here. Severus? Why would you be expecting Severus to be here? Professor Twist asks with a hint of amusement. Because he wants to steal the stone for Voldemort, Harry says. Oh, Dodger, Professor Twist says with a soft smile and a shake of her head as if Harry had asked a stupidly naive question. Severus hasn't been trying to steal the stone. He's been trying to protect it and trying to protect you from me, she tells Harry, who just looks at her in disbelief. What? Harry says, but he's working for Voldemort. Harry tries again, hoping she would crack and smile like she always did when she was teasing him, but it never came. No, he's not, Dodger, Professor Twist says. Haven't you always thought it was odd that he would be lingering in every shadow every time we would meet up? Having an excuse or two as to why he needed me for one thing or another, she says as she takes a few steps toward Harry. It's because he didn't trust me. He thought I was working for Voldemort much like you thought he was, because while Dumbledore trusted me, he did not, she says, stopping a few feet from Harry looking down at the boy. But you're... Harry trails off, his mind railing, connecting dots he didn't want to see, things he chose to ignore. You're not working for her, Harry says, his eyes falling to the ground and burning at the corners. No, Dodger, I'm not, Professor Twist says, or at least not in the traditional sense, she says with a sad smirk at the boy as she turns around and walks back over to the mirror. What do you mean? Harry says, looking back up at her. He could feel the tears threatening to fall as she stops and turns her head back to look at him. Come now, Dodger. You're smart enough to figure it out, Professor Twist tells him. But still, Harry denies the truth in front of him with a shake of his head as she turns back to inspect the mirror. Last Halloween, I was on my way here to scout out what other protections were in place other than my little obstacle course. That's when I found you wandering the halls. I had first thought it was serendipitous to find you so close to the stone. I could eke out a vengeance and perhaps snatch the stone before the night was done, she tells him as she continues to inspect the mirror, walking around it and running her hand across the back of it before her head pops out from the back to look at Harry. But then we started to talk, and you gave me that stupidly cute and charming smile you have, with the eyes full of sadness, and I honestly thought that I couldn't kick such a sad-looking puppy. So I invited you back to my office, and then we started to really talk. She lets out a sigh before walking from out behind the mirror. And then I grew fond of you. I'm not saying I wasn't tempted, oh no. The thought of killing you crossed my mind a few times, but I had rationalized why I shouldn't many times more, until I grow to look forward to spending time with you. She sighs at this before turning to look back at Harry. Even now, I don't want to kill you, Dodger, Professor Twist says. But why? Harry asks. Since you work for her, he growls out the last part. Come now, Dodger, Professor Twist says with a tone of disappointment. You're still refusing to see the truth. You're smarter than that. You know I'm Dash. Harry yells, cutting her off. Why you can't be? You're Olivia Twist. You're my favorite teacher. My first friend. You're Dash, Harry says in desperation, trying to cling happily to the reality he wanted to believe, But she cuts him off, just like he did to her, and shatters that reality. The killer of your parents, she says, her voice low. You've never known Olivia Twist, Dodger. The real Olivia Twist died 2 months before I handed you your Hogwarts acceptance letter. I killed her myself, she tells him, watching his face twist in sorrow and pain. Say it, Dodger. You can keep denying it, but that's just a dream you're trying to cling to. So say it, she tells him, demanding from his best like she always had in the past, pushing him as she showed him how to duel, how to cast spells far beyond his year. You're Voldemort, Harry finally says in a whisper as tears finally fall as he looks up to the hazel eyes of Olive Lady Voldemort. 10 points to Gryffindor for figuring that out before Albus and Severus could, Voldemort says softly, looking at the crying boy so heartbroken, giving him a soft smile. Why? Is all Harry asks, as if it summed up everything that she had done to him and for him. She turns back and walks back over to the mirror. I went after you that Samhain night because of something one of my followers had overheard, a prophecy foretelling of a child that was to be born that would become my equal one day. And I'm not the type to have my power questioned like that. So with a little help, I had found the home that you and your parents were hiding away in, and I went there. They didn't have to die, and I offered them a choice. To stand down and let me do what I had come to do, or stand against me and die. Voldemort sighs as she looks into the mirror, a sad look in her eyes. They stood against me and fought valiantly, but fell like all before them. She pauses for a moment, unsure how to continue. If you're asking why did I teach you? Why did I grown fond of you? I sadly don't have a good reason for that. I had thought I shedded that weakness long ago. She trails off, her eyes far away, searching for something she didn't understand. Her eyes drift over to Harry's reflection in the mirror, a sad look flashing in them. Come here, Dodger, she says, turning her head to look at him before a grin spreads across her face. You already know I'm not all that bad, Dodger, and I'd rather not hurt you or force you if I can help it, she says when she sees hesitation flash across his eyes. She waits a moment before Harry walks forward, his wand in a death grip by his side. Harry stops just behind her, avoiding looking into the mirror directly. He didn't want to see them, didn't want to feel the burn of guilt and shame in his chest more so than he already did now, as Olivia steps back and away from the mirror. What do you see in it, Dodger? She asks, looking at the boy she had grown so fond of in the last few months. Harry finally looks up into the mirror to see the smiling faces of his parents, and the shame burns in his chest, knowing how he had come to see the other woman in the chamber with him. My parents, Harry says softly as he watches as his reflection slips his hand into his pocket before pulling out a red stone and showing him with a wink before slipping back into his pocket. Harry feels the weight fall into his own pocket, but can't bring himself to care enough. She steps back into the frame of the mirror, Harry looking over to her reflection talking over his mother's, and he flinches at it. Dodger, she says softly. As much as I'm sure you want me to, I can't bring back the dead. No magic can, she tells him. Then how are you still alive? Harry asks angrily, turning to look up at her. I have shenanigans, she says carefully after pausing to look away from Harry for a moment. Shenanigans? Harry asks, sounding as confused and lost as she had meant him to be. And she nods, an impressed look on her face about her own choice of words. Yes, shenanigans, she says to Harry, a glint of mischief in her eye. She sighs a bit as she unbuttons the sleeve of her jacket and shirt before drawing it up to show off her arm. It was black and rotting. Putrefied flesh hung sagging off her arm, almost sliding off it like the rotting dead meat it was. Harry gags at the sight while she just smiles at his reaction before pulling her sleeve back down. This body has been breaking down for the better part of a year. I devoured the original Olivia Twist's mind, soul, and magic to feed my own strength to possess this body longer. One of the last few powers left to me after my discorporation, when my own spell was turned on me that night. But with the stone, I'll be able to rebuild my original body stronger than ever before, and while I can't bring them back, I can do something close to it, she tells him as she kneels in front of him, getting eye to eye with Harry and holding out her hand. I'll take you with me. We'll leave here, and you'll never go back to the Dursleys, she tells him. What do you say, Dodger? Me, you. And that stone in your pocket can leave here tonight, and you'll never have to go back, she says, her smile reaching her eyes as she extends her hand forward. I promise. Harry wants to believe her, and almost does. It was the only real thing he had hoped for in the darkness of his cupboard for someone, for anyone, to come and take him away from that house, from the place where he was just an unwanted and broken freak. But he takes a step back from her and brings up his wand to point at her face as her smile drops. But not her. Not the woman who had taken away his parents he had never gotten to know, to love. He hates her. He does. No amount of pain of betraying the first person who had come to care for him would change that. So with tears running down his cheeks and his face twisted in agony, Harry speaks. Liar. Harry hisses at her and watches as something flashes through her eyes as her hand falls to her side and she stands. So be it, Dodger, she says, her face going flat and blank as her ebony wand slips into her hand. Never said I didn't try, but I won't let anyone stand in my way, not even you, she tells him before lifting her own wand. Harry didn't know who betrayed who that night. The teacher betraying the student or the student betraying the teacher. His feelings about it, like a lot of things that involved Olivia Twist, were tangled in knots of adoration and hatred for her. For the woman who had sent him to the Dursleys, but freed him from them as well, the woman that made him the freak and showed him he could be so much more, and the only one who offered him freedom from it all. So as Harry let the letter drift into the fireplace, he still couldn't bring himself to either hate Olivia Twist as he did Lady Voldemort or love Lady Voldemort like he had Olivia Twist, and he leaves the words written on parchment to burn in the hearth as he couldn't solve the conflict in his heart. And the words, "I'm sorry, Dodger," burned to nothing but ash. Sirius, Harry yells as he runs toward his downed godfather on the banks of the Black Lake. He had just found him, the man who gave him his jacket. The person who had cared enough to make sure. Harry wasn't cold the night he was left with the Dursleys. He was framed for the murders of his parents by another friend of theirs, Peter Pettigrew. He had broken out of Azkaban to protect Harry and get revenge on the rat. Harry had talked him into turning Peter to the Aurors, to Dumbledore, and Sirius had agreed. He wanted Harry to come live with him. Sirius was going to take him away from the Dursleys. Harry would finally be free from the cupboard. But then Lupin had transformed. Peter had escaped, and now the Dementors had shown up to enact the orders to perform their kiss on Sirius. Harry charged forward toward the shores of the Black Lake, hoping he wasn't too late, praying that he would at least be able to save his godfather's soul to anything and everything that would listen to him. Harry finds him laying on the shore, shivering and shaking, curled up on his side and mumbling to himself, begging for forgiveness from the long dead. Sirius, Sirius, you need to get up. Sirius. Harry calls to him as he runs, dropping to his knees and shaking him, repeating his words, desperately trying to get the man to stand. You have to get up. You have to run. Please. Harry yells, trying to save him. But as Harry pulls on his arm to get him to stand, he feels the familiar feeling of cold and dread settle over his bones, the screams of his parents echoing in the back of his mind, overtaken by explosions that were not his. No, no, no. Harry whispers as he stands, wand clutched in hand. No, you can't have him. I won't let you. Harry yells. He knew the spell. He knew he could do it. And as he raises his wand, calling out to his magic and the happy memories he had yet to make with his godfather, he cries out the incantation, Expecto Pat-Ac. But it was at this moment someone made themselves known as Harry feels a hand that wasn't their wrap around his throat. Ah. None of that now, my pretty kitty, Tamsin whispers. Harry could almost feel her lips against his ears. No, stop. I can save him. I know I can. Harry says as he begins to thrash around, feeling her other hand gripping his wand arm and pulling it back down. Of course you can, pretty kitty, I don't doubt that, she whispers to him. But he's no use to you as a fugitive on the run. The little rat got away. So no escape from the Muggles that way. No, it's better off this way, Tamsin says as the Dementors begin to descend on them. If he was a good godfather, he would have something in his will if anything would happen to him about where you will go after he dies. Yes, much better this way, she tells him as she pulls him back into unconsciousness. And the last thing Harry sees is a silver doe standing over him protectively before everything fades to black. Harry was sinking ever deeper into the darkness of his sleeping mind. He could hear voices just above the surface, talking, discussing things, about how he wouldn't wake up, how someone would have to go alone, that she may be able to save more than one innocent life tonight, and how Fortune should do it as Harry struggled in the grasp of the serpent that was coiled around him as she pulled him deeper still. Boom! 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 Harry could hear screaming, the sounds of stone breaking and tumbling down, the sound of meat squishing and wet snaps in the dark of a shaking room. A girl crying and a boy telling her it was going to be all right, his voice stuttering and laced with pain. "It's gonna be alright, Tam," the boy's voice says. "They'll be here soon. YULSC," he says, trying to talk through the pain, trying to stay awake. "No, Tom, they won't make it in time," the girl says as a flood light blinks on and off, throwing light onto the scene of carnage Harry finds himself in. He was in a collapsed bomb shelter or a collapsed portion of the London Underground, dead bodies surrounding her, crushed by the rubble or impaled by it. The girl was dressed in muggle clothes. She was thin and small, almost as thin and small as Harry is, dirty and covered in dust and debris, curled up in a ball next to another, younger-looking boy, whose lower half of his legs were trapped under large stones. She looks over at him with piercing blue eyes, a hunger in them that Harry was familiar with, a look that spoke of not eating in the last few days. Her lips were chapped, dry, and cracked. She was weak as she began to crawl over to the boy, both on the edge of death. She stops, her long black hair hanging down like a curtain of tangles as she inspects the boy and the pool of blood surrounding him. "You're bleeding out, Tom," she says coldly, detached from the horror in front of her. "You won't make it, Tom," she says in a whisper as she reaches out for a small stone just a little bigger than her fist. "And I don't plan on dying here," she tells him as she raises the stone above her head. "Tam," the boy asks, confused. "Tamsin, what are you doing?" "Tam, no, no." "Tamsin," the boy screams as she brings the rock down on his head, crushing it in, screaming at each impact, hitting him over and over again till the boy stops moving altogether. She breathed hard from the exertion, asking him to forgive her in between every breath as tears rolled down her face before she leaned forward with teeth bared. Harry knew what she was going to do before she sinks her teeth into the young boy's flesh and begins to eat him. He quickly turns away from the sight to find Tamsin standing behind him, watching him without a hit of emotion on her face. "We were trapped down here for 4 days, I was told. They pulled me from the rubble only a few hours after I killed Tom," Tamsin says as she walks forward, her silk robe fanning out behind her like a shadow. "What is this?" Harry asks, as the wet sound of ripping meat echoed throughout the memory. "This," Tamsin says, walking up to Harry and wrapping her arms around his neck, pulling him into a hug, "is where Tamsin Riddle died and Lady Voldemort was born, where we found our truth," she says in a whisper to Harry. "Survival at any cost. Death would not touch us. We would be forever and timeless, even if we had to kill and eat everything around us to do so," she tells him as she looks down at the top of Harry's head as she hugged him closer. "You remind me of him, of Tom," Tamsin says as her eyes flash crimson and drift to the scene of carnage just beyond the boy. "You look like him, stubborn like him, eyes filled with the same pain," she says before pulling him with her as she falls backwards away from the nightmare of her own past and hugs him closer to her, reveling in their closeness in the dark with just the two of them as she winds her arms and legs around Harry, holding him close. And for once, the boy doesn't fight back. Harry would awaken an hour later to Hermione crying, begging him for forgiveness, about how she couldn't save him, how she had failed. And Sirius Black suffered a fate worse than death. "You're just going to ignore his will, Albus," Lupin says angrily, "a man who fought for you, a man who you let be imprisoned for over a decade in a hell he didn't deserve, a man who died to protect the children that were there that night. What the hell is wrong with you?" He screams at the headmaster, blaming his hands onto the man's desk. "I'm sorry, Remus," Dumbledore says with a tired sigh. "But Harry must return to the Dursleys. The blood wards offer protection that can't be found any dash," he tries to say, but is quickly cut off by the man in front of him. "Duck," Remus says sharply as he leans forward, almost growling out the word. "The blood wards. You cannot sit there and honestly tell me you can't see what they've done to him. What Harry had suffered at their hands. How small he is. The way he acts. How he flinches at loud noises or moving hands," he yells at Dumbledore. "Sirius wanted him to go to Andromeda if anything would happen to him. And you know she would take the boy in for nothing less than it was Sirius was asking her to do it," Lupin says, pushing off the desk and glaring at the man before him. "But you won't, will you?" he asks, already knowing the answer. Harry has to return to the Dursleys, just long enough for the blood wards to be recharged. After then, Arthur is going to go there himself and collect him for the rest of the summer, Dumbledore says, sounding his 100 years of age. And how long will that take? Remus asks, crossing his arms over his chest. A month, give or take a week or two, Albus says as he leans back in his chair, looking away from the other man with guilt and shame building in his chest. Remus is quiet for a moment, just looking at Dumbledore with anger and disgust. I never thought I would live to see the day that Albus Dumbledore would willingly abandon a child to an abusive home, Remus says before turning on his heel and walking over to the office door and wrenching it open. Remus dash, Albus says, trying to call out to the man, but is quickly cut off by the sound of a slamming door. Harry had not seen much of Hermione over the last few days of term. She had avoided him with a look of sadness in her eyes and failure etched on her face. She didn't speak with him other than when he had woken up in the hospital wing, when she had told him that his godfather was dead and explained that she had tried to go back in time with something called a time turner to save him, but she couldn't. She didn't know the spell to drive the Dementors away. By the time Harry had awakened, it was far too late to go back and help. The time turner could only go back 4 hours at maximum, and it was early morning when he was told this. Hermione blamed herself, but Harry didn't. He knew who was responsible for Sirius' death. For him going back to the Dursleys, it was the same person who was responsible for him being sent there in the first place. Tamsin Riddle, Lady Voldemort, whatever the hell she wanted to call herself, it was her fault. It was all her fault, and Harry hated her. He could feel her twisted entertainment every time that thought crossed her mind, and his stomach would twist with hate every time he felt it. Ron and Harry sat in the last compartment on the left-hand side, like they always have on the ride back to London on the Hogwarts Express. Hermione had chosen not to sit with them for some reason, and Ron had tried to begin a conversation with Harry a few times, while throwing him worried looks. But all Harry would do was make a sound of agreeing with him before lulling back into silence. Harry stayed quiet, alternating looking out the window, watching the green hills of the countryside fly by, and looking down at the cursed scars burned into the palms of his hands from Olivia Twist 2 years ago when he had grabbed her face to destroy the body she was possessing. Harry thinks he must look like a sad sight to Ron. He could see his face in the reflection of the window, and his eyes were sunken in with deep bags underneath them from his lack of sleep for the past 2 days to avoid Tamsin. He was pale and thinner than normal from his loss of appetite all year. Harry himself felt wrung out, like there was nothing left in him to feel about anything but a quiet sense of loss and the anger that boiled in his gut. He was just too exhausted to do anything with it, and not for the first time that year he wishes he could just end it all and be done with it. Before long, after telling Harry how his dad had gotten tickets to the Quidditch World Cup and the less than enthusiastic response from Harry about being invited, Ron too made an excuse to leave, letting Harry be alone with his thoughts. Harry closes his eyes, resting his head against the window of the compartment and sighing out into the quiet of the compartment. He hopes that Uncle Vernon wouldn't fulfill his threat from the last time they saw one another. "Oh, come now, pretty kitty. You should know better by now," she says, her voice manic and cheerful as always. Men like that, so full of spite, fear, and anger, tend not to forget anything they threaten against the thing they hate the most, she says with a giggle. Harry opens his eyes and glares at Tamsin, who is now sitting across from him, her legs crossed at her ankles and her hands in her lap, the ever-present mad grin full of sharp teeth plastered on her face as she looks at him. "It's honestly quite entertaining," she says as she turns her head to look out the window. "Every time you do the right thing or try to, you get punished for it," she tells him, but Harry doesn't say a word, just continues to glare at her. So she continues, "I mean, come on, even for someone as foolish as you must have noticed the trend by now. You save the stone from me, you get punished by going back to the Dursleys. You try and save the Weasley tart, you get punished by going back to the Dursleys. You try and clear an innocent man's name, you get punished by going back to the Dursleys," Tamsin says before throwing back her head and laughing. "If it wasn't so entertaining, I would find it so pathetic," she says with a shake of her head after laughing, continuing to look out the window with a smile on her face. "I hate you," Harry says, venom filling his words so much so that Tamsin turns to look at him with wide eyes. "When I get the chance, if I ever get the chance, I'm going to make you pay, and I'm going to make it hurt," Harry growls out as Tamsin just blinks at him. She smiles cruelly at him before standing and crossing the compartment before pushing him back into his seat and straddling his lap. Very good," Pretty kitty, for a moment there you had me off guard, she says with a grin as she begins to grind into him, as she leans forward to whisper into his ear. But I already know you hate me. It's what makes all of this so much fun. Knowing how much you want to kill me, but lacking the power to do so. Taking what I want from you wouldn't be nearly half the fun it is if you didn't wake up hating yourself for enjoying it so much with me. She whispers into his ear, her hot breath on his neck. Harry knows what's coming next, as she grabs his jaw, forcing him to face her as she kisses him, pushing her tongue into his mouth. He doesn't fight back this time as she works herself into a frenzy, biting at his neck, ripping at his clothes, moving her own aside to get him inside her, all the while berating him for his own weakness, and calling him by the nickname he hated so much as she shifted her weight back and forth, moaning as she does. Harry will forever treasure the memory of the look on her face when she had leaned back to ride out the high of her first orgasm and his hands wrapped around her throat. The anger and hatred for Tamsin Riddle that had built and built over the last year of her abuse. Of her repeating assaulting him for no other reason than because she could burst forward into Harry's mind and limbs as he threw them both to the ground with him on top, choking her as he took control, as he started to violate her as she was now fighting to get him off of her. She tried to scream, she tried to talk, but with his face twisted into a monstrous rage, Harry tried to crush her throat as he ducked her, so not a word escaped her lips that were rapidly turning blue. Harry could see the fear and the panic building in her eyes as she struggled against him, and it felt good to see that. It ended all too soon as Tamsin lashed out with a blade, driving it into the side of Harry's head, snapping him awake from the dream, with a migraine. But still he smiled at the terror, panic, violation, and oddly enough, excitement he felt bleed into his mind from Tamsin, and Harry laughed madly through the pain at it all. But why him? Wormtail asks, quivering in fear. We could use anyone else, my lady. The boy is too well protected. He will be difficult to get to, he says, not daring to look up at Harry. Silence, he snaps at the disgusting rat. The boy is needed. Wormtail, the boy is the only one I am willing to use. And that is all you need to understand, Harry says from his seat by the fire. But perhaps I am being too cruel to you, Wormtail. You have been useful to me these last few weeks, Harry says with a sigh. While yes, any other witch or wizard would do, for many still see me as their enemy. I have my own reasons for using the boy, and I will not be questioned on this matter, he says, carefully shoving his anger at the coward down. As a shadow walks from behind the chair, Tamsin looks between the cowering man on the floor and Harry in the chair. She tilts her head with narrowed eyes before kneeling down in front of the chair, looking for something as Harry continues to talk. In a few days, after I recover from our long trip, we will go and free my most loyal follower to Dash. But Harry stops talking as something flashes through his mind, an image of a familiar diary. Tamsin smiles as she looks Harry in the eye, and images begin to flash through his mind of different people from different places and different times, all talking. Harry, yells a woman with black hair, calling out to a child. Is watching, says a muggle man reading a newspaper. Want to help? Asks a young boy in Hufflepuff robes. What do I need to do? Asks an older girl in Slytherin robes with a raised brow. Harry is confused, not understanding why he was seeing these things, before a set of other images begins to play, a diary with TM. Riddle sign on the inside, then Harry himself, then his scar, before they replay a few more times, quicker and quicker until he finally gets it. The boy is a Dash. Harry's eyes widen in realization. But before he could say anything else, all thought and all emotions are cleared from his mind as he looked into Tamsin's flashing crimson eyes. Mistress, Wormtail says from the floor. Are you Oka Dash? But before he could speak, Harry snaps at him. Silence. Harry snaps at him before the images of the people begin to talk again. Harry continues to look into Tamsin's eyes, but no thoughts enter his mind, and no emotions burn in his chest. But soon Tamsin smiles and nods her head slowly before standing up and walking out of eyesight, just as a large snake slithers into the room, whispering of a man right out of the door. Harry would awaken with a headache the next morning, feeling as if he had dreamt something of importance but had no recollection of it, just the buzzing of excitement and amusement from Tamsin in the back of his mind. Did I say 3 parts? I meant 4, totally meant 4. Anyway, this chapter was the 3rd year and was really fun to write. Harry's torment and sexual abuse at Tamsin's hands confuse him because he thinks he likes it. He doesn't know any better or any other type of physical love and is probably starved for it. And if Tamsin was a raging, ducking psycho, she could probably use it to manipulate him. But Diary Tamsin is all about power, control, and cruelty, and can't think of long-term goals because she has no inhibitions to stop her from doing what she wants. She thinks she's above consequences. And, I don't know who needs to hear this, or even if you do, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you have been assaulted or raped and had an orgasm from it, it wasn't your fault. You did not secretly like it or anything like that. This was your body's natural response to stimulation and wasn't your fault. Reread that as many times as you like because it wasn't your fault. Anyway, we also see a little of what happened during the events of Book 1 and Voldemort's and Harry's confrontation in it, which has stuck with Harry's head for the last 2 years. By the end of the school year, he started to see Olivia Twist as more than a teacher or a mentor, but as a mother figure in his life. This is why his Boggart was changed to be Olivia, or Voldemort, acting the same way Tamsin does, because he's afraid that underneath the mask that was Olivia Twist, Voldemort would be just like Tamsin, as abusive and cruel as the ghost in his head. Sirius Black is dead, suffers a fate worse than death, but we'll call it death for simplicity's sake. This was hard to do because I love Sirius in canon, but for this, he had to die. It sucks, I know, but I did say this was a dark story for a reason, and I do have a reason for it, and it's probably pretty obvious, but for those who don't know, it will be explained in Part 4. The reason Hermione stops being around is because she blames herself for the death of Sirius and thinks Harry hates her for it. He doesn't, but once again, I have my reasons for doing this. How is Tamsin stopping Harry from doing certain things? With a hell of a lot of power, and while she can't puppet him like she was planning to do when she jumped vessels, she can still influence him in small ways. She's basically locked behind iron bars in Harry's subconscious, able to feel everything he does, and gets flashes of what he sees and hears. She has to guess what he's doing or is planning on doing before she can stop him. In the Uno reverse scene, when Harry dreams and is behind the bars with Tamsin, it's a clash of willpower. Whoever has the stronger willpower is the one in control. Tamsin is basically a walking bulwark of willpower and intent. She's not so easy to overcome, but with enough rage feeding someone, you'll be surprised at what someone can do. Tamsin certainly was. Tamsin's original plan was to eat Harry's mind and soul, to take him over that failed when she hit Lily's protection. Then she decided to break Harry down and drag him down to her level of insanity before beating him with experience and puppeting him, which now has changed because Voldemort is back in the picture. Those two are now working together to fulfill Voldemort's resurrection. That's all for now. King saxcuL out. In the Games of a Serpent. Welcome back one and all to another installment of In the Coils of a Serpent. In this chapter, we go over the 4-year and the events of the Triwizard Championship. On with the show. Harry Potter has been having an odd summer, well no, more of an odd month. His summer has been the same as it always has been the last few years. The only real difference was his stay in the cupboard for the first 2 weeks. That had been difficult for Harry, being back in the cramped space under the stairs. Even as small as he was, it was still small and uncomfortable, drawing back up nightmares again to the forefront of his mind when he slept, and he did indeed sleep. The weirdest thing was that Tamsin was no longer haunting his dreams anymore. She wasn't gone. Oh no. Harry could still feel the buzz of her emotions in the back of his mind. She just hasn't actively tormented him in the last month or so. She was still there in his dreams. Harry could feel her as she moved around the screaming nightmare of the Dursley's house, her steps on the stairs above him in the cupboard, even when she would sit in front of the door to the cupboard or back to the door, holding it close. Harry was sure she was planning something, but he didn't know what. During the day, he could feel Tamsin's emotions, the anger, the rage, the violation, and it made Harry smile every time he felt it because he knew exactly what she was thinking about. What had happened the last time she had shown up in his dream, where he had turned the tables on her and taken control of it and had used her as she had him for so long. Harry did feel shame about it. He didn't like hurting people, and he didn't want to be like Uncle Vernon, Dudley, or Tamsin. But that shame was buried under a mountain of vindication he felt for doing it. To her, Harry, in his private moments or before he would go to bed, would replay that scene in his head over and over again. The look on her face, the fear and panic in her eyes, how her throat felt in his hands as he squeezed, how she felt around him as he violated her again and again, and Harry could admit that if given the chance, he would do it again to her. He pleasured himself to the thoughts and fantasies of doing it again. After each time, Harry would feel the shame of having them and could feel Tamsin bubbling anger in the back of his mind after each time, but sometimes he would feel the pleasant buzz of pleasure from her just before falling asleep. And Harry could rightly admit they were both ducked-up people. It wouldn't be until a few weeks before his birthday that Harry would see Tamsin again, and only in a flash of a window. Harry was outside, mowing the lawn during the hottest part of the day with an old push mower that his Uncle Vernon demanded he uses instead of the perfectly good petrol-powered one that was locked up in the shed. Harry had discarded his shirt due to the heat and had stopped halfway through the front yard to take a drink from the water hose. He had just turned it on and picked it up when he noticed one of the girls in the neighborhood looking at him from across the street. Her eyes were trailing his body up and down with a hungry look, causing Harry to blush as the thought of what she would look like with his hands around her throat entered his mind just as she raised her hand to wave and smile coyly at him. Harry quickly turns away from her before picking up the hose and pulling off his glasses to douse his head in cold water. It was the heat, Harry thinks to himself. It had to be. By the time Harry looks up, the girl has made it down the street, but as he turns back to the tap to turn off the water after putting back on his glasses, he sees her in the window, just standing across the street, looking much the same way she always did. Her silk-like robe hanging off her arms, not blowing in the wet, cool breeze that promised a thunderstorm later that night. She was looking right at him with a blank, bored look till she notices him paying attention to her. Her lips then twist into a smirk that was full of poison before her eyes flash scarlet. Then a car drives by, passing in front of her, and she is gone. And Harry knew that his peaceful summer was over. Harry had gone to bed the night before with grim anticipation, but still, he replayed the memories in his head over and over again before he tried to sleep. Harry could feel the prickling sensation of Tamsin's anger and embarrassment before it turns to cold indifference, but still, Harry closes his eyes and drifts off to sleep. Harry wakes up the next morning, the sound of a thunderstorm echoing throughout the house as the sun shines into his eyes. He groans as he rolls off the side of his bed and lands on the soft hardwood floor. He was a little confused. He was sure Tamsin was going to try something last night, but he didn't even have a nightmare for her to prowl around in. Harry picks himself up off the floor and moves to his door. He found it locked like always. Why didn't Aunt Petunia wake him up to cook breakfast like she always does? Harry doubted he got a day off, but he shrugs and opens the door to his room and makes his way to the kitchen, his feet making no noise on the stone floor of the upper corridor. He walks down the spiral staircase to the Dursleys' living room, rubbing his eyes and yawning, passing by the red and gold decorations of the common room and opening the door to the kitchen, not even glancing in the direction of the boarded-up and locked cupboard. The Dursleys were here either. Empty were the kitchen seats around the table, and the kettle was sitting on the back burner of the hob, and used. It was strange, but Harry does see a note sitting on the table, standing straight up with his name at the top. Walking over and picking it up, he reads, "Dear boy, your aunt, cousin, and I have decided to go for a drive this miserably beautiful morning. We are going out to the sea and driving off the cliff in my new company car that is also a submarine. Fresh off the line, it's not. I expect the house to be in the same state as which we left it when we return. My pile of drill bits in the corner and all. I know exactly how many there are, so don't think you can steal any. You are not to eat any of the pigeons in the fridge. The flying rats are for Dudley and Dudley alone, so don't touch them. I counted the beaks as well. We will see you in our new age space suits whenever we return from Atlantis. Ta. I'm a shitty muggle/human, Uncle Vernon. Odd. They normally tell me if they leave ahead of time." Harry thinks, and it echoes throughout the castle halls. "What are you reading, my pretty kitty?" A voice purrs into his ear from right behind Harry, causing him to jump to the side in surprise. His feet catch on one of the chairs, sending him falling to the ground as the house fills with high and mocking laughter. "Tamsin," Harry says from the ground, looking up at the shifting eyes of the girl. "Well, hello to you too, pretty kitty," Tamsin says with a smile. "Did you miss me?" she asks him as she turns around, walking back towards the hob before hopping up and sitting on the countertop. "No," Harry snaps, his face twisting in anger. "Why don't you go crawl back into whatever pit I scared you in the last time and stay there till I die?" Harry growls out in anger. Oh, was that supposed to be frightening, pretty kitty? Tamsin asks mockingly. That little purr of yours, my how very scary, she says before throwing her head back and laughing as Harry glares at her before standing up. She looks back at him with poison in her smile and mischief in her eyes. And I wouldn't say that you didn't miss me. I have been on your mind, shall we say, very often, Tamsin says before she makes a lewd, jerking motion with her hand while wiggling her eyebrows at him. Shut up, Harry yells at her, and Tamsin giggles at him. Oh, and here I thought you were happy with yourself with what you did? Proud of yourself? She says as she kicks her feet back and forth. Tell me, pretty kitty, did you enjoy it? Her grin turning bloodthirsty. When you had me pinned to the floor? With your hands around my throat? Violating me again and again. Tamsin asks him, her last word coming out like a soft moan, making Harry shuffle uncomfortably. I fought back, that's all. Harry says weakly. I can fight back now. I won't let you do what you want anymore. You won't touch me again, he tells her, his words getting stronger, firmer as he speaks. Tamsin laughs again before speaking. Is that how you rationalize it? She asks with a look of playfulness. She doesn't let Harry answer before she hops off the counter before she continues. Then how about a new game? She asks as she pulls off her robe before folding it neatly. Game? Harry asks, taken aback. Is that all this is to you? A game? You tortured me, you dash. His face twists into disgust and hate. A game. That's it. Tamsin had pulled off her sleeveless jumper to fold it and put it on the counter with her robe. Yes, how else am I to keep myself entertained? She says as she unbuttons her sleeves and rolls them up. And it has been fun watching you squirm, scream, and hate yourself over enjoying our, shall we say, private time together. A smirk grows on her face as she unties the bow tie and pulling from around her collar and tying up her hair into a ponytail with it. But then, in a fit of rage over some mud dash, his name was Sirius. And you killed him, Harry yells, cutting her off for a moment before she rolls her eyes. Whatever, and for the record, I didn't kill him, she tells Harry, socking her hip and putting her hand on it. I just stopped you from saving someone useless to you. So you're welcome, Tamsin says, her smile turning sharp as Harry feels the familiar rage boil in his guts. That look on your face would be a lot scarier if it wasn't for the fact you're in your underwear, Tamsin says with a smile, causing Harry to look down to see he was in fact in an oversized shirt and just his boxers. Now, as I was saying before you so rudely interrupted me, in a fit of rage over Sirius, she says Harry's godfather's name mockingly, that you were able to surprise me before overpowering me, and getting it confused with you actually able to fight me back is rather funny, and, much like everything you are, pathetic, so how about this, we go another round, and when I win, I keep doing what I've always done, and you have to stop fighting me about it, and be a good pet for once, Tamsin says with a wicked smile. Harry shuffles from foot to foot and narrows his eyes at Tamsin. And what if I win? He asks. She smiles at him. If, and that's a big if, you end up winning, I won't bother you for a whole week. I'll even block those sad little nightmares that haunt you, she says with a grin. And for a bonus, Tamsin tells him before Harry watches her reach down and slowly draw up her sides of her skirt. Harry could see the high socks stopping at the creamy pale thighs as Tamsin bends forward a bit and arching her back before hooking her thumbs around something, doing a little side-to-side wiggle as she slowly, almost too slowly, pulls something that was green, silver, and way too lacy down. They fall around her ankles, her eyes never leaving Harry's before, standing straight and stepping out of them before kicking them away to the side. If you win, you can do whatever you want to me, however you want, as hard and cruel as you want to be, Tamsin says with a smirk before reaching over to the knife block on the counter and drawing out the largest knife in it before tossing it between them. Well, what do you say, pretty kitty? Want to show me those claws you're so proud of? She says with a smile and a wiggle of her waist. Harry hesitates. Why would Tamsin offer this? Tempting as it was, Harry wasn't that dumb. She could just take what she wanted, so why offer him a deal that she possibly had no intention of falling through with? How do I know you'll actually go through with your side? Harry asks, and Tamsin tilts her head, inspecting him for a moment. Impressive, asking questions like that, pretty kitty, Tamsin says, looking at him up and down. I may not have a fully functioning conscience, nor do I have any of those boring morals that people preach about. But I am a woman of my word. If I say I'm going to do something, I do it. Simple as that, she says with a shrug. If I don't keep to my word at the very least, no one would follow me, and lying is something only the weak do, Tamsin says as a simple statement of fact. Harry swallowed nervously, his eyes flicking to the knife on the floor, and then back to Tamsin with her smile full of poison and eyes full of eager violence. Harry dives for the knife on the floor. Just before his hand wraps around the handle, it shoots out of his reach, right into the waiting hand of Tamsin. Harry looks up just in time to see Tamsin's foot connecting with the side of his head, kicking him onto his back. Morgenstitz, you really are that dumb, huh? Tamsin asks mockingly before the heel of her shoe meets his ribs, causing Harry to grunt out in pain. I really have no idea what the older me saw in you, Tamsin says as she kicks him again. Such a weak. Again she kicks him. Pathetic. This time she stomps on his head. Waste of magic. She screams at him before the tip of her shoe meets the side of his head. She lowers herself on top of him, straddling his waist before grabbing one of his arms and driving the kitchen knife deep into his forearm, pinning it to the floor as Harry screams in pain. Look at you, Tamsin yells as she strikes him across the face. You get one little victory over me, and you think you're all Bonnaroo with this all. She hits him again across the face. Hate to break it to you, pretty kitty, but you caught me off guard, that's it. You're not strong. You can't fight back. You can't save anyone. With each yell, she punches Harry again and again. He tries to raise his free hand to block the hits, but she just hits another part of his face. Well, Harry, where's all the bravado now? Or all you are is piss and wind? Who can't even save one mutt? Tamsin screams as she wails on him with her fists. Harry had had enough. He screams in the same primal fury he felt a month ago in the compartment of the Hogwarts Express, ripping his arm pinned to the ground by the blade from it. He swings and nails Tamsin right in the face. He feels a pop under his blow as Tamsin's head jerks back, grabbing at her nose. Harry's arm comes back down as Tamsin leans forward, clutching her face. And that's when Harry feels something hit his cheek, wet and hot. He blinks in shock as he sees blood, Tamsin's blood, leak from her hands. Harry has never done that before. He's punched Tamsin before, a few times in fact, but she would brush off each blow as if it was nothing. He had never made her bleed before. They both fall still as Tamsin pulls her hand away from her face, and a splash of red, hot, and wet blood hits Harry's face as Tamsin begins to shake as her eyes turn scarlet and don't turn back. Blood was always a trigger for Tamsin. Harry had noticed early in her torments. She would draw everything out and build up the agonizing anticipation of spilling Harry's blood. And when she did, she became more manic, more erratic. She would either draw it out for hours or end it as quickly as possible. My blood? Tamsin whispers, horrified by the sight of her own blood. Her head begins to jerk left to right. Her pupils contract, and her breathing becomes sporadic. I'm bleeding. My blood. No. Tamsin shrieks before grabbing Harry's arm and ripping the knife that was still in it out, twisting it and causing Harry screams in pain before, in her mad rage, she begins to stab Harry in the chest, over and over, screaming all the while in a feral rage. I won't die. I won't die. Duck you. I won't be like Tom, I won't ducking die. I'll kill you first, die you ducking. Tamsin screams with wild and savage eyes, stabbing and carving into Harry with none of her normal precise hands. Just a feral want to end everything that had hurt her as quickly as possible. Harry wakes up in his bed as lightning flashes outside. A crack of thunder covers his screams of pain as his chest convulses in pain, making him unable to draw in a breath, with Tamsin still raging in his head with wild desperation and animalistic fear. Harry had stayed awake for the rest of the night and well into the next day with a pounding headache for hours. Tamsin's emotions were all over the place, bleeding into him. Desperation and fear were the ones that came up often throughout the day. Hatred and rage popped up here and there, but never once was there her normal manic glee and anticipation of Harry exhausting himself. By dinner, there was just a sense of dark melancholy and self-loathing so strong that Harry thought it was as at first, but it had the buzz to it that Harry was used to feeling from Tamsin's own emotions, so he knew where it was coming from. Or rather, who. With being awake for 24 hours and the yard work he had done on the hot, humid, Summer had drained Harry of any energy he had from eating so little while at the Dursleys, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't curious about why the normally perky murder-happy psycho in his head was feeling like he normally did. So, he tucked himself in a bed that night and fell asleep. Harry had come to in a room that wasn't his own, dark and dingy, and lit mostly by old oil lamps. The dark blue wallpaper was peeling off the rotting wooden wall, and the bed he was on was as big as the cot in the cupboard and just as lumpy. The floorboards were uneven and sticking up in some places, and the broken window looked out onto the brickwork of the building next door that was far, far too close for Harry. He felt cut off and trapped like he was never going to escape. He felt like he was back in his cupboard, but it felt more hostile to him, like just around the corner he was going to be attacked by someone unseen. Boom! The building shook at the sound of a bomb going off, making Harry jump off the lumpy bed in surprise. He reminded himself that this was a dream, a construct Tamsin had created. Harry leaves the room as another explosion shakes the building. He opens the door to a long and winding hall. It twists back and forth like a snake slithering across the ground. Off to his left he could see the stairs leading to the floor below, and his right led deeper into whatever this place was. Harry chose to go right, following the winding path deeper into the building. Every few feet or so was a door with two names written on pieces of paper. Each door was nailed or boarded shut, locked with heavy chains and large locks, with large X's painted on them with still running blood. Harry finds Tamsin in the only other unlocked and unbarred room with a small paper sign of Tamsin M. Riddle/Tom Doe on the door. He pushes the creaking door barely hanging on its hinges. The room was about as big as the one that Harry stayed in at the Dursleys. Two of the small beds were pushed against either side of the room against the walls. One was unmade and messy with sheets of silver and green. A Hogwarts trunk sat at the head of the small bed. The other bed was neatly made with the blankets and sheets tucked in. The pillow placed perfectly in the middle of it, all with a black and white color scheme. Tamsin was curled up on the floor. Her clothes were a mess, torn and dirty, and her hair was a tangled bird's nest almost as bad as his own. Her face was covered in dried blood that had leaked from her nose when Harry had struck her. She was looking without seeing, her eyes empty as her hands pressed hard against her ears to block out the sound of explosions, but she still flinches at the shaking of the building following each boom. She was muttering to herself over and over, "I don't want to die, I won't die, I don't want to die, I won't die," over and over in an endless stream in a hell of her own creation. Harry had half the mind to leave her stewing in her own misery. Tamsin deserved nothing less for everything that she had done to him, for everything she would do past the age she was when she created the diary. But Harry couldn't turn around or away from the sight in front of him, because he knew this same type of self-loathing, of being afraid of something so deep that it freezes you in terror, unable to do anything but beg for it not to happen. Besides, if Harry would turn away from her, he would be no better than the Dursleys, and Harry never wanted to be like them. So, with a sigh, Harry steps deeper into the room. "Tamsin," Harry says, calling out to her, but she continues to mutter and flinch at the explosions. "Tamsin, snap out of it," Harry says before getting close enough to lean down and shake her, but still, her eyes are fixed forward, looking at something under the bed that was neatly made. Harry looks as well, wondering what had caught her attention and transfixed her. It was Tom, or at least his body. His head was smashed in, and his body looked as if it was mauled by a wild animal and half-eaten. But it was Tom, the boy Tamsin killed in the underground to stay alive in a half-mad, half-starved desperation. "Tamsin," Harry says, grabbing her and turning on her back to face away from the mutilated body stuffed under the bed. Finally, she stops muttering and looks at Harry in shock before it melts into relief. "Harry," Tamsin whispers in mad desperation before throwing her arms around Harry, causing him to flinch before she crashes into him and knocks him to the ground. "Harry, oh, Harry, you're here, and I'm not dead. Tom's not here, I'm not dead," she whispers into his ear, frightened, clinging to him like he was a life vest in the middle of the ocean. Harry falls back on his ass as Tamsin clutches herself to him. He feels awkward as Tamsin hugged him, and Harry tries not to flinch or fight to get her off of him. Tamsin climbs into his lap, shivering and scared. Harry had never thought he would see her like this. The normally menacing and confident girl that had haunted hunted, tortured, and raped Harry time and time again over the past year, was reduced to a scared child just by the sight of her blood. "I thought I had died," Tamsin whispers. "I thought I had died and I was gone. But you're here, which means I'm not dead," she tells Harry, and he could hear the rising manic tone in her voice. "You're not dead, Tamsin," Harry tells her as she shifts in his lap, straddling him. Her arms and legs wind around him as she buries her face into his neck. "You're still here, still in my head," Harry tells her. And for the longest time, they just sit there, each lost in thoughts that not even the shaking of the building or the explosions of the bombs outside could disturb. After a while, Tamsin pulls her face from the crook of Harry, dried blood and tear marks still on her face. She looks Harry in the eyes, and for the first time Harry had ever seen, she hesitates for a moment before she leans in and kisses him. It wasn't her normal kisses, which were rough and sloppy, filled with a dark hunger and want. No, this was softer, kinder, and sweeter than any of the other ones. "Please," Tamsin whispers into his lips and grinds into him. "Please, Harry, I need it, please," she says. It was close to a begging tone from her that got an instant reaction from him. "You can do however you want, just please," Tamsin tells him before she returns to kissing him, deeper now, more hungry than before, and Harry gives in to that boiling hatred in his guts for her, the want of it all that he could feel from Tamsin, and he kisses her back. He runs his hands through her tangled hair, grabbing it and yanking her head back to attack her next with bites to her soft and pale flesh. She moaned and squirmed as he did so, hissing in pain, but Harry didn't care. He wanted to hurt her, wanted to punish her, to consume her, because she had hurt him over and over again, and at this moment he was stronger than her. Harry tore at her clothes, ripping them off her shaking body, elated by the sounds of her gasps. When he does so, spurs him on as they move to the neatly made bed. It was slow but rough and hard. Tamsin whispers to him what to do and how to do it to make her gasp and moan as he bit and clawed at her, enjoying the feeling of her pulse under his hands as he choked her, the sight of her face turning blue and purple, the marks he left on her. Harry feels each and every time she reached her peak, from the buzz in the back of his head, from the arching of her back, and the way her eyelids would flutter. It felt good having Tamsin under him, under his control, and it woke something of a burning need in the boy who lived, a need to hurt her as she had hurt him. Tamsin. It had been months since they shared that moment in the depths of Tamsin's own personal hell, where Harry had taken her on top of Tom's old bed, and Tamsin, true to her word, didn't bother him for a whole week, keeping his dreams peaceful for the most part. She had kept his nightmares away, so he could dream of flying, of Hogwarts, of Olivia Twist being kind to him, and like most teenagers, wet dreams. Oh, boy did her pretty kitty have some interesting erotic dreams that played out, so full of violence and pain for the ones he sees in his dreams. The little muggle tart he had seen waving at him, the tiny blood traitor she had possessed to open the chamber, even that little mudblood bitch that he used to hang around with. But after that week, her game began again. It was honestly the only thing that kept her entertained, as Tamsin was locked away deep in Harry's subconscious, thinking up all the sweet ways she could make her pretty kitty run from her in terror. Though to be fair, he has gotten very good at fighting back now, using his anger and rage to fuel his actions. And dear mother magic, he had a lot of it. Years of pent-up aggression and hatred from living under the thumb of those disgusting muggles. From how she had treated him during that bloody fun year, she had free reign in his dreams where she got to have so much fun with her pretty kitty. Oh, how he screamed but never begged. How he hated how she used him but would finish himself off with only her in his head would get her so ducking excited for the next time. Oh, how she wanted to break him, but her pretty kitty proved to be stubborn and strong of will, and she ducking loved it. Then there was that bit of darkness in him, that raw hunger for violence that Tamsin herself had. The only difference was she could admit it, whereas Harry would deny it and shame himself for indulging in it, and indulge he did. She would lose her little game from time to time on purpose, but she was never not in control of what happened in Harry's dreams, and with every morsel she fed him, Harry would eagerly devour it like a starving man. Tamsin couldn't tell what was hotter, the fact that she could bring this out of the normally boring boy, or the fact that he would shamelessly throw himself in the deepest pits of depravity just to duck her. But he would lose her game more times than not, and still, he would stubbornly refuse to listen, refused to bow before her as he should. So Tamsin would drown herself in carnage, using the boy as a medium for it. She loved the terror in his eyes, the look of pain etched on his face. His screams were like the greatest opera to her ears, and how his blood would run and pool around him would bring her to near orgasm with the sight. She honestly could not wait to get out of Harry's head, to be back in flesh and blood, so she can spill his blood. The mere thought of it made her lick her lips with a hunger she couldn't snuff out. To tear him apart in the real world would be the height of ecstasy for Tamsin. But sadly, she was still stuck in Harry's subconscious. If it was for that stupid protection around the boy's mind, body, and soul, she would have been out by now. It stopped all attempts to take control of Harry or reach out at all. It had taken her weeks to figure out how to slip into his dream and carve him up. But while the protection stopped her from affecting Harry in the most important aspects of magic, his heart, however, was free game. That's how Voldemort was able to plant the seeds of want in the boy's heart. How she was able to open his heart to the euphoric hunger for violence and carnal want. It wasn't on purpose, but she could more than work with it. Tamsin could feel when Harry would be in the mood for it. His stay with the blood traders was entertaining. Every time he was in the room with Ginny, Tamsin could feel the want and need spike in him. The want to take the little blood trader. The need to lash out with his anger and hurt her for his own satisfaction. And the inevitable shame Harry would feel for those wants. Those were the nights Tamsin would happily lose her game to Harry and let the boy indulge in his darker fantasies of what he wanted to do, and she would be lying if she said she didn't enjoy it as well. She would talk Harry through it, whispering sweet nothings to the boy on what to do and how to do it, and Harry would listen to her because of the aching need to please, being wrapped up in the incredible acts of violence he wanted to do to her. Harry would hurt her, but never to bad. He would cause just enough pain to heighten the pleasure, but never made Tamsin bleed. He was such a good pet those nights. But as Tamsin lies in her little corner of Harry's mind, thinking about what game she would play with him tonight, getting excited over being elbow deep in his entrails, she feels a snap of shock from Harry, followed by disbelief. The swift and sudden change in her host's mood rouses Tamsin from her thoughts, and the disbelief slowly gives way to fear, making Tamsin stand up, concentrating on Harry's feelings. She is nearly overtaken by his anger and rage at something that was happening. Tamsin focuses her will to look beyond her cell door. That was the protection that was wrapped around Harry's being. Binding magical contract. Has to compete, says a man with a stupid mustache in an even stupider hat. Well, knows the rules best, says a man in yellow and black robes with a grin. But I didn't put my name in. I don't want to compete, snaps Harry, his anger at everyone in the room boiling over. I'm sorry, my boy, you will have to, says the old goat. Something had happened. Something big. Tamsin licked her lips as the words of her older self played in her mind. Help the boy in. What's to come? Need him whole and healthy, reward. It seems that Voldemort had finally made her move. It would be a few more hours until Harry fell asleep. His anger was burning like a bonfire, and it would only get hotter throughout in between the start of it, and before he fell asleep as it spiked to an unbelievable level that only got Tamsin excited to unleash it on something. But soon Harry slipped into his subconscious, and her prison expanded into the muggle house that he stayed in during the summer. Tamsin quickly leaves the small bedroom and runs down the stairs, ignoring the screaming from Harry's keepers and reaching the cupboard door open to find him much like how he looked the first time she had met him in his dreams. A far too small and far too skinny child wrapped in a leather jacket far too big for him, with sad and broken eyes. "Oh, pretty kitty," Tamsin says, making the small child flinch at her voice. "Something happened, didn't it? What is this I hear about a binding magical contract?" she says, hissing the last words in the language of the serpents. The child Harry shivers in his cupboard, projecting fear and loneliness in waves as she looks at Tamsin in fear, and she had to control her shivering of excitement at his looks before reaching into the cupboard and ripping the small child out, watching the pathetic little boy transform into her pretty kitty before he hit the ground where she had tossed him. "No, no, no," Harry says through gritted teeth as he pushed himself to his hands and knees before turning over to face her. "Not now. I can't deal with you right now. Please, Tamsin, please, not now," Harry says with desperation in his tone. And Tamsin almost takes him right there. Harry had never begged her, not once. and it was like music to her ears, making her core burn with want. "What happened, pretty kitty?" Tamsin asks as she advances on Harry. "What binding magical contract did you get tangled up in?" she growled out at him. Harry doesn't speak, just looks at her with fear-filled eyes. "You seem confused, kitty," Tamsin says sweetly as she stops in front of him, glaring down at him. A binding magical contract is not something to brush off or push aside. Entering one binds your core to the stipulations within the contract that you must fulfill. Failing to do so removes your magical core. You know, the thing that lets you do magic, she snaps at him angrily. "So start talking, because at your age, it will kill you if your core is removed, which in turn will kill me. Not something I'm about to let happen." She yells at him, and not for the first time. Tamsin sees rage fill the eyes of her pretty kitty, of all the injustice and unfairness of the situations he so often found himself in. "Good," Harry snaps at Tamsin. "At least I'll take you with me to help kill her," he says with his face twisted in breathtaking anger that made Tamsin's core burn just a little hotter. "Please do not start with the sanctimonious self-sacrificing hero bullshit, kitty. We both know you won't do it," Tamsin tells him before she pounces on him. They fight and struggle, Harry trying to push her off of him, but Tamsin, like always, wins in the end. She straddles his hips and pins his arms to the floor as their faces are close enough for their noses to touch. "We both know you don't want that, kitty," she whispers to him, "because you want to know what's life would be like outside of your cupboard, away from those disgusting muggles you, unfortunately, share blood with," she tells him before rubbing the tips of their noses together. "You're not suicidal, Harry, so let's not even pretend that is an option. So just tell me what happened," Tamsin asks, pulling back to look him in the eyes. So, Harry, pinned under Tamsin, finally stopped fighting and told her what had happened. The Triwizard Tournament, a binding magical contract invoked by the Goblet of Fire, 3 tasks he was to do against older students, and more importantly, his last friend not believing him when he said he didn't put his name in. Tamsin's thighs clench at the thought of Harry being all alone with no help. The mudblood hasn't even tried to contact him since their parting at the end of last year. Harry had no one. No one but her. Tamsin sat on top of Harry, tapping her fingers on his chest, her eyes far away, but still she speaks. "Do you know what the stipulations are for the contract?" she asks before looking down at Harry. "No. All they told me was that it is a binding magical contract. Not what was in it," Harry says from the floor, and watches as Tamsin nods her head, her lips pressed in a thin line. "You need to get your hands on a copy of it. We can either figure out a way out of it or something else to minimize your involvement with the tournament," Tamsin says as she stands up and begins to pace in the breezeway. "We?" Harry asked disbelievingly. "Yes, we, kitty," Tamsin snaps at him. "I'm not about to leave this just in your hands when I can help. And let's not forget the fact that both of our lives are on the line here," she says, not stopping to look at him as she talked. "Why would I even begin to trust you?" Harry growls out as he stands up. "Other than the fact that both of our lives are in danger?" Tamsin asking a rhetorical question from her point of view before turning to look at Harry as he stands glaring at her. "Then how about a deal? She says, and Harry narrows his eyes at her. "I'll stop my games with you. I'll stop the torture. I won't even touch you without your permission. And I'll help you get through this silly tournament. And all you have to do is one thing," Tamsin says as she walks over to him, getting into his face. "You have to let me in," she says calmly. "No," Harry immediately says, stepping back from her. "Why would you even think I'd do that?" he asks. "Because you have no other options," Tamsin states calmly. "You have no one else who's willing to help you. Harry, I am the most powerful witch-born in over 200 years. But in here, in your mind, I'm limited. I can only see flashes beyond this cage. I can only hear a few words in here. If you let me in, I'll have accesses to your conscious mind as well, which will let me see what you see here. What you hear, feel what you feel. It would be like a pseudo-possession, and it's only pseudo because I won't be fully possessing you like I did with Ginny," Tamsin says, backing Harry against the wall, looming over him, their noses almost touching once again. "How do I know you won't try it anyway?" Harry asks softly, feeling Tamsin's body push against his. "Because, Harry," Tamsin says, just as softly, almost like a whisper, "I am a woman of my word." Her words like a life rope that Harry grabbed at. Letting Tamsin in was incredibly simple, and at the same time extremely odd. All Harry had to do was open the front door of the Dursley's house in his dream and let her out. She had explained that the house filled with screams was the manifestation of his subconscious, where she had been trapped thanks to his mother's protection, and only he had the power to open the front door and let her out. When he had given her free rein in his mind, it felt as if he had another set of thoughts inside his head, and those thoughts would talk to him. Hermione had once said that hearing voices was never good, not even in the Wixen world, and Harry had to agree, seeing that said voice belongs to a teenage dark lady. Tamsin would appear in the halls of Hogwarts as a ghost or a phantasm that only Harry could see walking amongst the students. Always there but never seen. She couldn't interact with anyone or anything, but could talk to Harry, giving him bits of advice in class as she would lounge on a desk or in a chair watching him work. More than once, she had stopped him from messing up in potions and instructed him on what to do. Tamsin also knew the castle better than anyone. Even the marauders that came after her and created the map, which had impressed her greatly with its ingenuity. She showed Harry shortcuts and secrets that were on the map, though there weren't many the marauders didn't know. Only a few passages that only a Parselmouth could open. Tamsin also knew most of the parents or grandparents of most of Slytherin and would make comments whenever she had found one. After meeting Draco Malfoy and his changing button, Tamsin almost made Harry choke on his morning cuppa when she had told him about how Abraxas Malfoy liked to watch her and Abraxas intended Misha Selwyn have sex in her day, and sometimes would even join the two ladies, which was something Harry didn't need to know and caused Tamsin to fall into a laughing fit at his reaction. When they had finally gotten their hands on the contract for the tournament, via McGonagall, because Tamsin refused to get within 10 feet of Dumbledore, Harry had brought it to the library to read over. Tamsin had quickly found a loophole in it because, in her own words, the Wixen are a race of fools and morons who cannot comprehend what logic is. The contract had said he needed to participate in the tournament, but never went into detail on what it meant by participation, leaving it up to those who were bound by the contract to fill out the details on their own, which in this case worked out well in their favor. All Harry needed to do was be in the designated arena and cast a few spells to fulfill his part of the contract. Whether he really tried or not was up to him. Harry could admit, begrudgingly, that having Tamsin around was indeed useful. Harry could feel the smug pride rolling through his mind when he had thought this from Tamsin, but it did have its major downsides. Tamsin's mood swings were up there with the worst of it. One moment she would be passive and bored, but then someone around Harry would say or do something that would throw Tamsin into a rage, going on long rants about muggles and muggleborns, how they were nothing but animals needing to be brought to heel or slaughtered, how the muggleborns were no better and deserved to be placed in bindings like house elves and be used by their betters. She would also rant about Catholics and her hatred for any religion in general. She seemed to hate everything and everyone in her rages, and thanks to the bleed over, it would affect Harry, causing his mood to take a dark and moody turn where he had to get away from people before he too started to lash out. There was a moment where Tamsin's rage turned to other people's sexuality and started to berate homosexuals about being unnatural, and Harry had started to yell at her in an empty corridor, pointing out her own sexuality. She had tried to attack him in blind anger, but to no avail, and retreated into the depths of his mind for a day to calm herself down. Then there were her wildly inappropriate comments about his classmates, from racist comments ranging from their blood status to the color of their skin, to sexual ones about them, and how she would torture and kill one. Tamsin had a vivid imagination that would play like a movie in the corner of Harry's eye. Some days he couldn't concentrate on his school work thanks to the scenes of Tamsin either ducking or killing all those around him, of how she would whisper into his ear about his own dark thoughts, telling Harry how she could show him how to control the pretty little China doll he wanted to duck and make her wanting, wet, and begging him to take her just to erase the memories of what they had done to her from her mind, or the aching want to hurt something, and how she could show him how to like she had offered with the Dursleys. Harry had always turned her down and never polite when he did, because if anyone could piss him off more than Tamsin Riddle, he had yet to meet it. The first task would come and go for Harry quickly. The dragons at first was a little worrying, but just as Tamsin said, so long as Harry was in the arena and doing magic, the contract was fulfilled on his part. So all he did was sit against the wall furthest from the dragon's nest and work on his transfiguration and charm work while the dragon watched him. After half an hour, the judges had told him to leave the arena. In the end, he was awarded no points but was handed the egg by Ludo Bagman, much to Tamsin's amusement, and was told the egg was his clue to the next task, to which Harry had just shrugged at and left. He had ignored Ron and Hermione calling after him and took one of the passages that Tamsin had shown him up to the 7th floor and the come-and-go room and hid from the rest of the castle with his cloak and map until late into the night talking to Tamsin. It wasn't until the night of the Yule Ball that the relationship between Harry and Tamsin would shift once more. "Why don't you want to go?" asked Tamsin from the chair her phantom was lounging in the corner of Harry's eye as he sat in the come-and-go room, hiding from the school at large. "Because I don't have a date," Harry says as he reads by the fireplace conjured by the room, sitting in the large chair by it with his legs hanging over one arm and his back pressed to the other with the book resting on his knees. The room was comfortable with a large fireplace, a dark leather high-back chair, and matching couch with ancient end tables. The wooden floor was deep, rich mahogany, and the walls a mix of maroon, red, and silver, but otherwise empty of anything else. Harry had found himself in this room more and more over the past few weeks, avoiding Ron, Hermione, and the school at large. Harry found himself not liking people more and more, finding that being by himself more palpable than being in the Gryffindor common room. At least this way Tamsin had fewer things to lash out at and kept her more stable. "Now that's an excuse if I ever heard one," Tamsin says from the other chair across the room, and Harry makes a disagreeing sound before trying to focus on his reading. He didn't care what Dumbledore had said. He was going to attend his exams at the end of the year. It was better than worrying about this stupid tournament. But as Harry goes to turn the page, Tamsin's hand appears on the book. "Harry, I'm being serious here. It's a ball. It's supposed to be fun," she says with a sigh as Harry looks up at Tamsin, her head tilted to the side as she looked at him. "And which father knows you could use some? Besides, I doubt that it would be very hard for you of all people to find a date," she says as Harry shuts the book before letting it fall on his chest with a snort of amusement. "Yeah, right," Harry says with a scuff and a smile. "Who would want to go to a dance with me? I'm just me," Harry says with a face as he turned away from Tamsin to look into the flames of the hearth. "I'm weird, awkward, and—" But before he could continue, Tamsin cuts him off. "Smart, brave, kind, handsome," Tamsin says as she kneels down, placing her elbow on the book Harry was reading and resting her chin on her palm. "Powerful, an heir to both a noble house and a most noble and most ancient house. Rich, famous, and influential. Whether you want to admit it or not, Harry, you are one hell of a catch to any young witch," Tamsin says, looking at Harry with one of her charming fake smiles. "You forgot a spotlight-seeking, unstable, friendless freak who has anger issues and urges that make a certain dark lady in training smile with delight whenever they come up," Harry says, not meaning most of it, as he turns back to Tamsin, looking her in the eyes. "Come off it, Tamsin. I'm self-aware enough to know that there's something wrong with me. The dark lady in my head notwithstanding, that is," he says with shrug. "Nothing is wrong with you, Harry," Tamsin says, and Harry could feel the burning hatred and want coming from the back of his mind, a hatred for all those who had told Harry he was anything less than what he was, and to want to make their deaths as slow and as painful as possible for demeaning him, for demeaning what she saw as special. "You're just a bit different like me," she says with a smile, a real one this time, and she reaches out to brush a lock of dark hair from Harry's face. But he turns away, even knowing her hand would pass through him much like a ghost would. He looks up, and now finds her leaning over the back of the chair, looking down at him with sad eyes, the first time Harry had ever seen her eyes like that. "I don't want to be different, Tamsin," Harry says as he hugs the book closer to his chest as he curls up into a ball as he closes his eyes. "I just want people to leave me alone. I just want to be Harry, just Harry," he tells Tamsin as her own thoughts echo in his head. "You'll never be just Harry, not to me," Tamsin thinks as Harry finds himself falling asleep in the warm room. "Mr. Diggory, Miss Chong," Professor McGonagall says as she stops to welcome them at the door to the great hall that the champions would be led through soon before moving down the line. "Miss Delacour, Mr. Davies, goodness boy, close your mouth, you'll embarrass yourself," she tells the Ravenclaw, who had just enough brain function to do just that. McGonagall sighs before moving on. Mr. Crumb," and McGonagall says, but trails off, not believing just who was on the young Quidditch star's arm. "Miss Granger, I must say you look stunning this evening, my dear girl," the stern professor says with a rare soft smile that makes the bushy-headed bookworm blush and smiles herself. "Thank you, Professor," Hermione says before she notices McGonagall look around the hall with a worried look. "Miss Granger, do you know where Mr. Potter is?" The professor asks. "He was supposed to be here by now with his date," she says, voice edging on anger. Hermione is quiet for a moment, trying to bury the feelings of hurt and rare failure she has. "He's not coming," she says stiffly, looking forward to the door with a controlled expression as McGonagall turns to look at her with wide and angry eyes. "He is representing Hogwarts. He has a duty to the school to uphold its honor by showing up to the opening dance," the professor says sharply, but Hermione doesn't flinch. "He didn't ask for this." Hermione says just as sharply, "He didn't put his name in the goblet. He shouldn't be forced to attend a dance he wants nothing to do with, to be show off like some prize stud at a show," she says, turning to look at her head of house with a slight glare. "As far as I know, he didn't ask anyone to the dance. And he won't be coming. Hogwarts has a champion in Cedric, so I'm sure we'll be fine without Harry for one night," she says before looking away, knowing no matter what, Harry wouldn't show up, that he was hiding someone in the castle, and if Harry Potter wanted to hide in Hogwarts, Hermione doubted that even the headmaster could find him. McGonagall would hold off the champions from entering the hall for a few minutes to inform Dumbledore that Harry Potter wasn't at the ball. The elderly headmaster would frown, but decides to leave the boy in peace, thinking that young Mr. Potter had gone through enough and had more than earned a night out of the spotlight he was so often thrust into. Albus Dumbledore would never know the consequences of that one decision would cost him not only his life, but the world he was trying to save. Harry would open his eyes to an unfamiliar room lit by torches and floating candles. Tables lining the back wall covered in food and drinks with enchanted instruments playing a soft melody that filled the room. He was confused, for since he had made the deal with Tamsin, he couldn't remember most of his dreams, just a gentle humming as he rested. We're talking to Tamsin about everything and nothing in a recreation of either the Slytherin or Gryffindor common room. "Do you like it?" Harry hears Tamsin ask from behind him. He turns to look at her and is almost floored by what he says. Tamsin, for the first time Harry had ever seen, was in a dress. It was silver and a shade of green like his eyes, sleeveless and backless. It was elegant and simple with bows and a trail of silver mist hanging from the back of her shoulders and down her legs that would take the forms of serpents before disappearing into nothing. It was to make a statement, Harry thought to himself, and screamed, "Here I am," the heir of Slytherin to him. Her hair was done up, no longer straight, and spilling down her back like a waterfall of ink, but in extravagant curls that went over one shoulder with a small silver tiara sitting on top to hold it all in place. Her makeup was minimal, only used to highlight her own natural beauty to an almost haunting degree, and when she smiled at him, showing off her dimples, Harry swears his heart skips a beat. Tamsin smiles before speaking. "I'll take that as a yes," she says before stepping towards Harry. What is this?" Harry asks, trying to control his blush, but failing at it. "A memory, one of mine," Tamsin says. "One of my old teachers used to throw parties like this to show off what he saw as up-and-coming students to old contacts from over the years he had taught or met to help them along. He was, in fact, the one who told us about Hurcruxes in the first place, so we have a bit of a soft spot for him, you could say," Tamsin explains while looking around at the Yuletide decorations with a fond smile. "I had to remove the people in the memory, so it would just be us. I thought you may like it that way," she says with a knowing smile. "But why?" Harry asked, unable to keep his eyes off her. "For a dance, silly," Tamsin says with a teasing smile that made Harry's heart hurt with old memories of the same smile on another person's face. "I thought you might enjoy one without all the extra things that the Yule Ball would bring." "You want to dance?" Harry says, surprised. "With me? Well, who else am I to dance with?" Tamsin says with a shake of her head before holding out her hand for Harry to take, but he hesitates for a moment before she speaks again. "I'll be leading, Harry, so don't worry about stepping on my feet or not knowing how to dance," Tamsin tells him before Harry takes her hand. She showed Harry where to place his hands and steps to a simple dance before they begin to dance around the empty room in earnest. Tamsin talking all the while about embarrassing things she had seen the other students do during the parties, or funny stories of things that had happened during her time at school, and even a bit about Harry's grandfather, Fleamont Potter, who was apparently the only student in her year that could match her in potions. She didn't know him personally, but respected him for his skill in brewing and was often paired with him during class. "Why are you being nice to me?" Harry finally asked after what felt like hours of dancing with Tamsin, This wasn't a part of our deal. You didn't need to do this, Harry says. Tamsin grows quiet for a long time, avoiding Harry's eyes as the music grows slower, and they begin to sway slowly to it. When a Hurcruxx is created, Tamsin says slowly, and after a while, the creator can shed, for the lack of a better word, something they see as a weakness, and I was the first of our Horcruxes we created. So I was created with a lot of the traits we saw as undesirable at the time. It was the school year after we killed Tom, and we were a mess, uncontrollable, reckless, and so very, very angry with the world, more so than normal, she says, still not looking Harry in the eye. So, after we caused the death of Myrtle Warren, which for the recorded was an accident at the time, we decided to shed those negative traits that we saw as unwanted and hampering to our goals. And we did so in a moment of cold logic, a rarity for us in those days, she says sadly. I am those traits made manifest, our cruelty, our rages, our madness, and our psychopathic tendencies, Tamsin says as they continue to dance. Like yourself, we were keenly aware that there was something wrong with us. We always had problems forming bonds with others and our emotions. We didn't know how to deal with them, or even what they were. Other children would try to explain it to us, but we had always found emotions to be odd, ephemeral things that we would try and capture. But just when we were on the verge of processing them, they would vanish like the morning mist, she says, making a face to sum up her thoughts about it all. But we could grow fond of others, like Abraxas and his wife. And now you, she tells him, much to Harry's shock. You're fond of me? Harry asks, confused, feeling his own anger rise. And what? I'm supposed to forgive you for everything you've done to me? The torture? The rape? All your abuse? Harry almost screams in her face. No, Tamsin says flatly. If you did, I would think of you more of a sentimental fool than I already do, she says as they finally stop their dance. I will not give you an excuse for my actions, Harry, nor will I apologize for what I did. Not because I don't think it would suffice, but because I do not feel bad about what I did, and I never will, she tells him, finally looking back into his eyes. But I am willing to do something else for you, she says in a haunting whisper as she takes both of his hands into hers and interlocking their fingers as she steps forward and with her lips right next to Harry's ears she whispers, I'll let you take your retribution out on me. And Harry tries to take a step back, but finds his back hitting a bed that wasn't there a moment ago. Harry breathes deeper and faster as he hears the sound of blades being sharpened, the sounds of hooks on chains, and the squeaking of all sorts of instruments of pain tightening. What the hell do you mean by that? Harry growls out. Tamsin chuckles next to Harry's ear. I once told you that retribution is the justice we take for ourselves. Do you remember? She whispers before leaning back from Harry. Well, I'm offering you just that, no strings attached, no catch-22, nothing like that, she tells Harry before guiding his hands to wrap around her throat. But Harry doesn't squeeze like everything in him wants to do. Torture me, beat me, rape me, do whatever you want of me. Harry, I won't fight back, and I'll scream and moan as much as you want me to, or I'll suffer in silence. If that's what you want, you can't kill me in here, and you can't break me, but you could do whatever else you want, Tamsin says with a smile promising all sorts of dark things. But Harry does something that surprises her. He removes his hands from her neck and moves them to her shoulders and pushes her back. You're already broken, Tamsin, Harry says sadly, looking away from her, but Tamsin raises her hand and grips his chin and lifts his head to see her own soft, sad smile. I know, Tamsin tells him, and Harry had known she was a broken soul from the moment she had peeked into his cupboard for the first time. Her beautiful dark blue eyes that was hiding a monstrous intelligence and a broken soul with a mentality that seemed at odds with humanity itself in the most alien way possible. Tamsin Riddle would never be afraid of any kind of monster because she knew she was the worst hiding in the shadows. No, Harry says, just as he did over a year ago, I don't want to be like you or her, he says firmly and almost believes it himself before Harry steps around Tamsin to get away from her, but Harry is pulled back by her as she speaks. Then if not with me, then with someone else, Tamsin whispers in his ear from behind before spinning Harry around, so he comes face to face with Cho Chang. How about the little China doll you've been lusting after for all these months? Cho asks in Tamsin's voice as she walks toward him with swinging hips. This will have to be the silent type. Sadly, never cared enough to listen in to hear how she sounds, Cho says with a sultry smile. Stop, Harry growls out, glaring at Tamsin. I'm not like you. I don't want to hurt people, so ducking stop, he tells her. Cho and Tamsin's dress frowns before charging him and tackling him to the ground, and Harry lands on his back in a damp cavern floor. He could smell the stagnant water and see the giant looming face carved in stone above him as the shape of the basilisk lay unmoving below it. Harry looks up just as Tamsin tosses her hair back, black bleeding into red, as the face of Ginny Weasley looks down at him with an innocent smile that hid a dark hunger. "Oh, Harry," Ginny says, her voice uncanny and sounding just like the real Ginny, but she was still in Tamsin's dress. "You saved me from that evil shade," Tamsin says in Ginny's voice. "Stop," Harry tells Tamsin, but she doesn't. "And killed the basilisk. How could I ever repay you?" Tamsin says in Ginny's voice, making it sound full of want and husky as Harry feels Tamsin grind on him. "Ducking stop. I have no gold, for I am from a poor, pathetic blood traitor family. Tamsin, but I can think of one way. Stop. I'll let you use my bow." Hack. Harry felt the familiar rush of fire in his veins and lashes out, raising up and grabbing Ginny by the throat and flipping them over. As Harry's rage clouds his mind as he begins to try to choke the life out of Tamsin, as the red hair and freckles fade back to black and pale skin, as Harry screams at Tamsin to shut up over and over again. Tamsin's arms begin to flail, but not to push Harry off of her or defend herself, but with the hem of her dress, pulling it up and sinking her hands beneath it while spreading her legs wider. And as Harry, lost in his madness, feels the searing heat of lust and want burst forth from his mind as Tamsin begins to touch and rub herself to ecstasy. Harry could hear how what she was over, the blood pounding in his ears. He could feel how much she wanted him roar in the back of his mind. He could see her face slowly change color, her arms and hands work faster and faster to get herself off, and Harry couldn't take it anymore. Pulling back a hand, he reaches down toward his trousers and begins to fumble trying to undo them before feeling wet. Slick hands help him free himself, so he squeezes down harder with his other hand, causing Tamsin to stop as he grabs himself, and like Tamsin, begins to pleasure himself as he tries to kill the shade in his head. With eyes ground shut and teeth clenched, building himself up faster and faster, he was close when Tamsin reaches up and pulls his hair to get his attention. With eyes closed, she mouths the words, with me," over and over, and Harry slows down and paces himself with Tamsin until, before long, they both climax. The rush from both reaching their own peak at the same time sent a flood of pleasure through the mind of each other. Like an exploding nova or two stars striking together, the universe danced behind both of their eyelids. Harry lets go of Tamsin's throat, and she greedily sucks in a breath and opens her eyes. But what she sees almost makes her orgasm again. Harry's eyes were scarlet as he leaned down and kissed her. The rest of the year passed in a blur of classes and avoiding people during the day, and the nights were no longer filled with nightmares or Tamsin's torture and abuse, but a more mutual and consensual coupling between the two. They still fought for dominance, and they still hurt each other, sometimes badly, sometimes softly, but Harry doubted they would ever stop doing that. Tamsin's want for pain and blood, and Harry's own hatred and anger for her, they would always try and kill each other in his dreams. It now ended, more often than not, with a soft, almost loving kiss between the two broken humans. The second task was set in the Black Lake. Harry didn't even try and figure out the egg, even with Cedric's tip, and just sat on the dock, levitating out globs of water before using the freezing charm on them and creating beautiful ice fractals in the air before letting them fall into the water. Fleur had returned first with no hostage, freaking out and crying over it. Then Crumb with Hermione, just inside the hour mark, they had sat off on the other side of the dock talking between themselves, wrapped in thick blankets and drinking a pepper-up potion. Then Cedric emerged with Cho outside the hour mark. Harry had helped him and Cho onto the dock, and before long the merfolk brought up a little blonde girl, and to Harry's surprise, Ginny. He had helped both of them up as well before turning to the judges to get the scoring. Harry, unsurprisingly, was awarded no points again, and once again he had shrugged, not really caring. He had apologized to Ginny for not coming to save her, and she had smiled sadly at him and said, "You saved me once, Harry. I think that fills your White Knight quota with me, so don't worry about it," before she gave Harry an awkward hug before Harry walked back up to Hogwarts alone. A few months later, Harry and the rest of the champions were informed of what the last task was, a hedge maze. Harry had just nodded in understanding after Ludo Bagman had explained how it was going to work before heading back up to the castle to be alone again with Tamsin. They had their strategy on what they were going to do before they even made through the front door of the castle. A week later, Bartemius Crouch would be reported missing by his office under unknown circumstances. Then at dusk on June 24th, Harry had walked down to the Quidditch field after seeing Mr. and Ms. Weasley and their eldest son Bill, and took a seat in the grass as one by one the champions were sent into the hedge maze. Harry was to enter 10 minutes after Fleur, and when his time had come at the sound of the cannon, Harry stood up, took 3 steps into the maze before lifting his wand and sending up red sparks into the air, forfeiting before turning around and walking out of the maze back over to an amused-looking Dumbledore. "Very smart, my boy," the elderly headmaster says with a chuckle and twinkling eyes. Harry just shrugs. "All I did was take the out they gave me," he says, looking away from the headmaster's eyes. "No, Harry," Dumbledore says with a smile. "What you did was play a game while playing by your own rules. You used a technicality to your benefit and outwitted a very old and powerful magic artifact, which I think deserves some sort of prize in and of itself," he says. "I didn't do it for a prize, headmaster. I just didn't want to die," Harry says with a shrug. "A fine enough reason indeed, but my point still stands," Dumbledore says before he pauses to think for a moment. "Let's see, yes, I think 100 points for Gryffindor for showing cunning and wit beyond your peers," he says with a smile. "Thank you, sir. May I go now?" Harry asks, looking back to the castle. "I would actually dash, but whatever Dumbledore was about to say dies." In the roar of the crowd as Fleur appears with a flash, scuffed up and dirty, but holding the Triwizard Cup. Harry smiles at the sight, and as Dumbledore turns to walk over to congratulate the new Triwizard champion, Harry takes his leave from the stadium, making his way back to the castle to hit the kitchen to grab a bite to eat and say hi to Dobby. But as he leaves, he's stopped by a voice calling out to him. "Potter," growled the voice of Professor Moody. "Oh, hi, Professor," Harry says with an awkward wave, and the old war dog just nods to him before speaking. "Going up to the castle?" Moody asks, limping up to Harry, and at the boy's nod he speaks again. "Good. Come on, I'll walk you up," he says, and Harry nods and walks in front of the Exor. They were halfway between the castle and the stadium before Professor Moody speaks again. "Damn smart on how you played this, Potter, damn smart. Playing the goblet like that takes a rare type of cunning. Why the hell aren't you in Slytherin?" the man asks, and Harry just shrugs. "Asked it not to put me there," Harry says, feeling a pop of surprise from Tamsin. He hadn't told her that, and Harry chuckles at her reaction. Didn't know you could do that," Moody says with a grunt, "but you made it a hell of a chore to figure out how to get you through this shit show after I put your name in the goblet," Moody says, stopping Harry dead before he slowly turns around to face the professor, the same professor aiming his wand at him. Harry blinks in shock before his hand goes for his wand right before he was stuck with a red light and everything goes black. "Now, Wormtail, do it now," is the first thing Harry hears when he comes to, followed by something falling into water. Harry groans as he opens his eyes. He tries to move, but finds himself bound to something large by thin cords around his chest and legs. He struggles for a moment before white-hot pain explodes across his scar, as if someone had pressed a red-hot iron to it, and Harry Potter screams. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your progeny." Tamsin. Harry desperately thinks through the pain. Tamsin. It's her. He thinks as he convulses from the pain in his scar, and as he looks down at the ground below, he sees Tamsin looking back up at him with a flat look on her face, but insane amusement dancing in her eyes. "It is," Tamsin says simply. "Help me." Harry thinks desperately and watches as Tamsin raises a brow. "Why would I do that, pretty kitty?" Tamsin asks, sounding amused. "We have you right where we want you," she says before a mad grin splits her face. "Wait, but, you gave me your word. You said you never lie, that only the weak do that." Harry accuses her as he struggles in his bindings. "FL flesh of the Ser Servant, willingly given. You will revive your Ms. Mistress. And I didn't lie, pretty kitty. I said that I would help you through the tournament, and I did," Tamsin says while taking a few steps forward. "But the moment you sent up those red sparks was the moment you were out of the tournament," she explains like she was talking to a 5-year-old. "And if you think whoever is disguised as Moody had it rough, You don't even know what I had to do to get you here. I mean, it was just a boon that your little blood traitor friend got all pissy and left on his own, but then I had to keep you away from everyone, to keep you isolated, all without you knowing. Thankfully, your study of the mind arts are non-existent, so it made it easier to influence you discreetly to keep away from the mudblood and blood traitor through the Hurcruxx in your head. After that, all I needed was to keep your attention on me. And my oh my, feeding all that repressed anger you had with my own made that easy. Tamsin tells him with a wicked grin as Wormtail passes through the shade, blade in hand. Harry was too shocked to properly struggle as Wormtail slashes his arm and steals his blood. She's going to kill me, and she doesn't know about Dash. Harry tries one more time, but Tamsin cuts him off. Let me stop you right there, pretty kitty, she says with a grin never leaving her face. She knows all about the Hurcruxx in your head, and me being in here as well. She's not going to kill you until she extracts me and the other one from your head. Then yes, we'll kill you then, she says as her eyes flicker scarlet. How? Why? Harry asks, unable to leave the hurt and pain out of his voice. You didn't even wonder what I was doing in your head as you slept soundly, did you? Tamsin asked with a laugh. There's a link between you and us, pretty kitty. Took a while to figure out how to use it. But I'm not the greatest witch born for no reason, pretty kitty. While you slept soundly in your dreamless, peaceful rest, we were up planning shenanigans, she says with a malicious grin. Blood of the enemy. Forcibly taken. You will resurrect your foe. As for why, well, that's simple, pretty kitty, because we are your enemy, and Lady Voldemort brings ruin to all that would call her an enemy, Tamsin says, watching Harry slup in his bindings. You tricked me. Harry thinks, his tone dead and lifeless. No, pretty kitty, I played you like a fiddle, making you dance to my tune. Tamsin says joyfully. No, wait. Better analogy, she suddenly says, clapping her hands together. I tossed around a yarn ball, and you happily chased it, never knowing it was leading you into a cage to slam shut, she says with a mad laugh. Robe me, but sadly, my pretty kitty, you become very boring, so playtime is over, Tamsin says before standing aside, allowing another person in Harry's line of sight, and allowing his heart that she had so easily toyed with fill with despair. She walks slowly, purposely, through the graveyard. Two of the three men bow before her in reverence, their heads almost touching the ground, as if they fear to even gaze up and catch a single glimpse of the terrifying and awe-inspiring beauty that stands before Harry. Her skin was as pale as the full moon, flawless, perfect, and smooth as white marble. Her lips were full and blood red. Her high cheekbones threw shadows on her face and looked so sharp that you could cut your hand if you ever tried to caress her face. Her hair was as black as night or ink, so deep and dark that it looked like it could snuff out any and all light caught in it. It fell down her shoulders in ringlets, like twisting shadows crowned upon her head in the eminence of her dark glory. One flawless hand raises and draws Harry's attention as she brushed her dark bangs from her scarlet and slitted eyes as she inspects Harry in awe and wonders, just as he himself was doing to her. She then smiled at him in such a way that he thought it was for him and him alone. Her hand falls away from her face, and Harry noticed her long dark nails were pointed on only 3 of her fingers, while 2 were short and close to the nub. Well, hello, Dodger, she says, her voice as clear and beautiful as she was, her terrifyingly beautiful smile never leaving her face. And a quote was brought to Harry's mind from the Fellowship of the Ring as he watches the Dark Lady Reborn lift her wand to point at him. In place of the Dark Lord, you will set up a queen. And I shall not be dark, but beautiful and terrible as the morning and the night, fair as the sea and the sun and the snow upon the mountain, dreadful as the storm and the lightning, stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall love me and despair. Miss me? She says with a smirk so painfully wrong, but had never looked so right as Harry feels his eyes burn and his heart break for Lady Voldemort has risen again. And with a flash of spell light, Harry Potter knew no more. You wanted a reward for your help? Fine. Tell me what I can do for you, little Hurcruxx. I want a body, one of flesh and blood, the same kind you have, one that won't be stopped by the protections. You must understand why I am hesitant to do this. Would an unbreakable vow suffice? I will also have to build in something to keep under control. Fine, whatever, I don't care, I'm sick of being just a memory. How long will it take? A few months. There are a few pressing matters to deal with. But do not worry, little Hurcruxx. I'll make you into a real girl soon, and I won't even need to wish upon a star to do it. I fell for the devil. Hell burns me but gentle. Eternity's settled. On Eden's dust walks evil love. Hallows Mystery. Eden's dust. Chapter done. And it's literally the longest thing I have ever written, hands down. But holy duck, was this something else. I don't feel like going on another huge rant right now. I will probably edit in one later. But have questions? Ask in the comments. I answer most of them back anyway. King saxcuL out. In the Ouroboros of the Serpent. Welcome back to the thrilling close of In the Coils of a Serpent. On with the show. A day after Harry Potter goes missing, Alastor Moody is found locked in his trunk, a year missing from his memories, and a large bald spot on his head. A week after Harry Potter goes missing, the remains of a male body of approximately 15 years of age are found burnt to bones and ash outside of Hogsmeade near the Shrieking Shack. An investigation is launched by the Auror Department. A month after Harry Potter went missing, Lucius Malfoy would die tragically in a potions accident, and the debt of 13 years of servitude would be wiped away overnight. A month and 3 days after Harry Potter had gone missing, the dark mark on Severus Snape's arm would burn in pain as the Dark Lady would call her loyal back to her and tell them all that Harry Potter was dead by her hand, and no one questions her. 2 months after Harry Potter went missing, the Dark Lady introduces her Death Eaters to Delphine Lestrange, Bellatrix's daughter. 3 months after Harry Potter went missing, Albus Dumbledore is removed from his position of Supreme Mugwump of the ICW and Chief Warlock of the Wisegamot for trying to announce the return of the Dark Lady Voldemort. Most believe he has finally gone mad. 4 months after Harry Potter went missing, the body of Remus J. Lupin would be found in Nocturnali. Other than the missing right hand, the body was untouched. The killing curse is presumed to be used. But in the end, few cared that the drifting werewolf had died. 5 months after Harry Potter went missing, the walls of Azkaban would fall. 10 Aurors would be found dead, and more than a third of the prisoners would escape, the majority being those who had served the Dark Lady in the war before. 6 months after Harry Potter went missing, the home of the Weasley family would suffer a collapse in the middle of the night before catching fire. All inside would die, with the only survivors being the 3 oldest children who no longer lived at home. The body of young Ginevra Weasley would be missing from the wreckage. This event overshadowed the tragic house fire the same night that would take the lives of the Granger family in Muggle London. All bodies inside were burned beyond recognition. 7 months after Harry Potter went missing, the Department of Mystery would suffer a break-in. But nothing was found stolen or moved. The event was swept under the rug by the Ministry of Magic. 8 months after Harry Potter went missing, the body of Ginevra Weasley would be found on what remains of the Barrow. The condition of the body was beyond any words one could use to describe it. It was discovered through a magical autopsy that she was killed via killing curse. Most likely a mercy killing, for, as one reporter had put it, it would have been more merciful if the poor girl had burned to death alive with the rest of her family. Percy and Charlie Weasley would be killed in an attack on them later that night, with their older brother William losing an arm, but was able to get away. He never saw who the perpetrator was. 9 months after Harry Potter went missing, he was officially announced dead by the Ministry of Magic, and a memorial service was held in his honor in Hogsmeade. The service was attended by Albus Dumbledore, who was to speak, but as he took to the podium, the event was attacked by the Dark Lady Voldemort and her followers. Among those who were killed were Albus Dumbledore, killed by the Dark Lady, and an unknown helper. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Bones, head Auror Rufus Scrimgeour, and many more. After the battle, it is noted the wand of Albus Dumbledore goes missing. 10 months after Harry Potter goes missing, the Ministry of Magic falls and Lady Voldemort takes over. She strips the power from the Wisegamot and sets up a puppet government under her rule and names Theodore Nott Sr. as the new Minister of Magic. The remains of the Order of the Phoenix are forced underground, unable to stop Lady Voldemort's takeover. 11 months after Harry Potter goes missing, Severus Snape, due to his unwavering loyalty to Lady Voldemort and her final orders she gave him before disappearing on Samium of 81, is named headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and is given the position by unanimous vote by the school governors. He elects to keep Minerva McGonagall as his deputy headmistress and announces that the position and class of defense against the dark arts will be dissolved at the beginning of the next year and be rebranded defensive arts, which will include the teaching of the dark arts to OWL students and above. 1 year after Harry Potter goes missing, Lady Voldemort would visit the headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards to inform them of the change of government for the British Islands, that she would be honoring all trade contacts and agreements made with the ICW, though will be making new ones after the current contracts ended. And in a gesture of good faith, she would be something that the ICW has been demanding the Ministry of Magic do for the last 100 years in closing Azkaban down. Lady Voldemort would then tell the ICW that so long as they continued to honor the agreements with the British Islands that she would not be expanding her power beyond its borders. She had no interest in world conquest so long as they didn't push her into it. 13 months after Harry Potter went missing, Lady Voldemort removed the curse from the defensive arts position at Hogwarts and helped restructure the curriculum of the school before passing the Muggleborn Integration Act into effect. All Muggleborn currently alive was to register their blood status with the Ministry of Magic. Failure to do so would have severe and harsh penalties. The time limit to do so was 3 months. The borders of the country were closely watched for anyone trying to escape, and many tried, and many died fighting. Using the quill of acceptance in Hogwarts, Lady Voldemort sent out her officials to locate the younger Muggleborns born, to switch out the children with either squibs born in the magical world or orphans of the same age in the Muggle world. The Muggleborn children would then be raised in the first even magical orphanage that would specialize in blood adoptions. 14 months after Harry Potter went missing, Lady Voldemort would hit a snag in her personal research into Albus Dumbledore's odd wand and would require the help of someone the world believed dead to find the final piece to a set of legendary magical objects. Lady Voldemort, she sat in her personal study in the west wing of Malfoy Manor, reclining back in her dark leather chair, her feet up on the antique desk, sipping a neat whiskey from a cold glass, looking into the fireplace burning away across the room. Her face was passive as she swirls the amber liquid in her glass, her thoughts a mess of what she knew she needed to do, but she also felt she wasn't ready for it. It had been over a year since they had met again in the graveyard in Little Hangleton, and 3 years since they had previously seen one another. And now, knowing what he is, and the prophecy that had originally tied their fates together, she wasn't sure she was ready to see him again, to talk with him again. Even that brief hello in the graveyard had left her heart beating hard and a pain in her gut for what she knew she had to do. She had first planned to remove both the diary Hurcruxx and the one placed in his head from him before killing him. But she couldn't do it. Even without Delphine screaming at her not to, she knew she couldn't do it. So she had removed Delphine and used the body of dear old Lucius as raw materials and the stolen blood of Harry to create a body for Delphine to use. The ritual she had used to return to her body couldn't be used to restore the diary. She had created that ritual herself to restore herself, not to give a Hurcruxx a body. But in the end, she was successful and failed all at the same time. Delphine got her modified body that keeps her on a tight leash, and she failed to kill Harry Potter again, not because of the boy's own power or luck or cunning. No, Voldemort failed to kill him because she couldn't summon the hate and want needed to kill him. So, she had left the boy sleeping under the drought of living death and had a house elf take care of the sleeping boy sealed behind a secret door that only she and Delphine could open. Delphine would visit him often, even sleeping snuggled up next to him. Voldemort avoided the hall, where the secret door was located entirely, when she could help it. But now she knew she had to wake him up, for he was the only one left alive with the answer she wanted. It all started with Dumbledore's stupid wand and finding out that it was the Wand of Destiny, the Death Stick, the Elder Wand. So, she looked into the Deathly Hallows and the tale of the 3 brothers, and the more she dug into it, the more she was convinced that fate had a sick sense of humor. She had found the Resurrection Stone easily enough. After Cadmus Peverell had killed himself, the stone was passed to his closest living relative, his nephew from his brother, Antioch Peverell. His nephew would go on to pass the stone on to the Gaunt family many years later, before being set into a gold ring that once belonged to Slytherin himself, and by a twist of fate became her second Hurcruxx when she had killed her pathetic Muggle father and grandparents. The third and youngest brother was a bit of a mystery. He had all but vanished from the history books, only to pop up on a gravestone in Godric's Ducking Hollow of all places. It then took some considerable digging in the Department of Records at the Ministry and about 6 different genealogy tomes to find it a marriage between Lolanthe, Peveril, and Harwin Potter. She had screamed in frustration at that one. It was like fate was out to play some cruel joke on her. She had spoken to Delphine very little about their guest. She avoids the subject whenever possible bar direct confrontation with Delphine about it, which has happened a few times over the past year. The first time when she had killed Remus Lupin and severing his hand like Wormtail had done just before killing him. He left Harry with those disgusting animals for 13 years. He betrayed his friends even more than the rat. I just thought they should match. Delphine had said when Voldemort had asked why she was carrying around a served hand around in the manor. Delphine had asked to wake him up, but she had told her no, that it was far too early for that, and Delphine had accepted that. A short few months later, Delphine had snuck out after dark and made her way to Muggle London to burn down a home and bring the mudblood that her guest had befriended during his first year to be locked in the dungeon, before going out to kidnap a little blood trader, before collapsing the Weasleys' home and burning it to ash. Delphine once again came to her and asked for their guest to be awakened, and once again, she said no. It was then that Delphine was thrown into a rage, screaming, cursing, and had tried to curse her for not doing it, but thankfully she had created the body. Delphine had with this in mind and sealed her magic core, cutting her off from all magic before sending Delphine to her room. After Delphine had calmed down, she had unsealed her core so Delphine could have fun with her captives. She had broken the blood trader in under a month, torturing the girl to a catatonic state, cutting out her voice box, cutting off her limbs to just above the elbow and knees, and making her walk around on stubs like a pet. By the end, if the girl wasn't under the imperious curse, she would lay down in her own filth doing nothing at all. She had delivered a mercy killing to the girl after Delphine had gotten bored with using and playing with her, before having her body dropped off at the ash and wreckage of her former home. The mudblood lasted longer, which had impressed her. Delphine was cruel and cold with a love of making her victims' pain and humiliation last as long as possible. But still, the mudblood endured Delphine's tender care for 6 long months before Delphine did something irresponsible and showed the little mudblood their guest before cutting out the girl's tongue, voice box, and her hands. She had ordered that mudblood be killed for knowing, because there were only 3 people in the world who knew who their guest was after she tore the memory from Wormtail's mind and replaced it with her killing him. Wormtail's loyalty was inspired by fear, and she didn't trust the rat not to blab to wrong people about who her guest was. The mudblood was given to Greyback's pack as a plaything, but was told she was to be killed during the following full moon. She had gone herself to confirm the kill. With the mudblood's death, Delphine wanted to kill Wormtail and the Muggles, but she vetoed that idea quickly. She had plans for those that she didn't want Delphine to ruin. So the girl went back to bitching and demanded to wake him up, and she had told her no every time, all for the same reason. Voldemort was scared. Scared wasn't really the right word for it. She was more apprehensive about it. After their last meeting, their last true meeting in the catacombs below Hogwarts, he had rejected her, and that had hurt for some reason. At the time she didn't know, couldn't even fathom it. When she first tried to kill the boy when he was still in his crib, she had completed all the preparations to create her 6th and final Hurcruxx. She had thought with the destruction of her body it would have failed, and her soul wouldn't have split so that she wouldn't be able to shed her last weakness, her fondness. But it did work, but instead of the intended vessel of her wand, the soul shard slipped into his head, and the boy became her fondness. Voldemort knocks back the last of the whiskey in the glass as a knock sounds at her door. Enter, she says as she pours herself another glass of the amber liquid, before looking up to see Delphine walk in. A scowl and blood splatter on her face. She must have interrupted her bonding time with dear Bella. The memory of Bella's face, when she had introduced her to a daughter she didn't remember, having almost brings a chuckle out of Voldemort. Luckily, the pair of them got on like a house on fire once she had explained to Bella who Delphine really was. Bella was the only person she had trusted with the knowledge of how she became immortal too. Not all the information, mind you, just enough for Bella to get the idea. What? Delphine asks rudely. The girl has been mad at her for weeks for not waking up their guest the last time she had demanded it. Voldemort takes a sip from her glass and leans back before looking over at Delphine. They had collaborated on what she wanted to look like before creating her new body, but they couldn't risk her looking like Tamsin Riddle at age 16, just in case she was recognized. She was still tall for her age, with blonde ringlets that she often dyed the tips of different colors instead of straight jet black hair. Delphine's face was more in line with Bella's looks, with a cute button nose, her body shapely and pale. Though she wanted to keep the same color of eyes they had at that age, and refused to part with them for some reason. 1 week, Voldemort says, watching as Delphine's eyes narrow a bit as she looked at her from the doorway. In 1 week, you can wake him up, she tells the girl, and watches her eyes widen, and a large smile split her face as she moved swiftly to the desk. Why wait a week? We can wake him, Delphine begins to say, before Voldemort raises her hand to stop her. In a week, young Draco will be returning to Hogwarts, and I will be ordering the guard here out of the manor to patrol the grounds only. Voldemort explains to Delphine. I don't want any leaks about who is here. The only people who will know will be you, me, Bella, Barty, and Narcissa. That's it, she says in a tone of finality. Barty already knew Bella was her most trusted lieutenant, and to not inform Narcissa about who their guest was when he was up and walking around would be the height of impropriety that the lady of the manor would not allow, and to do so would be seen as an insult after all Narcissa had done and sacrificed for Lady Voldemort's cause. Something Voldemort would not do to the woman if she could help it. After all, Narcissa was the one to kill Lucius, and then offered her home as Voldemort's base of operations, all for Voldemort's word that she would leave Draco out of everything and not let him join till after he received a mastery, which was fine by Voldemort. Fine, Delphine says in a huff. I've waited over a year. A week will be agonizing, but I'll wait, she says as Voldemort watches her hands clench and unclench, visibly shaking in excitement. Delphine, I'm sure I do not need to say this, but he is to come to no permanent harm, nor can you kill him under any circumstances. Do you understand me? Voldemort says, looking into the mad eyes of her younger self, watching her pause for a moment before biting her lip in thought. Define permanent damage? Delphine asks, her eyes narrowing a bit at the words. If I have to do more than wave my wand to fix anything you do to the boy, I will consider that permanent damage, and you will be punished accordingly. Now, do you understand me? Voldemort asks, setting down her glass as Delphine nods eagerly before Voldemort dismisses her. As the Dark Lady leans back in her chair, she can feel Delphine's excitement slam into the back of her mind. She was excited for next week, for waking up their guest, for getting her favorite pet back. Voldemort slams the door shut and locks it. She did not need Delphine's emotions and mental state in her head on the best day. She certainly didn't need her excitement over waking up Dodge, their guest. Voldemort turns back to the flames of the hearth, memories of her own flooding her mind as an emerald-eyed woman smiled at her from across the table, to those same eyes looking at her with a sad smile when she had found him wandering the castle they had both called home. Delphine Lestrange. 14 months and a week, over a year she had waited, demanded, and begged her older self to wake him up, but she was rebuffed and refused each and every time. But finally it was time. Draco had left with Narcissa not even 15 minutes ago. She and Voldemort had seen them off, as was polite, the anti-poison, for the draught of living death clutched in her hand tightly the whole time. Once they had left, she had rushed to her room to strip and put on a simple black silk robe and nothing else before making her way down the halls in the West Wing to her destination. She only had 2 hours alone with him before Voldemort would claim her time with him, and Delphine was going to make the most of it. She walked past the portraits of Malfoy's past. The one of Lucius was placed at the further end of the wing, but he wasn't the guard to the door. No, Voldemort only trusted one person with that. Delphine stops before the portrait of Abraxas Malfoy, standing tall and regal with an air of sophistication and smugness he had when he was alive. He looks down at her with a bland and bored expression before the corners of his lips twitch before speaking. Ah, Delphine, he says with a smile. Back again, I see. Well, you know what to do, my dear, he says as his eyes fill with a fondness looking at her, as if he knew who she truly was. To ambition's glory. Delphine recites the password, making the man nod before the frame swings wide to reveal a barred iron door, reinforced with runes. She steps up to it before hissing in the language of the serpents and greatness that only the cunning can achieve. before watching the bars that hold the door slide back and a door knob bloom from the enchanted iron, before she throws open the door and steps inside. The room was grand, but far from the grandest one the manor had held. There were no windows and only one other door that led to a marvelous bathroom off to the left. A large hearth sat empty to the right of the door, surrounded by large and comfy-looking chairs and couches with a long, low, dark table sitting in between it all. Large bookshelves sit at the back of the room, empty, but would be filled in time with their guests soon to be awake. The floors were dark marble with white walls that led up to a large vaulted ceiling, showing off the star charts above. But in the middle of the room was where he lay, in the middle of a large four-poster bed with dark curtains drawn shut. With a flick of her wand, his wand that worked just as well as her old one, like it was made for her, she lights the candles in the room to throw light into the shadows as she made her way into the room. The door sealing behind her, going to the bed and drawing back the curtains, she sees him. He was there like he has always been for the last year. His chest didn't rise or fall. He looked pale, and his hair was a bit longer, but she liked the look of untamable black hair. It remained Delphine of a shaggy puppy. With an eager grin, she pulls the dark comforter down with the sheets, and with another flick of the wand vanishes the pajamas he was wearing. She licks her lips at the sight, before slipping from her own robe that pools like shadows around her ankles before opening the drawer to the bedside table and hiding the wand inside. She picks up his glasses before climbing nude into the bed with him, before slipping them on his face, just before brushing the locks of dark hair from his eyes. She wanted to be the first person he saw. When he woke up, no one else, not Voldemort, not Bella, not Narcissa her. He was the first person he saw when he closed his eyes to dream for almost 2 years. It's just poetry that she would be the first person he sees when he woke up. She uncorks the vial before pressing it to the lips of her very own sleeping prince and letting the concoction fill his mouth. It would be absorbed through his gums and tongue, taking a few minutes for it to work, so she slips into bed before pulling the blankets back and pressing her head against his chest, listening for a heartbeat with closed eyes. It comes slowly throughout a few minutes, the thump, 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 steadily getting louder as she listens. Then he starts to twitch and move before groaning quietly as the effects of drought wore off. When he finally started to draw in steady and deep breaths, she opened her eyes to watch, and so painfully slowly did he open his beautiful emerald eyes to the world. They were full of confusion as they moved around, so she decided to help him a bit. Drawing herself up to loom over him, she smiles down at her sleeping prince, her Hurcruxx, her Harry. "Good morning, my pretty kitty," she says as he looks at her confused. "Tum tum sin," Harry says, his voice coming out low and cracking in disuse for over a year, but she still smiles more brightly. "And here I was worrying that my new look would have thrown you off," Delphine says as she quickly straddles him. "While we're dash," Harry murmurs as he looks around, head flopping back and forth to look around the room. "Is this dash?" is as far as he gets before he starts coughing. Delphine rolls her eyes before calling out, "Miss Psy, a cup of water now," before a crack sounds throughout the room and a glass of water appears on the bedside table, causing Harry to look around, confused, still discombobulated from waking up. She helps him drink it down, tipping the glass to his lips with a smile on her lips. After all the water was gone, Harry looked up at her confused, before slowly realization dawned on his face. "Tamsin, but how are—" He trails off as his eyes widen in horror, as the reality of the situation smacks him in the face. "The graveyard, Voldemort, you tricked me," he says angrily as he tries and fails to throw her off due to his body still removing from the effects of the potion. He tries to raise his arms, anger evident on his face, as she chuckles down at him. "That's right, pretty kitty, I tricked you and strung you along to that graveyard. And it worked perfectly, and I got the reward I wanted so badly," she says, looming over him before gathering his hands into hers and pressing his hands to either side of her face, before guiding them down, over her throat and collarbone, past the swell of her perky melons. "Do you like it?" Delphine asks with a sultry smile. "I had it created with you in mind," she tells Harry as she guides his hands over the curves of her waist and hips, before resting them on her shapely bottom. Her smile widens as she feels his reaction between her legs and begins to grind on his length and hears him hiss at the feeling. "I haven't let another man touch me. I wanted you to be the first man I slept with. This is a whole new body, pretty kitty, and that means I'm a virgin," she tells him, discounting what she made the little blood traitor do for a few weeks. I've been waiting so long to do this. To have you inside of me for real. No phantom memories of a touch that wasn't yours. I've been dying to feel you inside of me for so long. Delphine tells Harry before leaning down, lift her hips, and sliding her hand between her legs to grab him and bring him to her entrance. You can feel that much, can't you? She whispers into his ear as he jerks his head away from her, his face set into a hateful glare at the door. He could feel how much she wanted it. Let's not wait any longer. How pretty kitty, she says before sliding down his length with a hiss of pain, before biting into his neck, making a hiss before it turns into a low moan. Music to her ears as he fully enters her, when they're both flesh and blood. He was much thicker than his wand she had used in the past to pleasure herself, and it takes a moment to get used to him, but Delphine's eagerness surpasses the pain as she begins to move her hips. It was ecstasy to her, to finally have him inside her, trapped under her, squirming with pleasure and revulsion in equal measure. She throws the door that connects them on a level other loves couldn't even dream to reach, and feels everything from him as she rides him. She reaches her first orgasm quickly, and Delphine can feel Harry's anger and resentment burn in him. How much he hated her, how much he wanted to kill her, and how much he was enjoying her new body. Delphine quickly hits her second, third, and fourth orgasm while submerging herself in Harry's emotions. She claws at his chest, leaving slightly bleeding scratch marks. She kisses, sucks, and nips at his throat, leaving a trail of her marks across it. She bites at his collarbone hard enough to draw blood and lick the wounds clean. Delphine doesn't care about the time and loses herself in the ecstasy of the carnal coupling between her and Harry. Before long, at the height of another orgasm, she had lost count of around 10 or so, and she feels Harry empty himself inside of her. Her eyes roll back as her legs shake before she lowers herself on top of his bleeding chest, breathing heavily. I waited so long to do this with you, and I must say it was worth the wait. Delphine whispers into his ear before going to kiss Harry on the lips. But like always, he jerks his head out of the way as he used to, so like how she used to, she grabs his face to force it back to her, just before Harry's hand finds her throat. Harry Potter. He flips them over before wrapping his other hand around her throat. Strength had returned to his limbs a little while ago. He was just waiting for the right moment when her guard was down. That's all. Harry begins to squeeze her throat. He was going to kill her. He was, after everything she had done to him, after toying with him, after bringing Voldemort back. Harry was going to duck and kill her. As he squeezed down on her throat, pushing in her windpipe, Tamsin fought back, clawing at her, punching him, trying to push him off of her. But this wasn't a dream. This wasn't a test of willpower. They were both real now. And Harry was finally stronger than Tamsin, and he smiled as her face started to turn purple under him. I'm finally going to, Harry begins to say, but was cut off by a smooth, low voice, just a breath above a whisper. Am I interrupting something? The cold voice says, and Harry's head snaps to it to see her standing in the doorway. She looked very different from how she looked in the graveyard. She still stood tall and regal, and her scarlet eyes burned with unquestionable power, but she no longer looked like a queen of darkness formed from the worst fears of men and beasts alike. She was tall, but thin and lithe, almost skeletal in appearance. Her skin was still pale, smooth, and flawless, with hooded eyes with deep bags underneath them, as though she had not gotten sleep in days. And her cheekbones were still sharp along with her chin and sloping nose, and her black hair was short and neatly combed back. Her outfit looked surprisingly muggle to Harry's eyes, from her shiny Oxfords to her black slacks, and her white button-up shirt with its sleeves partially rolled up her forearms, with an unbuttoned and open black vest with silver buttons that hid any trace of womanly curves. Her brow raised as she looked between the two fighting teens as Tamsin pushed Harry away and took a few needed and deep breaths. No, Tamsin said, rubbing her throat as Harry couldn't look away from Voldemort. Just a little foreplay, she says, and Harry could hear the smile in her words, but Harry still does look away from her. Voldemort makes a sound as if she didn't believe her before speaking. I'm sure it was to you, but I've come to inform you, Delphine, that your time is up. I require Mr. Potter's time. So out, she says simply. Her eyes never travel lower than their faces as she jerks her head behind her. At first, Harry was confused. He didn't know who Delphine was until Tamsin spoke up, answering Voldemort. "It's been 2 hours already," she says as Harry looks over to her as she curses before, sliding off the bed and walking around it to pick up a silk robe and opening up the bedside table to pull out a wand, his wand, to be exact. She pulls on the silk robe as she walks toward Voldemort. "I'll be back in an hour after you're done with him," Tamsin Delphine says before walking past Voldemort to the door as the taller of the two answers back. "I'm sure you will," Voldemort says with a roll of her eyes before she goes back to looking at Harry with a blank look on her face. When the door closes behind Tamsin, Voldemort's wand slips into her hand and she levels it at Harry. He flinches at it and closes his eyes at the coming end. But much to Harry's surprise, he feels a warmth spread over him and the wounds on his chest stop burning with pain. He opens his eyes and looks down to see the wounds were gone along with the blood before he watches Voldemort swish her wand and transfigured the bedsheets into pajamas that hung loosely off of him. "Much better," Voldemort says before storing her wand and walking over to the fireplace and taking a seat on one of the few chairs. "I'm sure you didn't want to have a conversation with me, Bear," she says offhandedly. "But do try to be polite, Mr. Potter, and come take a seat. We have a few things to discuss," she says while looking into the empty fireplace as Harry slides off the bed and slowly makes his way over to another seat. Before taking it, he looks at her pale, blank face and waits quietly for her to speak, his hands shaking all the while. "Miss Psy, some breakfast, I think, a pot of morning tea, and a change of sheets, I think, for the bed, if you please," Voldemort says to the air, before waiting a moment before cracks sound throughout the room, and Harry had a full English breakfast sitting in front of him with a tray of tea next to Lady Voldemort. "Before we get down to business, Mr. Potter, I feel the need to ask if Delphine explained anything to you before you two started to rut like animals," Voldemort asks in a neutral tone as she begins to make them each a cuppa, not even asking how Harry took his because she already knew. Harry flinches at her words, but shakes his head before she passes him his cup with a sigh of her own. "Of course she didn't," Voldemort mutters under her breath. "So, allow me to fill you in. You've been asleep for over a year, 14 months to be exact. During that time, a great many things have happened," she says before taking a sip of her own tea. "I've been what?" Harry asks, shocked. "Asleep under the effects of the drought of living death and a few charms. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. You're 16 now," Voldemort says with a smirk, while Harry just blinks at her in shock. "During your let's call it a nap. During your nap, you were pronounced dead by the Ministry of Magic, and a vast majority of the populace believe just that. And before you say something as foolish as Dumbledore would know, you need to know that Dumbledore is dead. I killed him," she says in a flat, dead tone that sends Harry railing. Harry's jaw works, moving up and down, but no sound comes out. Dumbledore is dead. The headmaster is gone. But it wasn't the only punch to the gut that Voldemort sends his way as she continues to speak. "So are your friends and the Weasley clan. Remus Lupin is also gone," she informs him without remorse. Each word was like a blow to the head as Harry looked down at his tea, unable to form thoughts through the shock of it all. Voldemort thankfully didn't speak up again until Harry looks up at her. "Did you kill them too?" he asks softly, unable to keep the small growl of anger out of his voice. But Voldemort didn't look at all bothered by his question or the tone of it. "No," she tells Harry. "I had nothing to do with their deaths. That was Delphine," Voldemort tells him before going back to her tea. "Delphine?" Harry asks. "Who the hell is Delphine?" Voldemort rolls her eyes. "How very like her. Delphine is the Hurcruxx that was with you for almost 2 years. I'm pretty sure you know her as Tamsin. We didn't really start going by our chosen name till our mid-30s. Voldemort explains, and then looks up to Harry with a brow raised. Harry's hands were shaking, and he could feel his face twist into anger and sadness as his chest ached. Of course, it was her. It was always her. She had kept him isolated, played him like a fool, and then when he was out of the way, she had killed everyone he had cared about. Harry screams in anger before quickly standing and throwing his cup, smashing it in the empty hearth. "Of course she did," Harry spits out hatefully. "It's never enough for her. Even with everything she's already done, she just keeps finding new ways to hurt me, to isolate me, to keep me as her pet, the ducking." Harry spits out with venom. Voldemort's eyes narrow as Harry turns back to her, pain dancing in his eyes as he glares at her. "So what now?" Harry asks her, his hands clenched. "Is this where you tell me you're going to kill me?" Harry asks, locking eyes with Voldemort unflinchingly. And for a moment all he sees is all the horrible things Tamsin, or Delphine now, had done to him. The torture, the torment, making him feel weak and helpless in what should have been the only place he should have felt safe. The rape and abuse she had done to him, and his disgusted and hatred for himself and Delphine. Harry does flinch when he feels a lick of fire at the back of his mind, an unending burning rage that wasn't his own before. As quickly as it comes it would leave as he looks back at Voldemort, who calmly sets her teacup down before crossing her legs and leaning back in her chair. "No, Mr. Potter," Voldemort says softly. "I'm not going to kill you. The world already thinks you are dead, and that's good enough for me. But with that comes some bad news," she tells him as Harry deflates. "Of course it does," Harry says as he sits back down. "This room is your cage, Mr. Potter. Don't get me wrong. It's a gilded cage, but it's a cage nonetheless," Voldemort informs him. "There are 4 people in this world, other than myself, that know you are here, and none of them will help you leave it without my permission. While you are my guest, you will be treated fairly and, within reason, can ask for anything you want, and it will be delivered to you. Until I am sure you won't run, you'll be locked in this room until that time," she tells Harry with a blank face as Harry lowers his eyes to the floor. "But I did not wake you just to tell you all this, Mr. Potter. I have a few questions I would like to ask you," she says, but Harry still doesn't look up from the floor, so she continues, "Do you own an invisibility cloak?" Harry looks up, confused by the question. What?" Harry asks. "A cloak of invisibility," Voldemort reiterates. "Do you own one?" she asks calmly once more. "YEA I?" Harry asks. "Where did you get it?" Voldemort asks, ignoring Harry's question. "Did you commission it?" "Bought it secondhand?" she asks blandly, but leaning forward a bit. "No, Dumbledore gave it to me for Christmas during my first year. It was my SEC-. Harry cuts himself off and looks away, refusing to say it was his second favorite gift that year, right after the gifts he got from Olivia Twist from her, but Voldemort moves on undisturbed by Harry's reaction. "And do you know where he got it from?" she asks, barely hiding the eagerness in her voice. "My dad, it was his. He let Dumbledore borrow it for a bit before." Harry trails off again, looking at the ground. "Before I killed him," Voldemort says, her face still passive, and Harry nods. "Where would it be now?" "The cloak, I mean," she asks, and Harry shrugs. "It was in my trunk last I saw it. Why?" Harry asks Voldemort, and she pauses for a moment, her eyes looking away from him as she thinks and considers something. "Well, you see, Mr. Potter, a vast majority of invisibility cloaks tend to lose their power over time, due to the charms wearing off or just wear and tear over years of use. In fact, there has not been a documented case of an invisibility cloak lasting longer than 10 years. If that," Voldemort tells him as she leans back in her chair. "Note that I said a vast majority, not all of them. There is a legend of a cloak of invisibility that has never lost its power. It's part of a set of 3 powerfully enchanted magical objects. And I have my suspicion that your cloak is the cloak of invisibility, the one all others are based on," she tells Harry, a small smirk on her lips before steepling her fingers. "What's the legend? What are the other 2 objects?" Harry asks, curious himself. "Well, Voldemort stops, her eyes close and lips pressed into a thin line as she looks away from Harry, back to the empty hearth before opening her scarlet eyes again. "Well, Mr. Potter," she says slowly and deliberately, "that is a story for another time, after I confirm that it's the cloak I'm looking for or not," Voldemort says as she stands from her seat. "If you need anything, just ask Miss Psy, be it books, drinks, or food. She's been assigned to you," she says as she begins to walk towards the door as quickly as her 2 feet could carry her. "Hedwig!" Harry blurts out the first thing he could think of, making Voldemort stop at the door and turn to look at him with surprise. "I beg your pardon?" she says, raising her brow at him. "You're going to Hogwarts, right? For my stuff?" Harry asks, and watches as she slowly nods. "See, can you look for Hedwig? She's normally around Hagrid's hut or in the Hourly," Harry says hopefully, watching as Voldemort's eyes grow soft before she nods. "I'll look for her. Does she still answer to 2 whistles?" Voldemort asks, and Harry nods. "Yeah, it's just she's been my friend ever since," Harry says before looking away again, leaving the "you got her for me" unsaid. I just want a friendly face here," he mutters, and Voldemort nods once more before opening the door and leaving Harry to his new cupboard. "Lady Voldemort." She shuts the door behind her before letting out a sigh and pinching the bridge of her nose. She had almost called him Dodger, a name she was sure would cause nothing but pain for either of them. He was her prisoner, and her Hurcruxx, that was it. She needs him safe and alive, but that's it. She was feeling foolish for waking the boy up. She felt it as soon as he was awake, the link between them filling with his emotion, his anger, his pleasure, his everything, and it was a powerful pull from him because she was so fond of him. She couldn't shut off the link because of that. "Are you done now?" asked the impatient voice of Delphine. Voldemort sighs once more before, with wand in hand. She runs her fingers through her hair. She feels it lengthens under her touch, crawling down to mid-waist in straight black sheets as her bangs groan down over her eyes. She brushes them to one side before looking up to her other. "Living Hurcruxx? Yes, I have what I need from him," Voldemort says before waving her wand down her front, undoing the minor transfiguration that had hidden her more womanly curves. "It should be with his trunk at Hogwarts. I'll be heading there in a few days to retrieve it," she says before she turns and starts off to her study. "Goody. While you have fun with that, I'll be entertaining myself with the pretty kitty," Delphine says with a smirk before moving to the door. Voldemort stops. "Delphine," she says, gaining the younger girl's attention. "Your relationship with our guest, did it start off as consensual?" Voldemort asks as she turns her head to look back at her younger self, pausing to stuff down the anger she felt behind her mental shield. "Why does it matter?" Delphine asks, looking over to her older counterpart confused. But when Voldemort says nothing and continues to look at the girl impassively, waiting for an actual answer from her, Delphine sighs. "No, it didn't. It evolved into something more consensual after a while. It's just that what happened at the graveyard set us back a bit," she says with a huff, clearly not happy with it. "But we'll get back to it sooner or later. We have all the time in the world after all," Delphine says with a wicked smile. Voldemort says nothing for a moment, just looks at Delphine with empty scarlet eyes before nodding her head and walking away. Delphine just shrugs before opening the door and walking in with a call to her pet. Barty was waiting for her when she got back to her study with a few documents from Wisengamot that needed her signature. Barty Crouch was an odd man as well as a useful one. He was happy to serve her with the promise of absolutely nothing in return. It didn't matter the job or task. All he would do when told something was nod his head and say, "At your command, my lady." She was sure the man was in love with her in some way, but had never expressed in any other way but total and complete servitude, which she respected more than anything else. So when she had signed everything needed and had poured herself a drink because Mother Magic knew she needed one, she stopped him before he left. "Barty," Lady Voldemort says, stopping the man from leaving her study as he turned to her with a raised brow. "If I were to ask you to do something for me that may be a bit traumatic for you, would you do it?" she asks, turning to look at Barty while leaning on her desk, drink in hand. To the man's credit, Barty only blinks twice before answering. "Without question, my lady," he says, and Voldemort smiles at him. Harry Potter. Harry wouldn't see Voldemort for another 2 weeks, though he did see Delphine almost every day. She had all but moved into his room to play her games. She had to bind his hands down to do anything to him, thanks to them being in the real world now. It was no longer a battle of wills to see who got to be on top, and she had a wand, to be exact, and would regularly have to stop him from trying to lash out at her. She had even used the Cruciatus curse on him a few times when he had almost won. It was like when she first started to torment and torture him. Harry felt hopeless, used, and disgusted with himself all over again. "When you learn your place again, pretty kitty, I'm sure we'll look back on this and laugh," she had said one night after she was done with him and decided to snuggle up to his side afterward while he was locked in a full-body bind. Harry hated it, hated her, and hated being here. But he had no way to escape, and with everyone dead, no one was going to mount a rescue. The only upside was that he had woken up one morning with a familiar feathery face looking at him, along with his Hogwarts trunk resting at the end of his bed. The only things missing from it were his cloak and his leather jacket, which pissed him off but didn't surprise him. The best thing was Hedwig would attack Delphine every time she entered the room and would stop at nothing to chase her out. Unfortunately, she was never successful. Delphine would always stun her before locking her back in her cage. Harry was surprised when Delphine didn't try to kill Hedwig as she had done with everyone else, and Harry knew Delphine wanted to. He could feel it through the link he, Voldemort, and Delphine shared, but the psycho never tried anything beyond stunning Hedwig. Harry didn't know why, but he was glad for that. Harry was laying on his bed, Hedwig tucked into his side, snoozing away as Harry, just looked at the ceiling wondering when next Delphine was going to invade his room, and if he could hit her with a chair or not before she could do anything. So, he was completely caught off guard when someone knocked at his door. Harry raised his head off the fancy feather pillow he was resting on and slowly turned it to look down at Hedwig, who was now awake and looking at him just as confused as he felt. Did someone really? Harry begins to ask his owl when once again a knock sounds throughout the room, causing him to look up at the door before looking back down at Hedwig, who does the owl equivalent of a shrug, before Harry sits up and calls out, sounding as confused as he felt, "Come in." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door swung open, and in walked Voldemort wearing, of all things, a black sundress with red roses embroidered all over it, and a black leather jacket. Harry was pretty sure it was his black dragon-hide leather jacket, his eyes narrow in suspicion as she walks in, her hair back to being long ringlets that fall down her back as her now more feminine face smiles at him. She wasn't alone either. A tall man with sandy brown hair and blue eyes, wearing dark brown robes, walks in behind her before shutting the door. "Mr. Potter, how wonderful to see you again," Voldemort says with a polite smile as she moves with an otherworldly grace as she sits down on one of the chairs, as the man stands behind her off to the right. "I do hope you're finding your amenity all right, even though I do think you find your other constant company, shall we say, less than welcomed." Her smile was that of a 1,000-watt bulb and as captivating as the full moon. Was Harry's polite and well-thought-out answer. Yes, as I thought," Voldemort says as she folds her hands neatly on her lap. "Miss Psy, some tea if you could be so kind," she says, and no sooner than she does a tray appears on the low coffee table. "Well, you'll be relieved to learn then that I have sent Delphine and Bellatrix out on a little phoenix hunt, and I fear they won't be back for a few days, so I had the thought that you should not to waste such reprieve from Delphine's tender mercies with just waiting for her to return, and we could do something a bit productive," she informs Harry as she sets about making them tea. "Is that my jacket?" Harry asks, finally getting over his momentary surprise. Voldemort looks up with a smile that could melt a glacier with its warmth. "Why, yes, it is," she says, not at all bothered by her grand theft jacket. "I found it quite warm and cozy, so I may have borrowed it for a bit. Now come along, Mr. Potter, come to have some tea and biscuits," she says with a wave of her hand, and Harry sighs before sliding off the bed as Hedwig flies over to Voldemort's chair and lands on its arm. Voldemort reaches over and begins to pet Hedwig as Harry takes a seat. Harry sits quietly as Voldemort hands him a cup of tea with a smile. He doesn't take a sip as he looks at her as they both fall into an awkward silence for a moment. Harry looking down at his cup, and Voldemort looking everywhere, but Harry now, until the man behind Voldemort does a small cough. "All right, where are my manners?" "To Mr. Potter, this is Barty Crouch. He's my right-hand man and dash." But before she could continue, Harry cuts her off. "The man who helped torture the Longbottom to insanity," Harry says, looking up at Barty, who smirks at him. "Oh, you know about that, huh?" Barty says, not moving from his spot, and Harry just glares at him. "A bit rude, but yes, he had a hand in that," Voldemort admits with a nod of her head. "But we aren't here to talk about the past, Mr. Potter. We are here to continue where we last left off," she admits with a smile. "Left off of what?" Harry asks, looking away from the man and to Voldemort. "Your private lessons, Mr. Potter," Voldemort says before taking a sip of her tea. "We used to have them 3 times a week back at Hogwarts. I thought we would pick it up a bit again," she tells Harry, this time looking at him in the eye. And Harry sees something flash in her eyes and feels it flash through her mind, something like fondness, before her smiles falter a bit as she sees the look of pain and feels it on Harry's face. "Why?" Harry asks, confused. Voldemort opens her mouth, and a moment of hesitation passes on her face before she answers. "Because I think it would be good for you, for us both. It becomes very hard to focus on tasks when I have your emotions bleeding into me all the time, Mr. Potter." She answers with a placating smile before placing down her tea, and standing up, a knobby wand falls into her hand, and with a wave of it, she sends the everything near the hearth that wasn't Harry and his seat to the back by the bookcases and motions Harry to stand up. "Now, the spell I want to teach you will take a great deal of focus and power when you first cast it, and a great deal of willpower to keep it maintained once you have. While not very advanced, it is tricky to get down," Voldemort says as Harry stands up and walks forward to watch Barty reach into his coat and take out his wand before handing it to Voldemort before standing still in front of Harry, with the same annoying grin on his face. Voldemort slips into the pocket of his jacket before reaching into the jacket and pulling out a wand that looked like it was carved from a bone or a piece of ivory, before holding it out to Harry handle first with a slight smile and a curious look to her eyes. "That's not my wand." "No, it's not, but I'm fairly certain that it will work for you." "Whose wand is it?" "Does it matter, Dodge, Mr. Potter?" Harry flinches at the name before he reaches out to grasp the handle of the wand, before a soft gasp, as he felt his magic leak out of him and infuse the wand with eagerness. Harry blinks down at the wand. It felt like his own. Voldemort smiles softly at his reaction before turning around to look back at Barty. "Now, Barty here has volunteered to be our little test subject, so I must ask you to be kin dash," she starts to say before noticing Barty's face twisting in anger. Voldemort turns around to find Harry leveling the wand at her chest. "Why, you little dash?" Barty begins to growl out in anger and steps forward to interpose himself between Harry and Voldemort, but stops once Voldemort raises her hand to stop him. She looks at Harry, her smile gone from her face. "You have me at 1 point. Now what, Mr. Potter?" she asks with a raised brow and a tilt of her head. "Let me go," Harry says, leveling his wand at her chest. "No," Voldemort says. Harry lets out a sigh and red drips the wand. "Let me go, now or dash," he says firmly, and Voldemort cuts him off. "Or what, Mr. Potter?" "You'll kill me?" she asks. "Yes," Harry says through the teeth he was gritting. Voldemort looks at him for a long moment, her face blank before she speaks again. "Then do it." She tilts her head and takes a step closer to Harry. "You know the words. I'm more than certain that you have the power needed to cast it. And in case you didn't know, the wand movement is the shape of your scar, from top to bottom," she says before taking another step to Harry. "But you need to want it, Mr. Potter, and out of everyone in this world you have more reasons to hate me than anyone else. More reasons to want me dead." She takes another step forward, the point of her own wand hovering over her chest by an inch. "So go ahead, Mr. Potter, and give your best shot." Her face doesn't change, but Harry's does, flashing through different emotions, and each one Voldemort could practically taste. "Avada Kedavra," Harry says, drawing a lightning bolt in the air, but there was no rushing sound, no green light, nothing. Voldemort just smiles down at Harry's confusion. "You have to mean it, Mr. Potter. You have to want it," she says, her smile growing a bit wider as the boy looks at her. "And it would seem that you don't want to kill me." She almost laughs at the shocked, angry, and confused look on Harry's face as she takes a step back and gestures to Barty. "Now, back to what I was saying beforehand," and her smile does leave her face for the rest of the day. Delphine Lestrange. 4 days? She was gone for 4 days. Days she could have been with her pet, breaking him down, conditioning him to her liking, but no. She and Bella had to chase a few wild phoenixes to dead ends and empty houses. It was a maddening way to spend time when she could have been home, snuggled up with her favorite pet. The first thing she did when she got home, took a shower, cleaning herself of all the dirt, sweat, and blood gathered in her hunt for what remained of the Order, as her older self called it. Then a long bath of oils and rose petals and hot waters to relax her muscles and soften her skin for what was to come, before making sure she looked perfect for her pretty kitty. Oh, what fun she had in store for her pet. She thinks she'll try a few of the curse that she had found in the Malfoy library on him, to watch him squirm, to hear him scream, to watch him bleed. She squirms in her seat as she brushes her hair in anticipation. Once she looks perfect, she again puts on the simple black silk robe that she wears to get to the cage of her pet. Most of the time while with him she spends naked, so any other clothes were just a hindrance at best. She leaves her room in the West Wing and quickly makes her way to the secret door, all but dancing with what's to come, Harry's wand in the pocket of the robe she was wearing. But as she opens the door and walks in with a grin, she doesn't see her pet anywhere, but she does see someone she wasn't expecting to see, for she normally avoids this room. Delphine narrows her eyes at the woman sitting and lounging on the sofa in the room. Voldemort was in a simple white blouse and black slacks, looking as androgynous as ever with long, straight black hair, and staring at her with a smile. "What are you doing here?" Delphine asks. Voldemort's smile sharpens as she says, "Oh, just enjoying the show." "What show?" Delphine asks, confused just before she senses movement off behind her and to her right. She turns to look and finds herself looking down the point of a wand, her wand, and Harry, half visible thanks to the cloak he was wearing, holding it. Delphine's eyes go wide as her hand goes for the wand in her pocket. Imperio, Harry says, cold and hard and full of hatred. And Delphini's world fell into bliss as all her power and control were ripped from her. Voldemort's applause fills the apartment that was Harry's cage. Harry was breathing hard, and he could feel Delphini's will struggle under his own, but he keeps it under his control as he looks at her bright eyes and her smiling face. "Well done, Mr. Potter. Well done indeed," Voldemort says as she stands up, walking over to her two living Horcruxes. "See, I told you you could do it." Her smile was infectious, and Harry turned to grin at her. It was a small one, but it was a grin nonetheless. Voldemort walks over to Delphini and reaches into the pocket of her robe and removes the holly wand from it. Harry watches her and shuffles in place. "Now what?" Harry asks Voldemort, as she spins the wand in between her fingers as she walks around behind Harry. Now, you get to have her do whatever you want, Mr. Potter," Voldemort tells him as she wraps her arms around him from behind and places her chin on the top of his head. "I'll be removing her from the ward that keeps the door locked and you inside. And if you behave and not try to escape using her, maybe we can revisit the conversation about you leaving this room." She says before taking her chin off of him as he looks up at her with wide, surprised-filled eyes, and she looks back with a soft smile. "Anything I want?" Harry asks, and Voldemort nods, her smile never leaving her face. "So long as there is no permanent harm done to her and you do not kill her, she's all yours," Voldemort says as she lets go of Harry and walks to the door and opens it before looking back at Harry. "You have her until she breaks out of it, so do enjoy your time with her, Harry," she says before leaving her younger self to her much-deserved fate with a smile. Harry Potter, Malfoy Manor, secret room in the West Wing. It's been 4 weeks since Harry had turned the tables on Delphini and ensnared her in the imperious curse under his control, and it has been the most peaceful 4 weeks he has had, that he was awake for. In the last 3 years, Delphini could no longer hurt him in any way, no longer torment or torture him as she had in the past. Now he was the one in control, he was the one with the power, and now he was the one hurting her. And it felt, well, not good per se. Harry never liked hurting people and probably never would, but this was different. This was a punishment. This was a justice long denied to him. This was simple retribution, and as Tamsin was such a fan of saying, retribution is the justice we take for ourselves. So Harry was doing just that, and under all the numbing bliss Delphini was feeling, Harry hoped she was proud of him, of her little pet finally showing her his claws. Like this, Delphini was quiet, unlike how she was always talking, teasing, and threatening him as she used to. She now only spoke when Harry told her to or asked her a question. Where once she moved with a quick posture, perfect movement, her grace was drained away to the lethargic sway she now had under Harry's thrall. Her manic and fiery personality was now dulled to a peaceful and serene obedience to him and him alone. Whatever Harry wanted her to do, whenever he wanted her to do it, she would do it with a smile and a nod of her head, always answering, "Yes, sir." Or when Harry got the idea and having her change her words to say, "Yes, master," knowing she would hate it. Harry would have her do things that he knew Delphini would never do, from wearing embarrassing outfits and collars, eating like a dog out of a bowl on the floor on her hands and knees, speaking in animal sounds, stripping for him, begging him to take her as she pleased herself to almost her climax, but never going past it, among other things. Where once she called him her pet, now she was nothing but that to Harry. He would violate her over and over again in whatever way he pleased. He would hurt her back as well, leaving bruises, bite marks, and bleeding welts across her pale body, and enjoying every single moment of it. He would never go too far, Voldemort's warnings always playing in his head, nothing she couldn't fix with a wave of her wand, and Harry had stuck to that. He had even used the Cruciatus curse on her, but the way she spasmed and screamed just didn't sit well with him. Even though she deserved every single moment she was under it, Harry couldn't stomach it, so had only used it the one time. Besides, if he was going to hurt Delphini, he was going to do it himself. He would also use her in the ways that she had used him, and he made sure she thanked him after each time he did. And while it was gratifying, Harry still couldn't find that joy he had when he had overtaken her in the past. And after a while, he had stopped doing it altogether. So, Harry spent his days ordering her about like a servant girl in skimpy outfits, or using her as a bedmate, and cuddling with her during the nights. It was after one of these nights, early in the morning, that Harry had met Delphine's mother. Harry had awoken in the pitch darkness of his cage with Delphine curled up at his side with her head on his chest. At first, Harry was confused. He was resting peacefully before suddenly waking up, his eyes scanning the darkness around him, trying to figure out why he was suddenly awake. He had always been a light sleeper and would wake up at the slightest sound in the Gryffindor dorm room. But as he laid there in the dark, he frowned, unsure why he was awake until the reason was 2 inches from his face. Harry didn't let out a girly shriek when the shadow popped fully formed that close to his face. It was a very manly scream. The scream woke both Hedwig and Delphine. Hedwig hooted and barked in her cage, and Delphine shrieked as well before rolling off the bed and landing on the floor. Harry pushed himself back away from the shadow that crawled across the bed to follow him, never leaving his personal space. Harry had thought it was some demon or shadow person before it spoke. So, this is where she's been, trapped under the Imperius by not only a filthy little half-blood, but the same filthy little half-blood that vanquished my mistress. The shadow hissed at Harry as it climbed on top of him, and Harry felt the tip of a wand pressed to the hollow of his throat, stopping his hand that was going after the wand under his pillow. Harry swallows the lump in his throat, unable to open his mouth to order Delphine to help him, for he was sure as soon as the words left his mouth, he'd be either dead or wishing he was, and he couldn't get to the wand due to the shadow straddling his chest. He was caught dead to rights, and the shadow knew it. Well, lucky for me, there are oh so many fun ways to help my precious daughter break free from the nasty little curse, the shadow says, and Harry could hear the sadistic glee in her tone. Crucy dash, the shadow begins to say before the door to Harry's room slams open, causing everyone to jump and turn to the door. Bella! Voldemort yells, anger filling her tone, so much Harry could feel it lick in the back of his mind as the candles and fireplace ignite, filling the room with light. The shadow that straddled his chest was brought to light. She was pale with wild curly brown hair that spilled down to a slender neck that had a thick collar wrapped around it with a single loop hanging from it. Her cheekbones were high and sharp, sitting under wide eyes opened in shock, the same color and shape that Sirius was. As she looked back at Voldemort at the door, her dress was of dark lace and leather. "I told you were not allowed in this room without me," Voldemort growled out menacingly before bringing her wand up and yanking it back before Bella could even speak a word. A thin chain of magic formed from the loop on the collar to the tip of Voldemort's wand before it yanked Bella off of Harry and sent her sliding across the marble floor, right to Voldemort's feet. Voldemort steps on Bella's chest to keep her pinned to the floor as she levels her wand at the poor woman trapped under her foot. "Mistress, please, I was only dash," Bella says, her voice carrying an unmistakable tone of fear to it. Voldemort flickers her wand, silencing her, and Harry watches as Bella braces herself. "Crucio!" Voldemort growls out, and Bella begins to thrash and twist under the heel of her mistress before Voldemort turns to Harry. "Harry, darling, are you okay?" she asks, oddly calm, as if she wasn't torturing someone at the moment. YEA, Harry says, watching Bella twitch and thrash on the ground as Harry feels an odd bit of arousal in the back of his mind from Voldemort. His wide eyes flick back up to Voldemort's face, who is looking at him in concern. "Is she going to be okay?" Harry asks, looking back down at Bella. "HM? Oh, yes, she'll be fine." Voldemort dismisses his concern before lifting the torture curse from Bella a few moments later, who finally stops thrashing as Voldemort steps off of her. "Now then, Bella, this door can't be opened from the opposite side by anyone who isn't a parcel mouth. So do you care to tell me just how you got it here?" Voldemort asks with a glare as Bella curls up into a ball on the floor, still twitching. "His era called opened," Bella answers immediately through the pain, as Voldemort smiles cruelly down at her, as Harry once again feels an odd bit of arousal coming from Voldemort, causing it to bleed into him, and Harry quickly adjusts his blanket to hide it before Voldemort looks up at Harry, amusement dancing in her eyes. Well, apparently the noble tongue of Salazar Slytherin can be imitated by any 3-year-old who likes snakes. "How quaint," Voldemort says, her upper lip sneering a bit, as if she found it distasteful, but Harry could feel otherwise. She found it amusing more than anything. Voldemort turns back to Bella, who was trying to stand up before Voldemort with a flick of her wand knocked Bella down to her hands and knees once more. Little Bella, I do believe you have some apologies to give, don't you? She says as Bella whines at her, before crawling pathetically forward and placing her forehead on Voldemort's shoe. I'm a Missouri mistress for disobeying YEA I. Bella begs at Voldemort's feet, as the Dark Lady as her mistress gets some form of sickening delight from it. But I'm not the only one you owe an apology to. Now am I, my dear sweet Bella? Voldemort asks as Bella looks up at Voldemort, confusion coloring her face. Voldemort smiles back, as sweet as a poison, before flicking her wand and sending Bella sliding across the floor, slamming into the side of Harry's bed. Go on, Bellatrix begged Harry for his forgiveness. Voldemort tells her most loyal servant with a blank face and a cruel gleam in her eyes as Bella looks back and forth between Voldemort and Harry, looking lost for a moment. But mistress, he's dash, Bellatrix tries to say, but Voldemort cuts her off. He's what? Voldemort asks, her head tilting to the side, looking amused. He's a filthy little half-blood? He's the boy who vanquished me? He's the one who has your darling little daughter in the imperious curse, and using her like a cheap, muggle duck toy. Voldemort says, a chilling amusement creeping into her tone with every word she spoke, causing Bellatrix to flinch at every one spoken. Why, yes, my dear Bella, he is all of these things, but you will still beg him for his forgiveness. He is my guest that you ever so rudely frightened, so get on your hands and knees and beg. Voldemort orders Bellatrix with burning eyes, and Harry could feel the want rolling around in the back of his mind. The want for Bella to submit, to beg and debase herself to a being she saw as lesser, that she knew was lesser than her, instead of doing it to someone she thought the world of and was the pinnacle of pure blood supremacy. Harry watches as Bellatrix turns to him, a scowl set on her face and anger boiling in her eyes, as she gets back down on her hands and knees with her forehead pressed to the ground. I'm so sorry. Hardash, crack goes a spell that Voldemort casts so fast that Harry barely saw the arch of some type of spell fire, as Bellatrix chokes down a scream. Please, 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 mistress. I don't want dash crack. When another pulse of magic, and this time Bellatrix did shriek. I didn't ask what you wanted, Bella. I told you to beg. Voldemort snapped with a vicious growl, and no mercy was found in her words and eyes. Bellatrix sobs and beats her hands on the marble floor, looking all the while like a small child throwing a tantrum. And with Voldemort glaring at her, with want and arousal rolling around in the Dark Lady's mind, Harry turns his head to look at Delphine, who was now standing, still dressed in the skippy Slytherin schoolgirl outfit he made for her earlier that day, looking at the scene before her with a smile on her face, and as her true personality shines through a bit as a hungry gleam enters her eyes as she watches. And Harry couldn't help but to wonder, how in the bloody duck did my life turn into this? I'm sorry, Master Harry, for disturbing your rest. Bellatrix finally growls out at him, and all Harry could do was nod. He couldn't trust himself to speak with Voldemort's twisted sense of satisfaction and lust rolling around in his mind. There we are, my dear Bella, Voldemort purrs as she smiles at the kneeling woman. Now was that so hard? She asks, not expecting an answer from her lieutenant, as she walks over to the woman to grab the back of her collar and yanking her upwards to stand. Now, let's leave the boy and his toy alone so I can give you a little treat for being such a good girl. Voldemort says in a husky whisper to Bellatrix before pushing her toward the door and turning back to Harry, go back to sleep. Harry, I'll make sure dear Bella her doesn't come bothering you again. She tells him, and all Harry could do was nod, because, from the feeling he got from Voldemort, he was pretty sure he knew what that treat was going to be. Voldemort leaves with Bellatrix in tow after wishing him a good night before closing the door behind them, leaving Harry sitting on his bed, feeling very confused and turned on. He wasn't sure what had left him reeling more. The fact he knew Voldemort only wait till the door was closed before vanishing Bellatrix's dress and pouncing on her, or the fact that Voldemort was wearing a pink nightie the whole time. Harry sighs as he rubs his face, hoping that the images of what Voldemort was doing to Bellatrix left his mind, before turning around to find Delphine inches from his face. Her cheeks were flushed red, and the fire was back in her eyes as her hands were gripping the bed sheets tight as she fought against the imperious curse. For a moment, Harry thought she broke through the curse, but his order not to touch him without his say, so was still in effect even if he could feel her struggling against it. Harry swallows the lump in his throat as he looks into Delphine's hungry eyes. Speak, he commands her like a dog. Duck me. is all she says in a breathless voice full of want. And Harry knew this was going to be a problem, but still, he gorged himself on the violence and violation of Delphini, because he had wanted it just as much. 1 week later, so, it's like the flesh-twisting curse, but for the insides? Harry asks, looking over at Voldemort, who was lounging on the couch in the room in a black sundress and his jacket that she refuses to give back. From the large stuffed animal near the fireplace, its fluff being pulled out and spilling onto the floor. I like to think the intral expelling curse has a bit more poetry to it. A little more justice to it, if you will, Voldemort says, rolling onto her stomach and folding her arms under her chin as she begins to kick her bare feet in the air as she watches Harry, a small smile on her lips. Not as much as the blood boiling or skinning curse, but just enough to have it stand on its own, she tells Harry as he rolls his eyes. Voldemort would show up a few times a week to teach him magic, and it wasn't always curses and dark magic. It was normally whatever she felt like that day: charms, transfiguration, runes, defense, or potions. She had shown and taught him just like they were back in his first year of Hogwarts, and it felt like it, to both of them, which made Harry look away from her with a bit of shame roiling in his guts. He could feel the nostalgia pouring from both of them, as if it was like they were both back in the defense tower at Hogwarts working on Harry's dueling skills. As if he was still ignorant of who she really was, what she really was, and the feeling of loss came back swiftly, of his parents, of his friends, of everyone he cared about, though none of the last two were her fault. Not really. I plan on letting you out of this room in 2 days, Voldemort says suddenly and softly, causing Harry to snap his head back to her with wide eyes. Narcissa has been wanting to meet her mysterious guest for a while now, and I thought a nice dinner would be a good way to introduce you to her, she says before looking over to him. With a smile, I even have a set of nice dress robes picked out. You're going to look so handsome, she says, laying her head down on her arms with stars and warmth in her eyes, causing Harry to blush in embarrassment at her words before swiftly looking away. Harry could feel the fondness rolling around in the back of his mind from Voldemort and the lick of fiery rage and hatred from Delphini. It was off-putting how often the bleed-through was happening as the weeks were crawling into months. It didn't matter the distance either. Voldemort could be at the Ministry dealing with people, and Harry could feel her anger and annoyance as if he was in the room with her when he closed his eyes and focused when he felt a particularly strong emotion. He would get flashes of what she was doing. He had stopped looking into those after last Monday, when he had accidentally peeked into a private moment between Bellatrix and Voldemort in the latter's office, something Harry didn't want to repeat. Harry's eyes trail over to Delphini, who was standing listlessly by the bed with a smile on her face and still dressed in a skimpy outfit that Harry had made her wear for the day. He rather enjoyed doing that to her, knowing she was embarrassed and mortified by wearing something so revealing in front of anyone. It brought a smile to Harry's face every time he felt her anger and embarrassment from it. Well, I think that's enough for today, Voldemort says before pushing herself off the couch, stretching as she did so until the sounds of pops from her back sound out in the room as she groans at the feeling before walking over to the door and opening it. I'll be back in a day or two for a fitting with the robes. Then the following day will be the dinner. And if you behave, I might just let you out into the manor, she says, turning to look at Harry with a smile, reminding him that he was still a prisoner of sorts. But as Voldemort turns to leave, Harry speaks up. Before you go, I had a question, he says, stopping Voldemort, causing her to turn back to him with curiosity in her eyes. What do you know about Hurcruxes? Harry asks, causing Voldemort to blink in shock as she looks at him before swiftly shaking her head. Well, that brought back up some memories, Voldemort mutters before turning to look back at Harry with an odd, inquisitive look. I would expect more than most, seeing I have a few. Why? She asks, leaning against the open door. Is the bleed-through normal? Harry asks, pausing, trying to come up with the words to explain it, and from the look on Voldemort's face, she knew exactly what he was talking about. I'm guessing you're talking dash, Voldemort was beginning to say, but cuts herself off as Delphini breaks out into a dead sprint. Throwing herself out the door, Voldemort tilts backward and watches as Delphini runs down the hall before taking the turn and disappearing. It seems like she broke out, she says, not sounding too worried before tightening herself and turning back to Harry, who was smirking. She broke out 2 days ago, Harry informs Voldemort, whose eyes widen a bit in surprise. She's been pretending for the last 2 days to be under the Imperious curse, but she couldn't hide what she felt. Harry says, tapping the side of his head as Voldemort throws her head back and lets out a laugh before shaking her head and looking back at Harry with a proud smile, which, much to Harry's shame, made a warm feeling spread through his chest. But to answer your question, Voldemort says, drawing Harry's attention back to her as he was looking at the floor. And it doesn't feel good to admit this, but the truth is that I don't know, she admits to Harry, as the boy looks at her confused. There has never been a human Hurcruxx that I know of from my research. You and Delphine are the first of your kind, so there's going to be some unexpected things such as the emotional bleed over, she tells him as she rests her head against the door. But why is it happening? Harry asks, his hands sliding into his pockets. Maybe if we can figure out why, we can figure out how to stop it? Because I don't know about you, but I could really do without feeling what you're doing to Bellatrix every other night, Harry says with a sigh before running his hand through his hair. Voldemort looks surprised for a moment before chuckling. Oh, not enjoying the show? She asks with a smirk, causing Harry to blush for a moment. And if you think your antics with Delphine don't bleed through on my end, you would be mistaken, but unlike you, I tend to enjoy the show. Voldemort's smile is wicked as she watches Harry blush from head to toe. But that aside, the reason why is simple. It's because you have a chunk of my soul in your forehead. The soul is an amalgamation of memories, experiences, emotions, and conscience. After tearing it apart creates a connection between the Horcruxes, she says with a bit of a sigh. While I'm sure the connection is there, the only reason I don't feel anything from the other Horcruxes is that they're just things and not people. Delphine is a rather large chunk of my soul with consciousness, and you are fully human. The other containers are just things that mean something very personal to me, but things nonetheless, Voldemort tells him as she crosses her arms and leans on the door, looking at him. So, the containers have to mean something to you for it to hold your soul? Harry asks, and Voldemort nods as Harry narrows his eyes at her. We've met before that Halloween, didn't we? Harry asks, causing Voldemort's eyes to widen. That's how you knew my mom. That's how you knew my name. Harry whispers to himself. The shock hits him like a punch to the gut as he looks away from Voldemort, rubbing his face with both of his hands. How the bloody hell do you know that? Voldemort asks, pushing off the door and looking at Harry in surprise. Dementors, Harry says in a horrified whisper. Every time they're near, I hear them. I hear you dash, Harry tries to say, but can't finish it as he walks over to one of the chairs and sits down heavily. How do you even meet her? Harry asks, looking back at Voldemort, who looked distinctly uncomfortable at the question. Your mother, dash, Voldemort sighs while pinching the bridge of her nose. It wasn't like we were friends or anything, Dodger. We met a few times, and she called me out the last time we met about who I was, and that was the end of that. I had only met you once and got to hold you for a bit, Lily all but forced you into my arms. It was awkward. Okay, Dodge, Harry, she growls out before sighing again. Which father? I need to teach you a clemency, Voldemort says with an aggravated sigh. Did you dash? Harry begins to ask, but Voldemort quickly snaps at him. No, absolutely not having this conversation with you. Deduck, Harry, Voldemort says forcefully. I'll send the dress robes in a day or two. I need to make sure Delphine isn't going to do something stupid right now, Voldemort says, before turning on her heel and storming out of the room while slamming the door shut behind her as Harry feels a sense of melancholy that wasn't his wash over him, that mixed with his own confusion and Delphine's rage. 3 days later, and neither Voldemort nor Delphine has stepped foot into Harry's room, giving him a rare peace that Harry hadn't had in quite a few weeks since he had been woken up from his slumber. He could still feel them, of course. He knew of the argument the two had over what Voldemort had done, teaching Harry the imperious curse to use on Delphine to, in Voldemort's words that he had caught, teach Delphine a lesson on how she should treat their equal. Harry didn't know how to feel about that Voldemort considered him her equal. It was almost laughable to Harry. How the hell was he her equal in anything? Sadly, Voldemort never said and sent Delphine to her room. Harry could feel them, Voldemort's melancholy as she thought of something, Delphine's rage that he knew was directed at him with the occasional spike of lust for some reason. He tried to push his amusement at Delphine through the link between them, but he wasn't sure if he was successful or not, and he didn't want to relive the memories of Delphine's time as a slave on a loop in his head, just in case Voldemort would be affected too. So he gladly soaked up the peace with Hedwig in his room, passing the time by reading or practicing magic until the dress robes arrived a few days later. They were black, silver, and emerald green, which made Harry roll his eyes at the color scheme, because of course they were Slytherin colors. Harry still put them on begrudgingly, because what other choice did he have? They were soft and made from some type of silk that hugged his frame quite nicely, though Harry thought they still looked wrong on him. He was far more of a jumper and jeans type of guy. He didn't have to wait long after getting the robes, for at 6:15, the door to his room opened, and while Harry expected Voldemort to walk in, he was surprised to see Bellatrix leaning against the door frame with a scowl on her face as she glared at him. "What?" Harry asked, looking back at the insane woman. "It's not fair," Bellatrix says before her scowl shifts into an honest-to-goodness pout. "Why does Mistress always have to be right about everything? Why couldn't the scraggly, stupid-looking half-breed look like a scraggly, stupid-looking half-breed in dress robes?" She asks as Harry looks at her in confusion before the woman sighs. "Fine, whatever, come along, Potty. Dinner awaits," she says with a scoff. "Don't call me that," Harry says with a frown as he walks across the room. "Don't call you what, Potty?" Bellatrix says in a sickly sweet song voice as she holds the door open with a cute, confused tilt of her head. "That, what you just called me. Don't call me that," Harry tells her before stopping just before the door, letting out a deep breath before stepping out into the long, dark marble corridors of Malfoy Manor, full of sneering stuck-up paintings. "Oh, don't like Potty Wee Potter? That just means I need to come up with a new nickname for the half-breed," Bellatrix says as she skips ahead of Harry. He sighs as he follows behind Bellatrix. "Hafty Harry? Maybe Harrykins?" "No, too baby-like. What house? Were you in at Hogwarts?" "Gryffindor, right?" she asks with a yell as she skips down the hall, way ahead of Harry, who has to jog to keep up. "Stop trying to give me a nickname and slow down." Harry calls out and watches as she disappears around a corner, cackling. Harry runs after her and takes the corner just to slam into the dark leather and silk dress of Bellatrix and crashes to the ground. "You're not as fun as my dear Delphine and Mistress said you were. Rather boring, really," Bellatrix says with a tilt of her head and looks on as Harry stands back up. "But you are very pretty. For a half-breed, that is," she mutters before leaning in close to Harry, who had stood up and was now leaning away from Bellatrix as she inspects him closely, just before her eyes go wide and a demented smile splits her face. Oh, I know a name," she says with a terrible laugh. "How about Pretty Little Kitty?" she says as she closes her eyes to let out a mad giggle that was quickly cut off the point of a wand being pressed on her chin. "Don't," Harry snarls. "Ducking call me that." He snaps at the mad bit as Bellatrix slowly opens her eyes to look into his, and instead of a mad light in them, they were sharp as knives and deadly focused on Harry's own. "Make me," Bellatrix whispers back, full of barely contained hate for him as her eyes burned. "Dear Delphine told me all about her pretty little kitty, and how she so ever enjoyed forcing him down dash," Bellatrix says in a mocking and playful voice. "Shut up," Harry says with gritted teeth. "How she used to climb on top dash. I said shut up, and ride him until he padash, crucio." Bellatrix shrieked as her body sighs before falling to the ground as Harry stood over her breathing hard as he ground his teeth at the woman on the floor, who begins to cackle and pick herself up off the floor, the bone-white wand in his hand, never leaving Bellatrix's ass. Harry felt two spikes of curiosity in the back of his mind. "Oh, so Potty can use it. Not very well, but he can still use it," Bellatrix says as she turns back to Harry with a mad grin, but now with her wand in hand. "Very good, but let me show you how it's really done." She says before snapping up her wand, but with seeker reflexes, he had already jumped forward, surprising Bellatrix, and grabbing her wand and pushing the point of the wand away from himself. "Imperio!" Harry yells as he levels his wand at Bellatrix's face and watches as the woman blinks and feels the sheer will of the mad woman press against his mind. He was honestly surprised that she was even harder to suppress than Delphine, and he struggles for a moment before finally, he feels her struggle stops. Harry sighs as he feels it. "Let go of your wand and lead me to the dining room," Harry tells Bellatrix and feels her struggle against the First Order, but soon enough, lets her wand go for Harry to take away from her before the mad bent turns on her heel and leads him through the manor. It doesn't take long for Bellatrix to lead him to the dining room. Harry makes her open the door for him before following in behind him. The dining room was stately and filled with opulence. 2 crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling and filled the grand room with light, and a single long black table ran down the length of the middle of the room, with two large fireplaces on either side of the room, and, like the corridors outside of the dining room, the floor was a dark marble with white walls and high ceilings. Both Mrs. Malfoy and Voldemort sat at the end of the table and looked up as both Harry and Bellatrix entered the room. Harry felt incredibly out of place here in this room, with these people blood surrounded by opulence looking down on people who didn't fit into the mold of what they thought people should be and act like. Harry quickly orders Bella to go sit next to Voldemort as he walked up to the other side of the table with a bit of a scowl. To the lady of the house's credit, all Narcissa Malfoy, who was sitting at the head of the table, does when she sees Harry walking into the dining room is turn to Voldemort and rises her brow at the dark lady, who in turn just shrugs before Bellatrix sits down at Voldemort's side, who is sitting to Narcissa's right. Harry walks up to the left side of the table before pulling out one of the chairs and sitting down to Narcissa's left, looking as awkward as he felt. Narcissa turns to look at Harry, leaning back in her seat and inspecting him before turning to Bellatrix at Voldemort's right, who had a dream smile on her face. "Mr. Potter, do you mind releasing Bella from what is no doubt the imperious curse?" Marissa says, turning back to Harry with a slightly offended look as Harry blinks at the older woman in surprise. "How did you know?" Harry asks Narcissa, confused. "Bella is my sister, Mr. Potter, and so would sit to my left at dinner, while you and my lady would sit to my right as guests of honor in my home. She knows this and wouldn't dare break from tradition in my home," Narcissa says, leaning back in her chair and crossing her legs. "Besides, my father used to do the same thing to her when she was misbehaving when we were younger, so I know how she is when under the effects of that curse." She informs him before Harry turns to Voldemort, who looked ever so amused by it all. Harry sighs before standing and telling Bella to switch places with him. Only after he releases the curse, snapping the mad woman back to how she normally was. "You uppity little half-breed. I'm going to dash." Bellatrix immediately begins to rant as she quickly stood from her seat, rage and madness dancing through her eyes, but is quickly cut off by Voldemort. "Bella, that's enough," Voldemort simply says, causing Bellatrix to freeze as Voldemort just looks at the mad woman. "Sit." She orders and watches Bellatrix sits back down slowly with a scowl on her face, before Voldemort turns to Harry, now in the seat next to hers, and holds her hand out to him. "What?" Harry asks, looking back at Voldemort, who merely raises her brow before wiggling her fingers. Harry sighs before reaching into the pockets of his robe and pulling out both the bone-white wand and Bellatrix's wand before handing them over to Voldemort. "They're happy?" Harry asks, and Voldemort just smiles before picking up the wine glass in front of her and taking a sip. Harry rolls his eyes at Voldemort before leaning back in his seat. Bellatrix was still glaring at him, like she wanted to skin him, and Narcissa was looking at him like he was a rather fascinating puzzle. "I must admit, Mr. Potter, when my lady told me she was going to have a guest here for an indeterminate amount of time, one that I wasn't allowed to see or know the identity of, I admit I was tempted to tell her I wouldn't allow it, but was far too interested in just who this person was," Narcissa Malfoy says, bringing her gloved hand to her chin to rest it upon her hand. "So imagine my surprise when what I thought was some secret boy toy dash at those words. Voldemort chokes on her wine. That she was hiding away and you then come waltzing through my dining room doors. I must say I am surprised, to say the least, especially so when I thought you were dead," Narcissa says, a smile snaking across her face as her eyes flick between Harry and Voldemort. Harry's face was beet red at Narcissa's words, and Voldemort's face was in one of her hands as she was turned away from Narcissa. Harry could feel the embarrassment rolling off of Voldemort in the back of his mind, making him blush deeper. "Narcissa, please stop teasing the boy," Voldemort groans as Bellatrix giggles at the sight from across the table. "Why, my lady, I would never dream of teasing Mr. Potter," Narcissa admits with a grin, fully aware of what she was saying as Voldemort turns to her with a glare that could melt steel. "You, my good woman, are a menace," Voldemort says, leaning forward toward Narcissa, who openly laughs before Voldemort picks up her wine glass and drains it before pouring another. Harry was lost at the moment, between Narcissa calling him Voldemort's boy toy, which honestly wasn't even untrue considering who and what Delphine was, but also the fact that Narcissa Malfoy was mouthing off to Voldemort without any fear of what the older, more powerful witch could or would do to her. An even more confusing Voldemort was letting her. Harry chooses to stay quiet as he watches the three older women bicker back and forth like old friends, just as the door to the dining room opens once more, and Harry feels a spike of attraction, want, and lust push through his brain before he turns and sees that Delphine had finally made her appearance. She wore a dress Harry had never seen her in, silver and green that hung off her shoulders, showing off her collarbone and the swell of her melons. It hugged her thin waist as large slits in the dress show off her creamy thighs and flashes like a tease. Harry grits his teeth and struggles with his own emotions and darker wants as he could feel his and Delphine's anger build at one another as their eyes meet, and Harry wanted nothing more than to choke the life out of her and her stupid smug grin. "Sorry I'm late. I had trouble finding shoes that went with the dress, so I decided to forego them," Delphine says with a smile before Voldemort raises her wand, and with a flick summons Harry's wand from Delphine's person and snatches it out of the air. Delphine turns to her with wide angry eyes, but Voldemort cuts her off before she could speak. "No wands at the table, my dear," Voldemort says with a small grin. "Neither Harry nor Bella has theirs, so sit down so we can eat," she says to Delphine, who pauses to glare at her older self before sitting down next to Bellatrix, who immediately begins to praise how beautiful she looked. Harry wanted nothing more than to have Delphine back under the imperious curse and make her start stripping again. Dinner was a long and engaging affair with several courses of fancy French food that Harry poked and prodded at, and not eating all that much. He was asked questions and drawn into a few conversations. When the question of how he and Voldemort had teamed up, it was Voldemort that diverted the question to something else, showing Harry that neither of them was ready to talk about what had happened between them during Harry's first year. Narcissa would ask questions, Bellatrix would make a giggling comment. Voldemort would remark on the giggling comment, and Delphine would make a scathing remark normally about Harry that was hidden behind polite words that would start the questions all over again. By the time dessert came alone, Harry was more than ready to return to his room. And the thing about it all that bothered him the most, other than when Delphine first arrived, she didn't look at him once. How many times did she make him watch? Force him to look at her and watch what she did to him, whether she was wearing her face or that of Olivia Twist, by cutting off his eyelids in his dreams as she violated him. And now, after being on receiving end of the same treatment for not even half the time she had him by the throat, and now she wouldn't even look at him. Anger and rage burned in Harry's mind. He wasn't sure if it was his or Delphine's or both, but he knew the taste of bile and blood crawling up his throat in that rage was his. All Harry wanted to do in that moment was crawl over the table and stick his steak knife into Delphine's eye socket, to pin her down and duck her again in front of everyone. Harry feels Voldemort's hand touch his arm, and he jumps before turning to look at her. Her scarlet eyes were alight with concern as she looks at him in warning. She probably already knew what Harry wanted to do, so he looks away and back down to his food, shame rolling around in his guts for it all. It wasn't long after that Narcissa called an end to dinner. Harry had thanked her before Voldemort firmly grasped his shoulder and led him out of the room, with Delphine hot on their heels. "What's wrong, pretty kitty? Don't like it when you're ignored," Delphine says as she quickly made her way up behind them, Bellatrix's giggles following behind her. "Such a shame that you couldn't even do anything right, even raping and torturing someone," she says dismissively before turning to Voldemort. "My wand, if you please," she says, holding out her hand. Voldemort rolls her eyes at Delphine's words before pulling out the bone-white wand to hand over. "That dash," Delphine says, turning to look Harry dead in the eyes, "isn't my wand," she says as Harry glares at her. Voldemort rolls her eyes before pulling Harry's holly wand out and holding it out for Delphine to take by the handle before turning to Voldemort with a smile. "Thank you," she says sweetly before turning back to Harry and taking a step toward Harry, the wand tip pointing down. "Oh. And I do hope you enjoy your dreams for the next few weeks, pretty kitty, because I'll be showing you everything I did to the little red-headed blood traitor bitch and the mudblood I used, so I do hope you enjoy the show," she tells him with a wide and twisted smile. Harry feels his guts twist in anger, but smiles just as nastily back. "I'm sure they'll go great with all the pleasant memories I have of you crawling on hands and knees calling me master," Harry retorts and watches Delphine's face twist in rage right before she lashes out in her anger with her wand. Harry hissed in pain as a white-hot lance of pain travels up his arm as Voldemort pulls him behind her before, waving her wand, sending Delphine flying back down the hall. And that, Voldemort roars at Delphine, is a week without magic. I told you to stick with your stupid mind games, that you aren't allowed to hurt him. She yells as Delphine pushes herself off the ground to yell back, but stops as her eyes widen at the sight of Harry holding his arm, causing Voldemort to turn around and freeze at the sight as well. Blood, sticky, thick, fresh running blood leaked from Harry's arm and pooled onto the ground, freezing both Delphine and Voldemort, who watched with wide eyes at the sight. Harry could feel how frozen they were in the back of his mind, but knew for a fact it was just the calm before the storm. As both Voldemort and Delphine get over the shock of the blood, Harry starts to feel the mania beginning to build. It was like a chorus of screams in his head, all chanting different things and screaming of want and fear. He could tell it was far worse for Delphine than it was for Voldemort by miles, but both wanted nothing more than for either the blood to go away or for Harry to spill even more. Not even Bellatrix was unaffected by the tense atmosphere, as she shrunk into herself with wide, fearful eyes as they flicked back and forth between Voldemort and Delphine. "Bella," Voldemort says, her voice strained, and Harry could feel the all-consuming want for something transient in how it felt. "Take Delphine back to her room and lock her in there. Now," Voldemort orders Bellatrix, who nods quietly before walking over to Delphine, who looked to be struggling to focus on anything other than the dripping blood from Harry's arm. Bellatrix, grabbing her wand from Voldemort, gently takes Delphine down the hall, whispering calming words to her as she tries to retain Delphine's attention on her. But Delphine would always look back at Harry. Voldemort suddenly grabs Harry roughly by his injured arm and starts to drag him down the hall in the opposite direction. "Come," is the only thing she says as she does so with a manic light dancing in her eyes. "That hurts," Harry says softly, trying to pull his injured arm from Voldemort's iron-like grasp. But the woman says nothing but pulls him roughly closer to her and held him like that till they made it back to his room, where Voldemort, without a wand, forces the door open before all but throwing Harry in the room. Harry turns back to watch as Voldemort slams the door shut behind her, her menacing red eyes gleaming with madness as she focuses solely on Harry's bleeding arm dripping blood, and the boy flinches at the spike of consuming want coming from Voldemort. "Voldemort," Harry says softly, and in fear, for he knew he could handle Delphine at her worst, but her fully grown self was a different beast entirely as she slowly approaches Harry, her wand in a death grip. "Please, Voldemort, I know you're not all here right now, but please, please don't do this," Harry begs as Voldemort looms over him. He starts to back away from her, clutching his arm, trying to hide the wound and blood. But with a flick of her wand, she vanishes the top part of Harry's robes, allowing the wound to be shown again. It extended from the middle of his forearm up to the bottom of his bicep, and blood was smeared across his arm and leaking from the wound. Harry begins to panic. He feels his heart hammering in his chest as Voldemort approaches him, causing him to back away to his bed. Voldemort pushes him back onto the bed before straddling Harry's waist as she draws her wand down his arm and across the wounds with a fevered look in her eyes. It was like she was in a trance as she reaches down with her free hand and grabs Harry by the wrist of his injured arm and pulls it upwards. Harry flinched as his warm blood spilled drips onto his face. Harry could feel the almost overwhelming need and want to consume something. To consume someone as Voldemort bends her head down and draws her tongue over his open wound and licks up the blood with a soft moan escaping the back of her throat as her eyelids flutter at the taste. It was when Voldemort licked her lips before opening her mouth to bite down that Harry tried one last time to reach her, hoping it would work. "Please, Tamsin, please don't," Harry says, his scared voice echoing in the room, his fear pulsing through him, begging and pleading for Tamsin to stop, and much to his relief she does. At the sound of her real name, Voldemort freezes as her eyes drift to Harry's wide fear-filled emerald eyes. She sits straddling Harry's waist for a few more seconds before she slowly and forcefully stands up and backs away from Harry, who crawls back away from her. Voldemort looks away from Harry, her eyes closed and her arms shaking. Her breathing was shallow and short, and Harry could feel how out of sorts and tormented her emotions were at the moment. How raw and wild they were. Harry watches as she slowly raises her wand and waves it. He flinches once again before a cold, seeping feeling covers his hurt arm. Looking down, he sees the wound begin to stitch itself together until the wound is no more. Voldemort lets out a chest-rattling sigh, but doesn't look back at Harry as she speaks. "I've had the house elves take your cloak back. I'm leaving the door unlocked. You're free to come and go from your room," she tells Harry in a strained voice before she turns and walks over to the door with squared shoulder and stiff posture before opening the door and leaving. Harry lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding as he sits back up on his bed looking at the door, feeling sorry for whatever poor soul that Voldemort runs into next, because she was either going to torture them to death or duck them to death, and Harry honestly did not know which one was worst. For hours later, Harry wasn't like Hermione. He hated being right because that normally meant that bad shit was going to happen to him. And he wasn't wrong in this context either, as he was curled up in his bed, clutching his head. He couldn't stop what he was feeling emotionally, what he was seeing, what he had been feeling physically as the night went on after Voldemort had left his room. Harry felt like the dumping ground for all the powerful emotions of both Voldemort and Delphine, which were leaking into him, and he couldn't ducking stop it. And with the emotions came the visions, and all he wanted at the moment was for them to stop. First, it was whoever the poor soul was that Voldemort went to half an hour after leaving Harry's room, somewhere in a dark dungeon. Harry felt Voldemort rip the prisoner apart inch by bloody inch, and when his begging and screaming became too annoying to her, Voldemort ate his tongue before stripping what was left of the man's flesh from his body. And she wasn't neat about it. She soaked herself in the blood before returning to the manor and immediately called for Bellatrix. That is where Harry's current problem stemmed from. Voldemort, still covered in blood, was ducking Bellatrix and was not being quiet about it or nice. And not only that, but now, of all ducking times, Delphine was pleasing herself and letting it all leak freely into Harry. Harry was not happy with any of this as he tossed and turned in his bed, trying not to watch the reel playing in his head. He could feel the dry and sticky blood gluing Voldemort's clothes to her skin, and he could feel Bellatrix's hair bunched up in his hand as she was begging Voldemort for release. And he could feel just how wet Delphine was as she teased and played with herself. It was an odd type of hell for Harry, and he didn't know how to deal with it other than clutching his head and trying to force the foreign images, emotions, and feelings away to no avail. "Please, please, mistress, let me come, please," Bella begged like music to his ears. "Ah, duck, yes, harder, harder." "Yes." Delphine's breathless voice was right next to his ear, ordering him again. "Not yet, you little slut," he whispers into Bellatrix's ear as she was bound to a chair. Voldemort draws her wand across Bella's collarbone, splitting the skin and letting blood spill down her chest. "You'll come when I tell you to," he whispers harshly into Bellatrix's ear as Voldemort's fingers move faster within her. "Duck, duck, duck, yes, please, please, ha dash," Delphine begs as she runs her fingers through her folds, teasing her little nub and biting her lip before the name she was thinking of spilled from her lips in ecstasy. But he knew who she was going to say, and Harry has had enough. He throws off his blanket, his head pounding, and his world spinning with rage as he stands up clutching his head as he throws open the door to his room before turning and walking down the hall. He had no idea how to get where he wanted to go and soon found that his feet moving on their own, like traveling a well-walked path through the snow. Sometimes he slips up and gets turned around, but soon enough he would find himself back on the right path. His world spins with red rage and maddening lust as neither of the two other parts would ducking stop. Harry finally stops outside of a door, not knowing how he knew, and not caring how he knew as he slams open the door to Delphine's room. "What the foo dash?" Delphine half screams as she jumps and flips herself over from her former position with her, but in the air, she was still wearing the dress from dinner as she looks at Harry in shock. "Hardash, pretty kit dash," Delphine tries to say, but Harry cuts her off. "Shut the duck up and stop it." Harry growls out as he stalks forward into the room, one hand pressed to the side of his head as he glares at Delphine, who is pushing herself back and away from Harry. "What are you talking dash?" Delphine tries to say, but Harry was having none of it as he walks over to Delphine's bed, raising her hands to defend herself from the irate boy, but Harry grabs her wrist and drags her close to him, her face now inches from his. "Don't try that with me," Harry growls into Delphine's face. "You know exactly what I'm talking about," he snaps at her, holding the offending appendage in a tight grasp. I have to deal with Voldemort's and your emotional bullshit pouring into my head. Whenever you're both in a mood, and you ducking yourself while Voldemort is tormenting Bella isn't ducking helping, Harry says, watching fear bloom in her eyes, but feels just how turned on she is. Just by looking into his eyes. So ducking stop, he says, refusing to say please to her of all people. But as Delphini's breaths come out short and rapid while Harry is just inches from her face, his eyes glowing and sparkling like blood-red rubies in the dark of her room, all she does is smile wickedly at him. Make me, is all she says, spitting it like a challenge at him, and a challenge he took it as. Harry, with all his own rage and raw emotions for the one person he hates more than anyone else, leaps at Delphini, pushing her down onto her bed. She screams, she struggles, and she rages at him. She hits, claws, and smacks Harry as she fights to get him off of her. But this wasn't the dreams they had once fought for dominance in. This was the real world. And no matter how scrawny Harry may look, it was all muscle. Harry forced himself upon her, taking the blows and scratches as he ripped at her stupidly fexy dress, tearing the top off with a gasp from her as he frees her melons. She screams and slaps him across the face. So he returns the blow in turn, much to Delphini's shock. Harry starts to tear the rest of the dress away as Delphini goes back to trying to stop him. No, stop. Harry. Ducking, stop. Delphini screams and fights to no avail, and only seems to egg the boy on as Delphini's own excitement grows. This is what Harry had missed when he had Delphini under his thrall, her fighting back. The fight between them that had so defined their relationship from the start, to see which one ended up on top. The passive and submissive Delphini was boring, without the red-hot passion that came with every moment, with every word. But this, with her fighting against him so he could prove that he wasn't weak to her, that he wasn't a kitty, that he was a lion. This is what he wanted. Harry rips his way through the rest of the dress before he starts to wrestle for Delphini's arms, finally grabbing them and pinning them above her head as she fights and tries to wiggle away from him. But Harry wasn't having any of that as he fumbles with his pajama bottoms, and with a single rough thrust, he was inside her. Delphini gasps as her back arches and Harry's free hand finds her throat before he starts to thrust roughly into her. And all fight seems to leave her as her legs snake around his waist and lock around him. Duck! 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 Delphini gasps out with each thrust, and Harry squeezes her throat tighter and watches as her eyes roll back as she grinds against him after each thrust, chasing her peak like a woman possessed. Don't let her! Harry stops his moment, and Delphini whines as she tries to grind on him, but he removes his hand from her throat to hold her still. You can give her something she wants, make her work for it. Make her beg. You have the power here, she doesn't. Beg for it. Harry whispers harshly as he leans down to her ear. Beg for it, he orders, but Delphini violently shakes her head, her lips sealed. Harry thrusts once more into her, causing her to gasp and moan. Beg. He growls once more, right next to her ear. Please, please, Harry. I need to please. Delphini says like a heavenly choir to his ears. Work her slowly, build it back up steadily, and make it agonizing to her. Harry does agonizingly slow for Delphini, who whines and begs. Incoherently, he releases her hands to prop himself up better, and her arms immediately wrap around him, and Harry feels her fingernails dig into his back and blood run down it, egging him on to go faster. Don't, you're in control, don't forfeit it. Harry doesn't, but he does start biting at her neck and collarbone until she hears her gasp again as he feels warm blood spill into his mouth and laps up the metallic-tasting blood with a thirsty man. It takes several more minutes, but Harry can feel how close she was, so one last time, much softer this time, he whispers into Delphini's ear. Beg, beg, and I'll let you come, Harry tells her, and hears the words spill from her lips like a gospel. Please, Harry, please let me come, please. Delphini whisper back, and Harry increases his pace as her moans becomes louder and louder until he feels Delphini shake and shiver and her back arches under him and let out one more loud moan. Echoing in his head as Voldemort finally let Bellatrix finish, and he could feel Voldemort's amusement. Like mother, like daughter, I suppose. Thank you, Harry hears Delphini says as he pulls his head back just a bit to look into her hooded eyes that were flashing a demonic red set into her angelic face. Harry kissed her, deeply as they began their struggle again, as they fought for dominance, as they tore into one another, biting, scratching, choking, hitting one another, and ducking one another late into the night. Sometimes he won, sometimes he didn't, but he would always finish with her as they both bled each other and hurt one another. By the time they were both spent and tired, the sun was starting to peek over the horizon, bringing with it the morning light. Both Harry and Delphine were exhausted and sore and covered with wounds and bruises. Harry rolls over, intent on putting back on his pajama bottoms and leaving the room as Delphine lies on her bed, curled up, bleeding, bruised, and beyond satisfied. But as Harry goes to stand, he feels her hand wrap around his arm. "Will you stay?" Delphine asks without turning to look at him, knowing that he had all the right in the world to leave her like this and go back to his room. "Please," she tries. Harry looks back at the one person he would happily kill without a question. The person he just spent the last few hours inside of with the heart-wrenching realization that he may just love her because there wasn't anyone else in the world who understood him as deeply and as intimately as her, because she was his nightmare before turning into a blissful dream that became real in both aspects of it. Harry could never forgive her, not after everything she had done, and that's why he will always hurt her and enjoy every moment of it. But you can't help who you fall in love with, especially when you share a soul with that person. So, Harry sighs, and to Delphine's surprise, he wraps his arms around her and pulls her close before they too drift off to deep sleep. Chapter done. And boy, this was a long time coming, huh? So, I'll be splitting what I saw as the final chapter into several parts. Yes, I know. I'm sorry I keep lying to y'all, but this shouldn't break double-digit chapters, and this way we can get Tendril inspired enough to write more. The original final chapter in my head was like 30K to 50K words, and it was just this daunting thing that I couldn't find the motivation to even begin, but I can do 10K easily. On to the chapter talk. Wow, this chapter got horny fast, and I have no idea why. Pat's sweaty forehead with a handkerchief. Anywho, we explore Harry being basically a dumping ground for all of the powerful and dark emotions of both Voldemort and Diary, Tamsin, and how it affects all three of them. Due to the nature of the Horcruxes in this, there is a connection between all three of our main stars. While Voldemort and Tamsin can shut that connection between them, neither of them would shut the connection with Harry, and Harry can't shut off either of them. So it turns into a huge perpetual emotion machine where Harry gets fed them and feeds them back until things just explode like they did at the end there. Yes, Lily and Voldemort knew each other, and Voldemort met Harry before she tried to kill him, and to answer the question before someone asked. No, they weren't ducking. It stems from canon where it said that Voldemort tried to recruit both Lily and James to his side because they were powerful, but we'll get into that in a chapter or two. Blood, oh. Yes, this is still a huge trigger for Voldemort, and is the main reason why she throws around the killing curse like it's going out of style, because it's a bloodless spell. And to answer the next question, no, Voldemort didn't want to duck Harry during that. She wanted to eat him because she never kicked her cannibalistic tendencies, because at the end of the day, no matter how sweet she is to Harry, Voldemort is still a monster wearing a human face. The Harry and Delphine ship finally sailed in this FIC. They are a toxic couple. Leave them alone for an hour in the same room, and they'll either try to kill each other or duck each other senselessly. And while Delphine, Tamsin can't love, she is extremely possessive over Harry. And sadly, Harry can and does love, and he fell in love with a monster he can never truly forgive. King saxcuL, in the embrace of a serpent. Welcome all to another chapter of In the Coils of a Serpent. I'll be trying to finish this up in 3 or 4 chapters. In this chapter, we get a bit of a time skip by a few months. Harry and Draco meet once more, a ball is thrown, Harry dances with 2 demons, and learns what happened between his mother and her killer. On with the show. Harry Potter, December 15th. It has been an odd few months for Harry as he was finally allowed out of the cell he called a room. His private lessons with Voldemort had ramped up, focusing on what she called mind magic or occlumency, the art of clearing one mind of thoughts and emotions, to feel the edges of his mind and know it as well as he knew his wand. Harry was unfortunately pants at it, but after the last few months of 3 lessons a week, he was able to suppress the alien emotions that would bleed into him from both Voldemort and Delphine. The connection between the three of them had continued to evolve over the past few months. Harry knew where both Voldemort and Delphine were when he focused on them and could easily track them both down, though neither of them could do it to him for some reason. Harry had the idea because he wasn't a part of the whole that is Voldemort. He was just an outsider watching them on the telly. He was able to see them, but they couldn't see him. That explanation had confused them both. So Harry had to explain what a telly was to both of them, which was amusing. The emotional bleed over was also getting worse. The echoes of emotions were getting stronger and left Harry with waking visions of what both Voldemort and Delphine were doing at the time. From Voldemort sitting in a meeting at the Ministry, trying not to torture the incompetent fool she had to deal with, to her torturing someone for information on something called the Order of the Phoenix, to her nights with Bella or some random guy she liked the looks of or did something that impressed her, though she tried to hamper or cut off the effects of the bleed over, and always failed much to her anger. Delphine, on the other hand, had a field day with it. Harry would be in the library or his room, minding his own business, when he would randomly be slammed with a vision of Delphine somewhere in the manor pleasing herself and whispering to herself for Harry to come and find her, to come and duck her. Harry tried to ignore it for the most part during the beginning, not wanting to give her anything, but then she'd start with other tactics, namely, what she had done to Hermione and Ginny in all the grisly details, which was more than enough to throw Harry into a rage and hunt her down, which always ended in a fight between the two in the west wing of the manor. Delphine laughs and uses the holly wand as Harry screamed, and uses the wand. Sometimes Delphine would win, and sometimes the weird gold thread would connect their wands until they both stopped. Honestly, in Harry's opinion, their antics were getting a bit out of hand with how they harassed and attacked each other. Like the time he was minding his own business in the library, reading up on something or other that Voldemort wanted to show him, when all of a sudden he found himself bound to the chair he was sitting in by thin ropes before he was magically blindfolded and gagged before he felt someone approach him from behind. They didn't say a word as they used him for a long 20 minutes, trying to give off an air that it was a stranger, but Harry would know those moans and gasps even if he was dead, and the worst part, Delphine didn't even let him finish. Just tipped his chair over to the ground and left him there for 3 ducking hours until Bellatrix found him. Bella still hasn't stopped calling him the turkey who lived. Harry got his retribution the following day when he found Delphine in the billiards room, shooting a game by herself. She had been over the table to line up a shot before Harry hit her with a freezing charm, stopping her dead, before transfiguring her robes into one of the skippy outfits she hated wearing before having his way with her. He also did some interesting things with the pool stick, using the top half to leave thin red welts across her bottom, and using the bottom half too. Well, after Voldemort found Delphine, and after laughing herself near hysterical, had been calling Delphine Harry's stick puppet since then, much to the younger woman's eternal mortification. Harry and Delphine seemed to have an unspoken understanding at the end of the day. The fight would last until one or the other had gotten the upper hand on the other and proved to be able to hold the other down somehow. At that point, the one who lost would struggle but never truly fight back until the next round started. Like the time at the end of a duel, Delphine had hit him with a body bind before kicking his wand away and riding his face until she finished. Harry could have done nothing while she did so, but lapped at her wetness as Delphine told him to do. She had finished and walked away with Harry still bound in the spell in the middle of the hallway, no less. Or when he had Delphine hogtied in the greenhouse and used her throat, leaving her looking like a complete mess of running makeup and drool before leaving her like that. Delphine had moved back into his room, but there had been a few days where things got too hated between them. So Delphine would stay in her room those nights, but the sense of longing would never leave Harry those nights, and he didn't know if it was Delphine or himself that felt that. They were softer with each other at night. They would still fight for dominance and tear at each other. But it was softer, sweeter, somehow, and in ways Harry didn't have the words to express. But Delphine and Voldemort weren't the only people Harry interacted with, and finally being able to explore the sprawling manor was also nice. Harry wasn't allowed to go outside, but it was still better than being trapped in one room, and was always invited to sit down for a cuppa with Narcissa whenever they crossed paths. Harry found the matriarch of the Malfoy family to be a rather odd, if not polite, woman. She always had a story or a piece of advice on how to deal with Delphine or Bellatrix whenever they came up in conversation. Narcissa never pushed Harry to talk about his relationship with Voldemort, but did ask a few questions, and Harry, not wanting to be rude to his host, told Narcissa an edited version of the story. How they had met in his first year, while she was under the guise of Olivia Twist, how she had taken him under his wing during that year, teaching him privately before telling her the events that led up to the confrontation in the catacombs below the school. Harry didn't tell Narcissa about the Hurcruxes or that he was one, nor her offer to take him away from the Dursleys. He didn't even know just how much Narcissa knew. But Harry wasn't about to spill the beans about anything that liked him and Voldemort on that deep of a level. Harry didn't know if it was how he talked about Olivia Twist compared to how he spoke about Voldemort, or some deeper wisdom and insight one only achieves from being older. But at the end of the story, Narcissa shared with Harry something that drove a stake through his heart. "Mr. Potter, I won't sit here and pretend to know the full details of your relationship with Our Lady. But if you allow me to comment on something I had noticed when you spoke of her," Narcissa asked, putting down her cup and looking him in the eyes. Harry paused for a moment before nodding once. "I noticed that you seemed to separate Olivia Twist from Our Lady, as if they were two different people. But from what you've told me about Olivia, she didn't act any different from how Our Lady acts with you. And you may think this is because she is keeping up the act that started in your first year, but you couldn't be farther from the truth," Narcissa says, causing Harry's brow to furrow in confusion. There are very few who can truly say they know Voldemort as the person rather than the myth and monster that she is so commonly seen as. I and my sister are a part of those lucky few. Barty would be another. But I think out of all of us, you would know her even better than us, since I won't even begin to contemplate the relationship between my niece and my lady," Narcissa says before reaching across the table to put her hand on top of Harry's, who had a hand next to his cuppa. "So, believe me when I say that how she acted as Olivia Twist sounds just how she would act to those of us who know her the best," she says with a smile before patting his head. "And I do believe that it's about time you reconcile the feelings you had for Olivia Twist and feelings you have for Voldemort, and finally decide what they mean to you." Harry couldn't think of a single thing to say and only nodded. That time wouldn't come until a few weeks later, when he was having breakfast with Voldemort, Delphine, and Bellatrix in their wing of the manor, where Voldemort told Harry about the Yule Ball that was being thrown at Malfoy Manor this year. "Okay," Harry says, looking at Voldemort confused with a scorn covered in jam halfway to his mouth, as Delphine was downright giddy about something, which was never good, and Voldemort was greatly amused, which meant Harry had missed something obvious that she found cute. "I'll be in my room until it's over, right?" Pretending I don't exist, Harry says with a shrug, which didn't bother him all too much. He'd just have to wait till Delphine showed up to keep him company when she got bored with the ball, which wasn't a big deal. "Sure," Voldemort says with a nod of her head as she puts down her cup of breakfast tea. "That's certainly one idea, or you could attend it," she says while looking away from Harry and adjusting the cuffs of her suit jacket. She was back to looking boyish today, which Harry had long gotten used to her ever-changing appearance. Wouldn't that dash," Harry says, at a loss for words at what Voldemort had just said before putting down the scorn and leaning back in his chair. "I thought the whole point of keeping me here was for me not to be in public, the whole not questioning your power thing, right?" Harry asks, feeling that Voldemort was uncomfortable with something. Unsure about something, but looked as the picture of confidence and ease as she sat across from him. "Well, yes. That is the main reason for keeping you locked up here. I just thought you'd like to socialize and do something fun that's not studying or ducking Delphine," Voldemort says, burying her fear about anyone other than who she trusts absolutely finding out that Harry was alive deep within her, but not deep enough for it to escape Harry's notice. Bellatrix giggles a bit madly before mumbling the word turkey, causing Harry to glare at her before turning back to Voldemort. "I feel the need to point out that I have a very recognizable feature," Harry says before pointing at the scar on his head, the one Voldemort carved all those years ago, the same one that held a piece of Voldemort's soul. "Oh, don't worry about that, Harry. I have some ideas on how to disguise you," Voldemort says with a smile. "Like Polyjuice Potion?" Harry asks, and he immediately feels a lick of white-hot anger at his voiced idea coming from Delphine. Harry turns to her confused, just to watch her take a bite out of her eggs with a content look. "No, Harry," Voldemort says as Harry turns back to look at her. "Won't be Polyjuice like I said. Don't worry your cute little head over it. And let me worry about it, okay?" she says with a smile, though the feeling of uncertainty remains. "Now, there is another detail you need to know, a small, tiny thing," she says while waving her hand to almost dismiss it. "Okay, what?" Harry asks, sounding unsure himself. "You'll have a handler the night of the ball, someone to make sure you don't run off or make a fool of yourself in front of everyone," Voldemort says before picking up her cuppa. "Delphine?" Harry asks, looking at her before looking back at Voldemort, who takes a sip of her tea with a feeling of hesitation shooting through her as the feeling of giddiness comes back to Delphine. No, not Delphine. Though I'm sure she'll find you once the ball starts. No, I was thinking more Narcissa's son," Voldemort says before looking away from Harry and taking another sip of tea as Harry's jaw drops at Voldemort's words. December 23rd. As Harry sat in the library, he couldn't help to feel a bit peeved at Voldemort and Delphine for when they asked, "Hey, do you want to go to a ball?" What they meant was, "Hey, you're going to the ball and your school rival is going to be your tag-along. Have fun." Leaving Harry little choice in the matter, though he was sure that a bigger scheme was going on somehow by how Delphine's emotions would go high-wire whenever he mentioned it, but smiled at him like she knew nothing at all. Voldemort still wasn't sure about all this. Hesitation mixed with a bit of fear, and a feeling Harry couldn't put his finger on. It was like want, but not in an effectual way. More covetous, maybe? Voldemort had informed him at breakfast that morning that she would be teaching him how to dance later in the day after he met with Draco. Harry sighed to himself, not even remotely liking this idea at all. Draco and him were like oil and water, and Voldemort knew this, so Harry couldn't even fathom why and how she thought this was a good idea, but if Harry was going to do this, he was going to have some fun with it. Harry was sitting in the dark of the library with the curtains closed, and only a few candles were lit to throw shadows ominously around the library, as Harry was in one of the many comfy reading chairs that were facing away from the door with a small end table at the side of the chair where a glass of whiskey, butterbeer in a whiskey glass. And Harry couldn't help but to wonder if he somehow adopted Tamsin's sense of theatrics. But as he takes a sip of his whiskey, butterbeer in a whiskey glass, he hears the doors to the library open, and an old familiar voice calls out, "Hello," Draco says, sounding a bit confused. "I was told that someone was here I was supposed to meet," he says, as Harry hears the door close. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy, I have been waiting for you," Harry says in a very thick and very fake-sounding German accent. "You were supposed to arrive 5 minutes ago, and I do so hate having my time wasted. Was it your intention to upset the honored guest of the great dark Lady Voldemort on purpose?" Harry asks before feeling a spike of humor from Voldemort. Apparently, she was paying attention to what was happening for some reason. I didn't mean to," Draco says with a slight cough. "My mother only informed me of this when we arrived home just a few moments ago," he defends himself. "You think this excuses you?" Harry asks, before slamming his fist down onto the arm of the chair. "Neen, there is no excuse for laziness. I should have your skin stripped from your bones," Harry yells, trying to keep his and Voldemort's amusement out of his voice. "I'm sorry, sir," Draco quickly says with a bit of fear entering his voice. "It won't happen again, I swear," he says quickly. "It better not, Mr. Malfoy. It would be a shame for me to inform Narcissa, the lovely host she has been, about her son's untimely demise, ja?" Harry says and quickly cuts Draco off by flicking his wand to light the remaining candles in the library. "Now come into the light, Mr. Malfoy. I wish to see you, I wish to take you all in," Harry says as darkly as possible, and quickly comes to terms that Tamsin was rubbing off on him, because ducking with people was starting to become way too much fun. Draco quickly makes his way around the chair, before double-taking at who he saw sitting in it, his jaw dropping and his eyes going wide as he freezes in place, watching as Harry takes a sip of his whiskey butterbeer. "Potter?" Draco yells in utter disbelief before Harry starts to cackle at the look on his face. Malfoy Manor ballroom, an hour later. Draco had tried to help him escape. "We have to get you out of here," was the first thing he said to Harry after getting over his shock at him being alive. It was very odd, and Harry honestly didn't know how to feel about it. Then they ran into Voldemort as Draco was dragging him through the halls, going for the back door, which was another degree of hilarity to it all, because Voldemort pretended to not know Harry was in the manor, causing Draco to almost have a conniption when she approached them both with wand drawn before delivering a monologue about how she couldn't believe Harry was alive and Draco's secret gay love, how she was disappointed in Draco for betraying her in such a way before telling them both she was going to torture them. right after giving Harry his dancing lessons. The look on Draco's face was priceless. After it was explained to him and he was told, threatened, not to tell a single soul about Harry, Draco was sent back to his mother before Harry and Voldemort went to the large ballroom. Because of course the Malfoys had a large ballroom, and Voldemort was walking Harry through the steps of a few simple dances as to not embarrass himself in a few days. I don't even get why you want me there, Harry complains, holding one of Voldemort's hands and his other on her waist. It was honestly bothering him how much it didn't bother Harry that he was touching Voldemort in such a way, as they moved through the steps of the first dance again. Voldemort makes a sound like she was considering her response, and she honestly was, wrestling with uncertainty about something. Would you believe me if I said I wanted to show you off in a sneaky, weird, roundabout way? She asks, looking back at him with a smile that hides a tiny amount of fear. Like a trophy? Harry asks, confused and slightly insulted by how she phrased that. Yes, something like that, Voldemort says with a nod of her head before instructing Harry about the next steps of the dance. But a secret trophy, one only known to few, besides sharing the opening dance with you, is probably the best way I can thumb my nose at. Dumbledore in death, she says with a small smile, but Harry knows that wasn't the whole reason. Voldemort wanted something else. Harry could feel the same covetous greed he felt from Voldemort whenever they talked about the ball. Harry narrows his eyes at the woman in front of him. It's not about showing me off, not really, is it? He asks, causing Voldemort to slow her pace. I really dislike that you can read me so well, Voldemort mutters but says nothing else as they slow the steps to the dance down a bit, as different emotions swelled and swirled inside of Voldemort as her face looked thoughtful like she was considering something. She says, trailing off with a frown before shaking her head. It's nothing, Dodge. Harry, don't worry that pretty little head over it, Voldemort finally says softly. You can call me it if you want, Harry says quietly, causing Voldemort to look at him as a spike of uncertainty shoots through. Dodger, I don't mind it, Harry says with a sigh. Looking away from Voldemort for a moment, Hermione told me all about it after what happened. Jack Dawkins, the artful Dodger, the psychic to Oliver Twist who in the end betrays him. Harry says quietly as they both stopped. Like how I betrayed you in the end, he says, looking down at his feet. You didn't betray me, Harry, Voldemort says softly, causing Harry to look back at her as he feels a melancholy twist in his mind like a knife. I don't know if it was bad luck or fate playing a sick ducking joke on us that brought you into the catacombs that night. But you never betrayed me, Voldemort says, placing a hand against his cheek, a sad look twisting in her inhuman scarlet eyes. You did what you saw as right, and I have never once blamed you for that, if anything. I saw it as retribution for what I did to Lily and James. And I could never hold that against you, she tells him, stopping the dance completely. I called you Dodger because it sounded funny at the time, not because I knew you would betray me in the end, because you looked like a raggedy orphan, not for some silly grand meaning. Behind the name, Voldemort admits with a sigh before crossing her arms before she begins to pace. The nickname just took on a meaning of its own after a while, because it wasn't just a play on words anymore. You weren't just the Jack Dawkins to my Oliver Twist. You were M.Y. Dodger, and if I had known you were one of my Horcruxes back then, I would have done a few things differently, Voldemort tells Harry in a soft voice as she crosses her arms. Like what? Harry asks, his voice almost hitching a bit, honestly curious about what Voldemort would have done. Well, for one, I would have leaned more into how you saw me during those last few months, Voldemort says, not turning to look at Harry as his heart hitches as he realized she has known this whole time. I would have turned you away from the stone for another, let you live that year as a kid, and not some intrepid investigator. And I would have never confronted you down in the catacombs, she says the last part in a breath above a whisper. I would have made sure you would have stayed away, so I could try and steal the stone, and if I failed, I would have gone back to my office in the castle, write out a letter to you, before leaving the body to die, Voldemort says. I got it, the letter you left for me, Harry admits, shuffling his feet and looking away for a moment till he heard her speak again. That's good. I had hoped that you would have, Voldemort says, turning back to Harry. I didn't want it to end like that, Harry. I would have much preferred stealing the stone and leaving the school before you even left the Gryffindor common room. And when you were heartbroken over my disappearance and stepping off the train at King's Cross, I would have been there waiting for you to offer you the same deal I had down in the catacombs, Voldemort says, looking at Harry with sad eyes of the what-ifs and maybes that could have happened if things were just different. If she had known Harry was Hurcruxx, she would have snatched him away sooner. And Harry felt all those emotions percolate and twist within his mind, and knew Voldemort was telling the truth. I think I would have done things differently as well if given the chance, Harry tells Voldemort with a sad smile. December 25th. Ow, 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 Harry says as he sits in front of a mirror while Narcissa passes a comb through his hair and feels as she rips out chunks of knots from his wild and shaggy hair. Why, ow, are you, ow, doing ow this again? Harry asks as he grips the edges of his seat, trying not to flinch too much or swat at the older woman who would no doubt charm his hands to the chair if Harry tried. Because I've been wanting to tame this mop top you call hair for the last 3 months, Mr. Potter, and my lady has finally asked me to do so, Narcissa says before putting down the comb and picking up her wand and running the tip of it through his hair, causing it to get wet before picking up a jar of something and scooping out a clop of clear-looking gel and working it into his hair roughly. Yeah, I get that part, but why? Harry asks as Narcissa moves his head this way, and that to make sure the gel is worked into every single strand of hair. Because, Mr. Potter, this best way to disguise someone is making them look like nothing they would normally look like with the least possible changes. Hence the hair, and after that your scar. My lady has something in mind for your eyes and voice, Narcissa says before picking back up her torture device of choice, the comb, and working it much more smoothly through his hair, finally doing something Aunt Petunia had spent years trying to do: tame his unruly hair. Oh, is all Harry could say, as he falls quiet and lets Narcissa work her magic as he thought over the last 2 days. It had felt rather hollow in Malfoy Manor the past few days for the simple fact that Delphine wasn't there. She and Bellatrix had left to go to Oddment House, the ancestral home of the Lestrange family, to prepare for the ball, all for appearance's sake. Most people didn't know that Voldemort was ducking Bellatrix, and not behind Bellatrix's husband's back like Harry had thought, but with his blessing, because apparently Rodolphus Lestrange was gay and didn't care who Bellatrix was ducking so long as it wasn't known. Something about keeping up appearances that Harry didn't understand or care, to be completely honest. But without Delphine in the manor, it had gotten rather boring. The days weren't filled with fecks and antics and moved rather slowly, and Harry, oddly enough, found himself missing Delphine. He could feel the same type of boredom coming from Delphine invading his head, tinged with the same type of giddiness that she was giving off since she had learned about the ball. Harry hadn't learned why she was so excited about it, only that for some reason she really liked the idea of a ball, but that didn't help with the boredom that has taken over his life for the last few days. It had gotten so bad that Harry had even talked with Draco, which was as enlightening as it was odd. Dead? I've never wanted you dead, Potter. I didn't want Granger or Weasley dead either, Draco had told him when Harry had asked why. Draco wasn't more upset that he wasn't dead. All he ever wanted was to put Harry in his place, whatever that meant. And after his supposed death and the death of Ron and Hermione, he saw what he had done to them and his rivalry with them as childish. Draco had even given Harry his condolences about Ron and Hermione's deaths, even if Draco knew they weren't close by the end. It was also very funny when Draco found out about him in Delphine. You're actually ducking that mad bint? Draco had said in shock over lunch in the library. You know you shouldn't talk about your cousin like that, right? Harry had asked back before taking a bite of his sandwich as Draco looked at him like Harry had lost his mind, which granted he probably has. I know she's my cousin Potter, which is how I know just how bats-hit crazy she is, Draco snapped back after getting over his shock. I've watched her skin a house elf, alive mind you, for going into a room in the West Wing without her permission. She was laughing the whole time when she told it to finish the job himself. She goes on raids with Bellatrix. That should be bad enough, Draco yelled at him, and Harry ideally thought that it wasn't that bad, which made him stop and consider just how rapt he had become now that skinning someone was now kind of vanilla to him. Narcissa moved on to cutting his hair, before shipping it into a parted comb-over look that made Harry look a bit like a ponce in his personal opinion. But that was kind of the point after all. After that, Narcissa breaks out the magical makeup. She told Harry everything she was doing with concealer, blenders, and different scales of shades that Harry had no hope of following along with, as Narcissa works only on his forehead as he faces her. It takes close to an hour before Narcissa is done and spins the chair around to face the mirror once more. and Harry feels his shock ripple through him as two other sources of piqued interest ripple back. I look normal, Harry thinks to himself as he takes in the sight of a blank forehead. The lightning bolt scar that dominated his life for so long was nowhere to be seen. I look like a normal Ponce, he thinks. He lifts his hand to run his finger down the path that the scar took, ghosting over the makeup before he leans back in his seat. A bit much for you to take in, I would imagine, Narcissa says as she lays a comforting hand on one of his shoulders. Something that defined your life for so long is finally gone enough in the hopes you'll enjoy a relative facelessness for the first time in your life, She says with a tilt of her head and a smirk on his lips as Harry numbly nods his head. After Narcissa leaves the room, Harry quickly dresses in the dress robes that Voldemort got him. They weren't full robes and were cut like the suits from the Victoria era more than what you would normally see, with just a thin silk robe that went over the suit of silver, black, and emerald green. Harry already knew where to go after he got dressed. He could feel her after all. Voldemort's anticipation was like a weight on the back of his mind while Delphine burned and sparked like static throughout it. Harry followed the feeling through the halls of Malfoy Manor. At this time, most of the guests should have arrived by now, greeted by Draco before being directed to the ballroom, so no one was found, wandering places where they shouldn't. Harry finds Voldemort in her office, looking akin to the dark goddess he met back in the graveyard after the third task, already in a sweeping ballroom gown of the blackest silk and threaded with silver to give off depths of the deepest shadows. She wasn't alone either. Barty was standing dutifully by her side as she was reading something or other over when he walks in without knocking. Voldemort looks up at Harry for a moment before double-taking at the sight of him. The stabbing feeling of covetous greed and a small amount of lust shoots through her as her wide crimson eyes land on him with a smile so blinding that Harry nearly flinches at the sight before flushing red. Well, look at you, Harry," she says before tossing the document into the fireplace and moving as if she was floating over to Harry. "My, what miracles Narcissa can work. You went from a shaggy puppy to a refined young man and heir to an ancient and noble house," Voldemort says, brushing the back of her hand across Harry's cheek, making him blush deeply. "I look like a Ponce," Harry complains while he turns his head to get away from Voldemort's hand as she chuckles. "But a very good-looking Ponce, a handsome Ponce, maybe even a princely Ponce," Voldemort says with an infectious smile and causes Harry to snort at her. "You look amazing, Harry, Ponce or not, is what I'm trying to say," she tells him, and Harry just shrugs. "Narcissa said you wanted to do a few last-minute things to complete the disguise?" Harry asks as Voldemort nods before taking his hand and leading him to a seat in her office before gesturing for him to sit down before pulling out her wand and pointing it at him. "What I'm going to do is very simple and very reversible, as it will come undone in a few hours by itself if nothing else," Voldemort tells him, and Harry smirks. "So, I should be back in my room by the final stroke of midnight?" Harry asks, cheekily, to which Voldemort lets out a scoff. "And don't forget to leave behind a glass slipper," Voldemort says with a roll of her eyes, causing Harry to chuckle and Barty to look over at the two looking completely lost. "But no, it should last well into the night and long after you're asleep. I'm just going to change up your face a bit and the color of your eyes," she says before rising her wand once more, only to stop when she feels a spike of horror and fear from Harry before he raises his hand and places his palm over the tip of her wand, much to Voldemort's confusion. "Well, will you tell me how you met her first?" Harry asks, his emerald green eyes looking into Voldemort's scarlet ones, causing her to freeze for a moment before sighing. "Barty," Voldemort says before turning to the man who stands a bit straighter. "Do you mind giving me and Harry a few moments alone?" she asks, and to the man's credit, it only takes him a moment to nod before leaving the office like a dutiful servant. Voldemort turns to the fireplace that was throwing light into the dark office, spinning her wand in between two fingers as she looked into the flames, a solemn look in her eyes, as the same sense of melancholy that Harry feels from her whenever his parents are brought up covers her mind like a blanket. "I first met Lily Potter, who was still Evans at the time, about 6 months after she graduated Hogwarts," Voldemort begins in a soft voice. "Though we had been talking to one another for about a year at that point through letters, you see. The brilliant witch that was your mother had written a thesis about protective blood rituals which got published in Charms Monthly, The thesis was brilliant, engaging, and thought-provoking with a depths of understand that you would be hard-pressed to find in many wizards and witches the world over, let alone Wizarding Britain. She says with a scoff and a shake of her head. So, after reading the article, I had a few questions of my own, so I wrote to her under the name Tamsin Blackmore. And I was shocked to find out that the person who wrote the article was still in school, and from there we shared many long letters about the nature of magic, the nuances, and common misunderstanding to the true nature of it. And in her, I found somewhat of a kindred spirit, Voldemort says with her lips twitching before turning back to Harry. We met for lunch in Muggle London and talked the afternoon away under a shaded parasol before parting. I wouldn't see her for a few more months, and this time as Voldemort, and I offered her and her then husband, James Potter, a place at my side, Voldemort says, with a sigh of disappointment. You wanted to recruit them? My parents? My Muggle-born mother? Harry asks, shocked and confused. Yes, I wanted all the Marauders at one point in time, though I only was able to recruit the most useless ones, sadly enough. But I very much wanted Lily at my side, Voldemort says, watching as Harry grits his teeth and his hands clench at the mention of Wormtail. She could feel the boy's rage and anger spark to life like an inferno. No matter how displeased she was with Delphine on how she treated Harry during their time alone, Voldemort could help but feel a bit grateful to her younger self for how she slowly worked Harry's anger, rage, and want for violence like bellows to a forged that will come in handy one day soon. But she was Muggle-born? Harry asks, sounding confused and lost as Voldemort smirks at him. Harry, if you honestly think I care about blood purity, then you haven't been paying attention all that much, Voldemort tells him with a roll of her eyes. There is only power, and those two weak to seek it. Your mother wasn't weak, and I was willing to give her a pass among my servants because she was strong. So long as she cast away her Muggle roots, I would have been more than happy to welcome her and James to my side, Voldemort says, crossing her arms over her chest, at Harry's surprised look. But in the end, she turned me down, and so did James, every time. I met with her as Tamsin Blackmore a few more times. Once when she was pregnant, and another only a few weeks after she had you. She had shoved you into my arms while asking me to hold you as she ran to use the bathroom, Voldemort says with a sigh before looking back at the flames again. You gurgled and babbled at me while trying to eat my hair, the disgusting little thing you were, but as I held you and looked into your eyes as you laughed, I had a premonition of sorts, and I knew if I allowed you to grow up, you would become just as powerful as I was. I think it was then that I had decided to come after you, she admits, not turning back to look at Harry. I met with Lily and James a few weeks later, and Lily had somehow figured out Tamsin Blackmore was Voldemort and confronted me on it. So I dropped the ruse and asked them for the third and final time to join me. They refused, of course, and I didn't see them for almost a year till I came calling on that Halloween night so long ago. And if I had realized that the damn prophecy was Voldemort begins to say, anger creeping into her words. Harry cut her off. Prophecy? What prophecy? Harry asks as Voldemort turns to him with a surprised look on her face. The prophecy between me and you. Did Dumbledore never tell you? Voldemort asks, before scoffing as Harry shakes his head. Of course not, foolish old goat, she says with a roll of her eyes. Dumbledore was given a prophecy by a drunk seer some months before you were born about a child born with the power to vanquish me. How they would have a power that I either didn't know of or could not comprehend, and how I would mark them as my equal, she says and watches Harry's hand immediately move to his scar. Yes, I did indeed mark my equal that night. Harry, I marked you, she says solemnly before walking back over to him, softly grabbing his chin and raising his head so he could look her in the eyes. If I could go back, Harry, if I could stop myself from going to your home that night, I would. If I could give them back to you, I would, but I can do neither. Nor will I apologize for what I did and give you false platitudes, Voldemort says before slowly and carefully pushes Harry back in his seat before sitting down on his lap. And Harry automatically wraps his arms around her waist, as she does the same around his neck to look into his eyes. I could offer you power, fame, and gold to make up for what I've done, but you already have all that without me. So I try to give you a life you should have had while growing up, but if that is not enough, if that is never enough, all you need to do is tell me, and I will try and give you anything you wanted that is within my considerable power to give, she says, caressing Harry's cheek with the back of her hand before leaning in to whisper into his ear. Even me if you wanted, she whispers to Harry, her hot breath trailing over his neck, an ear causing him to shiver and react like any teenager would before Voldemort chuckles. But be warned, unlike Delphine, I do not yield, I do not bend, nor will I ever kneel to anyone. And if you wanted to duck me as you do her then, you'll have to get a lot stronger, Voldemort says before drawing her head back. Her lips were set into a dark smile before she tilts Harry's head up to look up at her, her hooded scarlet eyes looking into Harry's burning emerald ones before she tilts her head forward and down, closing her eyes just before their lips met. Chapter done. And boy, did I have a lot more, because this was like the halfway point, but this was such an amazing cutoff, I couldn't help myself. Now, Lady Voldemort, Big Tamsin, the OG Dark Queen, has an extremely odd relationship with Harry, as it tends to dance between mentor, mother, and lover, and never stopping on one for long. Their relationship is a deeply intimate one on many, many levels, because like Delphine, Voldemort understands Harry without him ever having to say a word on such a deep level that it's hard for others to understand, and Harry understands what makes the other two tick as well. Lady Voldemort is the soft cruelty to Harry. The one that killed his parents and sent him to the Dursleys is the same one that freed him from them and gave him a mother figure before the mask of borrowed flesh all but rotted off. Now she is his warden, protector, and teacher all in one. And while Voldemort isn't sorry or remorseful for what she had done to Harry, she also knows the best way to keep him on her side is to make him happy in every and any way possible. And she is more than willing to do this because of how she sees him, her only equal. Does this make them lovers? Swing by for the next chapter to find out. King saxcuL out. In the Dance of the Serpent. Welcome one and all back to another chapter of In the Coils of a Serpent, where we get to go to a ball. This chapter is dedicated to all the brats who pushed too far and got exactly what they deserved. You know who you are. On with the show. Voldemort. She felt floaty, maybe bubbly, as she walked arm in arm with Harry on her left. It was hard to describe this new emotion to her. It was an oddity and alien to her, but she didn't necessarily dislike it. It made her feel lighter, and it made her want to dance. It was like 1,000 different types of fireworks going off in her chest, like a chain of colors and sparks that showed the whole spectrum of color theory in an array she never imagined it to come in. She could feel it from the roots of her hair to the tips of her toes and made her body feel flushed and hot. If Harry was open to it, she would have dragged him into a bedroom and rode him till he broke, because this new feeling was coming from him. Harry was a spark of static to her, a jolt she couldn't ignore even at the best of times, like synaptic static that always caught her attention, and like a fire that consumed her whole being when she was pulled into a typhoon that was his emotions. Harry just felt so much, all twisting up in so many complex forms and layers, like a living, breathing work of art she wanted to keep next to her and bask in it at all times. She had long suspected her mother of using a love potion on her sire, causing the child born from their coupling to be cursed with feeling less than others, no true happiness nor love or anything positive in that respect, cursing her, Tamsin Riddle, to be something akin to empty. Her feelings compared to Harry's were like comparing a Lumos charm to a star. They do the same thing, sure, but on vastly different levels. But now, with her and Harry connected so deeply, she felt everything he did, and oh boy, did he feel so much. It was like two colliding suns when she felt what he felt through the bleed over. From his laughter and joy to his burning passion and love to those deep primal urges of his lust and want for violence, all spilled over into her and Delphine, and it was a whole new world to explore. Harry didn't choose to duck her back in her office, and that was fine for both of them. She could feel that the kiss was soft and chaste, not filled with the heated and bloody emotion that Harry and Delphine shared in their more passionate moments throughout the day, where she honestly couldn't tell if they hated each other or liked one another. Not that she would complain. It made Fex with Bellatrix far more interesting when she could feel Harry just on the other side ducking Delphine like some common slut, and with Delphine enjoying every moment of it. She never thought she had a submissive side. Voldemort looks over to Harry's face to examine her handiwork. She had reshaped his face a bit, made it a little more square, and removed some of the baby fat, making him look a bit older. His eyes, she changed from that haunting green to her and Delphine's piercing blue before sticking his glass to his face and turning them invisible to make sure Harry could see as well as not be recognized. He looked handsome, as he rubbed the side of his face with a small frown, possibly from the odd, uncomfortable feeling of having a new face for the night. While she did like the look she crafted for him, she much preferred his own face. Voldemort tilts her head and lays it on Harry's shoulder as they walk through the hall. The soft music of the small orchestra becomes more pronounced as they make their way down the hall. "Harry," she says, catching the boy's attention, "while I'm sure you've already figured it out, I want no assumptions between us about tonight. So I need to know whether you want to enter on my left or my right. Each will bring up questions in their own right, but nothing I can't handle," Voldemort says, as they make it down the hall and into the welcoming chamber right before the ballroom. "I'm already on your left," Harry muttered as his face flushed red with embarrassment. His voice comes out lower than before thanks to the transfiguration applied to his vocal cords for the night. Voldemort chuckles at the flushed feeling of embarrassment coming from Harry as they approach the large double doors that lead to the ballroom. Barty is already standing outside of it smoking a cigarette, but vanishes it in the smoke as he sees them approach. "He went with option A, Barty, dear," she informs her right-hand man before gracing him with a smile. Barty nods his head and says nothing before slipping through the door and into the ballroom. Voldemort turns and looks at Harry, helpless as a genuine smile blooms across her face at his confused look. "Now, Harry, after we go through the doors, Barty is going to announce us to the crowd. Your name for the night will be Harrison Gaunt, okay?" She tells him as Harry blinks back at her. "I get Harrison, it's close to my name, but why Gaunt?" Harry asks curiously. "It was my mother's maiden name," she tells him softly and watches as surprise filters over his face before nodding slowly. "Oh, all right then, that's fine I guess," Harry says, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Voldemort rolls her eyes at how Harry is acting to a silly name she had abandoned long ago. "Come on, Harrison," Voldemort says coyly as she drags him forward. "It's time to have a little fun, don't you think?" she asks as they stop outside the large double doors just before the trumpets begin to sound. Delphine Lestrange. It was a silly thing, really. A leftover childish fantasy from a bygone era of her first and second years at Hogwarts, where the older students filled her young mind with foolish fairy tales of grand balls and charming airs of old families sweeping her off her feet. The older students of Slytherin would, of course, make fun of her ruthlessly afterwards, saying how it was such a shame she was a mudblood and would never attend. But the fantasy stuck nonetheless. She would more often or not have that fantasy playing in her mind before bed during the summer months at the orphanage where she felt the loneliest, getting invited to a ball or event by Abraxas as his and Misha guest, how she dressed in a grand gown that befitted her statues of the heir of Slytherin, how she would dance, drink, and charm all the foolish pure-blood heirs into stumbling all over themselves for just a moment of her attention, and how she would coyly give them none of it. But then, she would have seen him from across the ballroom, a handsome heir to a most ancient and noble house who falls hopelessly in love with her, and they would start a whirlwind romance for the ages. Courting, romance, marriage, and children, all the things a young, foolish girl would ever want. She would then ruthlessly manipulate and bend the heir to her whims and will, with or without magic if need be. And soon after having a child, she would turn herself into a grieving widow. She would then go on to control the child as she climbed the ranks of ministry and the other families, simple girlish fantasies. But that was before her 5th year, before the bombing raids, before Tom's death, and before the creation of her first Hurcruxx. But while the fantasy for Tamsin Riddle died with Tom, the fantasy for Delphine Lestrange was very much alive. To the vast majority of people, Delphine Lestrange was the child of Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange. Born before the end of the First Blood War and sent to the continent to be secreted away by friends of the family until a time where the Dark Lady had risen again. The only people who knew that was a crock of shit was Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Narcissa, Barty, and of course Harry. And still, only Barty and Bellatrix knew what she was, and it would stay that way if her and her older self had any say in it. But she wasn't the only one with a fake name and history. Well, not anymore at least, Delphine thinks to herself as she looks around the ballroom. Auntie Narcissa pulled out all the stops for this year's annual winter solstice ball, from the food and drinks being carted around on charm services trays to the elaborate decorations that mirrored the Greek underworld during the autumn. It wasn't hard to figure out what story that Narcissa was telling with the environmental storytelling. Delphine all but rolled her eyes at the on-the-nose message only a few would get. Narcissa had large pomegranate trees growing from the corners of the ballroom and crawling up the walls and across the ceiling. Charmed leaves of fall colors constantly grow, turn colors, and fall from the ceiling before fading to nothing before even touching a guest. Large black marble Greek columns were placed around the ballroom as a thin mist layered above the floor and that clinged to the hems of their robes and pants. The guests were all going through the normal rounds of greetings and ideal chit-chat. As the pure-blood families, heads of state, and heads of departments all used the annual ball as a reason to show off their opulence and wealth. Delphine stood up on a raised stage that was looking down over the ballroom, a simple throne at the top, decorated with silver and green, the colors of the House of Slytherin. It was a show of prominence and importance to the meager sheep below them, all of them forgetting what real power was. Delphine eyes scanned the crowds, taking notes of the more influential movers and shakers that were invited to the ball as she stood with her mother and father. Delphine really didn't mind calling either of them by those titles. She got along very well with Bellatrix and could honestly see why her older self kept her around as a pet and attack dog. Rotifus and her got off to a bit of a rocky start, seeing that the first thing he did after being officially pardoned was trying to find Delphine a husband. That hadn't gone over well with her. She wasn't some pizzed mare to be sold off to another family, and it had taken her older self stepping in to stop her from killing Rotifus for the slight. But after the incident, Rotifus had learned his lesson and treated her more like his own child and showered her with gifts and privileges of a daughter of the House of Lestrange. They even did family bonding activities in the forms of raids on dissenters and mudblood safehouses, painting the halls a new coat of red before they were done. Honestly, Delphine could have asked for more perfect parents at the end of the day, even if it was merely a sham. They even had matching outfits for the ball, while Bellatrix and her had foregone robes for dresses. Rotifus was dressed sharply in traditional robes of black and black. The suit he wore under them was all silk and hand-stitched with golden thread that embroidered his cuffs, shoulders, and the hem of his jacket. Gold and black were the traditional colors of House Lestrange, and Rotifus had all but demanded that they were to match. Bellatrix wore a ballroom gown of the same colors. It was form-fitting and off the shoulders with golden lace dangling off of every part of her. Her wand arm was clad in black leather that ran the length to her shoulder and covered her heart in a starburst pattern as a reminder of her heritage. Her only accessory was a simple black choker that clung tightly to her throat with a small metal loop hanging off the front. Delphine went with a bit more modern sleeveless dress that hung off her shoulders. It was as black as night and hemmed with gold that crawled up the folds of the dress that fanned out around her legs. Much like her dress from the family dinner all those months ago that her pretty kitty had ducked, the dress had a thigh-high slits in it to show off a sinful amount of skin. The dress itself was as delicate as it was expensive and felt thin and soft against her bare flesh, and almost like she was wearing nothing at all. The reason for that was quite simple. If everything went to plan, she was hoping that the dress would be getting torn from her body in a fit of mad lust or rage by the end of the night. After all, she did so love to torment her Harry in one way or another. She was pondering what exactly she was going to do to stoke the fires of his rage and wrath. She had settled on something to do with the mudblood she kept as a pet during his year-long nap. But she couldn't decide between showing the mudblood his sleeping form and the look of absolute heartbreak and helplessness on her face, or her ultimate fate of being ripped apart by Greyback's pack. But as the sound of trumpets began to play, echoing throughout the ballroom and catching everyone's attention, the crowd of purebloods and ministry employees are giving the signal to part and make way, to clear from the dance floor and stand to the side. Barty, the ever-reliable dog he was, walked forward with his head held high. He stops just to the side of the large door to the ballroom before pulling out and putting his wand to his throat. His voice booms around the ballroom, bringing everyone's attention to him as he speaks. Lords and ladies, announcing Her Majesty, the conquering Queen of Magical Britain, the Lady Slytherin, Queen Voldemort. Barty says with a respectful bow of his head as the doors open and her older self walks arm in arm with someone. Delphine turns her head slightly, avoiding looking at the other person. She didn't want to see him, not yet at least. But she could already hear the whispers around her, from Bellatrix grumbling under her breath about the pretty scruffy half-blood, to the sheep below wondering who the boy hanging off their queen's arm was, as well as her escort for the night, heir to the house of Gaunt and of Slytherin, Harrison Gaunt. Barty announces once more to satisfy the burning curiosity of the sheep, and the quiet that settled over the crowd as they processed that tidbit brought a smile to Delphini's face. You could hear a bloody pin drop as the crowd settled into shock. Whispers immediately begin about you-know-who's unknown child, the hows and whys no one had noticed or even known about him. Delphini's smile turned sharper. This was working marvelously, and she could help but to feel a rush of satisfaction course through her, from both herself and her older self. Delphini was glad that they went with the sun angle instead of the consort angle. It would make things much, much simpler for her. Her older self was dressed magnificently in midnight black and silver. Emerald hemmed her dress in a serpentine design. She wore a crown of silver and set emeralds upon her head with a cloak of a white lion that trailed to the floor, its stuffed head mounted to her shoulder. They had walked to the middle of the grand ballroom to share the opening dance, and no sooner did they get to the middle and got in a position did the orchestra begin to play. It was a soft and haunting melody with sharp bells that reminded Delphini of a music box, and an almost alien tone wafted through the soft sounds. Delphini closes her eyes, submerging herself in the feelings of her older self and Harry as she begins to sway with the melody. Her older self was elated and oh so very satisfied. She was finally showing off her grandest prize of all without telling a single soul about him. "This is mine." Her emotions seemed to whisper as she smiled and twirled with Harry. "This is all mine." And she was right. They held the British Isles in the palm of their hand. They had not only won, but they had taken the only hope of ever stopping her and brought him under their loving thumb. Hope was dead, and they had killed it. This ball was merely their victory lap. Harry was focused, counting his steps and trying not to look down at his feet as he danced with the queen. He couldn't help the smile slipping across his face. Even at how awkward he felt at dancing in front of the sheep, he found himself enjoying himself with no regret. Delphini smiled at the feeling of what could only be Harry's unabashed joy at dancing with Voldemort. It was a soaring, floating feeling that swept the feet out from under you and lifted you high into the air. Like fireworks in the night sky, a dazzling display of 1,000 crackling colors. While the feeling of covetous greed was missing from him, there was something buried oh so deep in the back of his mind, something hot, wanting, and dark when he looked into the ruby eyes of her older self. Like raw want and a deep hunger he himself didn't want to acknowledge, but was shared between the three of them. Delphini focuses in on it like a bloodhound before reaching out past the door in her mind and caresses that tiny hidden want. She giggles to cover the moan that almost escapes from her lips as she feels the shiver of want writhing down Harry's back before it reflects in her older self's mind. She could feel both their eyes on her as she continued to sway to the music, her older self's exasperation at her, and her Harry's rage at ruining a moment between them. But soon, the song fades and their dance ends. Soft applause echoing around the ballroom as Harry gives a bow to the queen as he was taught to do. Her older self smiled before leaning forward and planting a soft kiss to his cheek that makes him blush ever so adorably before her older self turns and begins her ascent to her throne. Delphini opens her eyes just in time to see the coattails of Harry's robes disappearing into the crowd. She smiles at the thought of hunting him down or making him hunt her down. She hadn't decided on which just yet. Lady Voldemort crests the top of the stairs to see the majority of her most faithful and Delphini. She smiles at Narcissa, showing her approval of the decorations. She then turns to Bellatrix, Rhodopis, and Rabaston, who all bow to her in turn before her older self turns to her. Delphini smiles and curtsies before Voldemort in the need of keeping up the ruse. Her older self steps forward and embraces her after she has stood. "Where did he run off to?" Delphini whispers to Voldemort during their hug. Voldemort pulls back, a coy smile on her face, and eyes speaking that she knew what Delphini had done during her dance with Harry and found it greatly amusing. He ran off to find something cold to drink, and more than likely to find young Draco, she offers back before turning to observe the gathering before her. Many couples, young and old alike, had moved to the dance floor as the music began again. Then I suppose I'll have to hunt him down then, Delphine says with a hum to her words as her eyes scan the crowd, picking out there, loyal moving toward them to pay their respects. Oh, Voldemort says amused as she takes a seat on her throne. Setting the stage so early, are we? She says with a coy smile. Delphine turns back to her, her dress fanning out as she spun around. But of course, she says with a smile of her own. Who else would be worthy enough for him, if not the daughter of Lady Voldemort's top lieutenant? She says before turning at Voldemort's chuckle and Bellatrix's grumble to head down the stairs. Down into the crowd of sheep to find her very own Prince Charming among them. Harry Potter, on the edge of freedom. The great glass side doors of the ballroom opened up to a lavish balcony that overlooked the perfect grounds of the Malfoy estate. Harry had slipped into the crowd after his dance with Voldemort, hoping to find something to drink after Delphine had invaded his mind and stoked one of those desires he'd rather not have. Whispers and eyes followed him as he pushed his way through the crowd as politely as he could. Harry was an old hand at ignoring them, for no matter where he went or what he looked like, he seemed doomed to garner attention wherever he went. He had quickly found a charmed tray full of ice-cold butterbeer, not trusting Delphine to talk him into something outrageous if he was inebriated. After taking a healthy swing of his drink, he noticed the open glass doors and stepped out onto the balcony. His eyes scanned the grounds, not finding a single guard outside patrolling the grounds that were visible to him. He could feel the cold air on his face, fresh air filling his lungs, and the soft light of the full moon illuminating the snow-covered grounds as if to show him his way out. It was the closest to freedom Harry had come in almost 2 years. He stands outside, eyes traveling over the tree-line, and for the first time since waking up, he felt uncertainty in his want for freedom. Harry feels Voldemort pause in whatever she was doing before, for the lack of a better word, turns to see why he was feeling the way he was. He can feel her look through his eyes and feels the knee-jerk reaction of panic, of getting Bella to hunt him down and drag him back inside, of her want for him to stay. But then, when Harry doesn't move from the spot he stood at, Voldemort forces the panic to settle before leaning back and watching him, curious about what he would do. Harry reaches out into his mind, feeling for the calm and controlled door and avoiding the raging inferno of desire and bloodlust that was Delphine. He cracks the door just a bit, just enough to whisper, "Through it. I should you know," Harry thinks to her as his eyes turn to the heavens. "I should really chance a runner. To, at very least, see how far I could make it," he thinks and feels as Voldemort holds her breath, but all Harry does is let out a sigh. "But I won't. No real use to do so. Everyone I knew cared for me is dead." Delphine saw to that. "Now all I have left is—" Harry doesn't say the words, but from the relief he feels filling Voldemort, she already knew what he was going to say away. Harry sighs once more before taking another sip of his drink, before turning his back on his chance at freedom, content in his choice to stay in his gilded cage for now. He feels both Delphine and Voldemort giddy at his choice, which against all reason makes him smile. "Hello there," a voice speaks out, causing Harry to jump at the words before another person speaks, almost like she was finishing the other person's sentence. "Fancy meeting you here." Harry swiftly turns to his right and almost begins to panic. 2 girls were standing on the balcony with him, arm in arm, and looked to have come from another of the open glass doors. But the panic hadn't come from them showing up. No, it comes from Harry knowing them. Flora and Hestia Caro wore matching dresses of ivy and ivory, a macabre showing of polished bones lining the low-cut collar of their dress that flowed like water or blood around them. They looked older then, when Harry first met them during his 3rd year during Professor Lupin's lessons on the Patronus charm. "Good evening, ladies," Harry says with a quick and forced smile. He had almost called them by their names, which since he had never met them before would have been a bit odd. The Caro twins blink as one, but otherwise don't comment on his words. "Good evening, Air Gaunt," the twin on the right says with a smile. "A pleasure to meet you," the twin on the left says with the same smile. "I am Flora Caro," the right twin says in a bright and cheery voice with a welcoming smile. "And I am Hestia Caro," The one on the lift finishes softly, her smile more shy and more reserved. Harry watches as they both pick up the hems of their dresses and curtsies to him as one. Though most call us the Caro twins, they say as one before straightening once more, standing before Harry as if waiting for something. It takes a moment for common sense to slap him in the back of his head. Harry coughs awkwardly into his hand before smiling once more. "Sorry, I'm Harrison. Harrison Gaunt. Nice to meet you too," he says with a smile, and the name feeling awkward on his tongue as he sticks out his hand to shake theirs. The twins look at his hand for a moment before looking at one another, before shrugging, before shaking his hand one at a time. A very informal greeting, Flora remarks with a sly smile. "But we don't mind," Hestia finishes with a small blush. "All right." Not used to all this," Harry says with a gesture to the ball. "Wasn't raised properly, I guess. Though I try to mind my manners and all that," he tries to explain with a small, awkward grin. Both of the twins blushes at his smile as Flora speaks up. "Yes, we were wondering about that." She inquires, "We've never seen you at Hogwarts." Hestia says softly, "Nor any of the other gatherings." Flora says with her face blank, but with curious eyes. "All right. Never went to Hogwarts, you see," Harry says, lying through his teeth, melancholy lacing his tone at his once home. He looks away from the twins and quickly takes a sip of his drink to buy time to think of something. "Oh, so where did you go to school then?" Flora asks as they both take a step forward toward him. Ilvermorny?" "Yeah, Ilvermorny, back in the States," Harry says with a smile, trying to remember everything Voldemort told him about the school during his first year. "I was in Wampus Cat, House of the Warriors and all that," he says with his best grin, hoping the twins buy it instead of seeing through his lie. He was always shied at lying. "Oh, how exciting," Flora says with a predatory grin as she steps away from her twin and into Harry's personal space. "Is it anything like Gryffindor? The House of the Brave and the Bold here in England?" she asks while fluttering her eyes at him. No, not really. Different virtues and all that," Harry says dismissively. "Though, from what I know, they share gold in their color scheme," he says with a nod of his head, remembering the gold and green vest that Voldemort had worn during her tenure as the defense against the dark arts teacher. "We had a friend in Gryffindor," Hestia comments softly, taking a half step toward Harry. "Oh, I thought most Gryffindors and Slytherins didn't get on so well," Harry says without thinking, but doesn't miss the look shared between the twins for a quick moment. "Well, we like to consider him as a friend," Flora says as she turns back to Harry. "Though we don't know if he thought of us as friends. We spent time together during our 4th year, his 3rd year, learning a very advanced charm together," Flora admits sadly, her face almost slipping into a frown. "Oh," Harry says, trying to sound interested. "Oh, bollocks, they're talking about me," was more in line with what he was feeling as a small amount of panic seeped into his bones. "Yes, he looked rather sad that year," Flora says. "We tried to be nice," Hestia continues, "but we think he was suffering in silence and could not see us as we were trying to be nice to him," Flora finishes, humming a bit disappointedly. "He died not too long after that," Hestia says sadly, looking down at the ground. Sorry to hear that," Harry says, trying to sound regretful at their loss, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Both of the twins look at Harry with soft smiles. "It's okay. If it wasn't for his death, the Queen would have never won. So, while we will miss the opportunity, we won't miss him all that much," Flora says before taking another half step toward Harry, backing him against the railing of the balcony. "Do you think you'll be in Gryffindor if you ever went to Hogwarts, Gaunt?" she asks with a smile, moving on from the depressing topic of Harry's own death. "I'd like to think so," Harry says with a nod of his head and a sinking feeling in his stomach. "Oh, do you have a fondness for cats?" Hestia asks with a cute tilt of her head. "Yeah, I guess you could say that, and owls too. But they're just the cats of the bird world, right?" Harry asks, trying to look nonchalant as he leans on the railing with a smirk, hoping he was actually right about that fact. Flora just giggles at his words before pressing her body up against Harry's. Her face inches from his, close enough to smell the light perfume she was wearing. All at once, Harry feels 2 conflicting emotions shot down his spine. First was his own. Of that he knew. Those dark wants and desires that Delphine so loved to entice from him roared in the back of his mind. His hand jerked upwards as his first instinct was to wrap his hand around Flora's delicate-looking throat and squeeze until her face turned purple and her lips a lovely shade of blue. To turn the tables and slam the little bitch against the railing and rip the dress from her body and, "How dare he? How dare she? That is mine. He is mine. No, 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 no. That is supposed to be mine. How dare he? How ducking dare she? I'll peel her ducking skin from her bones and feed her to her sister raw and screaming before raping them both with." Another emotion screamed across his bones as Delphini's mad cacophony of thoughts slammed into his head. Jealousy ran through his heart and mind like fire, causing Harry to flinch before reaching out within his mind and slamming the door that led to Delphini shut. "Fine, two can play this dash," was the last thing Harry got from her before he cleared his head enough with the clemency to think by himself. He could feel Voldemort turning her attention back to him, but she had the courtesy of keeping her emotions and thoughts to herself. Flora leaned in, her lips pressed against his ears, and spoke in a husky tone. "Do you want me to purr for you?" she asks as her hand strokes the inside of his thigh. Harry grits his teeth and turns his head away from Flora, concentrating on his breathing. "I would, hate to take you away from your sister," Harry almost hisses out, but all it does is causes Flora to chuckle before pulling her head back from his ear. "I wouldn't worry about her. She likes to watch after all," Flora says with a wide and dark smile, causing Harry's eyes to shoot open and look over at Hestia. She was doing her best impression of a tomato as she looked everywhere but at Harry and shrugs. "Ah," was the only thing Harry could respond with before some higher power decided to step in and help him out for once. "Harrison, there you are," Draco calls out, causing Flora to take a half step back from Harry with a pout on her face. "Oh, thank ducking Merlin for Draco," were words Harry never thought he would ever think to himself, nor was he about to admit it out loud. "Oh, hey Draco, I was about to head inside and look for you," Harry says, hoping he was covering his panic well. But by the look Draco was giving him, he had done a very poor job of it. Apparently, Draco understood the look in his eyes and quickly came to his rescue. "Then it's a bit of luck I found you," he says with a rather smooth smile before turning to the Caro twins. "Hestia, Flora, I do hope you're finding the ball lovely this evening," he says in greeting to the twins, who smile and nod back toward him. "Very lovely, and," Hestia says, "please give our compliments to your mother on her amazing spell work." Flora finishes with a soft smile as she steps away from Harry. "I'll make sure to pass that along," Draco says with a smile and a dip of his head. "Now, if you don't mind, I wanted to introduce Harrison to a few of our housemates before we get into the swing of things," he said before Harry moved as quickly as he politely could and left the Caro twins with a polite goodbye as he followed Draco. "Thanks for the save back there," Harry mutters to Draco and hears Draco scoff a bit. "More like I was saving them from Delphini. I shudder to think what she would do to those two if she found them flirting with you." Draco shots back as he slips his hands into his dress robes as he walks. Harry decides not to tell him that Delphini had already seen them and was more than likely planning some horrible fate for them. But at least I didn't lie to them. The Caro twins have a scary ability to find lies in someone's words. "And I really do want to introduce you to a few friends of mine, and my date, of course," he says, and Harry tries to not let his words bother him as he looks back at the twins. Both of them smile at Harry before waving at him, Flora sending him a wink and Hestia blushing. Harry takes a deep breath before shoving the urge to turn back around away from him. Harry Potter, an hour later. Draco had introduced him to Slytherin's Harry, had already known in another life. Crabbe and Goyle looked and acted just as thick as they did at Hogwarts. Theodore now was an oddly quiet boy who looked like he wanted to be anywhere but at the ball, with his date, Tracy Davis, looking oddly skittish and nervous at the gathering. Blaise Zabini seemed relaxed as he talked and joked with everyone, not even being bothered by his own date, Pansy, fawning over Harry. Which was a surprise in and of itself when Draco introduced his date as Astoria Greengrass, as Harry was sure Draco was going to attend with Parkinson. Astoria was sickly looking, thin and haggard with dark bags under her pale blue eyes. Harry was surprised to see Draco treating the young girl gently and tenderly, almost waiting on her hand and foot. But Harry also learned not to judge a book by its cover. The girl was a spitfire and spirited for one that looked so sick. It was weird to Harry not only to see this softer side of Draco in full display, but how other couples acted with one another. If Delphine was here in this group of people, Harry didn't doubt that both he and Delphine would be trading sharp and carefully worded barbs with each other in the attempt to piss the other one off. Harry knew logically that his and Delphine's relationship wasn't something that one could call normal or nice or soft or loving. In fact, Harry couldn't think of one kind word to describe his relationship with Delphine. But it didn't stop Harry for actually missing the psychopath for some ducked-up and odd reason. So as he watched the couples around him talk and flirt with each other, his heart becomes heavy with longing. So Harry closes his eyes and reaches for the doors in his mind. He could feel Voldemort on the other side of the ballroom, talking to some ministry bloke about updating the wards that surround the country to act like the quill of names for Muggleborns, whatever that meant. Harry was just surprised the guy said Muggleborns instead of Mudbloods or some other tribe. Harry could feel Voldemort's attraction to the man. He was speaking politely and intelligently to her, treating her more as a respected colleague instead of his queen. Voldemort wanted to teach the man a lesson for that in the most effectual way possible. The feelings caused Harry to roll his eyes in exasperation before a small, mischievous grin breaks out across his face. Harry runs mental fingers up Voldemort's spine, causing her to shiver in delight before her head whips around to glare playfully across the ballroom to where she knew Harry was. Harry could feel her eye roll as she turned back to her conversation, muttering about cheeky brats all the while. Harry's grin doesn't fade as he turns to the other door. Delphine had shut it tight, blocking him out for the most part. But unfortunately for her, Harry had the keys to the doors. He reaches out and brushes against it softly. Curiously as he does, flashes of Delphine's now shoot through his mind. Purple eyes and a lovely smile. High cheekbones and a coy laugh. Pale skin blushing red to the blonde roots as Delphine suggests something deviously sinful. They look around for a moment before telling her to lead the way, their eyes wide with excitement and cheeks flushed with blood. Harry's eyes snap open as an emotion all his own coils in his chest. His teeth grind in anger as he feels Delphine's smug and resentful emotions through their link. Jealousy, raw, wrathful, and green-eyed. Jealousy courses through Harry's core as it took everything he had in him not to whip the glass of lukewarm butterbeer at the nearest person. But instead, he slams the glass down on one of the small, little side tables that line the walls of the ballroom before pushing himself off the wall and making a beeline into the crowd. "Harrison, where the hell are you going?" Draco calls out in worry, but Harry ignores him as he pushes his way through the crowd of people as politely as he can, wanting nothing more than to scream at the gathered people, sheep, to make a ducking hole so he could pass through. Some see him stalking through the crowd, recognition sparking in their eyes as they quickly step out of his way, not wanting to find themselves in his path, which made cutting through the crowd much easier when trying to find Delphine, and it was going remarkably well until a shadow stepped from the crowd, right in the path Harry was going. When Harry looks up, an order on the tip of his tongue to tell them to move out of his way, his heart leaps into his throat for the beetle-black eyes of Severus Snape look back at him. This was one of the few people Harry had hoped to never see again. The now headmaster of Hogwarts looked down his hooked nose at Harry, his face carefully blank. "Ergaunt, a pleasure to meet you at last," he draws out before raising a brow at Harry. Harry blinks for a moment, losing his mental track on Delphine as he scowls at Snape. "Good to meet you too, sir. Do you mind if I get around you real fast?" he asks, his voice strained by his own anger at both Delphine and the man standing before him. "I do mind, in fact, Ergaunt," Snape says as he swirls the glass of flat-looking champagne he was holding onto. "I had a quick inquiry for you, if you do not mind," he asks in the same flat tone of voice, his eyes never leaving Harry's. With a clenched jaw, Harry bites the bullet and jerks his head at the man to tell him to get on with it. Snape doesn't even blink. "I was wondering why I've never seen you before at Hogwarts," he asks, though it sounds more like a demand. "Went to Ilvermorny across the pond. It's where I lived for most of my life," Harry answers quickly, his voice and temper coming out short. "Interesting," Snape says, drawing out the word like it was the most baneful and boring word in the English language. "Do tell, how is Professor Carvin doing these days? It has been a while since I last spoke to them," he notes with a slight tilt of his head. "Last I saw them, they were fine. Harry answers shortly, his eyes darting around the ballroom, looking for Delphine, so he could wring her neck. Now, if you'll excuse me, Harry says with a frown as Snape takes a slight step to his right, giving him passage. Harry, too wrapped up in his hunt for Delphine, never noticed that Snape's eyes followed him till he was lost in the crowd. Why does that arsehole always pop up when you least want him to? Harry thinks to himself before letting out a huff of aggravation. He paused for a moment right on the edge of the dance floor and closed his eyes, focusing inward to feel where Delphine went. He could feel the tethers that bond him to Voldemort and Delphine, but before he could locate Delphine, something catches his attention. For Harry didn't feel just 2 pieces of Voldemort's soul, but 3. Harry's breath hitches in his throat as his eyes snap open before turning in the direction of the 3rd. It was faint, almost non-existent to him, but it was there. Harry had never been able to feel the Hurcruxx in him, for it was a part of him as his own soul was. A graft-on sliver of Voldemort's fondness for an individual and power. It's what allowed him to feel everything they felt, to see what they saw. It was always there, so he had grown used to feeling it constantly. But this was new, and it felt in no way like Voldemort or Delphine. He looks back over the ballroom, past the dancing couples and laughing blue bloods to where he last felt Delphine before cursing. This was more important at the moment than choking the life out of Delphine. So with an aggravated sigh, Harry turns in the direction of the 3rd Hurcruxx and follows his senses. His eyes are half closed as he wanders through the throng of people laughing and dancing the night away, unaware of the monsters that lurked in their midst. Whatever the Hurcruxx was, it had no eyes or ears, no sense of time or day. It felt still and static, and Harry wasn't too keen on poking it to wake it up in the middle of a ballroom. Oh yes, it's a family heirloom from my mother's side of the family. She was distantly related to the Selwyns, you see. A high-pitched, girlish voice says. The tone and words all sounded artificial to Harry as he pushes past the last few people and finally sees it. It was an ugly and gaudy thing. Thick bands of a twisted gold necklace that lead down to a jade and emerald piece that was almost as big as the palm of Harry's hand, with a large serpent created with crushed emeralds in the shape of an S. Harry lets out a breath he hadn't known he was holding as soon as his eyes land on the necklace, like he found a missing piece to them. His eyes traveled up to the face of the person who was wearing it. She was short and squat with a wide face and large mouth. Her brown eyes were spaced a bit too far apart, reminding Harry a bit of a toad. As the woman turns to look at him, her wide fake smile grows even wider as her eyes sparkle with recognition and greed. Harrison, she says in a high pitch and overly familiar tone. My, what a pleasure it is to meet you, she says as she shoves someone out of her way to waddle up to Harry, her overly pink dress swishing as she does. She sticks her hand out with her palm down as she turns her nose up at him. Harry doesn't notice at first, his eyes focused solely on the necklace. Hem. She coughs annoyingly, shocking Harry out of his state. What? All right. Nice to meet you, Harry says quickly before reaching out and shaking her hand. The woman looked angry and disgusted for a moment before the look was quickly wiped from her face before accepting the handshake. And, what's your name? Harry asks. Dolores, dear, Dolores Umbridge, Dolores says as she bats her eyes at him and tries to pull him closer. But Harry is quick to take a step back. But you can of course call me Dolores, sweetie, she says with an overly wide smile. Right, Harry says sharply before wrestling his hand from her stubby fingers. I overheard you talking about your necklace, I think. I got a bit curious, he lies with a smile. Oh, no need to act bashful, dear. It's the last piece of jewelry that I have from my extended family. An heirloom, really, Dolores says, noticing Harry's eyes never leaving the necklace but mistakenly thinking he was looking at something else. She tries to push up her melons as she takes a step toward Harry, only for the boy to take a step backwards and leans away with a disturbed look. Well, it's a very nice necklace, but if you'll excuse me, Harry says quickly as he turns to walk away to find Voldemort, but Dolores latches onto his arm to keep him in place. Anger and disgust turn in Harry's stomach in equal measure as he snaps back to look at the woman. Now there's no need to run off, she tries to say, but Harry was quick to cut her off. There is in fact, so sorry, but I'm going to ask you once to let me go, he demanded, his words coming out much harsher than he intended. Dolores pauses for a moment, a look of fear flashing in her eyes, before letting him go. Of course, dearie, very sorry about that, Dolores says quickly before backing off. It's fine, Harry says through gritted teeth before turning and finally getting away from the pawing woman. He rushes through the crowd of people, completely focused on finding Voldemort before hunting down Delphine. Harry finds Voldemort near her throne, a sight that had him rolling his eyes when he first saw it. She was still talking and flirting with the ministry bloke with Bellatrix watching with envy. Harry quickly moves toward her. Rabaston tries to step in his way to stop him, but Harry shoves him aside before calling out. Your Majesty, Harry says, trying to remain calm as he speaks. But Voldemort doesn't even turn to him, too enraptured by her conversation. Lady Voldemort, Harry tries again, reaching out to tug on her dress, barely noticing how most people around him flinch at the name. But all Voldemort does is raise her hand and waves him away. Harry could feel how annoyed she was with him interrupting her. You can see that she's busy, you little sure-dash, Rabaston tries to say, but Harry is done with her attempts to brush him off. Mom! Harry snaps, causing everyone around him to jerk back in surprise, but not one of them was more shocked as Voldemort. She whips around with wide eyes and slack jaw as she looks at him in bafflement. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I need to talk to you real quick, 5 minutes at the most. It's important, Harry says, stressing his words to Voldemort as most people looked between them surprised. Voldemort recovers from her own shock quickly, blinking a few times before closing her mouth. Of course, dear, she says, her lips tilting upwards as she speaks before she turns back to the ministry bloke. So sorry, Vanfem. I need to see to something real fast. I swear I'll be right back to see where this conversation takes us, she says with a blinding smile, and Harry could tell she was hoping it was to her bed. Vanfem merely looks between Harry and Voldemort before smiling and nodding his head. Not a problem, Your Majesty. Family should come first, he says before taking the champagne flute that Voldemort was holding. Voldemort turns back to Harry, giving a curious but annoyed look before nodding for him to follow her. They step around her throne before Voldemort speaks. You know, if you're just going to be jealous over me getting laid, you should have taken me up on my offer in my office, she says with a raised brow as she crosses her arms, as if it was a joke. That is ignoring what you just called me a moment ago, of course. What? No, go get laid, just try to, block me out, Harry says with a slight blush and thinned lips as Voldemort thinks it over. No, Voldemort says with a wicked smirk. But if that's not it, why are you being a sock block right now, son? She says with a teasing smirk. It's about. Harry pauses, unsure about what to say or how to explain it. About the other things like me, he says, pointing toward his forehead and watches as recognition flashes in Voldemort's eyes as she frowns. What about them? Voldemort asks with narrowed eyes. Other than conversations about how to stop the bleed over, Harry had never asked about her other Horcruxes. Is one of them a necklace? Big jade, an emerald thing on a thick gold cord. Harry quickly asks, watching as Voldemort all but freezes for a moment. How do you know that? She asks, deathly calm. I'll take that as a yes, Harry mutters before letting out a sigh. He already knew this wasn't going to end well. It's here. Some woman named Dolores Umbridge is wearing it, Harry informs her and watches as her face twists into surprise before going perfectly blank. But Harry knew better. There was a roar of rage so loud and hot it felt like it would scorch Harry to nothing but bones as it poured from Voldemort and into him. Harry flinches and tries to back away from Voldemort, but soon finds Voldemort's nails digging into his cheeks as she firmly grasps his chin and dragging him to be nose-to-nose with him. Look at me, she demands, and Harry doesn't even try to fight it as she looks into her eyes. She slips into his mind as easily as she was walking through a door. She digs through his mind and through his memories of the last few minutes. She finds it rather quickly, the necklace hanging off the neck of a fat toad. Her anger doubles and soon becomes unbearable when she sees the disgusting woman touch him. How dare she? How ducking dare she? Not one but two. How does she hides me to mine. Greed, hunger, and hatred all spilled into Harry like a tidal wave, filling him with foreign emotions and an unending hunger. Harry gasps as Voldemort lets go of his face, looking as she was carved from unyielding ice. "Barty," she calmly says, turning to look over Harry's shoulder. "Your Majesty," Barty says, appearing behind Harry and making him jump. "Dolores Umbridge, do you know of her?" Voldemort asks coldly. Barty pauses for a moment, thinking before slowly nodding his head. "Yes, she was a part of Fudge's old cabinet before his untimely demise. She has since been transferred to the Muggle-born Investigation Department. Why do you ask?" He inquires as he looks back at Voldemort. "Oh, good. She isn't too important then," Voldemort says with a fake smile. "Bring her to me in the back rooms if you please," she orders, and Barty nods before turning around to go fulfill his orders. Harry takes a step back, trying to shut off the connection to Voldemort. Her rage was almost overwhelming. He had to leave. He had to get away before it consumed him entirely. But as he tries to turn and flee, the iron bar that was Voldemort's hand closes around his bicep, and she drags him back to her. "Where do you think you're going?" Voldemort hisses at him, literally, as she slips in a parcel tongue in her anger. They were back to being nose to nose once more, Voldemort's eyes flashing dangerously. Going to find Delphine," Harry says, involuntarily slipping into snake speak like her. But even in the language of the serpents, the anger from the bleed over and his own fear echo in his words. Voldemort presses him against the back of her throne before pressing her own body against his. Harry could feel it all rolling off of her, every dark emotion, like flavor notes in a finely aged wine or whiskey, smoky and intangible, but all so real and vivid. Her hunger, always so hungry because she felt so empty. Her worth, for something was going as she wanted it to. Her covetous greed. Someone had touched her things, and no one but her is allowed to do that. Her pride. Her three greatest conquests were before her: Britain, death, and Harry. Her lust. Her want. Her unending need to be close to her soul fragments. Her want to taste him, to have him under her, to have him beg and bleed. Thompson. Harry gasps out, trying to cut through the bloodlust, greed, and want to snap her back to normal and not her manic panic state. It works, but it was a very close thing. She was moments away from taking a leaf out of Delphine's book and just taking him. But with their faces centimeters away, her lips hovering over his to the point he could almost taste her. Voldemort blinks the mania away before taking a deep, calming breath and pulling away from Harry. "You are coming with me. I'm not letting you out of my sight until I get my locket back," she stiffly orders Harry. He nods quickly in turn, unable to fight off the influx of raw, dark emotions from her. She pulls Harry away from her throne before pushing him out from behind it. Her hand finds the small of his back before she snaps at her three most loyal attack dogs to follow her. Voldemort, Harry, Bellatrix, Rhodopus, and Rabastin all quickly leave the raised stage as Narcissa swiftly steps in to distract Van Femme. They make their escape from the ballroom by a secret door behind a large painting, all the while Harry's head felt like it was splitting in two. Voldemort was a suffocating tower of brimstone and hellfire of emotions and hunger, and it was all pouring into Harry like a flood. He tried to shut the stupid, ducking door, but it stubbornly refuses to close from the onslaught of Voldemort's emotions. It felt like red-hot molten earth being poured in behind his eyes as they walked. It was only when Harry was in pain, with his own patience at the situation wearing thin, and his own anger growing, did Delphine finally peek in on what was happening. Harry could practically feel her evil ducking smile as she threw the door open and maliciously floods Harry with her own emotions. As Harry, Voldemort, and her attack dogs reach a small sitting room far away from the ballroom, Harry almost doubles over from what Delphine did. Unrestrained lust, vindictiveness, and sadist glee poured in from the other side of Harry's mind, all coming from Delphine. Not even Voldemort is immune as she lets out a low and husky growl before shoving Harry into one of the chairs in the stark white room, barely restraining herself from climbing on top of him. Harry rolls over to sit properly as he tilts his head back. It is pounding, his heart was racing, and his teeth were gritted so hard he was sure he had cracked a molar. And Delphine still didn't ducking stop. Her head tilts back to laugh at Harry, but it quickly turns into a soft moan as softer lips suck on her pulse point. Stop! Harry sends through the link. Someone had entered the room. Voldemort was taking in the fake high sweet voice she normally uses before. Delphine's hands move swiftly, undoing the straps and zipper that held up the annoying cloth as her and another tongue wrestle for dominance. She was winning of ducking stop. Harry all but roars in his mind. It's a family heirloom dash, Dolores begins to say, but her words turn swiftly into screams of bloody murder as Voldemort shatters her kneecaps. Do not lie to me. Voldemort roars like Harry, her bloodlust peaking as her hunger grows. Delphine's fingernails claw down bareback, and it elicits a sharp hiss and moan from a feather-light voice. Again, a breathless voice begs before Delphine chuckles darkly. Make me. Delphine grows out, and Harry knows it wasn't to whoever was with her. I'm gonna ducking. Harry tries to think, but it's drowned under the list from Delphine and the hunger from Voldemort. Harry's eyes snap open, taking in the sight of Voldemort digging her nails into the soft flesh of Dolores' throat. Umbridge squirms and screams, begging for mercy, but Harry knows she'll find none. Umbridge had sealed her fate the moment she touched him. Voldemort rips her nails from Umbridge's throat. They slice through fat and meat like a sharp blade as Voldemort screams in rage. Regulus ducking black. The name tears through her throat like a curse and a pox upon all who shared the name. Bellatrix's head snaps to her mistress, mouthing the name in shock, seemingly familiar with it. Voldemort looks down at the crying and weeping woman, her legs broken, her arm twisted into an odd angle and degloved from the shoulder down as blood, red, wet, sticky, thick, blood running red spread across the hardwood floor. Voldemort reaches down and grabs her meal by the face. Harry knew what she was going to do before Voldemort did it and couldn't help but to watch, fascinated, as Voldemort bent down and began to eat the other woman. Harry could feel Voldemort's teeth cut through skin and meat, feeling fresh, hot, wet blood fill her mouth before she pulled back, ripping away the fatty tissue. Harry could feel the chuck of human flesh like it was in his own mouth as Voldemort chewed the grizzled meat, the soft fat, and chewy flesh before swallowing. Delphine gasps softly at the phantom feeling she gets from Voldemort. Her own teeth hovering over the soft, delicate flesh of who she was with, and wanting nothing more than to take a bite as well. Can't. Too important. Can't, the last visage of her sane mind thinks. Harry could feel the chewed flesh slide down Voldemort's throat as if it was his own. And as Voldemort bends back down to take another bite, Harry feels his stomach roll and twist. But not with sickness or disgust, but with pangs of hunger. Voldemort doesn't stop. She goes back for another bite, and another, and another. Not stopping till she had her fill, and Umbridge is very much dead. Harry had felt each bite, each chew, and every swallow as his own, with his own stomach growling the whole time. Voldemort finally pulls back from her meal, one hand grasping the locket before she lets the body fall unceremoniously to the floor. The locket snapping off the body's neck, she slowly turns her hand over before tracing a single bloody finger down the large S in the middle. She closes her eyes and titles her head back to take a calming breath. But it doesn't work with Delphine and Harry's own wild emotions, waging war in the connection between the three. She turns ever so slowly to look over at Harry. Blood covered her lips and chin, pooling down her front and over the swell of her melons and soaked into the dark fabric of her dress. Blood had also splattered over the white coat of the stuffed lion she wore. She steps away from the body and pools blood at her feet, the trail of her dress creating a bloody smear across the floor as she walks over to Harry's hunched form on the chair. She reaches out, softly grasping his chin and tilting his head up so he could look her in the eyes. His face was contorted in hunger, pains, and distress from both what he had witnessed and Delphine's meddling. But still, she smiles at him. It was a soft, bloody, gruesome, and almost loving sight. She bends down and loops the locket around his neck before sealing the clasp to let it hang from his throat. Hold on to that for now. Harrison dear, I'll come back for it later, but for now I only trust you with its safekeeping, she admits to him before standing back up and facing her guard. As for the rest of you, clean this up, she says with a gesture to the half-eaten corpses. I'm going to freshen up before returning to the ball, she says almost calmly, but Harry could hear and feel that her manic episode was still going on. She was only moving on to different prey, something more alive and satisfying as visions of femme mutilated body dances in Harry's eyes. As Voldemort steps over the corpses and leaves the room, Harry's face falls into his hands as he lets out a wet, ragged breath. Neither of them had stopped spilling and pushing their emotions into him, all full of carnal carnage. A dry chuckle echoes in the room as someone walks over to Harry. What's wrong, little prince? First time seeing mommy's rage and hunger? The mocking voice of Rabaston Lestrange says, and something inside of Harry snaps when he says those words. Harry's head shoots up, his face twists in rage, his and Voldemort's, and Rabaston jerks back in shock as the ruby-red eyes of his mistress look at him from Harry's eye sockets. Before Rabaston could even blink, the yew wand of his mistress was in his face as well. Crucio. Harry growls and watches with satisfaction as Rabaston body sizes as he falls to the floor and screams in pain. No, don't! Bellatrix yells, but Harry pays her no heed as he stands, keeping the wand leveled on Rabaston's spasming body for a few moments longer. He then banishes the man into the wall, just to summon him back. Exscorio! Harry roars as he, like Voldemort a few moments ago, peels and degloves Rabaston's arm in a spurt of blood. It sent waves of rage and satisfaction through the like that made both Delphine and Voldemort giddy as Harry put the heel of his shoe to Rabaston's neck. If you ever speak to me that way again, Rabaston, not even loyalty to Voldemort will save you, because I will ducking end you. Harry roars in anger of both his and not his own. Harry once more banishes Rabaston against the wall before turning on his heel, vaguely noting how Bellatrix had her husband's wand arm in a death grip to stop him, how her and Rhodophis's eyes were wide with fear and shock at Harry's own ruby-red eyes. He swiftly steps past them and over the body, following Voldemort's exit by slamming the door behind him. Harry stops in the middle of the hall. All he could feel was anger, was rage and wrath. Sweat poured from his forehead as he zones in on the one thing, on the one person who could bring this side out of him, and so gleefully did so. Delphine moaned softly as the rest of the cloths that the other person wore finally fell away, her prize ripe and ready for the jealousy ignited in Harry's chest once more. He could feel Delphine's mirth at it in his mind. But he had found her. He zoned in on the feeling leading him to her, as if they were two pieces wanting to be whole again like a snitch on a pitch. He wipes the sweat from his brow with the sleeve of his robe and stalks off into the dark corners of the sprawling Malfoy Manor. It doesn't take him long to find her. Delphine and whoever she was with was in the west wing near Harry's room. The billiards room to be exact. With his wand still in a death grip, he swishes it at the door, forgetting to even speak the words in his rage. The handle and lock crumple, and the wood around them split, and whatever ward that was set up was overpowered as Harry slams the door open. Both Delphine and the other person jump at the sound. Delphine was sitting on the billiards table, dress half hanging off of her with her legs spread to encircle the other person. The other person gasps and quickly brings up her hand to cover her chest as the other reaches down to pull back up her dress from the floor. "I beg your pardon, Dash," was all that escaped from the other girl's mouth before Harry leveled his wand at her. Her dress becomes twisting serpents of thin wires that quickly wrap around her body, binding her arms and legs before gagging her mouth shut. With a flick of his wand, Harry flings the girl off the left, slamming her into the wall callously. Delphine watches the girl fly, before her head snaps back to Harry, her hand reaching for her wand in the straps of her shoes. But no sooner was it in hand, did Harry send a disarming charm at her and watch as his holly wand was ripped from her hands. He snatches the wand out of mid-flight before tossing it away and behind him. "Harry, wait, Dash," Delphine tries to says, like a child not knowing how much trouble they were in until they were caught. She begins to try and talk her way out of it. But Harry wasn't having it. "You ducking!" he roars. Bloody red fills his vision as his hand finds Delphine's throat. He feels fear and excitement shoot through Delphine in equal measure as he slams her down onto the billiards table. Do you think everything is a game between us? That you can prod and poke at every opportunity that you duck and get? Harry yells at her, uncaring if his voice echoes down the hall or not. He tosses the U wand away before reaching down and grabbing a handful of the fragile and thin material that made up Delphine's dress and rips it from her body. She gasps as a razor-sharp feeling of lust and excitement cuts across Harry's mind. This is what she wanted. Delphine tries to fight back, beating against the arm that had her throat in a death grip, slapping Harry. And when all else fails, she raked her sharp nails down the side of Harry's face. The sting of fresh cuts clawed down his face only fans Harry's anger at Delphine. He rails back with his free hand and smacks her hard across the mouth, busting her bottom lips open. As her own blood drips into her open mouth, the coppery taste freezes her just long enough for Harry to reach down and rip her soaked knicker off her body, causing her to gasp once more. All the while her legs snake around Harry's midsection, pulling him closer. Delphine wraps her hands around Harry's own that was so desperately trying to choke the life out of her, trying to pull it away so she could talk, to tell him to stop, to ask and plead and beg for forgiveness. But all that does is give Harry plenty of time to get his own clothes undone. He could easily feel the heat rising from her, feel how slick with one she was. With a single thrust, he was inside her. Delphine's back arches as he enters her, her moan coming out as a choking gurgle. Harry, with his free hand, pins Delphine's wrists above her head, trapping her in place as he ravages her. Her back arches as bliss fills her mind to a maddening degree, only heightened by the small drops of blood leaking down Harry's face and landing like hot lead onto hers. Harry continues to duck Delphine, continues to choke the life from her, all the while degrading and berating her with every word he could think of. He watches as her face turns purple and her eyes roll into the back of her head as she passes out. Her legs slack from around his waist, and only then does he release her throat to slap her awake, never once stopping his thrusts. Her eyes would flutter open, a moan ripping from her throat as her legs would tighten around his midsection once more, but as soon as she would open her mouth to say something, Harry's hand would find her throat once more, shutting her up because she talked, always talking, always pushing buttons with her words, and it felt good to finally shut her the duck up. This was a time where Delphine abhorred her body. It was a creation of magic and thus lacked a feature of being a woman, the ability to create life. Harry pulled Delphine up to a sitting position by her hair after letting go of her throat, dragging her back to the edge of the billiards table, and jerking her head to the side. He sinks his teeth into the soft flesh of her neck like Voldemort had done not so long ago and bites down. He doesn't break the skin, but does elect a long moan from Delphine as he feels her clench around him, crossing her peak. Do it, just ducking do it," she whispers drunkenly into his ear as her arms wrap around him. The next bite was above her collarbone, and just as she asked, this one broke skin, and so did the next one and the next one. Somewhere in the back of Harry's mind, he knew Voldemort was doing the same to the Ministry bloke, except she was taking chunks out of him. Vamfem was going to die under Voldemort as she fed on him, and he fed her lust. But Harry didn't care. He was very far away from caring as the ecstasy from Voldemort, Delphine, and himself all rolled up into one. None of them knew where they stopped, and the other started. It was in this moment that Delphine wanted to trap Harry to her side forevermore with a child, because duck a Prince Charming. This is what she wanted. Someone as deranged and insane as her, as blood-soaked and violent as she was, as sadistic and cruel. Delphine lets out screams of pain followed by whimpering moans at each bite. Her nails try and rip through Harry's robes and jacket, trying to spill his blood like he was spilling hers. Her body convulses again and again as she feels Harry lap up the hot, wet, fresh blood from her wounds. It felt as if she had an orgasm at each thrust and each lick of his tongue. It continued until Harry could take it no more. His breath hitches, his thrust slowed, and Delphine whispers into his ear, "Inside, please. All of it. I want it all inside of me." She moans softly, and Harry does just that. Delphine feels Harry's heat pool inside her, and she lets out one last shuddering moan for one last orgasm as they finish together. Harry bends forward, his head resting on Delphini's chest as she had let go of the death grip she had on him, and leaned back on her arms. Harry's hands rested on the billiards table beside Delphini's bare thighs as they both took in deep, greedy breaths. Delphini flips her hair back with a sigh before a small smile draws her lips up. Well, that was dash, she cuts off as a gasp escapes her because Harry's hand wraps around her throat once more, firm but gentle as he pulls Delphini's face close to his. If you ever let anyone touch you like I do again, a little dash, Harry tries to say, words failing him in his drunken life stupor. You'll what? Delphini growls out challengingly, her lips twisting upwards in a sneer, her eyes flickering before becoming shining ruby red like Harry's. I'll skin you with a ducking cheese grater, Harry growls right back at her. He watches as Delphini's expression turns from shock to a small, wicked and mad smile before, slowly, she leans forward. Harry tilts his head to the side, allowing her tongue to lick up the side of his chin, lapping up the blood from where she had scratched him. She pulls back slightly and turns her head, her lips ghosting over his. Promises, promises, Harry, she whispers to him, just before pushing him backwards and out of her. She hops off the table, having to catch herself at the last moment as her legs were still shaky before turning back to look at him. Now that we've settled that, what are we going to do about her? She asks, nodding her head at the girl still laying on the floor, looking at them both with wide, fear-filled eyes. And in Harry's case, recognition. Harry narrows his eyes at the girl as he turns to face her, taking a few steps forward. He knew her too. Daphne Greengrass, he states. Oh, you know her? Delphini asks curiously, walking behind Harry and wrapping her arms around his waist and hanging her chin on his shoulder. We were in the same year at Hogwarts, and by the look she's giving me, she knows who I am, Harry states with a sigh. Duck, I guess we just obliviate her? He asks as he crosses his arms over his chest. Capital idea, Delphini says, as she walks around Harry, one hand trailing down his spine as she does so. But what if we have some fun with her first, she says before swinging around Harry, hooking her arms around his neck to look him in his beautiful red eyes that marked him so much like her. Harry's arm automatically moved to catch Delphini by the waist so she could lean back as if Harry was going to dip her. We're already going to wipe her memories, might as well make it worth the trouble because we can't just kill her. Her father's too important to the overall structure of the shipping industry, she informs Harry. Harry ignores the small meep of worry from Daphne to look down at Delphini. She doesn't deserve that, not like you. You deserve everything that's coming to you and more for everything you've done, Harry says, his voice rife with hatred that causes Delphini to shiver. Well, if that little showing just a moment ago was a peek at what my punishment is going to be, consider me eager for more, Delphini says with a grin to Harry's glare. Besides, don't you get it yet? She says as she brings up her hand, running her fingers down the clotting claw marks on Harry's face. The sweat from her hand stings on the still open wound, but Harry doesn't flinch as he looks at her. They all deserve it. For every time they ridiculed us, for every insult, for every jeer and slight, for that stupid button, for letting us win and knowing full well of what we would do to the world. For being so weak, she whispers softly to Harry as her fingers trails the wound she gave him. Harry turns to look back at Daphne. How many times did she sit back and do nothing as her fellow Slytherins mocked and insulted Hermione for being Muggleborn? How many times did she join in while mocking him? The Dementors, when everyone thought Sirius was trying to kill him, for him trying to tell the truth about how Sirius hadn't wanted to hurt him? What about his 4th year, where all of Slytherin wore those stupid ducking Potter Stinks buttons, where they all hoped he would get eaten by a dragon during the first task? After all, we do have a heavily warded room that only 5 people know where it is, and even fewer can get inside once locked up, Delphini argues, her hand trailing down the hollow of Harry's throat and to his chest as she starts drawing circles on his chest innocently. Why not put it to good use? She says as she looks at Harry with a pout. Harry's hand grips Delphini's waist harder in anger, his own fingers' nails digging into her hips. Her breath hitches as a spark of excitement shoots through her chest. It reminds him of the most damning thing in his mind, the Chamber of Ducking Secrets. He had tried to tell everyone, Everyone who would listen that he wasn't the heir, but still, everyone but a few in Gryffindor thought he was the heir. But what did Slytherin do? Did they back him up when he said it wasn't him? Did they rally around him like they did with Voldemort? No, none of them did. So as he looked down at the crying and pleading eyes of Daphne, he felt nothing but the lust and want for carnage that so often filled both Delphine and Voldemort. Fine, Harry says flatly, watching Daphne's eyes widen in disbelief as he turns to the now grinning psychopath in his arms. But you're the one carrying her, he says with a small grin. Delphine lets out a high sequel as she claps her hands in excitement. She stands straight before walking over to the down form of Daphne, her pale hips swaying back and forth as she does. The wonders of magic, love, she says, looking back at Harry with a mad grin cutting across her face. She turns back and squats down in front of Daphne, seeing tears running down her face. Oh, don't cry, sweetie, she says as she brushes a lock of hair behind Daphne's ear, her thumb quickly wiping up the stray tear. It's a waste of good, suffering, and we'll have plenty of time for that in a bit. Besides, between me and Harry, I doubt you last a day, she says with a mad giggle before popping her thumb in her mouth, as to get a taste of what's to come. Daphne Greengrass could only look on in horror at the two sets of ruby-red eyes that glittered with malice in the dark, as the coils of the serpent would soon wrap around her. Chapter done. And oh, boy was this a ducking chapter and a slow descent into madness. Huh? I could run with so many memes for this chapter, like the bisexual couple looks at you from across the bar. They like your energy. You're not bisexual. They don't care. Anyway, I wrote this chapter because the last chapter of my other FIC, Bad Moon Rising, ended in a dark place and thus put me in a dark mood. So I came back to Coils to pump out an early chapter as a little explanation in this. The more Harry interacts with the Link and the more he lets Delphine and Voldemort in, the more he becomes like them. Well, hope y'all enjoyed it. King saxcuL out. In the Clasp of the Serpent. Welcome back to another chapter of In the Coils of the Serpent, where we get a bit wholesome in this story. Well, as wholesome as we get, that is. On with the show. Voldemort, December 27th, Malfoy Manor. Voldemort was annoyed. It wasn't a rare emotion for her even at the best of times, but she had had a wonderful past 24 hours which normally put her into a far better mood. She had recovered a Hurcruxx she didn't know she had lost before handing it over to one of the very few people she trusted to watch over such a precious thing. She had come across an attractive young man who was brilliant in his chosen field. She had a night of wild fex with said young man, and then she ate him for breakfast. Honestly, it was one of the best nights she'd had in months, if not one of the best Christmas she had had. Not to mention that for once neither Harry nor Delphine have been trying to kill each other since yesterday night. The link between the three of them was abuzz with a pleasant hum of sadistic fulfillment and sexual high, without the bloody anger and pain that normally accompanied the latter two emotions. All because Delphine had found some pretty thing to heap all their combined abuse onto, and that is where the source of her annoyance came from. Voldemort had woken up in the late afternoon covered in dried blood, content and full, next to a cold body. While doing so, she was enjoying the pleasant feeling from the link, so she had turned her attention to what her Horcruxes were so enraptured with, intending to enjoy the show. But with a jolt of horror and panic, she had found the two of them feeding their carnal desires with a third between them. The transfiguration she had placed on Harry would have ended hours ago, and it was that very thought that caused Voldemort to shoot out of her bed and fly across the room. It was only a jolt of exasperation and anger from Delphine that had stopped her from charging down the hall naked. The feeling had a clear meaning behind it. Delphine had things covered, and she was going to sort it out herself. Voldemort had let out a sigh of relief at that before forcing calm onto herself. Delphine may be insane, but she knew how to take care of things like this and knew when to ask for help. She had gone on to start her morning routine, disposing of any bodies, vanishing any evidence in the room, before stepping into a nice hot shower to wash the dried blood from her form. While standing in the cascading hot water of her shower and scrubbing dried blood from her hair, which was honestly the hardest part of it all, she peeked into the link. She normally did this to keep an eye on Delphine and Harry, making sure neither of them hurt the other two badly. Normally, it ended with her watching her Horcrux's duck with bloody wild abandoned, which was honestly way too much fun not to watch. So, as hot water ran down her body, she closed her eyes and drew her mind to the doors leading to her Horcruxes. As she scrubbed the dried blood from her hair, she enjoyed the phantom emotions and sensations that filled her. They were enjoying themselves as they heaped both their wants for carnal carnage on whatever poor girl they had snatched from the ball the night before. Brief flashes of images fly by behind her closed eyes, the girl's back a mosaic of purple and blue splotches as Delphine had her strung up by her wrists. Rising red welts on a pair of creamy white thighs that extend up to a shapely bottom. Gasps, cries, and begging filled her ears like an orchestra. It would be another 20 minutes before Voldemort found herself in her office in the west wing of Malfoy Manor. As soon as she walked in, the flu call started from none other than Sirius, ducking Greengrass, asking after his oldest daughter. Sirius Greengrass was one of the very few people that Voldemort could not touch. Not out of fear, nor out of his own loyalty to her. No, the reason she could touch him was because of his position. The man had spent the intermittent years between her fall and resurrection, taking over the import and exports of magical Britain. He had positioned himself so bloody well and was so damn good at his job that it would take a whole new department at the ministry just to replace him. His connections in the shipping industry stretch all over both the magical and muggle world. And through his own genius, he revolutionized Porky magic. Sirius refused to play any of the older family's games in Wisengamot, and through his own business amassed a fortune that rivaled even the Black family. He was a businessman and a patron of the arts and sciences, but before all that, he was a family man. When she first took over England almost a year ago, she had sent Theodore, not Senior, to Sirius to make sure the man wouldn't flee the country and take his business with him. But Sirius had sent not Senior back with a message. "I do not talk to puppets. Either send me the hand or leave me be." And with a demand like that, how could Voldemort deny him? So, she went herself and had a sit-down with Sirius Greengrass, and he laid out his two demands for her. First, his family would be left alone. His daughters were not to be touched, harmed, or coerced in any way. The Muggleborn Investigation Department and the Muggleborn Trials wouldn't even breathe in the same direction as his wife, a Muggleborn herself, and her rights as a citizen would be in no way infringed upon. His second demand was securing her help in researching and curing the Greengrass blood malediction, the same sickness that was killing his youngest daughter. If Voldemort could guarantee those two simple things, Sirius and all his connections would stay in England. And seeing that if he left, the entire economy of magical Britain would fall to ruin, she was forced to agree. The only thing that surprised her more than his rather simple demands was the fact that he didn't have a wheelbarrow with him at all times, because he honestly needed one to help carry the shared weight of the balls on him. It was one of the reasons she respected the man as much as she did. But now, his daughter had gone missing from her Yule Ball, and Voldemort had a sinking feeling that she knew what happened to the girl. So, Voldemort had lied through her teeth, telling Sirius that Daphne and Delphine had met at the ball last night and had become fast friends. She had also given her word that his daughter was fine, and she'd personally see her home in just a few hours. Sirius had begrudgingly accepted this before ending the flu call, and Voldemort had quickly left her office to make a beeline right to Harry's room. As soon as she stepped into the secret room in the West Wing, she was taken back by the state of the room alone. The large couch was flipped over with a few of its legs missing or scattered around the room. The single high-back chair was broken in two. One of the coffee table's legs was broken, causing it to tilt with what looked to be a bit of dried blood covering it. The bed was a mess with no surviving sheets or comforter to be seen, and the pillows tossed about. Harry's clothes that he wore to the ball the night before were torn and scattered about. The only thing that wasn't broken or toppled over was Hedwig's cage, and the snowy owl looked absolutely livid at something. Voldemort was standing in the middle of the decimated room, wondering what had happened when she heard the soft click of a door opening. She turns to the bathroom door on the other side of the room to find Delphine's head poking out of the slightly ajar door. Her lips were swollen and bruised, with her bottom lip split open and scabbed over. Her neck had a large bruise in the shape of a hand, with her right eye slightly closed from its own swelling. Delphine looked as if she had gotten into a scrap, and won in the best way possible by the large mad grin on her face. "Oh, it's you," Delphine says, her smile never fading as she blinks at Voldemort. "Can we help you?" she asks, having the audacity to sound confused as to why Voldemort was in the room in the first place. Voldemort's eyes narrow at Delphine as the other girl feigns innocence. "Daphne Greengrass," she says in a hiss of anger, ignoring the destroyed room around her. Delphine shuffles a bit behind the door, looking as if she had bit into a lemon before speaking. "What about her?" she asks sheepishly. "Where is she?" Voldemort all but growled out at her younger self. But as Delphine opens her mouth to answer Voldemort's questions, she's cut off by a high-pitched sequel of pain that bleeds into a low moan. Voldemort sighs before pinching the bridge between her nose and closing her eyes at the sound. Delphine quickly turns her head to look back into the bathroom, and Voldemort feels a spike of lust and want in her before she turns back to Voldemort looking a bit flustered. "She's here, with me and Harry," she offers with a small smile. "Is she okay?" Voldemort asks, pulling her hand from her face and opening her eyes as she crosses her arms over her chest. "Define okay?" Delphine asks, looking as if she is fighting off a mad grin trying to grow on her face. "She has all her limbs and isn't a gibbering loon," Voldemort says flatly and with a bit of heat to her voice. She was starting to get angry with her Hurcruxx because Delphine knew she shouldn't have done this with the girl. Voldemort made sure that Delphine knew of the very short list of people she wasn't allowed to hurt, and Daphne Greengrass was near the top of the list. "No, no, please don't dash," an unfamiliar voice full of pain and fear begs. One that could be no other than the girl Voldemort was looking for. "Oh, just shut the duck up already," Harry's voice cuts off the girl's begging. His tone made Voldemort raise an eyebrow in surprise. It was hard and vicious, without mercy or pity. It honestly sounded like Delphine when she was angry at someone she was torturing. She had never heard Harry talk to anyone but Delphine like that, not even Bellatrix. The girl's weeping and begging were drowned out by another moan that sounded as if she was gagged by something. Delphine snorted out a laugh from the interaction before turning back around again to watch whatever was happening. "As you can tell, she isn't a loon, and I can assure you she has all her limbs. Nothing is even broken yet," she yells out from the bathroom before more muffled screaming can be heard. Delphine poked her head back out. She was biting her lower lips before letting out a sigh of want. "So, can you tell me what you want so I can go back to my fun?" she says, her voice full of annoyance and impatience. "Sirius Greengrass wants his daughter back. He knows she's here. I've defected him for now, but we're going to have to return the girl soon," Voldemort says, her voice hard and unwavering as she glares at Delphine, who blinks back owlishly. "Duck!" Delphine curses before rolling her eyes and growling out in exasperation. "How long?" she says, her voice full of disappointment as she frowns. "An hour," Voldemort says, inwardly sighing in relief that Delphine wasn't fighting her on this. "3 hours?" Delphine offers back with a raised brow. "Hour and a half, and that's because I need to have a chat with the girl before sending her home." Voldemort fires back with a roll of her eyes at the girl in the doorway. "Give me an inch, and I'll take a mile." Voldemort thought ideally about herself before looking back at Delphine, who was bobbing her head side to side in thought. "Fine," Delphine says with a dejected look. "Do you want to take care of the memory charm, or should I?" she asks. "I'll do. I've had more experience with it," Voldemort says and watches as Delphine nods her head in acceptance. "Besides, I have to undo any damage you've done to the girl before sending her home," Voldemort says with a sigh, only to see Delphine smile turn wicked at her words. "Who said it was me who hurt the girl so badly?" Delphine says with smoldering eyes. As a phantom sensation of something, she was remembering carves across the door in Voldemort's mind. Voldemort pauses for a moment, confused before the implication hits her. "No," she says in a disbelieving tone, but the same wicked grin that Delphine had grows on her face. "Did he really?" she asks, her voice showing her wonder as Delphine nods her head, her smile never wavering. "Oh yes," Delphine says with no small amount of pride in her voice as her eyes glaze over a bit at the memory. She then gasps, jumping a bit before spinning around, to face someone. "Hey!" Having a conversation here. I'll be there in a moment, love, she says before turning back to Voldemort. I'll make a copy of the memory to show you later. You're gonna love it. He was so cruel, she says huskily. Voldemort smiles a bit. She would definitely be looking forward to seeing that later on. Remember, an hour and a half, Voldemort says before turning to leave the room, a half smile on her face as she shakes her head at her Horcrux's antics. Yeah, I know, Delphine says before she begins to shut the bathroom door. Daphne lets out one more cry. It's tinged with shame and misery as the closing door cuts it off. Oh, shut up. You're getting to leave alive. Don't sound so ungrateful, Delphine's voice calls out over the weeping cries and the running water. An hour and a half later, Voldemort had returned to Harry's room an hour and a half later, just as she said she would, and much to her surprise, the room was once more in pristine condition. The bed was made and the furniture repaired, with Harry and Delphine relaxing on the large couch. Harry was wearing Gryffindor-color pajamas as he was relaxing with a book in hand. His other hand was passing through Delphine's platinum blonde locks as she was laying on top of Harry, her head resting on his stomach with her arms wrapped around his waist possessively. She laid in between his legs naked, uncaring about her state of dress in Harry's room, with her eyes closed and looking to all the world to be peacefully asleep. Voldemort had to physically hold back, making a cooing sound at the sight of her two Horcruxes snuggled up peacefully, both having small content smiles on their faces. Harry turns to her as soon as she steps into the room. The static spark ignites a spreading warmth through the connection that all three of them share. Harry smiles at her. The three long scratches that mark one side of his face bend as he does. They looked mostly healed in the soft light of the lamps and candles of the room. But Harry wasn't the only one with a nearly healed wound. Other than her face, Delphine had mismatched bruises that curled from her melons to around her side and down her back. On her backside were also a series of long, thin, red welts in neat little rows going down to her thighs. Hey, Harry says, his smile not fading from his face, as she could tell he felt the warmth as well. Voldemort could see the sparkle of gold under the collar of his pajamas, her locket still secured around his neck. It brought a smile to her face, knowing that Harry had taken his job of protecting the locket seriously, as he had yet to take it off. Hello, Harry, Voldemort says with a warm smile for the boy she was so fond of. You two look comfortable, and you look like you went 3 rounds with a nun and lost, she tells Delphine while eyeing the welts on her lower half. Delphine hums contently before lifting her head and propping her head up on her palm. You should see the other two, she says with a socky but tired smile. Harry snorts out a laugh before rolling his eyes at Delphine's words. She decided to push buttons when I had a switch in hand and suffered the consequences of it, Harry says with an exhausted glare at the girl lying on him, to which Delphine just laughed. Well, so sorry that having a pretty little blonde's head buried between my thighs tends to remind me of a certain little redhead toy I had for a bit, Delphine states, rolling her eyes at Harry. Voldemort feels a flash of fury across her mind as Harry's glare intensifies. The vision of his hand wrapping around Delphine's neck comes unbidden to her mind, and from the look in Delphine's eyes, she sees it as well. But all Harry does is sigh, his exhaustion showing on his face. Whatever, he says before leaning back on the couch and tossing the book he was reading onto the coffee table. As the book slams onto the table, the fourth person in the room flitches and jumps at the sound, finally drawing Voldemort's attention to the girl. Daphne Greengrass would normally be a pretty little thing with long, dark blonde hair, purple eyes, and aristocratic features. A highborn girl born into luxury that hadn't known need or want in her life thanks to the wealth of her family. A beautiful girl with a good future ahead of her. Now she looked to be a shadow of that, haggard and run down, her eyes full of fear and constantly flicking between Harry and Delphine as if at any second one of the two may snap at her. Her hair was still damp from the shower, and dark bags lay under her eyes from a long night of no sleep. Her lips, like Delphine's, were swollen and a split was located on her upper lip. She was dressed in dark gray robes that looked to have come from Delphine's closet with the dress she had worn to the dance the night before balled up and in a death grip on her lap. She looked rather pathetic sitting in the high-back chair, curled into a ball, as if she was trying to make herself the smallest possible target. while Voldemort couldn't see under the girl's robes. She could imagine the damage both Harry and Delphine inflicted on her during the longest night of her young life. Well, as much as I would enjoy a lovely morning conversation with you two, I have some rather important things that need doing, Voldemort says flatly as she looks back over to Delphine and Harry. Harry seems almost asleep on the couch, but has enough energy to raise his hand and waves it at her, showing that he understands. Delphine, however, looks over at her, a glint in her eyes as they meet Voldemort's. The Dark Lady feels a mental prop poking at the walls around her mind from Delphine, the same way as if someone was calmly knocking at her office door and asking to be let in. Voldemort raises a brow at her younger self, but acquiesces to her request and lowers her mental defenses just enough for Delphine to push a memory into her mind. She was in her room at Malfoy Manor. She barely used her wardrobe was open, and she was looking for something. Voldemort was seeing from her perspective as Delphine hummed under her breath before pulling out the same gray robe Daphne was wearing. She closes the wardrobe before tossing the robes on her bed and turning to face a full-body mirror, her bruised body hiding under a black silk bathrobe. She smiles before speaking. So, I know your knee-jerk reaction to what I'm about to ask will be a no, and that's fine, she says, waving her hand much like Harry had done only moments ago. But all I want you to do is consider it as you walk Daphne to your office. We both know I'm not the best long-term planner here, but I think my idea has merit and a huge payoff. But if you don't think it will work, it's fine if you don't do it, but I am asking for a little trust here, she says before crossing her arms as she begins to pace in front of her bed. I know you're going to want to erase the whole night from Daphne's head, which is honestly the smart thing to do. But what if you didn't? What if we could play this out in a beneficial way? Delphine says, stopping before her mirror one more time with the same hooked and malicious smile Voldemort had seen on her own face from time to time as Delphine explains her idea. Voldemort blinks as she begins to turn the idea around in her head. That is a big risk, she states as she frowns. The idea did have merit, and it wasn't like they hadn't done something like it before, but still, if it could work. No good plan is without, and no good plan is perfect, Delphine says right back at Voldemort with a smile. What are you two plotting now? Harry asks, one eye cracked open to look between them with suspicion. Nothing, both Delphine and Voldemort say at the same time, making Harry scoff at their answers before closing his eyes and not believing them at all. I'll think about it, Voldemort tells Delphine as she turns back to her. Delphine just smiles before nodding. And that's all I ask, she says with a shrug before Voldemort turns back to Daphne. It's time to go, Miss Greengrass. If you would please follow me, Voldemort says as she opens the door. Daphne shot from her seat and all but ran toward the door, only to stop when Delphine called her name. Oh, and Daphne? She says, causing the other girl to freeze, her eyes widening in terror as she slowly turns to look at Delphine. Thank you for such a wonderful night, the Hurcruxx says with a devious smile on her face. Daphne's eyes widen a bit more as she shakes like a leaf in the wind before she slowly starts to turn back around. Excuse me, Daphne, Delphine states in a dangerous tone that freezes Daphne once more. I said goodbye to you. Do you have no manners? She asks in the same dangerous tone. Daphne's mouth opens and closes a few times before she sniffs. Thank you, miss, she weakly states as Delphine's smile returns. Now say goodbye to Harry. Delphine orders the other girl as she nods her head toward the boy in question. After all, he did all the hard work last night, making sure we both enjoyed it. He deserves at least thanks for that, don't you think? She smiles sweetly at her own words as she wiggles her hips suggestively. Daphne looked horrified at her suggestion, looking between Delphine's too sweet smile and Harry, who was looking back at the girl with a cracked open eye. Daphne turns to look at Voldemort, who simply raises her brow at the girl. Well, Voldemort says in a flat, uncaring tone, showing the girl that she had no allies in the room. Daphne, still shaking like a leaf, turns back to Harry and collects what remains of her shattered resolve before grabbing the side of her robes and giving a small curtsy to Harry. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful end night, she says, her voice full of fear and raw terror at the two lying on the couch. Harry's open eye trails up Daphne's form before a smirk appears on his face. It is roughish, dark, and beyond cruel looking on his normally kind face. "Anytime, Daphne, anytime," he says before shutting his eyes as Delphine madly giggles, knowing what he really meant by his words. Daphne rises from her curtsy before slowly, with tears in her eyes, turning and walking out the door with Voldemort right behind her. Harry Potter, December 31st, 6 p.m. Harry was about to enter the Serpent's Den, and he honestly didn't know if he was going to make it out in one piece. But he had braved the Chamber of Secrets, confronted the most powerful Dark Witch to ever live over a magic rock, and put up with Delphine daily. He knew he could do this. Harry takes a deep breath and gathers his courage before knocking on Voldemort's office door. "Come in." The Dark Lady's reply comes out muffled from the other side of the door before Harry turns the handle and pokes his head in. "Is this a bad time?" Harry asks, taking in the veil of Lady Voldemort leaning back in her chair, her feet up and crossed on her desk while reading some parchment work. She looks up at Harry with a small smile. "Not at all, Dodger," she tells him before turning back to the parchment in her hands, picking up where she had left off. "I was actually wondering if you were going to knock or not. You were standing outside for a good 5 minutes," she says dryly, her eyes continuing to scan the parchment. "Yeah, started having second thoughts at the door," Harry admits as he slips into her office, one hand behind his back and the other, ideally scratching his cheek. "Wasn't sure if I should or not, but, Gryffindors charge ahead and all that," Harry says, his words turning into a mutter as he looks around the office. And don't I know it," Voldemort says with a smile before putting the parchment on her desk, picking up a rubber stamp, stamping it, and moving it to a small pile of its like. She turns back to Harry before clasping her hands over her stomach. "So, what can I do for you, Dodger?" she asks with a fond smile. "Well, could you maybe close your eyes for a moment?" Harry asks, his face twisting with uncertainty. Just close your eyes? Pretty please?" Harry stammered as Voldemort narrowed her eyes at him before reaching for the link between them. Harry felt the mental fingers reaching for what he wanted, so he quickly slammed the door shut and looked away from Voldemort. "Hey, no peeking," Harry says half seriously to the shocked face of Voldemort. She hadn't known that he had gotten strong enough to keep her out. Voldemort blinks away her shock before rolling her eyes. "Fine," she begrudgingly agrees before closing her eyes. Harry swiftly pulls out the item he was hiding behind his back and places it on the desk before him. Pulling out the yew wand, he quickly lights the tip with flame before lighting the wick. After blowing out the tip of the wand, he smiles before speaking. "Okay, you can open them," he says, watching as Voldemort does, her eyes scanning the desk before her eyes land on the thing Harry had placed down. It was a single chocolate cupcake with black and green icing in a two-tone swirl on top and a single candle stuck in it. Voldemort's eyes widen at the sight, her feet slipping off the desk before sitting in her chair correctly. "Happy birthday," Harry says with a soft smile as Voldemort turns to look at him with something indecipherable in her eyes. Her mouth opens and closes a few times before reaching forward to pick up the cupcake. "How did you know?" she simply asks, turning to look back at him. Harry shrugs. "Your award of special services to the school had your name and the year you attended when you got it. Afterwards, I just looked you up in the school records, and it had your birthday," Harry says, looking away with a small blush as he rubs the back of his head. "I don't know why, but it just stuck with me all this time," he admits. "And you got me a cupcake for my birthday?" Voldemort asks with a small, amused grin. "No," Harry says lamely. "I baked it myself." "You baked a single cupcake?" she says, sounding completely lost. "What?" "No, I did a whole batch of 18, Harry says, correcting her. "And I only get a single cupcake?" Voldemort says aghast. Harry stammers a bit more, blushing like mad. "I didn't think you'd want anything big or spectacular," he shouts as he throws his hands in the air. "Harry, have you not met me?" Voldemort yells back, amusement dripping down her words. "There isn't a single thing I do that can't be described as big or spectacular," she says, now sounding offended. Harry opens his mouth before closing it, the blush on his face now reaching the tips of his ears. "You know what?" he says with a bit of heat before holding out his hand. "Give me back the cupcake," he demands. Voldemort immediately pulls the cupcake away from Harry's reach, a frown on her face. "Absolutely not. This is my cupcake. Go get your own," she snaps playfully at him. "There are no more cupcakes. I gave them away," Harry admits in frustration with the woman in front of him. You gave away my birthday cupcakes? Voldemort says, not sounding not only shocked but hurt. I didn't think you wanted any more. Harry hissed at her, almost tearing his hair out in frustration. Well, now we know what happens when you assume. Now don't we? Voldemort says with a playful glare. You make an ass out of you, and I don't get any more cupcakes, she says mockingly before Harry yells out in frustration. Voldemort laughs at Harry before holding the cupcake up with the lit candle in line with her mouth, before smirking at Harry. I'm wishing for more cupcakes, just so you know, she says before grinning at Harry's groan of defeat. You impossible woman, Harry says, his face in his hands. I know, Voldemort says with a grin before blowing out the single candle. Harry watches her pluck the wax candle out of the cupcake before tossing it into the fireplace without a second glance. She then holds the cupcake's top with one hand, before, with her other hand, she twists off the bottom. She then proceeds to place the bottom half of the cupcake on the top half, making some sort of frosting sandwich before bringing the whole mangled mess to her lips and taking a large bite. Just after a few chews, one of the most euphoric sounds Harry had ever heard leaves her lips as she leans back in her chair. The sound alone sent a jolt of lust shooting up Harry's back that he didn't doubt either Voldemort or Delphine missed. Voldemort just didn't seem to care as she scarfed down the rest of the cupcake before she started to lick her fingers clean in a way that made Harry feel very uncomfortable. She moans one last time before looking over at Harry, shaking her head and looking lost in nothing but blessed. That had to be the single most sinfully good cupcake I have ever had in my entire life, she says before looking over at Harry's blushing face. The cake itself was a slightly more bitter chocolate, which was perfect, and the frosting was like velvet on my tongue, she says with a sigh before leaning deeper back into her chair. It was just a velvet dark chocolate cupcake that I added a bit more cocoa powder to with a vanilla cream cheese frosting, Harry says, looking anywhere but at Voldemort and blushing to his roots. Harry, I don't care what they were, I need more of these cupcakes, she demands before standing up and leaning forward on her desk with her hands. Now where are the rest of them? She demands, looking all the more like the magical dictator she was. I gave 3 to the house elves, 6 went to Delphine, then the last 8 I split for Narcissa and Draco, Harry tells her and watches Voldemort's face fall like he had just kicked Nagini. Delphine got 6. She yells, her jaw falling open. Why did Delphine get 6? Voldemort yells in dismay. Maybe because I duck him every chance I get. Comes the familiar voice of Delphine from behind Harry. Although it did sound like she had her mouth full, and upon turning around he saw why. She was eating one of the cupcakes. Voldemort's head snaps to Delphine, who is leaning on the door jamb, eating one of the cups of sin. How many more of those do you have? Voldemort asks as her eyes narrow at her younger self. Oh, you mean these? Delphine asks, holding up 1/3 of a cupcake made into a sandwich, frosting smeared across her smile as it hooks upwards. These sinfully good cupcakes that our Harry made? Well, she says before popping the last third into her mouth. That was the last of my 6, she says with a full mouth before chewing and swallowing all with a mischievous smile. Oh, you little whore, Voldemort growls out at Delphine in anger. For more of those cupcakes, I'd gladly be Harry's little whore, Delphine says with a smirk before walking into the office. Hip, checking Harry out of the way playfully before sitting down in the chair opposite Voldemort. And maybe if you played the little whore for him, you'd get more cupcakes, she says in a playful voice before bringing up her knee onto the seat to rest her chin on. Please don't, Harry groaned at the 2 women who seemed to rule his life as they almost started fighting over cupcakes of all bloody things. He walks over to the chair that Delphine was sitting in while rolling his eyes at their antics. Up, he orders her, but all Delphine does is stick her tongue out at him. Harry sighs before bending down and scooping her up in a princess carry, Delphine giggling like mad the whole time, before sitting down on the chair with her on his lap. Harry sighs before shaking his head. Well, at least I know the surefire way to stop you. Just bake you more cupcakes, he says with a light scoff. What can I say? I'm a simple woman. I like murder, mayhem, and cupcakes, Voldemort says with a shrug and a smile before falling back into her chair. And looks like I'll be robbing young Draco of his cupcakes before the night is done, she says with a chuckle that Harry quickly follows with his own as Delphine snuggles into his chest with a content sigh. It seems like you two are getting along better, she ideally notes as she looks at both Harry and Delphine with a small smile. Harry holds out a hand, making a SOSO motion with a scrunched-up face. Kinda, I don't know, I mean, it's weird, like it feels better when she's closer, but I still... He says before his lips thin as Voldemort and Delphine feel the murderous intent in the back of their minds, which has them both smiling for different reasons. Feels better when she's closer? Huh? Voldemort says out loud, her eyes flickering between the two Horcruxes. Voldemort clicks her tongue before leaning forward in her chair. Say, Dodger, do you still have my locket on? She asks, an idea forming in her mind. Harry looks up at her, blinking 3 times and nodding. Yeah, I haven't taken it off since you gave it to me, he says, and just to prove his point, he reaches under the collar of his jumper and digs out the thick golden chain of the locket. See? He says with a crooked but proud grin. He watches as Voldemort looks at the chain before a slight crease appears on her brow. Delphine, how are you feeling right now? She asks, turning to the girl who's snuggled up to Harry. Feelings or sensations? Delphine asks with a sigh of disconnect as to being disturbed before looking up at Voldemort. Sensations, Voldemort clarified, as Harry looked between them confused. Delphine closes her eyes once more, as if she were searching herself for something with a peaceful look on her face. I'm feeling content. Less, she says, trailing off before Voldemort finishes for her. Hungry, she offers before Delphine opens her eyes, her mouth opening, but she doesn't actually say anything, just nods with an odd look on her face. Ah, that's interesting, Voldemort says as she eyes Harry once more. What? Harry asks, honestly confused by this point, but starts to smile when Voldemort smiles slowly at him. I think, she starts off saying before standing up from her chair and walking over to Harry and Delphine. I know what you can do to make up for the one cupcake, she says with a sly smile before reaching out and slowly placing her hand on Harry's forehead. He watches as Voldemort's face morphs into a dreamy complexion, like a look of fulfillment as she closes her eyes as the feeling spreads to Harry and Delphine. Oh my, I had forgotten what that felt like, Voldemort says under her breath. What felt like? Harry asks, curious as Delphine's hum and purr of contentment while sitting on Harry's lap almost turns into a full moan. What it felt like to have more of my soul near me, Voldemort says under her breath before opening her eyes to look at Harry, only to be caught in one of the most breathtaking and beautiful sights she had ever seen. Harry looked up at her with ruby-red eyes. Harry Potter's Private Rooms, February 19th, midday. Harry lay on the couch reading in his private apartment within Malfoy Manor in a moment of rare peace. School had started up again weeks ago, and so Draco had returned to the confines of Hogwarts' stone walls. Delphine had gone off with Bellatrix and Rodolphus to France for the week for some meetings with the French ministry and an extended family gathering of the Lestrange family. So, for the last week and a half, Harry found himself with a lot of free time that he mostly filled with reading, practicing magic, and Voldemort teaching him more advanced magic. He was currently reading not a textbook or a book of spells, but a fiction novel from the wizarding world called Carmelia Descent. It was about a dark witch in northern Europe on the run from an international squad of Aurors that were chasing her for her crimes, in which she had to use guile, skill, cunning, and sometimes her own body to escape them. Honestly, it was pretty good if not a bit raunchy at times. She had seduced 2 of the 10 Aurors before killing them. Voldemort had admitted it was one of her personal favorite stories, seeing that it had the bad guy winning in the end. Harry just thought it was porn with a dark plot. But it had given him a few ideas to try on Delphine, so he would at least finish for that all. But as he was reading the last few chapters, Harry felt a sharp stab through his mind. Like a white, hot ice pick of want through his brain, muddled with an indecipherable cacophony of other emotions. Speaking of the psychopath, Harry thinks to himself, his eyes drifting from the text of his book over to the door that leads to his room. He could feel her moving quickly through the manor. They hadn't seen each other in over a week, and he could feel the excitement she held to see him once more. No sooner did he feel her turn into the west wing where his room was, did he turn away from the door while clamping down on his own emotions, so as to not show her how much he had oddly missed her too. Delphine, like all the times in his life, comes crashing through his door like a hurricane of bloodlust and want, all with a wide, mad smile on her face. "Honey, I'm home," Delphine says in a sing-song voice as she steps into the room. She was still in her traveling clothes, which was odd. Harry was pretty sure she would have stripped on her way to his room. "Did you miss me, love?" she says with a bright smile, while waving a sheaf of parchment on her face. Like a hemorrhoid, Harry mutters as his eyes don't leave the book in his hands, even though he had stopped reading as soon as Delphine walked through the door. "Well, that's just lovely," Delphine says, rolling her eyes at Harry as she walks over to him, lying on the couch before plopping down on his lap. She continues to wave the parchment at her face with a mad grin. "How was France?" he asks, sounding bored. But Delphine could no doubt feel the relief in him as she sat down. Delphine makes a disgusted sound as she rolls her eyes at the question. She even stops fanning her face with the parchment she had in hand. "Simply awful. Rodolphus had me tag along to have dinner with the French minister, which was boring. Then we had to meet the whole other half of the Lestrange family, who proceeded to try to marry me to half a dozen other members," she admits with another roll of her eyes. "Did it work? Will I finally be free of you?" Harry asks, hope and whimsy filling his tone as he still stubbornly refuses to look at her. He ignores the sharp stab of jealousy in his chest and the heat from his own possessive anger. Though from the sharp smile growing on Delphine's face, she could feel it as well. "Sadly, no. None of them could match up to my or my father's high standards," Delphine says, her voice normally crackling with madness switches to a high and posh tone. "Besides, there is this one person I am very determined to spend forever with," she says with a coy smile before looking down at Harry. She pauses for a moment, bringing the sheaf of parchment back to her face to continue to fan herself as Harry fights to keep a smile off his face as they lapse into silence. "Are you really not going to ask me what this is?" Delphine asks, waving the parchment around. "I'm assuming it's your death warrant that you're about to gleefully sign, so I can be rid of you forevermore," Harry answers back deadpanned, still refusing to look at her. Delphine scoffs at his joke. "As if," she says with a roll of her eyes. "This dash," she says holding the parchment in front of Harry, "is a dirty letter," she says with a wicked grin. Harry immediately frowns as another burst of jealousy enters his mind. His eyes tear away from his book to glare at the offending parchment. "Who the duck is sending you a dirty letter?" Harry asks, wanting to know who he is going to kill in the next hour or so. Delphine's grin becomes sharper as madness and bloodlust enter her eyes and flicker scarlet for a moment. "No one sent me a dirty letter," she says before licking her lips suggestively. "Someone sent us a dirty letter," she tells him before Harry feels her hips begin to ungulate on his most sensitive area. Harry's breath hitches for a moment before he lets it out slowly before looking at Delphine confused. "What?" he says, his voice coming out sharper than he wanted it to. Delphine unfolds the sheaf of parchment before clearing her voice and begins to read. "Dearest Delphine, I hope this letter finds you in good health, good spirits, and good company. I find myself writing to you this day, in part because of boredom. The midterms here at Hogwarts are all but over, and the prep for the upcoming exams is well underway. And under all the stress that they bring, I thought a break from the mundane boarding school life would do me some good." Delphine reads in a high posh voice, her eyes scanning the page as she reads, her smile growing more demented by the line, her hips not stopping once. They wax on like this for the first page about all the boring little things their life entails, as if I would be interested in that, Delphine says before peeling away the first page and tossing it over her shoulder. Harry still looked confused as to who the hell wrote the letter while simultaneously growing more frustrated with Delphine and her stupid fexy hips. "Ah, this is where it starts getting good," she says. "Though by now I'm sure you're bored of my ramblings about my life at school, seeing that you went to one in a far harsher climate than I. I admit hesitation at writing these words, but I feel that I need to. I am unaware if you know, but I remember most of what happened the night of the Yule Ball just a few short months ago, where you had led me off to another part of the manor with such sinful promises, only to lead me into a trap of what I can only assume of your own design dash." "Hold up," Harry says, shaking his head in disbelief for a moment. "Daphne Greengrass wrote you a dirty letter admitting that she remembers what happened." he says, honestly shocked, dropping his book onto his chest as Delphine looks at him wickedly and nods. Yup, she says, popping the P sound at the end of the word before turning back to the letter. The memories of that night haunt my every waking step. They stalk me and come to life whenever I find myself in a darkened corner of the castle. Seeing that the castle is ancient, I find myself lost in those dark corners quite often. But more often than I will admit in this letter, those memories come to me late at night in my bed, with my curtains drawn and my hand firmly between my thighs. While I would be the first to admit my interest lies firmly with that of the fairer sex, I am not unwilling to admit when I find a member of the male population to be handsome. Though while I never found any of them sexually attractive, I do know they find me that way, and in my most closely guarded fantasies, some do not take no for an answer. Merlin's beard. You've got to be kidding me, Harry says with a sigh before covering his eyes with one hand as Delphine cackles. I do not remember what my assailant looks like, or even his name, and I've taken the words of Her Majesty to heart and have not tried to remember. I cannot help to have a guess on their identity from who I remember being at the ball that night, though I dare not even write it down. The thing that comes to me most about him is his cruelty during that night. He cared not for weeping tones or begging words. Of how he both robbed me of and sullied my maidenhood in one feral stroke, uncaring for my tears, blood, or wants. What he sounded like and what he looked like are as hazy as the morning mists. I do remember all he had said and done to me, and I find myself surprised with it being everything I wanted in my fantasies. Sullied my maiden. Who the bloody hell even talks like that? Harry asks in outrage, a blush crawling up his face as Delphine just smiles. Old pureblood's money does, she says with a grin. Not that you were any indifferent to my cries and pleas either. Out of the two of you, I cannot determine which one of you was more vile. The one who assaulted me so, or the woman who helped him with a malicious smile on her face. Every humiliating act, every demanding and cutting word, and every pain you visited upon me is engraved into my mind like a moving picture. I can still taste you on my tongue, the both of you, and that memory alone makes me squirm in my seat, even during classes where I should not be having such inappropriate thoughts. Harry lets out a low growl, having little doubt that Delphine could feel the effect she, her hips, and Daphne's dirty letter were having on him. Delphine just giggles at his antics before turning around to straddle him and tossing the letter onto the table. She goes on like that for a full page, telling me everything about what she loved that happened that night. She tells him as she places one hand on his chest and another on his thigh before slowly beginning to grind on him. The last page is the most important, however, she tells Harry as her wicked grin grows. Oh, Igriada? Harry asks, his breaths coming out short and ragged with want. Why's that? Delphine moves her other hand to his chest before leaning forward, her lips at his chin, whispering her words to him. She wants to come visit us over spring holidays for a day or two, to relive that night with us. Harry lets out a small, heated groan as Delphine's hot breath washes over his neck, her lips soon finding the soft flesh of his throat. She lets out a low moan into his ear as her grinding becomes less teasing and more heated, more fervent, and far more needed. What should I say in my return letter? She whispers in between kisses that travel up Harry's throat to his ear. Should I deny her? Tell her she was only a one-use toy to us to have a bit of fun with before throwing it away, she says softly before biting hard onto his earlobe, making Harry hiss a bit in pain. Or should I welcome her into the parlor, like a guest from Mr. Spider? She says with a soft chuckle. Delphine. Harry growls out through gritted teeth. He keeps his eyes covered but his lips twisting around his words in carnal anger. So help me if I'm not in you soon. I'll invite Daphne here by myself, and for myself, Harry threatens and feels the red-hot wake of Delphine's own possessive jealousy roll over his mind. You wouldn't dare. Delphine hisses into his ear, her rage on full display even as her hands quickly move down his chest and under her own long skirt to unbutton his trousers. I'll skin that little bitch before feeding her to her ducking sick sister, she says as she lowers herself on Harry with a needy whimper and shaking thighs. Harry himself bites back a groan. They had been separated for more than a week, and they both knew what the other wanted, how they felt each other's wants and needs grow to a fevered pitch just for this moment. You are mine, 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 mine. Delphine growls out in a low tone as she begins to move her hips. Her hands crawl back up his chest, reaching for his throat, but Harry quickly grabs her wrist before bucking his own hips and driving deeper into her. She lets out a gasp at the feeling before she starts to move her hips faster, riding Harry like a broomstick, muttering "mine, all mine" to herself as she did. There's the insanity she tries to hide, Harry thinks to himself as he enjoys Delphine on top of him. He bucks his hips once more and is elated at the sound that leaves her mouth as she continues to try and wrap her hands around his throat. Harry pulled her down to be nose to nose with him, opening his eyes that were now dancing with scarlet light, a sight that sent shivers down Delphine's back. "Come on now, Tamsin. Is this all you have to show after not being with me for over a week?" Harry challenges her, using her real name, which causes her to growl like an animal at him. "You mouthy little dash," Delphine begins to say before she gasps once more as Harry bucks his hips again. She crashes her mouth against his, kissing him deeply as she arches her back and begins to work her hips at a slow and steady pace, carving rhythm over speed as she moans deeply into his mouth. They break their kiss as her moans increase in pace. She clings to Harry as she works herself over her peak. With one final loud moan, Harry feels a hot, wet splash as Delphine soaks his crotch. "Phew, yes," she says breathlessly before pushing herself back up and Harry deeper into her. She whips back her hair and smiles down at him. Her smile is sharp and full of cruelty. "Shame that you didn't get to finish," she tells him before trying to stand, playing the game they once did when he was 13. But Harry wasn't the same child she had taken advantage of back then, as proven by when the tip of the YEA wand that never left Harry's side meets the hollow of Delphine's throat. "I swear, if you get off me before I finish, I'm going to see how tight you can squeeze me while you spasm under the torture curse," Harry says as he digs the YEA wand into Delphine's throat. "But Harry, I've withdrawn my consent," Delphine says pitifully, tears gathering in her eyes, and her lip begins to tremble. "Are you really going to rape me at wand point with the threat of an unforgivable curse?" she says, her voice cracking in fear, but not because she knows he would do it, because he would without any hesitation. "Yes," he answers simply, devoid of emotion, empathy, or pity for Delphine. "You monster," she spits at him as her hips begin to move once more. The tears in her eyes begin to fall down her face as she trembles on top of him. "I'm what you made me into, Tamsin," Harry growls at her, full of want and desire. His free hand raised and gripped the collar of her blouse before ripping it away to free her bare melons as a gasp rips through her lips. Delphine couldn't help it any longer, and a large grin splits her face. "I know," she purrs. Her fear is nothing but an act. Her tears are those of a crocodile, and her consent is non-existent with Harry. But still, she plays the role of the helpless victim, begging and pleading for him not to do it, tears dripping down her face, her lips trembling pathetically as she reenacts how Daphne was when they took her together perfectly. But Harry could feel how much she was enjoying this, how much she carved this side of him, how much she adored it. Harry could freely admit to the monster he had become now, to the monster she had made him into. His first taste of sexual pleasure came from her, visiting violence and force upon his body for her own sick satisfaction of breaking him down to a defeated and broken boy. But now that boy had grown into something not even Delphine knew how to stop or wanted to really. She was happy that Harry had finally done away with his moral opposition that had stopped him from just taking what he wanted. "Delphine, do you mind coming with me for a moment?" Voldemort's voice sounds out as she opens the door to Harry's room, stopping for just a moment when she sees what her two Hurcruxes are up to. "Oh, not interrupting something, am I?" she asks as she takes into view. "Huh?" Delphine asks dumbly, her breath hitching once as she turns to look at her older self. "Oh no, not really. Harry's just raping me at wand point," she says with a flushed face and moving hips. "So, just another weekday for you too," Voldemort says deadpanned. "How long is this going to take?" "It's rather important," she says as she crosses her arms. "Okay, you can dash until he's finished. I'm under threat of the Cruciatus curse of if try and stop beforehand, Delphine says as she continues at a slow, tortuous pace before letting out a sigh of pleasure. You can obviously SD-. Under threat of pain, Harry. I can't stop until you finish, remember, Delphine says as she looks down at Harry with a mad grin. You mad woman, this is obviously not something I want, . Me too, see? Voldemort asks, looking over at Harry with a raised brow. You do realize I peek at you too, ducking all the time, right? She states before smiling at Harry's growing blush. Why do you have to remind me of that? Because you're cute when you blush, Voldemort says with a grin, as Harry's blush deepens as he covers his face with his hands. This is not happening right now. Oh, it very much is, Delphine says with a grin as she begins to move her hips faster before turning back to Voldemort. Would you like to take a seat and watch? I see it can hoo-hoo-hooly. Shit . Delphine tries to say through hitching breath and quaking voice as her body is rocked by another orgasm. Wholly endorse Harry's face. Duck . She moans out as she still continues to ride Harry with steady and increasing rhythm. Please don't. Tempting, Voldemort says, bringing a hand to her lips and tapping them as if she were actually considering it. But sadly, I'll have to take a rain check on that. Too much to do at the moment to teach Harry how to properly worship me, she says seductively, causing Harry's own groan to escape his lips and Delphine to cackle. Keep making sounds like that, and I will take Delphine up on that offer, Harry. But this is rather important, as I said, Delphine. The order is active again, she says flatly, but eyeing Harry's blushing face with a hungry look. She was pushing all her own, barely restrained sexual urges and fantasies through the link between them, causing the boy to close his eyes and bite his bottom lip to not let a sound escape him. At the word that the pack of rats that Delphine and Bellatrix spent almost 6 months hunting after they went aground had finally reared their ugly heads, she stopped moving for not even half a second. Crucio. Ah! Delphine screams as her nerves are lit aflame by Harry's unforgivable curse. She spasms on top of him uncontrollably for no more than half a second. She didn't even register Harry's gasp and choked down moan as he spilled inside her over the white-hot pain. Why you ducking arsehole? Delphine yells at him as she tries to find her equilibrium by placing her shaking hands on his chest. You ruined my orgasm, she yells at Harry. Yeah, but it didn't ruin mine. Delphine moves to choke him in anger again, but Harry digs his wand in deeper and smiles at her. I'm coming back later with my wand, and the torture curse is on the table for our fight, she says with a glare. Only being held for less than a second, Voldemort speaks up as she watches her Hurcruxes, who both roll their eyes at her, and Voldemort has the oddest feeling that they have rules to their fights, and she had stumbled on to one of the agreed-upon unspoken rules. Harry turns back to Delphine with a cruel smirk. I'll be waiting, he challenges her, his forehead caked with sweat and a socky smirk on his lips. Delphine blushes before scoffing at him and moving to climb off of him, but Harry's hand finds her throat and drags her back to face him nose to nose. He pushes himself up slowly and captures her lips in a soft, searing kiss, before pushing her away and watching her lips turn into a mischievous grin. Delphine finally stands up on shaking legs, giving Harry a moment to fix himself under his long skirt before stepping off the couch. All done, Delphine tells Voldemort with a smirk as her older self rolls her eyes and fixes her younger self's blouse with a wave of her wand. Good, now come on, we need to go grab Bella for this one, Voldemort says with a sigh as she turns and walks toward the door to Harry's room. Oh, Delphine, Harry calls out, stopping said girl and watching as she turns to look at him questioningly. I don't know what you're plotting, but go ahead and do what you want with Daphne, he says, watching her grin turn malicious with her want for carnage and suffering spiking with her own lust. Delphine simply nods her head to him before turning on her heel and leaving the room with Voldemort. Harry wouldn't see Delphine for 3 days, and the next time he did see her, she was in hysterics. Something had gone wrong, and she was almost killed in a skirmish involving the Order. In her rage and insanity, Delphine had killed 3 marked Death Eaters that went with them and had to be restrained by Bellatrix and Rhodopus before they could bring her back to Voldemort. While it took 2 powerful Death Eaters to restrain her, It took Harry only a moment to calm her down by holding her close. The whole time, she wouldn't stop muttering about a pink-haired aura bitch that almost killed her. Daphne Greengrass, April 7th, 1997, 3 Broomsticks private rooms. She shouldn't be here, and Daphne knew this. She shouldn't have signed up to go home. She knew she shouldn't have sworn her little sister to secrecy when Astoria asked when she noticed Daphne had no intentions of going to her home for spring holidays. But here she was, nervous and squirming on the couch of one of the private rooms at the 3 Broomsticks, waiting for someone to arrive to take her away. This had all started weeks ago after she started to write Delphine Lestrange, admitting to all sorts of things she would have never thought to do or say. She had been mortified with what she had written to the girl when Delphine didn't write back for almost 2 weeks, embarrassed by what she had put down in ink. She should be back at Hogwarts, studying for her end-of-year exams, not here intending to trick both her school and her loving parents to go gallivant off with. Daphne shakes her head to dismiss the creeping memories of that Yule Ball night that caused her heart to hammer in her chest and her thoughts to fog over with a salacious need. She swallows the lump in her throat as her eyes turn to the grandfather clock in the room. When Delphine had written back to her, she profusely apologized for not doing so in a timely manner. Delphine had received her first letter while out on holiday in France with her family, and had not the time to write her back, and when she had returned to England, she had gotten sick for a few days. But afterwards, the letters flowed between them. Delphine endlessly understanding and supportive about Daphne's more taboo wants and desires. As she herself had a few, she dared not speak out loud. Delphine was also very thankful that she had not run off and told anyone about her assault, but never apologetic about what she and Daphne's assailant had done to her. But for some reason, Daphne could not bring herself to care about Delphine's blasé attitude toward it, so Daphne had simply let it lie. The grandfather clock showed it to be nearly noon. They had agreed to meet at the 3 Broomsticks between 10 a.m. and noon in their last letter only yesterday. Daphne had already been waiting for nearly 2 hours, near frantic with anxiety over what was to come. She had originally suggested only a night, maybe 2, but as the letters went on, Delphine started to open up a bit more about all that she had wanted and planned to do to her. That had tempted Daphne into agreeing to stretch the time she spent with them to 3 days. But then another letter started to arrive with Delphine's. One, written in a more sloppy, masculine script, they wrote about details only 3 people would know about that night. She should have stopped right then and there. She should have gone to her father about the assault. She should have listened to her better instincts, but she didn't and wrote him back. He spoke of her as if she was a thing, a toy, something to be used as often as he wanted, like she wasn't even a person, just his personal toy. Words like that should have sent a wave of anger through her, should have made her cry angry tears and feel disgusted and ashamed that whoever this was looked at her, let alone touched her. But all she really did was shiver and clench her thighs together as she read and reread his letters over and over again. He would always sign them as her assailant, and found that she loved the mystery behind it all as much as the excitement of it all. It was he who asked her to stay the week because he wanted to be reintroduced to her thoroughly and get to know every inch of her that he had missed last time. She, with weakened knees, crumpled immediately and could not write back fast enough to tell him that she would stay the whole week if he wanted her to. She had never been so disgusted with herself and so simultaneously turned on before. Right as the clock struck noon, the fireplace burst with the emerald flames of the Floo network, and out steps Delphine Lestrange. Daphne should have run away right then and there, but instead, she stands with a small smile on her face as her eyes trace down Delphine's body. She was dressed as a Hogwarts student, in black robes over a school uniform with a matching green and silver tie. The only difference between Delphine's and her uniform that she was still wearing was the large silver badge pinned onto the front of Delphine's vest. She also had a small black box tucked under her arm. By the time Daphne got to Delphine's face, she realized that she had been staring at her a bit longer than could be deemed polite. A small blush creeps across her cheeks, as Delphine has a small playful smirk on her face. My apologies," Daphne says, coughing awkwardly into her hands as she averts her eyes. "It's more than fine, Daphne," Delphine says with a small grin and flirting tone. "Right, well, Daphne says as she pretends to brush something off of her skirt before looking back at the other girl with her own smile. It's good to see you again, I suppose, she tells Delphine. And it's a pleasure to see you again, Daphne. Delphine says with a purr before stepping forward and pulling Daphne into a soft hug that causes her skin to crawl at her touch. But come, I'd like to sit and talk for a moment before we head back to the manor for the week, Delphine says as she pulls back from the hug and gestures to the small couch in the room with the box she held. Sure. Daphne says as she follows Delphine over to the couch where they sit side by side. What did you wish to discuss? She asks curiously. Well, first I wanted to make sure you were absolutely sure about this, Delphine says as she turns to look at Daphne with eyes full of worry. This isn't any shame in letting a fantasy remain just that, she tells her in a soft voice. Daphne pauses, hesitation freezing her words in her throat. She shouldn't. She really shouldn't, and she knew that in the back of her mind, but she quickly quashed that nagging voice before smiling at Delphine. No, I'm sure I want to do this. It just seems so wild, so fun, so forbidden, you know? She asks, not seeming so sure on the last part, but excited nonetheless. But Delphine nods her head, showing Daphne a friendly smile full of empathy and support. Oh, I know. After all, the sweetest fruit is the one that was forbidden in the first place. She tells Daphne like words of wisdom that she herself lived by. But if you're so sure, I think I should explain some ground rules before we head over, she says, and Daphne nods and inwardly agrees. Ground rules seem like something needed in something like this, Daphne rationalizes to herself. Excellent, Delphine says, her smile never wavering. The first thing I should clarify is that words like no, stop, and don't won't work when you're with us. We'll just laugh at you, mock you, before doing what we want anyway, but we thought you might feel better with a safe word, she tells Daphne, who looks confused for a moment. Safe word? Daphne asks. It's a word you say when you absolutely want us to stop. When you say it, we stop, no questions asked, we'll then take a quick break and maybe get some snacks, Delphine says, nudging her playfully as Daphne nods her head, thinking that it was probably a good idea considering who she was staying with. Okay, so what's the safe word? Daphne asks. Delphine's smile reminds her of a shark. Hurcruxx is a little nonsensical word that will catch our attention, no doubt, she says as she scoots a bit closer to the other girl. It's very important for you to remember that word because it will be your only lifeline in the manor, she tells her seriously. Right, the manor, Daphne mutters, feeling as if she should run as fast as possible, but unsure if it's to or from Malfoy Manor. And who is all going to be there? At the manor, that is? She asks, swallowing the lump in her throat. We'll be going to the west wing of the manor. It's going to go on lockdown as soon as we flew there. No one else is in or out for the whole week, so it will just be you, me, and your assailant, Delphine explains, causing a flash of fear to stutter Daphne's heart, her breathing becoming sharp and shallow at the last word. All right, Daphne says with a nod of her head, her hands shaking before she bunches her robes in her hands. And you're sure I won't need anything else? She asks Delphine and watches the girl shake her head. Nope, we'll be taking care of you and all your needs all week, Delphine says, her voice getting husky as she said such a simple word in such a way that Daphne couldn't help but lick her lips hungrily. All you need to bring is you and that gorgeous body of yours, she says as she leans into Daphne, Delphine's hot breath crawling across her ear enough to make her shiver. Okay, right? I can do that, Daphne says quickly as her thighs clench involuntarily. Shall we go now? She asks, her words coming out in an eager rush. Someone's impatient. But don't worry, we'll fix that about you soon enough, Delphine says casually, though to Daphne's ears, it sounded more like a threat. But before we head off to the manor, I have a bit of a gift for you if you'd like, she says as she pets the black box now sitting on her lap. A gift? Daphne says, perking up at Delphine's words. She had always liked receiving gifts from people. Who wouldn't? Delphine says before placing the small black box on the table and flipping the lid off. Sitting inside the box on a green velvet cushion was a thick black collar. The leather was engraved with silver filigree that looked to be two serpents ever entwining themselves with one another endlessly. They wrapped and coiled around the collar before ending in a single silver loop that was in the middle of the collar. looking to be the two serpents rising off the leather and sinking their fangs into an emerald in a perfect circle. Daphne gasps, putting her hands to her mouth as her eyes widen at the sight of the collar. "It's beautiful," she whispers, enchanted by it. Immediately, "I'm glad you think so. I had it made with you, especially in mind," Delphine says before picking the collar up delicately and turning to Daphne. "May I?" she asks with a heart-melting smile. "Of course," Daphne utters excitedly before turning swiftly around and pulling her hair up and to the side to let Delphine slide the collar around her throat, heedless of her instincts screaming at her not to. Daphne never sees the drop of blood from Delphine's finger and never sees the leather coming to life to interweave together, sealing the collar around her throat with no way to remove it. Daphne let her hair back down as she turned to Delphine, who was blinking rapidly and breathing heavily. "Are you okay?" Daphne asks in concern. "Oh, yes. You just simply breathtaking," Delphine says as she leans forward a bit, her lips hovering over Daphne's for a moment before swiftly pulling back, much to Daphne's disappointment. Delphine stands, with Daphne quickly following her, more than ready to start her spring holidays. "One last thing," Delphine says with a smile as she wraps her arm around Daphne's own and moves them over to the fireplace. "I'm sure you find my choice of outfit a bit peculiar, and there is a reason for that. Our week of having you start as soon as we get to the West Wing. So in the spirit of that, we decided to start out with a bit of a role play," Delphine admits as she takes a large pinch of flu powder from the pot on the mantel. Daphne blushes a bit at the other girl's words, but nods eagerly. "And to be aware that this whole role play is my little fantasy, but I'll be playing the head girl who found a younger year out of bed and causing a bit of trouble. You'll be playing said younger year from the same house who's been causing said trouble," Delphine says with a coy smile as she wiggles her eyebrows. "And in him?" Daphne asks, her voice quivering a bit. "He'll be playing the heir of Slytherin that catches us both," Delphine says with a wide mad grin. Daphne's eyes widen at Delphine's words. Her breath hitches as her heart stutters as her guess on just who her assailant was right. But before she could voice a single thought, she is dragged through emerald flames and out of another fireplace in a small and neat-looking office. Delphine's face goes from warm and open to cold and stern as her eyes harden as she turns to look at Daphne. "How dare you?" Delphine suddenly snaps at Daphne angrily before her arms becomes like a steel bar around her own. "You know better than to be out this late while there is a curfew going on right now. And breaking into a teacher's office as well?" Daphne blinks in shock, almost buying into Delphine's fake anger. But before she could say a single thing to defend herself, Delphine was dragging her again. Out of the office and down the brightly lit black marble corridor of the West Wing, berating her the whole way. "To think, we have such a sad, pathetic excuse for a Slytherin in our noble house. You have no cunning nor any self-preservation instincts, or else you wouldn't be out in the halls when the heir has opened the chamber," Delphine says with an exasperated sigh and a shake of her head as they take a left into the next hall. "Who knows what the heir could do to any of us? Or what dash," she says, opening her mouth to say more but freezes in the middle of the hall, her face the perfect picture of shock. "What are you doing out of the common room?" "Harry." At the name that had been taboo to speak in the halls of Hogwarts since the end of her 4th year, Daphne's head whips to look at the end of the corridor, and her jaw drops. For standing at the end of the corridor in the mid-afternoon light was the same boy who the world thought was dead. He was taller than the last time Daphne had seen him, leaner as well. His face had become fuller and healthier than any time she had seen it before, and was dressed head to toe in a Slytherin uniform. He too had a silver badge buttoned to his vest, and a jade locket with a large S on the front that hung from his neck by a gold chain. His lips were twisted into an annoyed scowl as he looked at both Delphine and her. "Potter!" Daphne lets out a shriek of shock. Boy, oh boy, was she so wrong about her assailant. But Harry pays her no mind as he looks directly at Delphine. "You have a Hogwarts kink, don't you?" he asks. Delphine blushes and stutters for a moment. "That isn't your line," she hisses at him. "You also want me to be," and I quote, "effectually menacing," end quote. But here's a question. How the bloody hell am I to be menacing in a brightly lit hallway at high ducking noon? Harry points out as he gestures to the open curtain windows with a deadpan look. Delphini's mouth opens her mouth and closes it a few times before she glares at Harry. You just have no imagination, that's all, she bites out scathingly. No, it's more that this should have been the last thing we did today before going to bed. It would have been dark and a lot more atmospheric. We could have given her a head start dash, Harry says as he gestures at Daphne. And before we got to chase her down, we would play rock, paper, scissors to see who got to be the heir and who got to be the monster, Harry stated flatly as he frowns at Delphine, who was now blushing like a tomato as Harry rolls his eyes at them both. This is why you don't get to make plans. You suck at them, Harry says with a fond smile and a shake of his head before raising his wand to point at both of them. But what are you two cuties doing wandering in my castle so late at night? Harry says an obviously rehearsed line. Daphne is still too in shock that Harry, bloody, Potter is still alive to dodge the thin ropes that wrap around her body. As she starts off her week at the mercy of the heir of Slytherin and the monster it hides away. Chapter over. Go on, Sophie Riddle. Talk more of that shit. Anyway, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm a bit stuck on how I want this story to end. I thought I did, but another ending for it snuck itself into my brain, and neither wants to leave. And since the next chapter is going to be pivotal to the story, so I'll leave it all up to you, my dear reader. The first ending, one I've dubbed the Phoenix ending in my head. The Order kicks down the door and rescues the damsel in distress before a certain event happens. Except it's not really a damsel, it's just Harry in a really bad wig and dress. Then a certain pink-haired Aura bitch helps him see just what type of person Delphine is and helps him break out of the coils before they make a break for it themselves. The other is called the Coils ending, in which, well, Delphine and Voldemort win. The Order doesn't save Harry in time before the certain event takes place, and Delphine gets her happy ending, with wedding bells and children running around in the most ducked-up way possible, but she gets it. Harry never escapes the coils, and never breaks free, becoming more and more like Voldemort and Delphine. Please comment and tell me which one you'd like to read first. Also, Harry couldn't write a dirty letter to save his life. That was all Delphine. King saxcuL out. In the espousal of the serpent. Well, the people have spoken, and y'all asked for the bad guys winning everything in the end, so here we go. Welcome back to another chapter of In the Coils of a Serpent, where we get to one of the most pivotal events of the whole story. On with the show. Daphne Greengrass, Malfoy Manor, April 7th, 10 p.m. She was running, fleeing in terror down the darkened halls of the west wing of Malfoy Manor. Her heart was hammering in her chest, and her wand in a death grip as she ran. Only the soft light of the moon hanging overhead and filtering through the bay windows illuminated her path. Her pupils were dilated, her breath coming out short as she threw open the door to a room she had yet been in before, as swiftly and softly as she dared tired, closed and locked it behind her. She backs away from the door, leveling her wand at it, just in case, before swallowing the lump in her throat while her instincts were screaming at her that this is what she got for not listening. After a round of Delphine's roleplay, where she was thoroughly ignored by the other two, they had stopped for lunch in Harry's room. Delphine's outfit was barely clinging to her body thanks to how fierce Harry had torn into her and took her in front of Daphne as she was bound to a chair and forced to watch. After the carnage that Harry had visited on Delphine, they had broken apart with a kiss and teasing words before freeing Daphne. It was like night and day, comparing this Harry to the shy and withdrawn boy she remembered from her first few years at Hogwarts. This new Harry walked with confidence. There was no hesitation in his wand movements, and every act of violence and carnage was done with a bloodthirsty grin. Even when they had lunch, he talked more than she ever heard him speak at school, causally joking and making fun of Delphine with hurtful barbs that the other girl would laugh off and shoot back at him with her own. It was honestly a bit concerning when he talked about the night he assaulted her as just a bit of fun and nothing more. But it was also something she found unforgivably hot. She asked, of course she asked, it was simply too shocking, too earth-shaking not to ask about. How was he alive? Harry had just laughed it off like it wasn't at all a big deal, just telling her that he made a pretty good first impression on Voldemort, before smiling like there was some joke she was missing. It was after their late lunch that her needs were finally addressed, as Delphine causally aimed her wand at Harry and cast the torture curse, stunning him with pain before binding him to the high back chair he sat at. Harry went on a tirade at Delphine after that, and was very detailed on what he was going to do to her after he got out of the ropes. Delphine had just laughed at him as she turned to her with a wicked grin and a gleam in her eyes. That's how it happened on and off for the next few hours. Moments of calm with peaceful and joking conversation before without any warning one of them would attack the other, forcing either herself or Harry to watch the following assault, either bound to something in Harry's case or order not to touch anyone, even themselves in her case. But once the night fell and dinner was eaten, Daphne's host decided to play one last game before bed, something that Delphine liked to call hounds and hare, and was the reason she was running and hiding at the moment. Because they were the hounds, and she was the hare. She could run, fight back, hide, but Daphne knew it was inevitable that she was going to get caught one way or another. Daphne's legs bump into something, causing her to jump and spin around, jabbing her wand out to send out a silenced, stunning spell. In the flash of red light, the room is illuminated in a crimson light, and her heart nearly stutters to a stop as she realizes where she is. The billiards room. The same room they had started their assault in only a few months ago. She needed to leave. She had to run. They were going to hurt her again. Her eyes widened as her knees began to shake as a small voice in her head kept screaming at her to run, that something was wrong with her, that something wasn't right. But this is what she wanted, isn't it? Another voice that sounds awfully and terrifyingly like Delphine whispers even louder over the voice in the back of her mind. It was right, of course. She had wanted this. She agreed to it and hadn't felt any remorse about coming here. Only a nagging feeling of something was off, that something was wrong. And why would it be right anyway? Considering what she was doing at the moment, she was supposed to feel afraid after all. Daphne lets out a soft sigh of relief when the nagging feeling fades. She lowers her wand just for a moment, just to calm her hammering heart. But that's when he struck. A strong hand wrapped around her wrist that held her wand before another found her throat. She shoved into the wall, slamming into it as someone pins her wand hand above her head. In the darkness, she could see the outline of Harry's softly smiling face, causing her heart to jump into her throat. He lets go of her throat to cover her mouth and nose before pinning her body against the wall with his own. "Shh," he whispers into her ear. "Don't make a sound or she's going to hear you," Harry tells her. And while wondering what he was talking about, she hears it. Someone skipping down the hall right outside the door. "Daphne! Oh, Daphne! Won't you come out and play?" Delphine's voice echoes down the hall, and she giggles madly at her own mocking words. Harry holds her against the wall, his leg wedged in between hers and slowly, maddeningly, grinding against her wet bare fecs, seeing that her knickers were long torn away by the other girl, as they wait for Delphine to pass by. After a moment, Harry finally speaks, whispering softly into her ears. "She's not very good at predicting people. She didn't think you'd come to this room. But me? I know people will always go to what's most familiar to them, even if it's caught up in a bad memory. Trust me, I did it for years," he says. His tone was soft and understanding, but his breath hot in her ear and across his neck. This was more than Harry had touched her all day. He had torn into Delphine with enthusiasm, ducking her like an animal, using her, hurting her, all with a smile on his face. But other than his spells or a hand to help her up, he hadn't done a thing to her all day. It was maddening to Daphne. On one hand, something was screaming in her not to let him touch her. Even now, something in her was disgusted by his veiled touch. But on the other hand, it was a maddening jealousy that he had only attacked Delphine, that he only forced himself on her. Was she not good enough? Was she not pretty enough? What was Harry's deal? All while something pulsed in her mind, not wanting him to touch her, to use her, and how much she would love it. Harry turns away from the door, his emerald eyes inches from her, their noses briefly rubbing together. "You know, I have no idea why she invited you over. She is extremely possessive of me and gets very jealous if I even talk to another girl," he tells her before pausing as a soft laugh escapes his lips, one full of dark amusement. "Then again, I'm the same way with her," he says, and she could feel the smile grow against her ear. "I'm sure you remember my line about she's greater to her," he says, and Daphne feels herself nodding at his words before letting out a shuddering breath. He moves his hand from her mouth and back to her throat, slowly wrapping his hand around it hard enough to feel her pulse. "Now, answer me this. If that's what I planned on doing to her, what do you think I'd do to the one who touched her? He growls, his lips moving across her cheek and stopping at the corner of her mouth. He squeezes her wrist in just the right way, making her gasp in pain and dropping her onto the floor. Because that insufferable bitch has done nothing but make me watch as you touched her all ducking day. He snaps softly at her before pulling her off the wall and guiding her with his hand still tightly wrapped around her throat to the billiards table. She feels her thighs hit the edge of it, and Harry pulls up on her neck, and her body moves on its own, knowing exactly what he wanted. With shaking hands and knees, she pushes herself into the table, spreading her legs so he could wedge himself between them. She was terrified, horrifically and deeply terrified of the person before her. Her skin crawled where he touched it, her stomach turned in revulsion as she was shaking head to toe in fear. Her mind was screaming at her. This is wrong. Something is wrong. We need to get help. 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 But as Harry's hand touched the dark leather of the collar that she should hate around her throat, all she could do was squirm in his grasp. A pleasant hum in her mind and buzz in her body, telling her she wanted this, telling her she needed this. Delphine whispering in her ear that she loved this. And she did. She's going to find out I have you as soon as I start, but let's hope it will take her a while to find us, Harry whispers as he squeezed her throat. His free hand wrapped around the waistband of her ruined green and silver checkered skirt. She knew what he was going to do, what he wanted to do, and she was dying for him to do it with such alien delight pulsing through her mind. Just like her robe that was ripped from her and set adrift somewhere in the corridor of stilled portraits, he was going to do the same to her skirt. On the same spot where she had first saw him attack Delphine, how he had ducked her, hit her, berated her with words before finishing inside of her. Now he was going to do it to her, and she didn't know what was more overwhelming, her fear or her excitement at what was coming. Because I want to enjoy this, Harry says with a growl as he tightens his hand around her throat. She could feel how excited he was through his pants, and it was causing her to tremble. She wraps her hands around his wrists and tugs it back. His eyes narrowed, but he, mercifully, loosens his grip just enough so she could talk. Then what are you waiting for, Potter? Daphne snaps at him, a sneer on her lips and trying to channel the challenging eyes that Delphine had given him off and on during the day. Are you going to stand there and just talk about it, or are you going to duck? Me? She whispers sharply right back to him. He growls one last time before finally ripping off her stupid skirt and slamming her backwards onto the table. She wrestles with him, trying to throw him off, slapping him once or twice before spitting in his face. He slams her head against the felt and wood of the billiards table, dazing her for a moment, but that was all he needed. He pushed himself inside of her and finally, took her, and all her fear and anxiety washed away as the collar around her throat buzzed with magic. And he was right. It didn't take long for Delphine to find them after that. Delphine Lestrange, April 12th, 8 a.m. Delphine lets out a low sigh as she opens her eyes, her body awash with a fulfilling soreness that only came from a long night of fex. The room was dark, as it always was when there were no lights on in the room, but a comfortable warmth at her naked back. I really have to talk to her older self and Aunt Narcissa about moving Harry to one of the main rooms with windows, she thinks to herself before reaching under her pillow for the holly wand. She flicks the wand to turn on the softly glowing witch lights enchanted into the golden crown molding that lined the room. They were bright enough to see, but not harsh enough to wake the other two who were sharing the bed. She looks over and sees the other two, snuggled together with Daphne, playing the little spoon to Harry. Jealousy erupted in her heart as she forgets to breathe for a moment. And in that moment her nails almost sink into Daphne to rip the little S throat out. But thankfully she remembers herself and stops herself from killing her, her nails pressing into the soft, bruised flesh of Daphne's neck. She's important, she's important, she's important, was the mantra she repeated to herself as she withdrew her hand. I can't kill her yet. Perhaps in a few decades, after she has withered with time and no longer is pretty. She thinks to herself as she forces her mind to calm, she'd punish both Daphne and Harry for snuggling together, without her later. For now, she felt sticky and smelled of fex and sweat. She needed a shower. Delphine rises from the bed, stretching and enjoying the bone-deep soreness across her body with a smile before heading to the bathroom. The bathroom was a large, spectacular thing of black marble and gold with all the modern amenities one would expect of even a Muggle home. A large and-ground bathtub that could fit 3 people, something Delphine knew for a fact now. A standing shower with multiple shower heads with a single sheet of frosted glass that faced the door for privacy. A large basin sink and mirror to store all one would need for their morning hygiene. But after closing the door and flicking the holly wand to turn on the lights, it was the large floor-to-ceiling mirror. She stopped it to marvel at herself. Her body was a mismatch of pale skin and deep purple bruising. Deep bite marks went across her collarbone and the tops of her melons, some scabbed over with blood. Her thighs had such beautiful handprint-shaped bruises where she had tried to keep her legs closed from Harry, and like a savage he had pried them open to get inside of her. Her neck had a matching hand-shaped bruise that her thighs did. One side of her face was swollen with her eye puffing and almost swollen shut. Dried blood tracked from her nose down past her lips, jaw, and onto her neck before trailing off to one side. Her stomach looked and felt like one huge bruise from just how rough Harry had taken her, folding her over and hammering down on her. She looked a complete and proper ducking mess, and she loved it. She knew that Harry would look much the same when he woke up, and Delphine licks her lips in anticipation of seeing just that. But she also knew that Daphne looked worse than both of them. She was the little stopgap in this little three-of-a-kind they had going on at the moment. Something pretty to heap all their wanton violence onto. And much to Delphine's joy, the girl soaked it up with a smile. She lets out a small giggle at the thought before flicking the holly wand once more at the shower, allowing the hot water to stream out from the 3 heads. She steps in the waiting stream of hot water with a sigh. The scorching hot water cascading down her sore body felt amazing. She washes the dried blood from her face and body before pulling down the hair potions, before she starts to lather her hair to get the tangled and blood out of it. She was about to start to wash her body when she heard someone call out for her. "Miss," Daphne says, causing Delphine to smirk before bending backwards to peek around the frosted glass wall to see the girl standing in the doorway. She looked a frightening sight to behold. Mottled purple bruising covered her front from her throat downwards to her ankles. Bite marks, some deep enough to break her skin, covered not only her collarbone and the top of her perky melons, but across her shoulders and back. Her lower stomach and thighs were also covered in bite marks, but these were far more shallow than the ones across her upper body. Delphine couldn't help but to look at the work of art that her body had become in rapture, what both she and Harry had done to the poor pretty thing. "Yes, my sweet?" Delphine asks, blinking away the thoughts of keeping her like that as she sends her back to Hogwarts. But that was impractical. Delphine would have to heal most of the damage across the girl's slightly swollen face and bruised lips, for nothing else but to stop people asking questions. Daphne would keep the bruise across her body, however, to feel the soreness and the pain as they healed to remind her of her time with them. "I was wondering if I could join Miss in the shower?" Daphne says with a light blush that made Delphine smile wickedly at her. "But of course, my sweet," Delphine tells her pet and watches her pretty purple eyes sparkle with mirth as she limps slightly forward to join her under the hot water. Daphne hisses a bit at the temperature of the water, but doesn't complain as she begins to wash the activities for the night before from her body. They even help with washing each other's backs, but as Daphne turns back around to face Delphine, she has such a sad look in her eyes. "What's wrong, Daphne?" Delphine asks, reaching out and laying her hand on the swollen side of Daphne's face, her thumb tenderly running over her split bottom lip. Daphne's arms wrap around her, surprising Delphine just for a moment. Neither she or Harry were huggers really. Cold childhoods had robbed them of the want and need for the simple comfort and warmth of a hug. But she gets over her surprise quickly enough to pull Daphne close to her. "What's wrong, love?" Delphine asks again, softer this time, her hand stroking down Daphne's back, making the girl shiver. "I don't want to leave," Daphne admits before burying her face into the crook of Delphine's neck. "This week has been amazing with you and Sir," she whispers with such loving devotion, causing Delphine to chuckle deeply. Daphne had started to call her and Harry by nicknames halfway through the week, with her being Miss and Harry being Sir. It was rather cute, so Delphine had decided to roll with it, as did Harry, though pet names were lost on the boy, and so was the devotion that she spoke them with. I see the compulsions have really sunk into her mind, Delphine thinks to herself, her smile turning cruel. She didn't know how powerful her older self had become as Voldemort, and she never cared to ask where the ceiling of that power was. This life, the body she now has, was all a reward for bringing Harry to the graveyard, and while, yes, she was asked from time to time to go on raids, she was under no obligation to do so. She just enjoyed the carnage and death that the raids normally brought. But when she first proposed her plan to her older self, she wasn't completely sure it would work. Voldemort was going to heal Daphne and erase her memories of that first night with Delphine and Harry, but it all felt like a rather large, wasted opportunity to Delphine. So, when Voldemort had dragged Daphne away and after healing the poor girl, she offered Daphne a choice. Voldemort could erase the entire night's event from her mind and have her remember it all as a blackout from too much champagne and wine. Or, she could only erase Harry's identity from her mind, so Daphne would remember to avoid Delphine in the future, and so Voldemort didn't have to do this again and again. All her older self wanted from Daphne in return was her word she'd keep what happened that night to herself. Daphne foolishly went with the latter option. There is a difference between a Legilimens breaking into a mind and one willingly letting them in. It changes the magic and what a Legilimens is able to do immensely, but poor foolish Daphne didn't know that. So while her older self was erasing Harrison Gaunt's true identity from Daphne's mind, she also moved a few things around, changing how Daphne saw or thought about a few other things. They were subtle changes, something only someone truly skilled in Legilimency with decades of practice would have noticed. The plan was risky, however, while not as powerful or for sure as the Imperious Curse. Seeing all Daphne had to do was ignore the thoughts and urges that came with the compulsions to not make them stronger. But literally everyone and their grandmother would have expected the Imperious Curse from Lady Bloody Voldemort and would have taken steps to purge it. But Daphne didn't know too much about mind magics, and so every time she thought of her assault that night, it would trigger the compulsion that would make her unbearably turned on. And thanks to horrors of teenage hormones, it started a cycle of Daphne thinking about her assault, getting turned on by it, pleasing herself to the memory, then thinking she enjoyed it. After that, it was just rinse and repeat until she believed it herself and put quill to parchment and sent her a letter. And to think she was going to go to her father about it the moment she got home, Delphine thinks as she rolls her eyes. She pulls back from the hug with Daphne, her smile much softer now she has to face the girl. "I know, love, I know," Delphine says as she strokes Daphne's cheek, her soft, almost sad smile never fading from her lips. "But sadly, you have to go back to Hogwarts for the very least to avoid getting into trouble. But don't be sad, summer halls are just around the corner. Then you can come stay all summer if you want to," she says, her hand tracing Daphne's jawline before following the hollow of her throat and over the collar she had given to Daphne. Daphne smiles brightly, her eyes shining like amethysts in the bathroom light. "Really?" she asks, her voice so bright and happy, so devoted to Delphine. "Of course, love," Delphine says as her hands travel down Daphne's side as she pushes her against the cold black wall of the shower. Daphne's gasp from the cold elicits a smile from Delphine. "It wouldn't be much of a summer halls without my favorite little pet who loves cleaning me up after Harry makes a mess in me. Now would it?" she asks, and was sure if it was for the hot shower making her flush, Daphne would be blushing like a tomato at her words. "Do you know Harry's birthday is during the summer?" Delphine asks and watches as Daphne's eyes widen before she quickly shakes her head. "Yup, July 31st, she says before letting out a soft sigh as she presses her body against Daphne's, a picture-perfect sad and almost mournful look appearing on Delphine's face. "He's told me he hasn't had many happy ones, thanks to the animals that the Dumbledore stuck him with, sadly," she tells Daphne before looking down at the girl. Her eyes grow worried and soft before her head snaps to look at the bathroom door, worrying about the boy beyond it. Devotion and determination set in her purple eyes that Delphine could help but smile at. "Hey," Delphine says, capturing Daphne's attention once more. When you come over this summer, we'll make sure his birthday is the best one he had in his life. Between me and you, I think we can think something up, she says suggestively, causing Daphne to smile before Delphine leans forward and captures her lips into a deep kiss. As their tongues wrestle for dominance, which hers was winning like always, she couldn't help but to thank her older self in her mind for such a lovely collar for Daphne. The collar itself was a unique little object from the 13th century, a combination of rune work and artifice from the time indentured servitude was all the rage. A self-contained guise between two people that the magical folks of France cooked up to avoid rebellion from their serfs. A collar of obedience willingly put on and sealed with blood of the contract holder. Daphne had just thought it was a pretty gift and accepted it without a thought of what insidious magic it could be holding. Even if she thought to check the collar for anything magical, it would be extremely difficult for her to decipher the runes on it. For the runes were in parcel script, the written form of parcel tongue. Unlike the spoken language, parcel script could be read by anyone who could read the twisting coils of the language of snakes. The problem was that most of those people were parcel tongues, and jealousy guarded the writings against anyone, every other. Parcel tongues. Even Delphine couldn't read it, for it was only a few years before the end of the First War that her older self became fluent in the written language. With both the collar and the compulsions eating away at Daphne's mind, as well as spending time around the, technically, two contract holders, Daphne has become a devoted serf and toy to her. Delphine pulls back from the kiss with a smile. How about we finish up with this shower first, then get healed up a bit before giving Harry a nice little wake-up? What do you say? She asks, already knowing Daphne's answer, and is pleased to see the girl eagerly nod her head with a smile. After all, Delphine had plans for Daphne. It was the only reason she allowed her to touch him. After all, pretty girls and pretty boys make pretty babies, right? Delphine thinks to herself as she steps back under the hot water. Voldemort, Malfoy Manor, April 14th. Voldemort didn't know what she was expecting when she was heading toward Dodger's room. She had a few thoughts of what she was most likely to find. Those thoughts were mainly focused around a corpse, sure, but she was hoping that the girl was at least alive. Voldemort really didn't want to explain to Sirius why his daughter's dead, mutilated, and half-eaten corpse was located in a secret room at Malfoy Manor. It sounded like a very awkward conversation to have if she was being honest with herself. When she had not expected when she opened the door was the sound of honest-to-goodness giggles filling the air. The sound so confused and baffled her. She froze as she took in the sight before her. Dodger was wrestling with the green grass girl on the couch, both of them laughing as they fought. Dodger was on top trying to grab her wrists as the girl's legs were wrapped around his waist. Delphine, who looks up as she walks in, was watching them with a smile on her face and void of any real jealousy, just a possessive glee to her. Dodger finally caught the green grass girl's wrist before pinning them above her head as she let out a small gasp. "Oh no! It seems that I am at your mercy once more, sir. Whatever will you do now?" she asks, her tone filled with lustful wants and desire. Ah, to be young again and still want more even after a week-long duck fest, Voldemort says wistfully, causing both Dodger and the girl to jump at the sound of her voice. Dodger whirls around and blinks owlishly at her before smiling. "Hey, Voldemort," he says. That stupidly cute boyish grin spreading across his face was as contagious as ever as she finds herself smiling as. "Well, hello, Harry, Delphine, Miss Greengrass. Did your week alone go well?" she asks as she walks over to the couch to look down at the Greengrass girl, who was now as red as a tomato. "Yeah, it was pretty fun," Harry admits with a smile before looking over at Delphine with a raised brow. "I have no idea why you're looking at me like that," Delphine says with her own slick smile. "I can vividly remember quite a few times where all I did was sit back and enjoy the show," she tells him before Harry snorts. "Yeah, only because I had you tied to a chair. I also remember you breaking out of that twice and immediately inserted yourself between us in the most literal way." Harry shoots back with the same boyish grin, causing Delphine to roll her eyes at him. "Why be an audience member when you can be the star of the show?" Delphine challenges back with her own smirk. "You know, she has a point there," Voldemort points out before, leaning over the couch and propping her chin on her hand. Harry looks back at Voldemort with a flat, an unamused look, his lips twitching as Voldemort feels the amusement Harry was trying to hide. So, am I going to get a show before I send Miss Greengrass off, or what? She says with a bit of a perverted smirk, which turns more wicked as Daphne makes a meeping sound. Both she and Harry look down as Daphne starts to struggle to get him off of her, blushing like mad. Needless to say, both Harry and Voldemort start to laugh at the struggling girl beneath him as Harry holds her firmly down. "Calm down, Daphne. She's joking," Harry tells her with a grin, before pausing for a moment. Mostly, that is, he finishes up with a shrug before getting off the girl. Greengrass shoots up from the couch, still as red as a tomato. "Ah, Your Majesty, it's an honor to see you again," Daphne says quickly and curtsying before her. "I'm sure it is," Voldemort says with a little smirk before straightening up and slipping her hands in her pockets. "But I'm here to collect you, Miss Greengrass, to get you back to Hogwarts," she says with a sigh as she looks Daphne in the eye, and was pleasantly surprised with what she found. Voldemort wouldn't say she didn't have any confidence in Delphine's plan. She just had reservations about it. Stacking compulsions on top of a geese wasn't just tricky, but also dangerous. It was like creating a foundation of sand by the ocean and then building a straw house on top of it. If the foundation falls and takes the house with it, needless to say, it would also either kill or do serious harm to anyone in it. That anyone being Miss Greengrass. But everything seemed stable in the girl's mind. Her devotion was there and almost as strong as Bella's to her, which was saying something. "Oh, of course," Daphne says with a small, sad smile. From the look on her face, Voldemort was sure the girl knew what was coming. "I'm guessing we'll be doing the memory charms again?" she asks. "Very much so," Voldemort says as she looks at the girl that Delphine had ensarned so easily. "As much as I don't trust you to spill this little secret, I trust others that could dig through your mind far less, Miss Greengrass. But like last time, I'll just be changing the memory of just who you spent this weekend with. That's all," she says with a convincing smile, watching as the girl nods her head before tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her head. What she wouldn't tell the girl was she was also going to reinforce the compulsion she had put in her last time, just to be sure. "Of course, Your Majesty," Daphne says with a smile, unknowingly delving deeper into the coils that were already wrapped around her. Harry Potter, Malfoy Manor, May 15th. "We're gonna have a what?" Harry asks, his face the picture of confusion as he sat in one of the comfy armchairs in the library. Delphine had skipped into the room, wearing a red and white polka-dotted sundress that looked absolutely fetching on her as she wiggled to and fro, letting the dress fan out as she spoke. "A picnic, you troll. You know, a meal outside in the lovely spring weather?" Delphine asks with a smirk as she crosses her arms over her chest. "I know what a picnic is. Thank you very much," Harry says with a scoff and roll of his eyes. "But I'm not allowed to step outside of the manor in case you've forgotten," he says, looking back at Delphine with a knowing frown. "Oh, pish-posh. You don't think I've already talked to her about this?" Delphine says with a roll of her own eyes as she walks over to Harry. The damnable sundress floating and fleeting behind her, causing Harry to hum in the back of his throat that edges on a growl. The sound causes Delphine to smile more viciously at Harry as she sits on his lap and throws her legs over the armrest to get more comfortable. Voldemort agreed to let you go outside as long as you stay within the bounds of the wards. Besides, it's going to be me, you, Aunt Narcissa, Bella, and Voldemort outside enjoying our picnic. A wholesome little family outing, if you will," she says with a grin. Harry sighs at Delphine's statement as one hand runs down her legs and up her sundress to rest on her lower thigh, causing her to shiver a bit. "Please don't phrase it like that. It makes us sound like brother and sister, or cousins or something," Harry says, his face screwing up with disgust as Delphine giggles on his lap. "Kinky," she says with a grin and a wiggle of her hips that had Harry rolling his eyes at her. "Is that what you want? Me to pose as your big sis dash," Delphine begins to say before she is abruptly cut off as Harry unceremoniously dumps her onto the floor. "Ow! You're right. You know that, Harry?" Delphine says hotly as she picks herself up off the floor while brushing dust and dirt from her sundress. "And you're a havoc-loving little monster. What's your point?" Harry says with a deadpan face as he stands up with a sigh. "Where are we meeting them?" he says flatly as Delphine opens her mouth to say something undoubtedly untoward to him. Delphine frowns at Harry as she crosses her arms over her chest. "You're certainly in a mood today, love," she states before turning around and walking toward the door. "Only when I'm with you, my dear," Harry says, his voice heavy with sarcasm as he follows behind Delphine. They make their way, arm in arm, out of the west wing of the manor and into the greeting hall. It was a large oval room with two large fireplaces on either side of the room, with a large double door that led to the front lawns. Voldemort, Narcissa, and Bellatrix were already there waiting for them, chatting about something that was happening at the ministry that had Narcissa talking sharply to Voldemort. The Dark Lady looked more amused than anything as Narcissa ranted about some guy named Blondberry of all things. Harry couldn't help but to chuckle at the sight, catching the attention of all three of the women in the room. "Something amusing, Mr. Potter?" Narcissa asked sharply, her eyebrows hooking upwards, looking less amused than Harry felt. No, nothing at all, ma'am," Harry answers quickly. Narcissa was the perfect hostess and honestly great company over an afternoon cuppa. But she only got this snarky when she was upset about something. And if something had upset the normally perpetually unflappable woman, one had best stay out of her way. "Good, as you should keep it that way," Narcissa says with a slight glare that causes Harry to duck his head and Delphine and Bellatrix to giggle madly at him. "Come now, Narcissa. It's not nice to take out your frustrations on the boy with a sharp tongue. Far more funner ways to do that with him," Voldemort says with a teasing grin that causes Narcissa's head to snap back to her with the same glare. "I assure you, my lady, I have no idea what you're talking about," she says with a huff before turning around with her nose in the air and matching out of the front door. "She really needs to get laid," Voldemort says, watching Narcissa walk out the front door before turning to look at Harry. "Why the bloody hell are you looking at me?" "I'm not doing it," Harry quickly says, his face twisting in distaste as Voldemort openly laughs at the look on his face. "Why ever not?" Voldemort asks with a large grin. "You could have Draco calling you father by the end of the week if you did," she says with a laugh as Harry makes his escape, dragging the laughing form of Delphine behind him. No, absolutely not," Harry says as he escapes the welcoming hall with Voldemort and Bellatrix's cackling echoing behind them. The picnic was actually rather pleasant. It was set under a gazebo in the back of the estate. The small table was set for 5 with an assortment of small finger sandwiches and snacks with a nice and light strawberry wine. Harry looked at the bottle of wine in worry. He had never seen either Voldemort or Delphine drunk, and honestly doesn't think he would survive either of them like that. But luckily, while the wine was tasty, it also had a merciful low alcohol by volume. The ladies spoke and gossiped like old hens about all sorts of things, from office romances at the ministry to who was cheating on who in what families, dirt on different people in the Wisingamot, blah blah blah. Harry stopped paying attention halfway through it all, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed, enjoying the cool wind on his face with a smile. Harry's drifts in and out of his thoughts, enjoying this small, surprising peace he had found among the monsters that he shared a table with. Well, he wasn't 100% sure about Narcissa, but the rest of the people at the table were in fact monsters. He was also well aware that he included himself in that count as well. "Do you think I could have a window in my room?" Harry says suddenly, opening his eyes to look at a surprised and frowning face of Voldemort. Harry blinks twice before looking around the table. Bellatrix and Narcissa were both looking at him with various amounts of both amusement and anger, while Delphine had snapped her head to look at Voldemort with a psychotic grin. Harry blinks twice before smiling sheepishly. "Sorry if I interrupted anything," he says as Voldemort sighs, almost refusing to look at Delphine. "Your room is nowhere by an outward-facing wall, so we can't really install a real one. We could charm something to be something like a fake window. Or," Voldemort says, her eyes rolling in her sockets before she picks up her glass and drains it of its strawberry wine. "You can move into my room," Delphine finishes before turning to look at Harry with a smile. "It has a whole wall of large bay windows that look over the forest," she informs Harry as she rests her chin on the palm of her hand. "For the record, I am not a fan of the second option," Voldemort says before placing her glass down on the table. "The room you're currently in is practically a vault, Dodger. There are only 3 people in this country that can open that door, and that is the very least of wards that protect that room," Voldemort informs Harry with, well, Harry doesn't want to say a begging look, more of a willful one. One demanded him to bend to her will and stay in the room he was in for his own safety. It was such a shame that Harry wasn't one to bow to her demands when he wanted something. Floor-to-ceiling bay windows, you say? Harry asks, turning to Delphine, whose smile becomes as sharp as knives. You ungrateful little shit, Voldemort says, but the grin on her face betrays her amusement to it all. The Dodger she had met some 5 years ago would never have questioned her, never snarked at her. He would have followed her commands without a second thought on the sole basis of how he was raised. She couldn't be more proud of him. Delphine and Harry both laugh as Delphine stands and pulls out the holly wand to conjure a large sun hat for herself. Well, that's pretty much settled. Harry, would you be a dear and accompany me on a walk in the woods? She asks with a smile, while walking around the table to him. Harry shrugs before standing up, letting Delphine take him by the arm and drag him off. As they walk down the small hill that leads to the massive forest that surrounds the manor, they both hear Voldemort call out from behind them. You two keep inside the wards. You hear me? Voldemort shouts at them in warning. We hear you, Mum. Harry shouts back over his shoulder, making Delphine cackle as Harry feels the flash of embarrassment from Voldemort making him smile as well. They entered the woods, wandering around on the paths in silence, as they both enjoyed the cool spring weather. Delphine lets go of his arm to skip ahead and around the underbrush to explore off the paths and the woods around them. It was at times like these, in between the violence and Fex, where Delphine was doing mundane things like reading a book or trying on different dresses in front of him, that Harry forgets. Forgets what a monster the girl who was walking across a fallen tree with her arms out to keep her balance is. What she did to him and how she acted toward him when they had first met seemed to melt away in the show of innocence that she casually projected in these moments. The bloodthirsty, lustful creature that wore her face was forgotten and replaced with a beautiful and playful young nymph of the woods. She doesn't want you to move into my room because it's 2 doors down from hers, in case you couldn't tell, Delphine says from up top her balance beam act. She had a small grin on her face that lit up even more thanks to the stream of sunlight through the canopy above. Why would that change anything? Harry asks, and Delphine chuckles darkly. Oh, a myriad of reasons, temptation being top among them, Delphine says with a giggle, confusing Harry a bit. Speaking of temptation, Daphne wrote to us this morning. She informs Harry, who was still watching her, but his lips form into a frown as she mentions Daphne. Delphine had done something to the girl, but Harry couldn't tell what exactly she had done, and the more surprising fact of Harry honestly couldn't find it in himself to care, which was slightly off-putting if he stopped and thought about it for more than a minute. What does she want? Harry asks, watching as Delphine spins in place on top of the log, causing the sundress to fan out perfectly around her. Nothing much, she was just keeping in touch. She did say she was looking forward to coming over during the summer holidays. She also discovered a few of the extra things I work into her collar, Delphine says with an evil smirk as she spins back and forth. Do I even want to know what you did to the poor girl? Harry says with a roll of his eyes, because of course she had done something to Daphne. Delphine makes a show of tilting her head back and tapping her chin as if she was thinking about his question for more than half a second. No, not really, I would think. Just expect our cute little pet to be a bit feral when next she shows up. The fine print on the collar makes certain. Let's say, activities impossible without us around, she says, with a grin as Harry face palms at her words. Dear God, this almost makes me feel bad about dragging the girl in between us, Harry says with a sigh as he looks up at Delphine, standing on the log some 5 feet from him. A shadow box of light and shadows danced in the wind behind her. Her wind picking up her hair and scattering her blonde strands in the afternoon winds as an evil smirk grew across her face. Come now, love. You should know better than anyone I wouldn't let a single thing come between us. Besides, we can't let go of our new pet just yet. We still have such sights to show her, Delphine says in such a malicious whisper that it reminded Harry that all the demons in hell were fallen angels. Speaking of us, I think we should get married, she says as she hops off the log to stand before him. It takes Harry a full 30 seconds for him to process what Delphine had just said, and even then his most intelligent response is, I beg your pardon? Oh, come now, love. You know you don't need to beg for anything, but it would be very hot if you did, she says, raising her hand and running the sharp edges of her fingernails across Harry's chin, leaving goose pimples in their wake. "But marriage, me and you, together in holy matrimony?" Delphine says with a slick smile on her face, pointing back and forth between herself and Harry. Harry blinks a few more times before his brain fires back up and his mouth shoots out the very first response he could think of. "It would be unholy," Harry says quickly, causing Delphine to blink at him for a moment before a mad smile stretches across her face. "Yes, I suppose you have a point there," she says, stepping forward and wrapping her arms around his waist possessively. "But that's not an answer, love. Why the hell should I? Why the hell should we for that matter?" Harry asks, a heated tone rising in his voice as he grabs Delphine's shoulders and shoves her back and away from him. "You do realize I want to kill you, right? That the only thing that's stopping me is Voldemort, correct?" Harry snaps at her, throwing his arms in the air as if to show the absolute bedlam of the thing she had just asked of him. "Oh, I know," Delphine says, her grin never leaving her face. "Makes the effects all the better if you ask me. But besides that, who else do you think you'll have a chance to marry?" She asks innocently as she crosses her arms over her chest and looks at him with a raised brow. Harry opens his mouth to answer, but stops dead as he feels a bloody anticipation coming from Delphine. "You just want me to give you a list of people to kill, don't you?" Harry asks deadpanned. Her grin grows sharper as she answers him. "Guilty as charged," Delphine says as Harry sighs and rolls his eyes. "But honestly, Harry, you'd find no better match than me. I'm a daughter of a noble house. My mother is the right hand of the queen. We have compatible magic. My sexuality can't be comprehended by any mortal. So not only am I okay with bringing some playthings into our bedroom, but it's more than likely that anything kinky you're into I'll be into as well." Delphine lists off, counting them on her fingers with a rare serious look upon her face. "We've known each other for years, and let's not forget the fact that if another woman so much as looks at you with any form of interest, I'll carve out their eyes and eat them." She snaps at Harry, before once again stepping closer to him with a soft look in her eyes. "We have all the reasons to do this and very few reasons to not do this. Love," she says softly with a softer smile. "What about love, Delphine?" Harry asks, slipping his hands into his pockets. "Because that is one of the main reasons why most normal people get married," he tells her and watches as her face drops slightly at the word. Delphine sighs before turning and walking away from him as she begins to pick at her fingers nervously. "Even if I disregard the fact that neither of us is in any way that world could be applied normal, I can't do that. All of those types of emotions are long gone from me if they existed at all. I can't feel love, as you well know, Harry," Delphine admits out loud, and it was true. Harry had never felt a single positive emotion from either Voldemort or Delphine. They could echo what he felt, but it wasn't the same as feeling it. They were hollow, and they knew it. Delphine then stops some 10 feet from Harry, turning to look back at him with resolve and determination in her eyes. "But I am obsessed with you." Delphine admits something that Harry had suspected for a long while now. "Just saying that I'm obsessed with you honestly feels disingenuous to how it actually feels for me. I'm obsessed with how you talk, how you look, how you walk, how you bleed, how you scream, how you rage, how you hate, how you taste, and all the other things about you," she says all the while, walking toward Harry, spilling her guts to him in a way that she had only done once before. "So I can't love, so what? What is love if not a deep obsession for the other person? If that is the case, then I can confidently say there is no one in this world who loves you more than I do," Delphine says, reaching up and stroking Harry's cheek with the back of her hand. "I don't mind if you want to kill me, Harry. Or even if you want to spend the rest of our existence doing nothing but punishing me for everything I've done to you and will do to you. So long as you know I'll be doing the same to you, because I want to see you bleed and your blood pool around me. I want to hear you scream, and I want to be the one that does all of it to you," she tells Harry, her other hand raising to capture his head in between her hands. Her eyes sparkled with the madness that she hid so well from everyone but him, reminding Harry of who she was to him. His tormentor, his rapist, his Delphine. And Harry sighs. "I know I'm going to regret this, but fine," Harry says in defeat, but with a small smile on his lips, he really did hate her. Delphine crashes her lips into his, and Harry wraps his arms around her waist, pulling her close as they share a searing and passionate kiss. When they finally break apart, Delphine has the biggest smile on her face as her eyes glisten with unending madness and desire. Harry could feel the overwhelming desire and unending satisfaction that she had gotten what she wanted at last. Well, while I am looking forward to you making an honest woman out of me in time, Harry. We are alone in the middle of the woods, and I am wearing a sundress with no knickers, Delphine tells him with a large smile. So, are you going to duck me or not? She asks with the most innocent smile, causing Harry to chuckle a bit. She didn't know him far too well after all. After they finally returned to the picnic, Delphine had cheerfully announced that Harry had proposed to her. Much to the disgust of Bellatrix, the unbridled joy of Narcissa, and the confusion of Voldemort. Harry Potter, Malfoy Manor, May 17th at 3:26 a.m. Harry had woken up next to Delphine ravenous in the early morning hours. He had moved in her room just yesterday and was enjoying the large bay windows with attached balcony with Delphine in the late evening before laying down for bed that night. He had awoken to the twisting feeling of hunger and sick in his stomach that caused him to moan in pain from the feeling. Harry remembered the feeling of being hungry all too well from his life with the Dursleys, something going a week without eating when he was younger. So the grueling, twisting pain that felt like his stomach was filled with hundreds of worms trying to eat their way out of him was nothing new, but it was certainly unwelcomed. Harry rose from the bed he now shared with Delphine and pulled on his pajama bottoms before making his way to the kitchen. He didn't know how he found it or even how long it took him to find it. He collapsed every few feet from the pain in his stomach, almost blacking out because of it. When he finally makes his way into the domain of the house elves, none of the little staff appears before him, so he begins to rummage through the icebox. Pulling out whatever was in there to eat, leftovers, sandwich fixings, fruit, and vegetables, it didn't matter to Harry in his blind hunger. He ate it all, but still it did not satiate him. It did not fill him up no matter what he ate. All that was left was the raw meat left out to defrost for the dinners of the upcoming week. Harry stood in front of the icebox looking at the steaks that sat inside it, that sat in puddles of their own hemoglobin, and it made him feel squeamish at just the thought of eating the raw, uncooked, wet, bloody flesh. But as soon as his stomach lurches in hunger, all rational thought leaves his mind, and before he knows it, he's tearing into the uncooked steaks, his teeth sinking into the cold flesh. He barely chews and swallows before he's taking another bite of the meat in his hand. He could feel the juices running down his chin and his chest. It was satisfying, but not wholly. It mitigated the pain and hunger, but not made it go away. Even after eating 4 large T-bones raw, he was still hungry. He looks at the bones he had sucked dry of all the clinging muscle tissue and fat, frustrated that it wasn't. "Are you hungry, Harry?" A soft voice says from behind him, causing Harry to whip around with wide eyes to meet the crimson red of Voldemort's in the dark by the kitchen door. There was an odd look in them, almost as if she was expecting to find him like this, and the mad glee of her own endless hunger. She walks closer to Harry, into the light of the full moon that illuminated the kitchen, and Harry almost wishes she'd stay in the dark. Her dark black hair, that blended so well with the shadows of the kitchen, looked to be a messy bird's nest in the light of the moon. Her creamy pale skin was on full display as it reflected the light, creating the illusion that she was softly glowing in the light. She wasn't wearing anything but a set of soft and fragile-looking black lace knickers and his very own leather jacket that she refuses to give back. The jacket was open and barely covered her melons, and the sleeves were pulled up to rest in the crux of her elbows. But the most off-putting thing about her was the blood. It was smeared across her mouth with a thick, dark, coagulated stream of drying blood running down her chin, her throat, and in between her melons. Every step she took was echoed by a sick, wet shriek of the bottom of her feet, getting stuck to the floor by the blood that no doubt caked her feet much like her arms and hands. It was a haunting sight to Harry, and one made all the worse by the raw hunger in Voldemort's eyes as she looked at Harry. "Vold, Tamsin," Harry says, shocked at her appearance at the sight of her and how she had found him. What the hell are you doing?" Sneaking up on Dash, he tries to say, hoping to shock the hungry look away from her eyes like he had done last time she was in such a state with him. alone, in a room where no one could hear him scream in. I woke up from a nightmare, one I haven't had in a long, long time, Voldemort says quietly, like a whisper that was as loud as a bomb as she walks deeper into the kitchen. Her hand ghosting over the island in the middle of the kitchen. The 3 sharpened fingernails scapes across the tile of the island. And I woke up hungry, so I stepped out for a bite to eat, she says, showing off a bloody grin as she walks closer to Harry, her eyes drifting over the remains of the food he had devoured before snapping back to him. This isn't Dash, Harry tries to say, but Voldemort isn't interested in what he has to say. In a flash of shadows and wandless, soundless magic, Voldemort is on him with a hand wrapped around his throat. Their noses were touching, and Harry could smell the blood on her breath, making his stomach churn with an alien hunger. It hurts, doesn't it? Voldemort whispers, her nose rubbing against his one in a loving way. No matter how much you eat, no matter how much you duck, no matter how much you fill yourself, all you ever feel is that deep, echoing emptiness aching in your guts. She whispers to Harry, a slight, sly smile on her face. But I do know something that will fill it, she says as lets go of Harry's throat and presses herself against Harry, trapping him in between her and the counter they were in front of. She reaches up and pulls off Harry's jacket, letting it fall to the floor and revealing her almost nude form. She was only a few inches taller than Harry. He could easily look her in the eyes as he tilted his head back. Their lips almost touched as Voldemort smiles before her head moves around to press her lips to Harry's ear, exposing her shoulder and clavicle to him. Harry's eyes immediately lock onto the pale, white flesh of Voldemort's throat. "Do you want to take a bite out of me, Harry?" she asks, sensually to him. He could feel her hot breath on his neck and in his ear, the tip of her tongue snaking out and licking up his earlobe, causing Harry to shiver at the feeling. "I'll let you if you want. I can promise you the taste is unlike anything you've had before." She all but moans out the words as she whispers them huskily into Harry's ear. But Harry barely hears her words. His focus was solely on the pale flesh of Voldemort's clavicle and just how enticing it was. "Go on, Harry," she whispers to him sensually. "Take a bite, but know if you do, I'll take a bite out of you. A little tit for tat, if you will," Voldemort offers Harry. But he was already leaning forward, his mouth opening and his teeth bare to take that first tempting and delicious bite. Just as he feels his teeth sink in and the first gush of blood hits his tongue, Harry Potter's eyes snap open. He gasps as he wakes up in a soft bed, his body hot as a deep warmth spread throughout his bones. He was looking up at the dark ceiling of Delphini, and now his room. The morning sun was blocked out by thick, dark red curtains that hung over the bay windows. Harry lets out a sigh as he wakes from his nightmare. It was an odd one for sure. He could still feel the phantom pain from the ravenous hunger he had in the dream that thankfully didn't persist into the waking world. His left arm was wrapped around Delphini, who was sleeping with her head on his chest, and one of her own arms wrapped possessively around him, which was normal for the most part, and normally didn't make him feel so ducking hot. The answer to that was to his right. As his mind finally wakes up enough to figure out there wasn't just one other person in his bed, but 2. Harry looks down confused to see a mess of tangled dark curls of hair also laying on him lightly, snoring away. Another arm was wrapped around him just as possessively as Delphini. Somehow, and at some time during the night, Voldemort had snuck into his and Delphini's room to have a lay-down with them. "Voldemort?" Harry whispers, shaking the woman slightly. All he gets in return is a low, disgruntled sound coming from her. "Voldemort?" Harry says a bit louder and shakes her a bit harder. Voldemort finally jerks awake, raising her head for a moment to look around the room with a grumpy look on her face. "Dodger, if you are waking me up to ask me to indulge you with a morning delight, I swear I'm going to take it from you for a week," she says heatedly. "At least wait till all 3 of us wake up naturally. I'll do it then," she whined while snuggling closer to him. "What, no, I want to know why you're in our bed," Harry hissed in a whisper at Voldemort as Voldemort lifted her head to look at Harry with a frown. "I had a nightmare, and being this close to you two is far more comfortable than my own bed with Bella. Now shut up and go back to sleep, Dodger," Voldemort says as she turns away from him and places her head back on his chest to go back to sleep. "Did you really dash?" Harry tries to say, only for a hand slap over his mouth, cutting off his words. "SHHHH. Delphine says from Harry's left. Stop talking, sleep now, she mumbles before dropping her hand from his mouth. Harry, for what felt like the 1003rd time, wonders how his life became like this. These two women who ruled his life in different ways had somehow caught him so firmly in their coils, he couldn't even find it in himself to try and break free anymore. So, even with how hot he felt, he laid his head back down on his pillow and closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth that settled in his bones from being so close to Voldemort and Delphine. Harry feels both Voldemort and Delphine worm themselves closer as he begins to drift off to far more restful dreams. Harry Potter, June 11th, Malfoy Manor. Come on, come on, Delphine says excitedly as she drags Harry down the hall with a huge smile on her face. Her excitement was like a bubbling cauldron shooting off multicolored sparks in an air that popped and sizzled like fireworks. Harry couldn't help but to smile at her antics. She had been in a wonderful mood the last few weeks. What with him agreeing to marry her, Daphne confirming that she would be coming over to stay for a few weeks on July 15th with her sister, and some mission she had done with Bellatrix the other night had put Delphine in an intoxicated-like state of being. Her mood bound around him before reflecting back his own happiness and excitement to both Delphine and Voldemort, which in turn poured back into him. It was an odd cycle of excitement and happiness that made two monsters who had never felt a positive emotion genuinely smile for the first times in their lives. But now, with Hogwarts out for the year, Narcissa and Draco had left for a vacation overseas to see magical America for a few weeks, leaving only Harry, Delphine, Voldemort, and Bellatrix in the manor, which was an odd change of pace for Harry. For one, no more afternoon couple with Narcissa, something he found himself oddly missing now. For another thing, his and Delphine's antics were now no longer confined to the west wing of the manor. She had made it a point to branch out across the manor. It still brings a chuckle to Harry when he remembers when Bellatrix walked into the gardens outside just a few days ago and caught them going at it. The pure-blood maniac went screaming from the kitchen, yelling how she was blinded at the sight of her beautiful daughter riding a filthy half-blood. Voldemort was inconsolable with how much she was. Laughing at Bellatrix, both Delphine and Harry had just shrugged and finished what they started. Delphine, you haven't even told me where we're going? Harry says with an exacerbated sigh as she tugged him along. We're going to the dungeons, Delphine says in a sing-song voice, which honestly worries Harry a bit. Delphine, as open as I am to your sick and ducked-up little fantasies, I'm drawing the line at torturing some random muggle-born to get your jollies off, Harry says with a little heat to his voice as he begins to pull his hand from her grasp. Delphine rolls her eyes as she stops and turns to face Harry with a frown. First off, no, it has nothing to do with any mudblood, Harry, and second off, don't be a hypocrite because I remember quite clearly the first night we had Daphne between us and just how cruel you were to her. She snaps at Harry with a mean look, her voice dropping to a luscious tone when she spoke about how he had acted that night. Harry frowns and rolls his eyes as he doesn't move from his spot, stubbornly refusing to go any further unless he was told what she was planning. Delphine sighs. Fine, it's an early birthday surprise from me and Voldemort. Happy now? She says as she begins to tug at his arm, with Harry reluctantly following along. But my birthday isn't for a few more weeks, Delphine. Why are we doing this now? Harry asks impatiently. Harry doesn't have many good memories attached to his birthday. The Dursleys ignored it at the very least, or Vernon would give him an extra long list of chores to do before dinner if he wanted to eat for the rest of the week, which he never got completed on time or to the man's satisfaction. For a few reasons, but the main one is because no one else is here. So we have the run of the place to do what we want, Delphine says as she looks back at Harry with a mad grin. Okay, Harry asks, still confused as he lets Delphine lead him down the stairs in the east wing of the manor. Are you leading me to some sort of wild fex party in the dungeon with Voldemort waiting for us? He asks, sounding worried. Harry could feel the sheer giddiness of Voldemort. She was excited with a perverse sense of coming accomplishment, and completely turned on for some reason. Every time Harry would try to peek into either Voldemort's or Delphine's mind for a more concrete answer other than you'll see. But each time he tried, he was rebuffed and shunted out of their minds with the slamming of a door. So, once more, he blindly follows Delphine down into the dark, but this time it was far more in the literal sense. The stairway into the dungeons was as dark as night, with no touches or witch lights lighting the way. According to Narcissa, the dungeons hadn't seen much use since the Middle Ages, but were kept up to the standards as if they were in open war with someone. Harry didn't know how much he believed in that statement, but he avoided ever going down in the darkness of them just to avoid giving Delphine any extreme ideas for their antics around the manor. When they reached the bottom of the narrow stairway, it had opened up to a large hallway with 2 closed and presumably locked doors on each side, with a 5th one at the end of the hallway. Bellatrix was leaning against it with a few floating lights hovering around her as she looked up at Harry with a wide, mad smile that immediately made him begin to worry. Because Bellatrix never smiled at him like that and could only promise one thing in Harry's mind: carnage and chaos. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat as he and Delphine approached the door. "Everything is all set up for his gift, and the mistress is waiting for you inside, Delphine dearest," Bellatrix tells her daughter with the same mad grin. "Thank you so much for doing this, Mother. I know how you dislike Harry, so this means a lot to me," Delphine says as she stops, leading Harry to walk over to Bellatrix and gives her a hug. "Oh, this was my pleasure, my dear," Bellatrix says before kissing the top of Delphine's head. "Pretty little half-bloods aside. That is," she says before turning back to Harry to stick her tongue out at him. "Keep doing that, I'll find a better use for that tongue, Bellatrix." Harry grumbles back at the mad woman before she begins to cackle at him. "You can talk, boy, but let's see you back it up, huh?" Bellatrix says as she lets go of Delphine and turns back to her. "Now, you two head inside. I'll be right out here for the second part," she says before winking at Delphine, who giggles at the sight. A sinking feeling of unease grows in Harry's stomach as Delphine walks back over to him to take his hands once more. "Now, Harry," Delphine says softly, almost kindly, "we really just want you to know that whatever you decide to do, we will never hold it against you. No matter what, you understand that, right?" she asks, looking up into his eyes with a soft smile. "What are you talking about, Delphine?" Harry asks, but still Delphine doesn't answer him. She only smiles before pulling him toward the door and opening it. The room beyond was of old brickwork from ages past, and the room was brightly lit with witch lights that hovered all along the ceiling like motes of starlight. All around the room were medieval torture devices that Harry only knows from the history of magic classes about the witch hunts in England, with a few large cabinets in between them. The floor was angled, leading down from the edges of the room to the middle, where a large cover grate sat in the floor as if it was to catch and drain blood from the room. Voldemort stood in the middle of the room, dressed in a black sundress with embroidered red roses and tiny pale snakes. Harry's leather jacket hung from her shoulders as she looked the picture of some dark goddess in the middle of her chamber. She smiles when she sees him walk in behind Delphine, her crimson eyes lighting up with glee as the fireworks of her emotions flash through Harry's mind. It was pure vindictive, malicious, and sadistic glee. "Hello, Harry," Voldemort says with a smile that would make lesser men weep if it was aimed at them. But Harry doesn't see it. His eyes travel past her dominating form and to the very back of the room. Slam goes the door, but Harry isn't sure if it's the one behind him or the one in his mind as his pupils dilate. "I hope you don't mind, but in such a momentous occasion of your upcoming 17th birthday, I thought it was about time dash." Harry's hands begin to shake as they're rapping at the door. Both the small one under the stairs and the smallest bedroom echoes in his mind and the house. "Up! Get up, freak! Up! Just a small dash. What did I tell you, boy? What did I tell you?" The man yells as a cold sweat breaks across his back, the phantom pain of the welts left on him by the stinging leather of a belt. "Family reunion," Voldemort says, her honeyed voice dripping with a sadistic glee. What are dash?" Harry tries to say, panic and fear taking over his voice as he looks at the 3 people he thought he had left behind for good, in a life he never wants to remember, let alone ever going back to, for no matter how bad it could get with Tamsin Riddle, Harry would prefer it any day over his life with them. For hanging by their wrists in the back of the room was his Aunt Petunia, his Uncle Vernon, and his cousin Dudley, all glaring at him in pure hatred. "Well, they're your gift, Harry, to do whatever you want with," Voldemort says as she walks over to Harry, her poisonous smile never leaving her face. She leans down and plants a kiss on Harry, cheek before moving behind him. And with a wave of her hand and a giggle from Delphine, she whispers, "Happy birthday, Dodger," to him. "You are beautiful on the inside, you are innocence personified, and I will drag you down and sell you out, run away. I am cold like December snow. I have carved out this soul made of stone, and I will drag you down and sell you out. Embraced by the darkness, I'm losing the light, encircled by demons, I fight. What have I become now that I've betrayed everyone I've ever loved? I pushed them all away, and I have been a slave to the Judas in my mind. Is there something left for me to save in the wreckage of my life?" Judas by Fozzie. Chapter done. Man, this was a fun chapter to do. From the Daphne and Delphine scenes, to Harry in the woods as Delphine asks him to marry her, to the nightmare Harry has of a gore-encrusted Voldemort. And the crowning part? Voldemort finally using Harry as a teddy bear. I'm going to have to do another scene like that in the future, fully fleshed out with conversation and all that. But can anyone guess what Voldemort's and Delphine's plan is here? Because it's a doozy. King saxcuL out. In the splitting of the serpent, we now get to the damnation of Harry James Potter. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this started. On with the show. Malfoy Manor, the dungeons, June 11th. The world was spinning for Harry Potter. Have you ever wondered, Harry? The cold and beautiful voice of Voldemort whispered to him. He could feel her hot breath on his ear. "Why did they keep you even though they hated you?" she asks. And Harry would be lying if he said he wasn't curious about it himself. He felt so raw, like everything in him was scooped out of him. "It's only natural to want to know why behind the cruelty done to you, love," Delphine says off to the side, a wide smile on her face. "Not everyone is like us. They need motives to do those types of things. But right here, right now, you can learn why." Delphine tells him as she approaches with a crystal vial full of a clear liquid. Veritaserum, one of the most powerful truth potions ever created. 3 drops of it would have anyone spilling their deepest, darkest secrets. "Go on, Harry. Ask them. Ask them why," Voldemort says, her arm over his shoulder as she walks with him up to the Dursleys, supporting him more than the last of his family ever did. "I'm sure they're just dying to tell you now," she says with a soft smile as Delphine skipped away from them after administering the Veritaserum. "And they did. It was your fault. It's all your fault," Aunt Petunia screamed at him. Not even the calming effect of the potion could calm her fiery spirit. "My little sister would still be alive if it wasn't for you." She spits at Harry, hatred clear in her voice and eyes. "I should have listened to Vernon. I should have drowned you in the tube. I should have left you in the woods to die. You freak. You cursed child. This is all your fault." She yelled at him. She had blamed him. All these years, she had blamed him for the death of her little sister, his mother, who had died for him to protect him from the same which who now stood at his side. "You hated her," he had said back, not understanding, not comprehending his aunt's motive for just standing aside and watching what her husband had done to him, what she had done to him. "Why keep me? Why not drop me off somewhere, anywhere? Why keep me just to do what you did?" He roared at his aunt. No, not his aunt. She had never been family to him, only someone else who had hurt him and tormented him for their own shallow reasons. Harry, through the whole ordeal, was so wrapped up in his own rage and hatred and sorrow that he never noticed the subtle fingers of Tamsin Riddle slipping into his mind, stroking and fanning the flames of his own hatred, pushing forth memories of his younger life he had spent with the Dursleys and all the pain they had visited upon him. "But she was still my little sister. I still loved her. I still wanted her to live. But then you were born, and she died because of you." Petunia whispers with a broken voice, as if she was trying to fight off not just the potion in her bloodstream, but a truth she didn't want to admit, even to herself. "When I found you on the steps of my home, when I read the letter that headmaster from that freak school left, all I wanted to do was feed you to Marge's dogs. But then you open your eyes." His eyes. The eyes of his mother, the sister that Petunia had loved so much, the eyes he had inherited from her. That was the only reason that Petunia chose to keep Harry in her home, to suffer a freak in her home, just so she could keep the eyes of her sister in her life. "Family isn't all that it's cracked up to be, Harry," Voldemort tells him as she stands behind him. "All they do is disappoint you, betray you, and in the end, hurt you. She tells him as Harry feels the hot tears cascading down his face, the final rejection setting in his heart. Petunia, someone who should have cared for him, never did. Harry wasn't sure when the YEA wand found its way into his shaking hands, nor when Voldemort had wrapped her arm around his collarbone. Her other hand wrapped around his wrist to bring up the YEA wand to aim it at Petunia. And for all that pain they visited upon us, for no other reason than their own shortcomings, there can only be retribution. Voldemort whispers a truth into his ears, a truth he had long since fought against. And retribution, Delphine says from off to the side, her wide, mad grin showing in full force for the world to see as her eyes flickered crimson. Is the justice we take for ourselves, Harry whispers back as Voldemort smiles behind him before leaning into him to nuzzle his cheek with her own. Exactly, my Dodger, she says with a voice full of love and acceptance, the two things that Harry's fam, that the Dursleys never gave to him. You know the words, come on, Dodger, say them with me, Voldemort says, her lips pressed to Harry's ears with Petunia, looking on in horror as she watches Lily's eyes die in a flash of crimson. Avada Dash, both Harry and Voldemort say at the same time and in the same chilling tone. Harry had killed her. The light left her eyes, and it had been so easy. Petunia had hung from the shackles, lifeless and swinging from them like a puppet with her strings cut. He felt so far away in that moment, like he was watching his own actions through a movie reel as the YEA wand turns to Vernon. Voldemort had let go of him and taken a step back from him as Harry aimed his wand toward Vernon. The man raged, screamed, wept, threatened, and pulled on his shackles until his wrists were bloody. To Harry, Vernon was the easiest one. How much did he suffer under the man's thumb? How many times did he scream at Harry for something he didn't have control over? How many times did the man lock him in the ducking cupboard for no other reason than his own sick amusement? Harry could search his heart 1,000 times and still find no love for Vernon Dursley, only cold hatred. So the words did not need help to escape Harry's lips, and he needed no help from Voldemort or Delphine. Avada Kedavra, Harry says, and feels a sharp shard of ice slip between his ribs as he kills so coldly. And just like that, Vernon Dursley hung from his shackles as limply as his wife did, and Harry felt nothing. Nothing but bone-aching coldness as it felt like a shard of ice punched through his chest, and his wand fell to his side. He left the room after that, leaving Dudley alive. Neither Voldemort nor Delphine tried to stop him as he stumbled through the doorway and past the smiling visage of Bellatrix. She had said something, but Harry didn't hear it, lost in his own world to do so. Bellatrix watches as Harry stumbles off like a drunk, in disbelief of his own actions with a smile, only turning away from the boy when her mistress steps through the door. Voldemort pauses for a moment and watches Harry begin to climb the stairs before holding out her hand to Bellatrix. Your arm, Voldemort orders, and without hesitation, Bellatrix pulls up the sleeve of her right arm that hid the dark mark from the world and offers it to her mistress without a word. Voldemort grasps Bellatrix's wrist firmly before placing the tip of her wand to the mark, turning it black with a smile on her face. Wormtail, come to Malfoy Manor immediately. East Wing just outside of the dungeons. I have a task for you. She whispers her order into the magic, knowing Wormtail will come for fear of her. I only heard two. Who did he leave alive? Bellatrix asks as Delphine pushes past them to follow Harry up the stairs. The boy, Voldemort answers smoothly as she lets go of her wrist, her eyes following Harry up the steps of the dungeon. What do you wish for me to do with him? Obliviate the muggle filth. Bellatrix asks with a raised brow as she looks at her mistress. Oh no. Take him to the A1 right outside of London and toss him into oncoming traffic. Aim for one of the big ones. I want to read something splashy in the morning, Voldemort says, turning to Bellatrix with a large psychotic grin that was matched by the other madwoman. As you wish, my dash, Bellatrix starts to say, but she is quickly cut off by the loud roar of Harry screaming you at the top of the stairs before a loud crash is heard. Both Voldemort and Bellatrix turn at the sound of the scream, Voldemort smiling madly before turning back to Bellatrix. I'll leave it in your capable hands, my sweet Bella. But for now, I need to attend to the current events. the Dark Lady says before leaning forward and planting a kiss on Bellatrix's cheek before Voldemort rushes off and up the stairs of the dungeon. Voldemort comes to a stop at the top of the stairs, just behind where Delphine stood, watching the unfolding events with stars in her eyes. Harry was standing over Wormtail, the yew wand leveled with the rat's chest and rage dancing in Harry's eyes. To Voldemort, to Delphine, to both Tamsin's past and future was a sight to behold. Like a work of art from a master, painted in front of them so viscerally that it was indistinguishable from real life and blurred the line between fantasy and reality. Wormtail, no doubt, saw it as a specter coming back from the grave for bloody vengeance. After all, Wormtail remembers Voldemort killing Harry in the graveyard, removing the final tie he had to the Potters and his old friends. But now, with Harry standing over him with crimson eyes, he must be a sight to behold from the floor. As Wormtail tries to crawl backwards to get away from the specter of vengeance before him, Voldemort notices his arm mutilated and transfigured to a horrifying nub of exposed nerves. It was a dark transfiguration spell that Voldemort had taught Harry months ago, and she smiled at the sight of it because Wormtail had to be in agony. Harry, PP please. St stop. Wormtail begins to beg and crawl away from Harry. Thou thought you were dead. I saw she who must not be named KK kill you. He weeps, and Voldemort is unsure if it's because of the pain from his arm or an actual relief to see Harry alive. Though, she doesn't care enough to check and continues to watch silently from the sidelines as the yew wand tracks Wormtail. Stop! Harry whispers in rage, a gasp at the words coming out of Wormtail's mouth. Stop what? Stop to think like you never did? Stop to think about the lives that are going to be lost with my next words? He asks, his anger leaking into his voice. Your father. He wouldn't want he'd dash. Wormtail tries once more, his watery eyes darting around the hallway, looking from a way out. His eyes finally land on Voldemort. A pathetic look of pain and begging crosses face as soon as she sees her. My lady. PP please. Help. Wormtail tries to beg, but as soon as the rat's attention turns away from Harry, the boy stomps down on the exposed nerves of the mutilated arm, causing Peter to scream in pain. Don't look at her. Harry's voice boomed down the halls. Protective rage etched into every syllable of his roar, causing Voldemort to smile wickedly. Harry, PL please your FFA father dash. Wormtail tries again to invoke the name of a man long dead. Voldemort wasn't sure why he kept doing it, whether because Wormtail knew James Potter best or if he knew that Lily Potter would have killed him for what he had done. She didn't know, but still the worm begged. James wouldn't do this. He'd want you to show mere mercy. Wormtail says pathetically, and for a moment, the crimson flickers as the emerald eyes bleed through as the yew wand begins to lower. Mercy? Oh no, we can't have that, now can we? Voldemort thinks to herself. Not when we're so close, she decides as she opens the door between her and Harry's mind. While Harry had to decide himself to kill Peter as he did with the Muggle, free of any coercion or manipulation, to break his soul, it did not mean Voldemort couldn't show him a few of her own memories to help him along. So, she does just that. The memory of the night Peter Pettigrew came to her, fresh from Hogwarts, offering his service as a spy within Dumbledore's faction and him taking her mark willingly. How Peter had turned over far more than the Potter's location, ward schemes that saw Frank and Alice Longbottom tortured to insanity, the location of safe houses for Muggleborns and injured members of Dumbledore's faction that were raided and all inside killed, the identities of Order members working in the Ministry against Voldemort that she had killed and replaced with her own men, including Peter, and the most damning thing, the night he gave up his best friends. And for what? Out of fear? Only partly. No, Peter Pettigrew gave up the location of the Potters for his pick of the woman Voldemort had kidnapped for various reasons and a bag of gold to spend on his own vices. The memories of Peter using the imperious curse on those girls with the intent to assault them, to rape them, and use them just as Delphine had done to him was what pushed Harry back over the edge. The crimson eyes that Voldemort enjoyed seeing so much flash back to life in an instant. Just key dash, Delphine tried to say, before Voldemort reaches out and wraps her hand around her mouth to pull her back into her arms. SHHHH, Delphine. Let it play out and have some faith, Voldemort whispers to her younger self, as they both watched on with growing excitement as Harry raised his wand once more. I wouldn't know what he'd do, Wormtail. After all, you knew my father better than I'll ever know him, Harry says coldly as Peter looks at him in true fear, knowing what was about to happen. No. Peter screams and tries to lunge for the U-wand. Avada Kedavra! Harry hissed through his teeth, and the killing curse struck the rat right in the chest, and much like the Muggles, Peter falls to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. The empty silence that followed was echoing with Peter laying on the floor, with sightless eyes looking up to nothing. Harry feels another shard of cold ice puncture through his very soul with the sound of the U-wand clattering to the floor. He turns from the body and takes 2 steps before he stumbles and knocks over a priceless vase to the floor. It shatters at the same time as Harry falls to his knees, too overwhelmed with what had happened, to what he had just done. His crimson eyes flicker and are no more as Voldemort lets go of Delphine. Her younger self charges across the hall to wrap her arms around Harry, holding him up so he doesn't fall into the jagged pieces of pottery around him. Voldemort could taste it on her tongue, the numbness from the shock of what he had done, the burning vindication that Harry felt as he knew that they all deserved it, and a small growing piece of him blooming deep, deep in his heart. One she was motivated to rip out root and steam before it took full bloom. Voldemort moves quickly, snatching up the U-wand as she goes. It's okay, Harry. It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. They deserved it. They all do. Voldemort hears Delphine whisper to Harry as she cradles him, the shock still holding off any other feeling. She had to move fast. Voldemort wraps her arms around them both before sniffing the lights out in the hallway. Before her, Delphine and Harry all vanish in a puff of shadows. They reappear in Voldemort's private chambers, decorated in silver and green with a look of unworked stone walls. Help me get him on the bed quickly, Voldemort tells Delphine, and to her younger self's credit, she doesn't even pause before she helps place Harry on the bed, Harry's head resting on her thighs. I want to go first, Delphine quickly says. Her voice was manic with want and unprecedented desire. Wadash, Harry says weakly as Voldemort straddles his waist. Sure. Not now, Harry. I need to focus, and I'm afraid this is going to hurt, Voldemort tells him before placing the tip of the Elder Wand to his chest. Hurt? What do you dash, he tries to say, raising his hands to push Voldemort's wand away, before Delphine quickly stops him by catching both of his wrists and pinning them down. No, wait. What do you do, dash, Harry tries to ask, tries to get Voldemort to explain, but she ignores him in favor of chanting ancient Greek under her breath. Hundreds of miles away, in the Department of Mysteries, a small white orb on a shelf begins to flicker and rattle. An alien sensation begins to enter Harry's being, like a metaphysical hand reaching into his magic, searching for something. It was uncomfortable, like something heavy had sat upon his lungs, so they couldn't expand anymore. Harry was unable to take a full breath. Then the fingers found one of the 2 shards of ice and began to yank it, and that's where the pain began. Aha! Harry screams bloody murder as the worst pain he has ever felt courses through his body. The Cruciatus curse was horrible. It felt as if every nerve ending in your body was set aflame with red-hot needles, but this pain was different. It was deeper, past his skin, muscle, bones, and settling in his magic. It felt as if the coldest ice was injected into his magic that burned at his limbs before an all-consuming lightning shot up his spine. Harry could feel it all in layers, like different levels of pain that he felt all once, but one never overtaking the other. He feels the blood vessels in his eyes rupture, his throat tearing at his scream, so much he could taste blood in the back of his throat. His scar screamed in pain before it ruptured in a fawn of blood. Harry felt violated. The feeling rested deep within his mind and body and surpassed anything that Delphine had visited upon him when she was in his mind. The violation that was happening to him felt like it robbed him of the very sacrosanct of his soul. His scar is bleeding, Delphine says with gritted teeth, trying to hold onto the last shred of sanity. She had to not interrupt. She had to put her full weight on top of Harry to keep his back from arching and snapping his own spine with how bad he was thrashing. She had already felt the bones in his forearms break while trying to keep him pinned. Voldemort ignores her as she continues to chant, trying to keep Harry from bucking her off as he fights against the ritual. She didn't blame him. The soul naturally wanted to stay in one piece and would fight tooth and bloody nail to remain in one piece. But Voldemort wasn't the greatest which ever born with nothing to show for it so. With the last few lines of her chant, and a flexing of her indomitable willpower, she pulls her wand from Harry's chest. Harry feels a pluck in his chest like some, but eternally precious was pulled from him and all the pain stops. A small mote of light resting at the tip of Voldemort's wand like a weak Lumos charm. Harry lays on the bed, under the two women in his life. He stops fighting, he stops screaming, he stops moving. His head is flooded with endorphins and serotonin to try and take the edge off the phantom pain as his vision swims. Harry can barely remember who he was or where he was. His whole being felt as it lost something of vital importance and could not replace it. And in the Department of Mysteries, the small white orb that held the prophecy of the Dark Lady and the boy who was fated to defeat her shatters. Voldemort lets out a sigh as she feels the spell settle over her, binding Harry's soul to her own immortal form. "That's one," she says with a smile, before looking up to Delphine. She had expected the girl to complain that Voldemort went first, but instead of complaining, she was lapping at the blood leaking from Harry's scar. Voldemort shakes her head to try and dislodge the madness, and wants to sink her teeth into Harry because now is not the time to fulfill her own fantasies. Voldemort reaches over and smacks the back of Delphine's head, causing her younger self to look up at her with an annoyed and angry look on her face. "Blood kink later, Delphine. We're in the middle of something, or do you not want your own?" Voldemort says with a glare. "No, I want it," Delphine squeaks out before, reluctantly, pulling back from Harry's bleeding scar that sets Voldemort's teeth on edge. Delphine once more pins Harry's arms down and braces herself against him as Voldemort puts the tip of her wand to Harry's chest and begins to chant once more. And once more, Harry's bloody screams echo throughout the manor. Harry Potter. He felt so cold and so empty, as if someone had scooped out everything in him, like a hunger he could nor would ever be able to satiate, a lust that he could never fulfill no matter how many partners he had, like no fire could ever warm his bones again, as he had become one with the ice and snow. Harry shivered, unable to get warm, as his joints started to ache in the icy waters he was submerged under. He wanted it to stop, he wanted it to end, for the ice to stop freezing him and the hunger to stop eating away at him in the dark, so he could lay there in peace. And blissfully something did. Two bands of liquid heat wrapped around Harry in the dark and the cold, as a blanket of fulfilling warmth draped over him. And just like that, he was no longer cold, no longer empty, and no longer alone. Two twin sparks in the dark lay on either side of him, encapsulating him in their warm embrace at all sides that almost felt like love to Harry in the reaches of his cold and empty hell. He tries to raise his arms to wrap around one of the sparks, to pull it closer, but he's too weak, too tired to do so. But he didn't have to, for the sparks knew what he wanted and pulled him deeper in their embrace, refusing to leave him alone or ever leaving him for that matter. There, in the feeling of contentment within the encircled warmth, time was weird. It felt as years had passed in the span of seconds, and seconds lasted a lifetime as Harry lay into the warmth of the twin sparks that completed him. Though Harry honestly has no idea how long it's been outside the warmth, and didn't care so long as he didn't have to go back to that cold and empty hell he had crawled out of. But soon enough, Harry finally opened his eyes to a softer kind of darkness, one that was beset with softly glowing witch lights all around them. Pale flesh filled Harry's eyes as he felt two sets of slender arms hugging him tightly. Looking up in the soft light, he comes eye to eye and nose to nose with the woman who had taken everything from him and gave so much back. "Tamsin," Harry says, his voice hoarse from screaming and disuse. Crimson eyes slowly open to look down into his as a soft smile snakes over her face. "If it was anyone else calling me that, I would kill them in an unspeakable way and hang them from the rafters at the ministry as a warning to all," she whispers softly before rubbing the tip of her nose against his. But for you, Dodger, I think I can forgive, Voldemort tells him. Harry opens his mouth to ask something to say, anything, but then he remembers. Petunia's body hanging limply from her shakes. Vernon raging as his eyes go empty and glassy like a doll's, and he never rages again. Peter looking up at him like he was a specter of vengeance from beyond the grave. Harry sobs. It rips through his chest in one painful motion as he squeezes his eyes shut and he presses his forehead against Voldemort's chest. I killed them, Harry whispers, his voice breaking at his admission. You did, Voldemort whispers back as Harry feels her hand begin to run through his untidy hair, slick with sweat. And I am so proud of you, Dodger, she admits, her lips finding the top of Harry's head. You took your justice and punished all those who hurt you. All those who doomed you to what you called a childhood, and you did it so coldly, she says with a smile. Harry sobs once more, trying to push the horror of his own actions away from his mind. Why you did something to me, didn't you? Harry half asked and half demanded from her. I did. I gave you eternity, Voldemort says in a whisper and a smile. It takes a moment for her answer to sink in, but when it does, Harry gasps. You made me a Hurcruxx? He says, but it sounds as if it was a question, only for Voldemort to chuckle. No, Dodger. I made you Hurcruxes, two in fact, Voldemort admits with a chuckle. But they have to be something that... Harry says, trailing off for a moment before his eyes widen, and he looks back up at Voldemort, who was smiling down at him with amusement dancing in her eyes. Means something to me? You made yourself and Delphine into human Hurcruxes, he says in shock. Yes, Voldemort hisses out in the language of the serpents. I did, and by doing so I have conquered fate itself. Now that neither us can die, the prophecy that bound us is no more, she says with a grin. Harry tries to make sense of her words, but his eyes begin to close, and his head begins to dip. Voldemort chuckles in his ear. Sleep, Harry. You're still recovering from the ritual. One of us will always be here with you at least, so just rest, she whispers, and Harry does just that. Voldemort didn't lie. No matter what, one of those sparks stayed with Harry in his weakened state to keep him somewhat warm, and his hunger and emptiness stated. But it was never enough with only one. Pangs of want echoed in him, and the chill was left just out of reach, but one he could still feel. When next he opened his eyes, he was looking up at a ceiling not his own, with a want aching through him. One of the sparks was laying on his chest, doodling circles on him with her nails. When he looked down, he saw a mop of silvery blonde hair, and he knew who it was. Delphine, Harry says, catching her attention as she quickly pushes herself up. Harry, thank goodness. I was starting to fear you might never wake up, Delphine says with a smile before she leans forward to kiss him. What Delphine meant the kiss to be was completely lost on Harry as he hungrily invades her mouth, causing her to moan at the taste of want and force Harry had used. She feels his hand run down her side to the hem of her silk night dress she wore before she pulls away from the kiss, much to Harry's annoyance. Delphine stops his hand with a soft smile on her face. Easy there, love. You're still healing and need more, gasp Harry. Slips from her lips, trying to make some excuse Harry didn't care for. Harry flips them over on the large bed, delirious with fever, desire, and exhaustion. His mind clouded, but his body knew what it wanted. Harry, wait. As much as I would happily do this, your dash, Delphine tries to talk, tries to speak, but Harry, driven by his gnawing want and hunger, doesn't care as he rips away the nightdress with one feral pull. Delphine gasps again, looking up at the distance and unfocused eyes of Harry, his naked form looming over her slick with sweat, with him ready to take her. She sighs a bit as Harry fumbles with her legs, something he wouldn't have had a problem with if he wasn't still recovering from 2 back-to-back creation rituals. Harry here, let me help, she whispers softly as she adjusts herself for the hungry, half-mad creature, now pinning her to the bed. Go on, Harry. Take it, Delphine says, softly coaxing him just outside of her. Take me. Take whatever you want, because no one is going to stop you. No one is going to stop us. We took this world together, so let's ruin it together, she whispers to him, bushing the side of his face with the back of her hand in a mockery of a loving gesture. With one feral thrust, Harry did take Delphine, and the hunger that so plagued his half-functioning mind abated as he felt mostly whole for the first time in days. For Delphine, Effects before with Harry was vivid and consuming like a drug. It was now something beyond words and beyond worlds. Like a cacophony of colors dancing behind her eyes, as every sound and every moan caused a vibration of a rainbow across her mind, as both her and Harry's sensations melted into one and harmonizing with the twin Horcruxes each had for the other. Her first peak was crossed in seconds and was quickly followed by Harry's own, filling her, but it didn't stop him as Harry kept ducking her like a mad animal. Again and again, those peaks were crossed as they moved in tandem. Lightning and fire scorching the insides of Delphine as her already warped and twisted mind bends under the reality warp pleasure she was feeling. Her nails raked down his back, coloring his pale flesh in her favorite color. She smears it across his back before pulling her hand back and licking it clean of the sticky red blood. Her teeth ghosting over Harry's collarbone and clavicle, itching to take a bite of his flesh, to chew him, to taste him in his completeness. But she wasn't the only one who was hungry. She could taste it every time they kissed. Harry would always be hungry now, always wanting to fill the void left behind by the missing pieces of his soul. Delphine knew that hunger well. It consumed her and Voldemort every day, and now would consume Harry, and he would know and understand what it meant to be truly empty. Take as much as you want, Harry. Consume as much as you can, as much as you want, because I'll always be here to feed you. Whatever you want, and we'll feast upon this world together forever. Delphine whispers to Harry as he falls to her side, exhausted and spent, once more drifting into sleep. Harry Potter, July 19th, Malfoy Manor. Harry stood in the welcoming hall of the manor, looking at the reflection of Harrison gaunt in the window only with his own messy black hair. He had slipped in and out of consciousness for almost 2 weeks as his body rested off the trauma of making 2 Horcruxes so close together. He had slept in Voldemort's room the entire time, only waking up long enough to eat, drink, use the restroom, and ducking Delphine. That last one would get slightly awkward in the middle of the night as Voldemort would be sleeping next to them. Whether she was awake for it or not, Harry didn't know and didn't want to know. When he was finally able to stand on his own 2 feet for more than a few minutes, he was happy to be able to move around and stretch his legs. But he had quickly learned of the downside of creating a Horcrux, the ever-present hunger it left in him, like a gaping wound that refused to heal or fill back up. Without Delphine and Voldemort near him, at all times the hunger would drive him near mad with a want for anything. Violence, knowledge, food, facts, just anything to fill the gaping void within him, and he felt as if now he understood both Delphine and Voldemort better than any other living being in the world. Another odd little side effect was his eyes. Crimson spires rose from all around his pupils like skyscrapers, giving Harry a more piercing gaze than ever before. Apparently, in a few months, the crimson would completely overtake the emerald green that was his normal eye color, leaving them like Voldemort's. When Harry had asked why this was, Voldemort's answer was oddly fitting. It's a residual effect from a repeated use of a powerful dark ritual. Think of it as a bleed-over effect of the dark magic used to create the Horcruxes leaking into your eyes. But, if you believe the old stories, it's to mark us as abominations in the eyes of the gods. Those who dare to split something as perfect as the soul, damning us forever as sinners. And if you ask me, I'm much like the latter explanation. It's far more poetic, she had told him. Harry liked the latter explanation as well, and in some small part of him, he was glad that he was losing the eyes of Lily Potter. He doubted his mother or his father would be proud of him anymore. He had killed his mother's sister, killed a former friend of his father's. He had raped and tortured an innocent girl purely because he wanted retribution. No, he decided a few weeks ago to let Harry Potter die, like the world thought he was. To let the world think that he had died young and innocent, not had become the monster he was made into by fate and circumstance. It was better that way. He could hear Draco pace back and forth in front of the fireplace, impatiently waiting for Astoria to show up. Draco was dressed to impress in a fine muggle suit, though Harry doubted he knew that it was modeled after modern-day suits, checking a pocket watch every other minute or so. Harry himself wasn't dressed up like Draco. He disliked suits just as much as he disliked dress robes and chose to dress simply to welcome his own guest. black slacks, and an emerald green button-up with the sleeves rolled up and the top two buttons undone with a light sleeveless jumper over them of green and gold. Narcissa was also there. Her eyes kept shifting from Draco to Harry. Amused at how her son was acting and worried for Harry, the Lady Malfoy had no doubt knew something had happened a few weeks that she and Draco were gone, but hadn't voiced any questions about it. It was oddly touching that Narcissa was concerned for him, more so than his own aunt ever showed for him. So much so he was tempted to just outright call her Aunt Narcissa just to see what the woman would do. Before Harry could begin to ponder the reaction of the ever-unflappable woman, the floor flared green as Astoria steps from the fireplace. Draco's face lights up like a Christmas tree before he swiftly controls himself and steps forward to bow at the waist to his guest. Lady Greengrass. It is a pleasure, and in hand dash, Draco tries to say before the form of Astoria Greengrass slams into and wraps him in a hug. Draco, I've missed you. Astoria yelled with glee as she squeezed the life out of the poor boy, causing Harry to smile and chuckle, his amusement echoing down the now open hallways of his mind that led to both Voldemort and Delphine. The doors that once led to their minds were all but gone, and were now replaced with hallways unable to be closed off. He could feel Voldemort's vapid boredom from sitting in the ministry meeting all day, wondering if she could get away with eating the current speaker in front of everyone, as well as Delphine's bloody excitement as she was torturing some poor soul with Bellatrix for information locked in his mind, both of them pausing for a moment to take in the amusement from Harry with a smile. The floor flared to life a second time as his own guest stepped out of the fireplace. Astoria, how many times must I tell you that you shouldn't run off like that without me? Daphne says as she steps through with a slight glare at her sister, the silver hoop of her collar sparkling in the sunlight coming through the window. Astoria simply sticks her tongue out at her older sister in a show of fiery defiance that Harry likes so much about the young girl. Daphne just sighs at her sister's antics before turning to Narcissa with an embarrassed smile on her face. I am so sorry about her. She can be such an animal at times. Daphne begins to say, but her words soon fade as she sees Harry standing by the window. Someone she had a shadowy recollection of in both the most horrible and wettest of dreams. Harry smirks as he turns around to face Daphne, taking note of her hands trembling slightly as her eyes widen in fear as her pupils dilate at the sight of him. Hello, Daphne. Having a good summer so far? Harry asks causally as Daphne all but shives at his voice. Delphine isn't here to welcome you. She was called out to do something for Voldemort at the last minute, so she asked me to take care of you until she gets back. I hope you don't mind, he says evenly and politely as he watches, with satisfaction as Daphne takes a small, subconscious, and involuntary step backwards from him. Oh, Daphne whispers in a small voice, hollow with fear. Of course not, Ergaunt. I'm in your care. I beg thy kindness, she says with a ghost of a smile because she knew that care and kindness was possibly the last thing on his mind. And she was right, because Harry was so very hungry at the moment and knew Delphine wouldn't mind if he gorged himself on their pet. I feel you crumble in my arms down to your heart of stone. You bled me dry just like the tears you never show. Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you want and go. Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you want and go. _ take what you want. Song by Post Malone and Ozzy Osbourne. Chapter done. Short, simple, and to the point. What I want and need for everyone to understand here is the absolute violation Harry has gone through in this chapter. He was manipulated, he was gaslight, and he was girlbossed through this whole chapter to rob him of every choice he had until he had only one option, the one that Tamsin Riddle wanted him to take. They didn't make Harry two Horcruxes for Harry. They did it for themselves so that A, they could conquer fate by rendering the prophecy between them an invalid sense. Now neither of them can technically die. And B, out of their own selfishness, wants to keep Harry with them forever. They didn't ask him, they didn't consult him, they never asked for consent. They just took, like every time they wanted something from Harry, they just took it. Over and over again, they abuse him, torture him, rape him, and manipulate him, and give him nothing but what they want to give back. Delphine and Voldemort are selfish monsters because they're the same uncaring being, no matter how they act toward Harry. Never forget that. The violation, corruption, and damnation of everything Harry is now complete, and it is the beginning of the end for this story. King saxcuL out.